Master, I find this title quite inappropriate. Ti High Peak, one of the 360 elder peaks of the Wooding Immortal sect. Lin Xuan had just donned the sect's issued white robe, gazing at his master, who was equally attired, radiating an ethereal beauty akin to a celestial maiden depicted in a painting. He was contemplating a change of title. What is the matter? Is there an issue? A playful glint flickered across Li Yuqing's face, followed by a feigned anger as she declared, "On your very first day, you dare to oppose your master?" Li Yuqing, clad in a flowing white robe, possessed elegantly arched brows, luscious red lips, bright eyes, and pearly teeth. Her skin as fair as fresh snow. Her long ebony tresses cascaded from her shoulders down to her waist, exuding the whimsical charm of youth. "I would never dare to contradict my master," Lin Xuan replied, spreading his hands in despair, realizing that he had unwittingly chosen a most extraordinary master. He was a transmigrator from Earth, now an outer disciple of the Wooding Immortal sect. It was the time of the sect's centennial grand ceremony, during which the esteemed elders, usually aloof, would recruit disciples from among the outer sect members. Lin Xuan's innate talent was rather mediocre. His memories reflected that he had expended considerable resources to become an outer disciple. Originally, he had no chance of being accepted by any elder, yet Li Yuqing had taken a liking to him and accepted him as her disciple. It was rumored that Li Yuqing was the weakest elder of the Wooding Immortal sect. Her status was lowly and her position quite precarious. Talented outer disciples looked down upon her, while those of lesser talent were equally disdained by her. Thus, Lin Xuan became her sole disciple in nearly a millennium. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of elation regardless of Li Yuqing's strength. She was still an elder, and by becoming her disciple, Lin Xuan had also ascended to the inner sect. However, the disparagement from his peers left him quite displeased. While it was one thing to allege that there were ulterior motives, it was another to claim that Li Yuqing had accepted him solely based on his looks, entirely disregarding the efforts he had invested over the years. The joy of being an inner disciple vanished entirely when Li Yuqing bestowed upon him his title. Could this be merely a coincidence? Surely, my master does not comprehend the implications of this title. Indeed, this must be an accident. His master must have whimsically concocted it. Lin Xuan consoled himself. Yes, the title Li Yuqing had given him was Baigu, which translates to given for free. By good Taoist Lin Baigu. How would he ever face anyone again? Since that is the case, it is settled. Li Yuqing gracefully waved her sleeve. Her delicate hand, resembling a jade lotus, slightly trembled as she presented Lin Xuan with a sword of deep azure hue. "This shall serve as your welcoming gift. As my disciple, I shall ensure you do not suffer any losses." The sword measured 3 feet in length, its blade fully sheathed, with the hilt intricately carved in the likeness of a dragon, its body coiling elegantly, the dragon's head exuding majesty. Gazing at the dragon etching on the sword, Lin Xuan momentarily felt as though he were locking eyes with an ancient divine dragon. "I humbly thank you, master." Lin Xuan accepted the sword, bowing in gratitude. Sensing the formidable aura of the weapon, Lin Xuan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "If I may be so bold, what grade of magical artifact is this, master?" "Oh, this? It is still a notch below the heavenly tier." "Could you be more specific? Is it of medium or low grade among mortal artifacts?" Lin Xuan asked, his countenance darkening as he pressed further. According to his understanding, within the entire boundless immortal sect, there exists but a single artifact that could barely be classified as a low-grade immortal treasure, and that is the sect's treasured item. He found it entirely implausible that his master, who bore the title of the weakest elder in the sect, would casually bestow upon him a heavenly grade artifact. It was not merely heavenly grade, even a spirit grade artifact, one rank above the mundane, would be a rare and coveted item, that if you don't believe it, so be it. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Li Yuqing lazily stretched her slender waist and retorted fiercely, "If it weren't for the fact that I took a liking to you, I wouldn't even consider giving it to you. Don't give it back to me. A gift from my master. How could I dare to refuse?" Lin Xuan chuckled awkwardly. Even a low-grade, mundane artifact would command a staggering price. Coming from a common background, despite his family's decent financial standing, he estimated that liquidating all his assets would only allow him to purchase a rather mediocre artifact. An offensive-grade artifact might only suffice for half a piece. By the way, what is your current cultivation level? I am now at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. How embarrassing, Li Yuqing said, her face glowing with pride. When I was your age, I was on the verge of ascension. Master, how is it that I've heard you are the weakest elder in the sect? I've heard the second weakest elder hasn't even ascended yet. What is your current cultivation level? Lin Xuan teased, seeking to probe his master's temperament. After becoming a disciple, his master would be the person he interacted with most frequently. He felt it prudent to gauge her disposition first. This would be beneficial for both. Yuqing rolled her eyes and glared at Lin Xuan fiercely. If I told you, it would frighten you to death. May I inquire about your age, master? Lin Xuan could not help but ask, as he sensed none of the sternness one would expect from a master emanating from Li Yuqing. Instead, she felt more like a quirky senior of similar age. However, in this realm, where cultivators lead ascetic lives far removed from the mundane, such a disposition was not entirely surprising to Yuqing lightly tapped Lin Xuan's forehead, her voice tinged with annoyance. Can you not speak properly? You should ask about my youthful years. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuan continued, Pray tell, Master, how many years have you graced this world? Don't ask, the answer is 18. I can't believe this. Lin Xuan was left utterly perplexed. There was clearly something amiss with his master. What's the matter? Do you have a question? A gentle breeze swept across the peak, rustling their garments, and Lin Xuan fell silent, leaving the atmosphere decidedly awkward. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xuan finally ventured, Master, what task should I attend to on a daily basis? Just sweep the floors, tend to the weeds in the backyard, and feed the spirit beasts I keep. Lin Xuan's expression stiffened. Would she really not mention anything regarding his cultivation? By the way, Li Yuqing seemed to recall something, and Lin Xuan's face brightened slightly, hopeful that his master might be reliable after all. Since you are my only disciple, the important task of restoring Qiuhai Peak is now entrusted to you. Li Yuqing patted Lin Xuan's shoulder, casting him a look of profound trust. Master, I feel the term restore is rather inappropriate. Has Qiuhai Peak ever seen glorious days? Do you know why I am referred to as the weakest elder? Cultivation is not, as the words hovered on the tip of Lin Xuan's tongue. He found them rather inappropriate and swiftly altered his course of conversation. Is Qiuhai Feng lacking in followers? Indeed, is only natural. Given my prowess, sweeping away all the elders would be a trivial matter, Li Yuqing replied with an unruffled demeanor. However, my singular focus has been on cultivation, and my reluctance to guide my disciples has resulted in the current predicament. Within the Wooding Immortal sect, there are 360 elder peaks, with evaluations conducted every century to reassess rankings and redistribute resources. Accordingly, the ranking of the peaks is not determined by the strength of the elders themselves, but rather by the standings of the disciples during assessments. Having been a member of the sect for several decades, Lin Xuan was well aware of the internal regulations. Yet, he found Li Yuqing's assertions somewhat hard to believe. From this moment forth, with the exception of my quarters, all restrictions at the peak have been lifted for you. I must attend to some matters and will return in 6 months for the grand competition. Should you fail to secure the first place, you shall face the consequences. By the way, take this, it will assist you, albeit slightly, in your cultivation. With that, Li Yuqing's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Lin Xuan stood in a daze, contemplating the ice blue bracelet left by his master. Lin Xuan activated the bracelet's enchantment, allowing his consciousness to enter the internal space, and was instantly astounded. Setting aside the multitude of items within, the sheer expanse of the interior made him feel as if he were immersed in an entire world. He had encountered storage treasures before. Upon joining the outer sect, he received 2 robes and an additional storage ring, which provided merely 1 cubic meter of space, sufficient only for clothing and daily necessities. After advancing to the inner sect, he was given a more advanced Shumi ring, boasting a volume of 10 cubic meters, which had thrilled him. Yet the bracelet's space stretched infinitely beyond his comprehension. What could this possibly mean? This exceeded the limits of his knowledge. The value of a Shumi ring was nearly equivalent to that of offensive magical artifacts. being a highly coveted treasure. The larger the internal space, the greater the value. Legend has it that many years ago, the Wooding sect expended nearly 1% of its wealth to acquire a Shumi ring with 1,000 cubic meters of space. When calculated, that merely equated to 10 meters in length, width, and height. Yet the space within this bracelet extended beyond 10,000 meters. Why did his master possess such a thing? Lin Xuan pondered. Could it be that his master was the illegitimate daughter of an extraordinary being? The thought filled him with elation. Could it be that he was on the verge of achieving what would take others thousands of years? Though his master lacked formidable strength, her background suggested that if he could win her favor, if he could ensure her comfort, would he not ascend to the pinnacle of life? Regret consumed him. He lamented not following her earlier, for even a few words of concern for her safety would have sufficed. However, it mattered little now. Although the allure of a comfortable life was enticing, it also depended on fate. Moreover, there was an important issue demanding resolution. The vastness of the bracelet's space left him unable to locate its contents. Thus, it was possible that the bracelet concealed many treasures, yet he was unable to claim them. The sensation was profoundly unsettling. After searching for a considerable time within the bracelet, Lin Xuan reluctantly decided to abandon his quest. For half an hour, his consciousness had traversed eastward, yet he still encountered no limits. It appeared he would have to wait for his master's return in 6 months. Lin Xuan clicked his tongue in frustration. He was utterly alone atop Zhouhai Peak. His master had hurriedly departed, bestowing upon him a precious artifact but neglecting to guide his cultivation or impart any mystical techniques. Under such circumstances, he feared he might find himself at the bottom of the intersect competition in 6 months. Alas, who could blame him for having chosen such an unreliable master? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Xuan made his way toward the grand estate at the peak, setting aside everything else. Retreating indoors to cultivate was the true path. Though years had passed since his arrival in this world, and initially, the lack of vibrant nightlife had left him feeling rather bored, he had since grown accustomed to the daily routine of cultivation. In this world, where the strong dominate and the weak are preyed upon, survival necessitates becoming powerful. Lin Xuan pushed open the ancient wooden door, once again overwhelmed by astonishment. From the outside, the grand estate atop the peak appeared to span only a few hundred square meters. Yet, within it lay an extraordinary realm. The first sight that greeted him was an expansive lawn, stretching 100 meters wide, at the end of which stood a quaint courtyard. Flanked by 2 towering trees, one a verdant willow, the other an unfamiliar fruit-bearing tree. Beneath the trees lay a sizable pond. However, what astonished Lin Xuan most was the rich concentration of spiritual energy within this small world. Had his master resided here all these years? Lin Xuan couldn't help but scorn inwardly. In such an environment, one's cultivation was surprisingly poor, a sheer waste of resources. His natural talent had been remarkable among the mundane, as most were ordinary people. However, upon entering the uncertain Immortal sect, his abilities were deemed merely average among the outer disciples. He mused that had he trained within this small world all these years, he would not only have transcended tribulation but perhaps even attained the formidable stage of divine transformation or integration. At that moment, someone approached. As Lin Xuan pondered, a cherubic girl suddenly emerged from the pond, her chubby form undeniably adorable. Could she be the master's illegitimate daughter? Watching the girl swiftly advance towards him, Lin Xuan felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. If the master had a child, his own chances seemed to vanish. "Are you a disciple of the master?" the girl exclaimed, her voice crisp and lively as she reached Lin Xuan's side. "Master?" Lin Xuan thought instinctively of reporting to the sect, were it not for Li Yuqing being a woman. "Yes, I am." "And who are you? How have you been here all this time?" he inquired curiously, having never heard of this girl in all these years. Though she appeared innocent and charming, akin to a porcelain doll, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over him. It was evident that the girl possessed considerable strength, at least surpassing his own as a nascent soul cultivator. "The willow tree is my true form. I have been here since the moment I gained consciousness," she replied after a thoughtful pause. Despite her overwhelming power, Lin Xuan sensed a peculiar respect emanating from her. "Are there others besides you here?" he asked. "Yes, indeed. Besides me, there is also Sister Xianran." "Oh, by the way, my name is Yurong," she chirped. Lin Xuan felt an unexpected frown form on his forehead. The name sounded rather peculiar, raising suspicions that his master might be involved in something untoward, and he believed he had gathered evidence. "Then, I shall rely on your guidance from now on," Lin Xuan said, clasping his fist in greeting. Yurong quickly stepped back, exclaiming, No, you are the master's disciple." while I am merely a branch that came to life from a tree the master casually resided under long ago. Come with me, I will introduce you to Sister Xianran. She insisted, taking Lin Xuan's hand and flying toward the pond. Her small hand felt icy, devoid of any warmth. Sister Xianran, do not sleep any longer, called a youthful voice as Xiao Yurong climbed the fruit tree. A slightly older girl, rubbing her eyes, leaped down from the branch and sleepily inquired, has another 50 years passed? Xiao Xianran bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yurong, albeit adorned in a golden jumpsuit and possessing flowing silver hair. And she was slightly older than Xiao Yurong. Both shared a notable trait befitting their names. Tree spirits, a form of fairy, differ from humans in that they possess the appearance of adults from the moment of their creation and can shape their forms according to their master's preferences. Hence, while the physiques of the two tree spirits may seem exaggerated, they are, in fact, quite normal. Not yet. The adults have taken on disciples. Xiao Yurong exclaimed with excitement. Instantly, the languor faded from the face of the girl called Xianran, who quickly replied, then let us hurry out to welcome them. Sister Xianran, are you foolish? The master's disciple has already arrived. Xiao Xianran, evidently more sensible, turned to Lin Xuan and immediately bowed, saying, Tree Spirit Xianran, I greet you, Master. Tree Spirit Yurong. I greet you, Master, Xiao Yurong mimicked, also bowing. Lin Xuan did not refuse their gestures, similar to the Wooding Immortal sect. Regardless of how long external disciples had been initiated or their age, they must still bow and refer to even a 5-year-old inner disciple as their senior. He scrutinized the two tree spirits, realizing that his master's aesthetic was not only remarkable but her naming ability was exceptionally profound, perfectly aligning with reality. Wait a moment. Am I truly to be given away for free? Due to his identity as a disciple of Liu Qing, Lin Xuan quickly became acquainted with the two. After a few calm exchanges, he looked at Xiao Xianran in shock and asked, Are you saying that consuming one of your fruits is equivalent to a decade of my cultivation? For someone of your level, as long as you do not get overwhelmed by the spiritual energy within the fruit and successfully refine it, it should take at least a century, Xiao Xianran replied, plucking a golden spiritual fruit from the tree and placing it in her mouth. Juices burst forth, and a rich aura enveloped the air, causing Lin Xuan to weep uncontrollably. The spiritual energy contained within this fruit was unparalleled. The elixirs previously distributed by the sect to enhance disciples' cultivation were mere refuse in comparison. When will I be able to consume this? He lamented. I do not know, but when the master returns, with her protection, no matter how much you eat, you shall not perish from it, she reassured him. Lin Xuan gazed at Xiao Xianran, sighing silently. It was a torment to be able to gaze, but not partake. By the way, are there any other herbs or treasures within that could enhance cultivation? Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, deciding to seek alternatives. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The same applies to cultivation. Only by progressing step by step can one advance further. Even if he could consume the fruits from the spiritual tree now, Lin Xuan needed to deliberate. I do not know. We are unable to cultivate, so we rely on these fruits for sustenance. Yet our cultivation does not improve, she replied. Xiao Yurong pointed to the pond beside her and said, You can drink the water here. It can also aid in cultivation. Lin Xuan followed her small finger and realized that, due to the overwhelming spiritual energy in this realm, he had not paid much attention before. Upon closer observation, he discovered that the spiritual energy in this pond was astonishingly dense. Every drop of water contained an extraordinarily rich essence of spiritual energy. This seems to be your bathing water, Lin Xuan remarked with a look of disdain. Yet curiosity lingered. What is this? The elder mentioned something about spiritual liquid. Beyond that, I am not quite sure, she replied. Spiritual liquid? How extravagant. Lin Xuan's eyes widened in surprise. Initially, he had believed the pond merely held abundant spiritual energy, but to learn it was spiritual liquid was unexpected. Among cultivators, stones imbued with significant spiritual energy are considered a valuable currency, known as spiritual stones. The rate of cultivation is several times faster when absorbing the energy from spiritual stones compared to drawing from the natural world. Spiritual liquid, however, is a highly concentrated form of liquefied spiritual energy. A single drop of spiritual liquid contains more spiritual energy than 100 high-grade spiritual stones and is considerably easier to absorb. Consequently, a drop of spiritual liquid is valued at approximately 130 high-grade spiritual stones, assuming one can find someone willing to trade. Without boasting, Lin Xuan, as an inner sect disciple, received a monthly stipend of only 100 high-grade spiritual stones. Previously, as an outer sect disciple, he had been even poorer. with the sect allocating merely 10 high-grade spiritual stones per month. After contemplating for a moment, he concluded that while drinking was out of the question, soaking in the water was certainly feasible. With a swift motion, Lin Xuan leaped into the pond, executing the move seamlessly. If only this world had mobile phones. He felt compelled to share this moment on social media. Submerged entirely, Lin Xuan sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, beginning to absorb the abundant spiritual energy within the liquid. A vast influx of energy surged into his body, and he soon fell into a meditative state. By the pond, two petite figures stood with their hands on their hips, observing the scene. It seems like the elder's disciple has not experienced much of the world, Xiao Xianren commented, taking a bite of a spiritual fruit and shaking her head in judgment. Sister Xianran, why do you think the elder suddenly took on a disciple? Xiaorong asked. Her head tilted in curiosity, appearing quite composed. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. The elder has been alone for so many years. What prompted this decision to accept a disciple? Xianran pondered for a moment, then squinted her eyes and smiled. Do you think the elder might have developed feelings? What is that term again? Dao partner. Yes, that is it. Could he have chosen a mortal as his Dao partner? Xiaorong was taken aback, exclaiming, that is impossible. Given the elder's status, how could he choose a mere mortal as a partner? Hee. Xiao Xianren continued to chuckle. Don't you think he is quite handsome? While saying this, she covered her fair, youthful face with her hands, her cheeks slightly flushed. Sister Xianran, what is wrong? Are you feeling shy? Xiaorong exclaimed in bewilderment. Her concern evident. Shy? Not at all. Xianran forcefully pushed aside the approaching Yurong and said with solemnity, let us not concern ourselves with other matters. It suffices that we respect the decisions of our elders. Yurong, still perplexed, nodded in agreement. I shall take a brief rest. Awaken me once he stirs. Yawning and covering her mouth, Xianran lightly tapped the ground with her toes and leaped gracefully towards the fruit tree, where she nestled on a branch and promptly fell asleep. Is this the essence of cultivation? I wonder how long it will take, Yurong pondered, gazing thoughtfully at the pond. Meanwhile, in the boundless void far removed from Lin Xian's realm of Yuanyang, a woman clad in red descended gracefully into a palace that radiated brilliance within the darkness. The palace, a magnificent edifice crafted from metals imbued with the essence of the Tao, emanated the only light in the surrounding abyss. Looking down from the palace, one could see countless realms, their vast territories appearing as mere yellow beans, insignificant in comparison. Within the palace, numerous powerful beings from various realms congregated, both human and demon, each capable of annihilating entire realms with a mere stamp of their foot. Upon the sudden appearance of the woman in red, all present held their breath, their gazes filled with reverence. Empress, you have finally arrived, intoned an elderly man with a halo of holy light, kneeling respectfully. What troubles you? The woman in red inquired, her expression indifferent. In recent years, the imperial pass has been tumultuous. Emperor Liu ventured to investigate but has since disappeared into the depths of the sighing abyss. We have no choice but to refine the divine stone you left behind, the elder explained. Foolishness. Is that place suitable for mortals? Why did you not stop him? The woman's voice was tinged with anger. Your Majesty, how could we possibly restrain Emperor Liu, akin to your own strength? The elder lamented, nearly on the verge of tears. Do you wish for me to search for him in the sighing abyss? His fate is uncertain, and we would never permit you to venture to the abyss again. We only ask that you remain here to guard against incursions from other realms, he implored. Humph. I have no time to linger in such desolate lands, she retorted, her cold snort resonating through the heavens. Nonetheless, since I am here, do enlighten me about who has dared to invade in Emperor Liu's absence, and I shall vanquish them, she declared with commanding authority, her sword pointed skyward, her red attire swirling as none dared to meet her gaze. In the pond filled with spiritual liquid, Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, acutely aware of the enhanced power coursing through him. With a mere thought, his primordial spirit emerged from the crown of his head. The emergence of the primordial spirit is a profound ability reserved for those in the divine transformation stage. Retracting his spirit back into his body, Lin Xuan surfaced from the water, where he beheld Yurong sitting on the shore, her delicate feet stirring the water, sending ripples cascading outward. Under the sun, the sparkling droplets refracted light onto Lin Xuan's face, darkening his expression. Such precious spiritual liquid, squandered on washing feet, this is indeed extravagant. As Xiaorong caught sight of Lin Xuan emerging from the water, she immediately ceased her movements, her eyes widening in delight. You have finally awoken. I thought you had drowned. This young girl, is her ancestry from Xuan? If she believed I had perished, why didn't she jump in to check? With the candor of youth, Lin Xuan chose not to dwell on such thoughts, and simply inquired, How long have I been in seclusion? About 10 days, I suppose. Xiao Yurong tilted her head, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Not too bad. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Had he followed the usual pace? Or considering his own aptitude, he feared that this brief retreat could have consumed a decade or more. It seems my previous limitations were not due to a lack of talent, but rather insufficient resources for cultivation. Lin Xuan recalled that among the current inner disciples, the most formidable had only reached the mid-stage of the transformation god realm. Of course, cultivation level does not inherently equate to true strength. A cultivator's prowess can be seen as a synthesis of their cultivation level, magical artifacts, supernatural abilities, and combat experience. While cultivation is undoubtedly crucial, the other three aspects are equally indispensable. With a suitable magical artifact, even if one were at the late stage of transformation god, perhaps I could still contend with them. Lin Xuan couldn't help but lament. My master is truly something. With such wealth at home, he merely gifted me a mundane artifact. Having witnessed the realities of life, or perhaps having understood his master's true wealth, Lin Xuan's expectations grew. He felt a faint sense of resentment as his master, despite possessing abundant resources, had not even provided him with a spiritual-grade artifact. Instead, he attempted to deceive him into believing it was a heavenly-grade treasure. How outrageous. By the way, has anyone sought me out during my days of cultivation? During this period, Lin Xuan had closed all his senses, immersing himself in introspection, completely oblivious to the happenings outside. No, Xiao Yurong replied with unusual certainty. Well, Lin Xuan recalled his time as an outer disciple, when he had faced constant exclusion, a bitter expression crossing his face. Nevertheless, today was the day the sect distributed stipends to its disciples. After a moment's thought, Xiao Yurong remarked, however, "The meager offerings from your sect are utterly insignificant compared to the resources here. It would be better to forego them altogether." She lifted her head proudly, clearly dismissive of the meager resources provided by the Wooding Immortal sect. No, I must acquire those resources. Xiao Yurong looked at Lin Xuan in confusion, thinking to herself, "Are you truly that greedy? With so many resources at hand, is that trifling amount not sufficient for you? Are you unwilling to part with such pittance? I shall take my leave now and return shortly." Lin Xuan, disregarding her gaze, stepped forward and in the blink of an eye was already several dozen meters away. He was not motivated by a desire for the sect's meager offerings, but had made a carefully considered choice. It is well known that a common man is guilty of possessing wealth. The concealed secrets within Qiuhai Peak, with its abundant resources, are clearly not suitable for exposure. Should he neglect to claim his stipend, and if someone with ulterior motives took notice, it could draw unwanted attention to him. After all, even for inner disciples, the stipend provided by the sect is essential for maintaining their daily cultivation. Even the sons of affluent elders would not simply relinquish their possessions, let alone a disciple of humble origins who has entered the ranks of the weakest elders' inner sect. Alas, with a master of insufficient prowess, the disciple must tread with utmost caution. The Grand Hall of the Undetermined Immortal sect is situated in the heart of the celestial peaks, nestled within a vast valley. Surrounded by 360 towering summits, it resembles a celestial body encircled by stars, with an abundance of spiritual energy. The architectural style of the palace is exceedingly opulent, and before it lies a martial arts platform, upon which stands a colossal sculpture carved from white jade. The visage of the statue is obscured, rendering the identity of the figure indistinct. Lin Xuan is aware that this monument commemorates a pivotal moment in the sect's history when a formidable power emerged to rescue the undetermined immortal sect from a grave calamity. Regrettably, that mighty being perished in a fierce confrontation with the invading malevolent forces. The undetermined immortal sect remains oblivious to the origins of its savior, thus constructing this white jade statue as a tribute, while bestowing upon the figure the honorary title of sect leader. Rumors also suggest that the sect's treasured artifact is a replica crafted from materials sourced from the malevolent path's dimensional ring, a creation reminiscent of the powerful artifact wielded by that illustrious figure. Whether this is true or not remains a mystery to Lin Xuan. The undetermined immortal sect boasts a vast number of disciples, with over 10,000 in the inner sect and hundreds of thousands in the outer sect. Today, they gather at the Grand Hall to receive their stipends, creating a lively atmosphere. The crowd buzzes with excitement, exchanging whispers about the spiritual stones they have acquired this month. Each month, aside from a standard distribution of basic stipends, the sect also rewards disciples with additional resources based on their contributions. There are myriad ways to earn such contributions, whether through slaying demons for their cores or gathering spiritual herbs. Even mundane tasks like sweeping or patrolling can yield contributions, making them the most practical means for ordinary disciples to obtain resources. Lin Xuan gazes around, letting out a soft sigh filled with resignation. He does not relish being in crowded environments, for wherever he goes, he invariably becomes the center of attention, not due to any extraordinary deeds or formidable strength, but simply because of his appearance. Regardless of age, whether they are young initiates, seasoned sisters, or venerable elders, all react with a start upon seeing him, stealing glances either furtively or brazenly. The female disciples are one matter, but what truly troubles him are his male peers. Many of them, upon encountering him, grimace as if they have seen a bitter enemy. This animosity has been the root of Lin Xuan's years of ostracism. Were it not for the protective alliance of several formidable senior sisters, his survival thus far would remain uncertain. Amidst the complex gazes of countless disciples, Lin Xuan steps into the hall and approaches the resource distribution counter, cupping his fists in greeting. I am Lin Xuan, disciple of Qiu Haifeng, here to pay my respects to the steward. Allow me a moment, the female steward replies, channeling her spiritual energy into a ledger to conduct her search. Shortly thereafter, she looks up and says, Lin Bai, is it? Here you go, this is your stipend for this month. As she hands him a low-tier storage pouch, Lin Xuan, however, exhibits a perplexed expression and refrains from accepting it. Originally, Lin Xuan thought that although the title was rather unappealing, perhaps his master would forget about it after half a year away from the sect. He never anticipated that Li Yuqing had already submitted the title for formal registration with the sect. Oh no, this is disastrous. Lin Xuan felt overwhelmed, his vision darkening. He was destined to become the supreme being of the celestial realm. Would he really be referred to as the supreme who was given for free? Well, if that is how it is, so be it. Lin Xuan observed the expression of the female steward. She did not seem to harbor any mockery towards the name, which allowed him to reluctantly accept it. After receiving the resources, he turned to leave. However, a man clad in the exclusive white robe of an inner disciple deliberately approached him, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Is that all the spirit stones you have? Surely it's insufficient for your cultivation this month. My master bestowed upon me 500 top-quality spirit stones. Would you care for a share? Lin Xuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Indeed, the monthly allocation of basic spirit stones from the sect was utterly insufficient to sustain the disciples' cultivation, which had inevitably led to the establishment of a contribution system. Take his recent retreat, for example. The spirit liquid consumed during his training, when converted to spirit stones, amounted to at least several 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Yet, the inner disciples received a meager fixed quota of merely 100 stones each month. How could that possibly suffice? However, his smile was not born from the fact that his own courtyard possessed a pool brimming with spirit liquid, but rather from the absurdity of the man's words. Firstly, it was inconceivable that the other party possessed such audacity. Secondly, they had never seen eye-to-eye even when they were outer disciples. Do not laugh just yet. Zhao Mu, noticing Lin Xuan's smile, continued, these spirit stones are not given freely. If you desire them, you must kneel and plead for them. As expected, Zhao Mu's intentions were clear. He sought to humiliate Lin Xuan. From the very moment the hall opened this morning, he had arrived to claim his share of spirit stones and had been waiting here solely to bring disgrace upon Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, displaying a calm demeanor, did not display anger. Instead, he held aloft a small bag of spirit stones he had just received and called out loudly. Is there any senior brother or sister willing to give him a beating? I would be grateful to reward you with 100 spirit stones. Within the unfettered immortal sect, to encourage the growth of disciples, internal conflicts were not prohibited, provided no casualties occurred and there was no malicious plundering of fellow disciples' cultivation resources. Even striking a fellow disciple in front of the sect leader would not pose any issue. At that moment, Lin Xuan found himself the center of attention among numerous female disciples. As the situation unfolded, a graceful inner sect sister laughed and said, Little junior brother, are you truly willing to part with a month's worth of cultivation resources? You may take it. With a light-hearted gesture, Lin Xuan tossed the low-grade storage bag in his hand, saying, kindly teach him a lesson for me, sister. Lin Xuan was well aware that Zhao Mu's cultivation was only at the late stage of the nascent soul, making it perfectly reasonable for him, at the early stage of the spirit transformation, to suppress Zhao Mu. However, he had no desire to reveal his strength too soon. In just half a month, he had made consecutive breakthroughs, even surpassing a significant level. He wished to keep the secret of his rapid advancement under wraps. To Lin Xuan, 100 high-grade spirit stones were scarcely worth mentioning. The spirit liquid splashed while washing his feet in the pond was far more precious than this insignificant sum. Such audacity from the junior brother. The woman's spiritual sense scanned the storage bag, and with a light chuckle, she unleashed her spiritual power, revealing her cultivation at the late stage of the spirit transformation. In a flash, she appeared in front of Zhao Mu and struck him with a single palm, sending him flying several dozen meters away. With that one blow, Zhao Mu felt as though his ribs had shattered, unable to rise from the ground due to the excruciating pain. "Thank you, senior sister Xie, for your righteous intervention," Lin Xuan expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist, humming a cheerful tune as he prepared to depart the hall. The joy of the affluent often lay in such simple and unadorned pleasures. That an inner disciple at the late stage of spirit transformation would act as a hired hand for a mere 100 high-grade spirit stones illustrated the scarcity of cultivation resources among the inner sect disciples. Meanwhile, he possessed several hundred cubic meters of spirit liquid. Although it belonged to his master, Li Yuqing, who had only one apprentice, himself, it was equivalent to his own. "Junior brother, do not be modest. Should such opportunities arise next month, do not hesitate to call upon me at the first instance," the woman said with a beaming smile. How delightful. With just a single slap, he earned a remarkable 100 spirit stones. Such fortune is rare indeed. As Lin Xuan contemplated his departure, he was abruptly halted, not by a solitary individual, but by a small group of 5. The leader, a seemingly delicate man wielding a fan, unfurled it and positioned it before Lin Xuan, addressing the woman beside him. "Zhao Yu, is it not rather excessive to bully my junior brother for a mere 100 spirit stones?" From the man's gestures, Lin Xuan discerned that he, like Zhao Yu, possessed cultivation at the late stage of the transformation realm. The fan in his hand appeared to be a mid-grade mundane magical artifact. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, his expression shifting to one of slight gravity. This individual was not like Zhao Mu. Given his early stage of the transformation realm cultivation, he should ideally possess at least a low-grade spirit artifact. However, a low-grade spirit artifact would require at least tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones for procurement. Even with ample spiritual essence at home, it would be futile. There was no time. Beside the delicate man, one of his companions approached Zhao Mu and administered a pill. After expelling a mouthful of congealed blood, Zhao Mu regained his footing, his complexion returning to normal. "So it is your people. Had I known earlier, I should have been more forceful," Zhao Yu responded defiantly, positioning Lin Xuan behind her. "Wait here. I will hold them off, and you must return to Qiuhai Peak. Once you are back at your own mountain, no one will dare to lay a hand on you." Lin Xuan slightly nodded, yet he showed no inclination to flee, maintaining an air of calm throughout. Although the adversary was at the late stage of the transformation realm, with his own early stage of the transformation realm cultivation, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Should a confrontation arise, with the aid of the artifact gifted by his master, he believed he could endure for a time. "There is no need for such alarm. I have no intention of harming you. I merely wish for Zhao Mu to engage in a fair contest with this individual," the delicate man stated earnestly. "Our disciples of Yiyan Peak are not like certain others who resort to petty tricks." "How dare you utter such words?" Zhao Yu retorted scornfully. "Senior sister, permit me to handle this matter myself." Lin Xuan inhaled deeply and stepped forward. Letting his cultivation be revealed was a minor concern, at worst. He would remain at Qiuhai Peak until his master returned. He had not anticipated that Zhao Mu would find a powerful ally in such a short time, and one who seemed quite formidable. "Rather commendable. I shall not hold the previous incident against you," the delicate man remarked, appearing somewhat appreciative. "Zhao junior brother, I will ensure this individual is detained. When the time comes, it will be a matter of settling scores. Just do not embarrass yourself." "Rest assured, senior brother," Zhao Mu declared with conviction. "He is merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. I did not expect him to be so generous as to expend a month's worth of cultivation resources to employ this senior sister against me. If no outsiders interfere, defeating him will be as effortless as turning my hand." The onlookers around them retreated, clearing a significant space for the two to confront each other, continuing to observe the unfolding spectacle. Before the confrontation, Zhao Yu softly remarked, "The sect forbids disciples from harming one another. You need not worry about life-threatening dangers, but be wary of any hidden injuries he may inflict upon you. Such matters can affect your foundation for a lifetime." Earlier, she had acted for a mere 100 spirit stones, and although she had fractured Zhao Mu's rib, with proper care, it would not lead to lasting afflictions. However, Zhao Mu was a different story. The animosity he harbored towards Lin Xuan was palpable, suggesting a significant likelihood of underhanded tactics. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister." Lin Xuan replied with a serene smile, his expression calm and indifferent. Having resolved to reveal his cultivation level, Zhao Mu, in the later stage of the nascent soul, was no match for him. Do not think I'm bullying you merely because of my advancement. If you kneel and slap your face 10 times, we can let this matter rest. Otherwise, I have recently acquired a new technique, which I have yet to fully master, and I might inadvertently unleash excessive force. It was a blatant threat. However, Lin Xuan merely chuckled lightly. I am already in the early stage of the transformation stage. Killing you would be as simple as slaughtering livestock. Were it not for our shared lineage, you would already be dead. Zhao Mu initially paused, then erupted in laughter. You only broke through to the mid-nascent soul stage last year, and have been an inner disciple for merely half a month. Who are you trying to scare? If you had tens of thousands of spirit stones, perhaps you could make a rapid breakthrough. But do you think you are someone of significance? His tone dripped with disdain. As the value of spirit stones was well known, tens of thousands were the combined earnings of thousands of outer disciples over a month. Even a seasoned elder would struggle to produce such wealth at once. In his view, Lin Xuan's master, the weakest in the entire sect, could not possibly provide him with such resources for cultivation. The unfettered immortal gate had not reached such opulence, and Lin Xuan was even less likely to be so fortunate. Seeing disbelief on Zhao Mu's face, Lin Xuan shrugged. If you doubt me, then let us proceed. Undeterred by the impending danger, Zhao Mu's frustration boiled over as he declared, although I will not kill you, I will ensure you are unable to care for yourself for 6 months. With that, Zhao Mu channeled his spiritual power, revealing his prowess in the later stage of the nascent soul, forming a colossal blade of energy. Due to the exorbitant cost of magical artifacts, only those who reached the transformation stage received them from the sect. Before that, ordinary disciples without financial backing had to manifest their spiritual energy into weapons for combat. Although this energy manifestation could not compare to actual artifacts, it surpassed the weapons wielded by mere mortals in the secular world by leaps and bounds. First style of the ninefold thunderblade. Raging thunder. Zhao Mu shouted as thunder roared around him, crackling with energy, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Witnessing this display, many outer disciples gasped in astonishment, and several young female disciples felt their hearts race in trepidation. Zhao Yu attempted to intervene, but was halted by a slender man, who remarked with displeasure, "This is merely a friendly contest. Employing such techniques is excessive. Furthermore, his cultivation is only mid-nascent soul. What is this if not attempted murder?" The effeminate man let out a cold laugh. "You heard it yourself. This brat claimed to possess the cultivation of the transformation stage. Zhao, a mere disciple, was simply facing an opponent of superior strength, exerting himself to the fullest. What is there to question?" The implication was crystal clear. If this lad enjoys posturing, let us indulge him and see how long he can maintain this facade. Lin Xuan is the sole disciple of elderly. Should he suffer even the slightest mishap? I wonder how you shall explain yourself. Zhao Yu glanced at the encircling figures, feeling helpless aside from issuing fierce warnings. Although Elder Li's strength was lacking, he remained a prominent figure within the sect, likely having been beguiled into accepting such a disciple. Before he could finish his thought, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy behind him and swiftly turned, his gaze frozen as he beheld Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan radiated immense spiritual power, showcasing his cultivation at the transformation stage. With determined strides, he advanced towards Zhao Mu. In a mere flicker, akin to a specter, he appeared behind Zhao Mu and struck with a palm, impacting Zhao Mu's back. The latter's spiritual energy shattered instantly. His formidable blade faltered for a moment before dissipating into nothingness, and he collapsed to the ground, akin to a dog in defeat, blood oozing from his mouth. The physical pain was secondary. His expression was one of sheer disbelief as he muttered, "How is this possible? How could he possess the cultivation of the transformation stage? This cannot be." No sooner had he spoken than another torrent of blood erupted from his lips, his spirit swiftly waning, with chaotic energy surging within him, hinting at the onset of madness. For too long, he had lived in the shadow of Lin Xuan. His appearance paled in comparison, not merely underwhelming, but almost grotesque. Whenever Lin Xuan was surrounded by admirers, he could only console himself with the thought that his cultivation was superior and that one day he too would win the affection of the beautiful senior sister or the charming junior disciples. Yet today, even that solitary advantage had slipped away. His mind was in disarray, devoid of any combat spirit. Despite his late-stage nascent soul cultivation, he should not have been so easily overwhelmed in a mere encounter. Was this truly all he was capable of? Lin Xuan, equally bewildered, wore a look of confusion and hesitated to continue his assault. With a sudden spurt, Zhao Mu coughed up another mouthful of blood. After a brief silence, many outer disciples who recognized Lin Xuan erupted in astonishment. How can this be? Just half a month ago, during the Elder's selection, his cultivation was clearly at the mid-nascent soul stage. How could anyone possibly ascend 2 tiers in such a short span? Was he merely playing the fool all along? Had he been concealing his true strength? I was naive, thinking he could become an inner disciple solely due to his handsome visage. How could Elderly, one of the esteemed leaders of the 360 peaks, be so superficial? As Lin Xuan listened to the surrounding discussions, he realized that nearly everyone believed he had been hiding his prowess, masquerading as a weakling, utterly disbelieving that he could have advanced from mid-nascent soul to early transformation stage in just half a month. In response, Lin Xuan offered a faint smile, reluctant to elucidate the sudden surge in his cultivation. The androgynous man tucked away his feather fan, clapping his hands with a grin that barely concealed his disdain, remarking, "Excellent. Excellent. Brother Lin Xuan, your perseverance is commendable. For so many years, you have concealed your prowess. I hope that during the grand competition, you will reveal some of the strength you have kept hidden." With that, he signaled to the men behind him, who then helped the bloodied Zhao Mu to his feet, guiding him out of the hall amidst the curious gazes of the other disciples. Thereafter, Lin Xuan became the focal point of all eyes within the grand hall. "Why do you conceal your cultivation?" Zhao Yu inquired, leaning closer to Lin Xuan, her expression one of perplexity. "Is it merely to become Elder Li's disciple?" "Perhaps you are right. Elder Li is indeed enchanting. Had I been a man, she would surely have been my first choice," Lin Xuan replied, bewildered. "Why would you say that?" Lin Xuan was puzzled, for the notion that he concealed his cultivation solely to gain Elder Li's favor was absurd. At that moment, any elder willing to accept him would have sufficed, even if it meant sweeping floors and closing doors on Elder Peak. Who could forget that Elder Li had recently accepted a common disciple with mid-stage nascent soul cultivation? Yet, no one would have anticipated that he had already reached the transformation stage. Who knows? Lin Xuan questioned, more confounded than ever. Since entering Chiu High Peak a fortnight ago, he had remained in seclusion, oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. The news had long since spread. Elder Li, as beautiful as a celestial being, had seen generations of disciples come and go. She had always been the goddess among the male disciples of the inner sect, enduring the grand ceremonies. The top 10 male disciples from the outer sect aspired to join her tutelage. Regrettably, all were turned away and had no choice but to settle for the esteemed Xianyu Peak. However, this time, she had remarkably accepted an ordinary disciple like him, one of mid-stage nascent soul, and many were speculating that it was due to his appearance. "I have heard that numerous senior brothers intend to teach you a lesson during the sect competition, pretty boy." Lin Xuan retorted, "Why am I deemed a pretty boy? Can't my thoughts be more noble, such as being the reincarnation of an ancient power? If you were truly the reincarnation of a powerful being, how could the sect leader and the elders on the platform not recognize it?" Zhao Yu remarked, her expression peculiar. "But you need not worry overly. Even if you were to become Elder Li's partner, others would be powerless against you." Lin Xuan fell silent, offering a wry smile. "Thank you for your reminder, senior sister." He was acutely aware of his own circumstances. The idea of being a reincarnated powerhouse was utterly implausible. If he possessed even a modicum of talent, he would not have spent over 20 years in cultivation, still only at mid-stage nascent soul. Cultivators enjoy long lifespans. Even those at the foundation stage can live for over 200 years without issue. In the mundane world, achieving foundation establishment within 30 years allows one to lead a prosperous life. However, within the realm of immortals, a 30-year-old at the nascent soul stage is merely considered average. Over the years, Lin Xuan had often heard tales of prodigies who broke through to the transformation stage at 10, achieved integration at 15, and were preparing for tribulation by 30. If there were truly a reincarnated powerhouse among them, surely it would be one of those individuals. However, he was not the slightest bit disheartened. As a high-achieving student who had undergone 9 years of exceptional compulsory education, Lin Xuan held a perspective that diverged significantly from that of most individuals in this world. Simply having the opportunity to live again filled him with contentment. Not to mention that a cultivator in the transformation stage could expect a lifespan extending at least 5 centuries. Furthermore, he had allied himself with a mysterious benefactor, and with the resources left by his master, he was confident he could achieve 2 consecutive breakthroughs before the sect competition, advancing to the later stage of transformation. This would grant him several additional decades of life. even if he were to depart from the Wooding Immortal sect and return to the mundane world. Living as a wealthy individual would not be an unpleasant fate. Before their separation, Zhao Yu suddenly remarked, "I will return this spirit stone to you. With your cultivation at the transformation stage, you need not rely on my assistance to deal with him." Though her words were spoken with ease, her expression betrayed a sense of reluctance. 100 spirit stones. That was the equivalent of a month's worth. To exchange for such a sum through contributions would require the hunting of at least 2 beasts of the transformation stage, incurring considerable costs. Yet, she felt it would be improper to keep it. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, refusing the spirit stones Zhao Yu offered, and said, "Senior sister, keep it. Regardless of my cultivation level, since you have intervened on my behalf, this 100 spirit stones are rightfully your reward." With that, Lin Xuan strode purposefully towards the hall's exit. He had no intention of wasting any time here, as he had a vast pool of spirit liquid awaiting his absorption at home. Zhao Yu watched Lin Xuan's departing figure, momentarily lost in thought, murmuring, "It seems the previous rumors were indeed true." Her eyes glimmered with conviction. As Lin Xuan soared into the air and had just exited the main hall, he was intercepted by 2 female disciples. Puzzled, he regarded the 2 rather attractive women and inquired, "May I ask what brings you both here?" A slight smile graced his handsome face, radiating charm and sunlight. This very smile caused one of the younger white-clad women to blush crimson, turning her gaze away from Lin Xuan, her body instinctively leaning back. She tugged nervously at the edge of the red-clad woman's garment, as if seeking assistance. "This senior brother is truly remarkable. My sister has taken an instant liking to him. Might we have the honor of an introduction?" The red-clad woman steadied herself and spoke with a gentle smile. "Since we are fellow disciples, why should there be any objection?" Lin Xuan nodded slightly. He had encountered such situations countless times over his decade-long journey in the sect and had long since formulated a template for such interactions. He navigated the conversation with ease, leaving no room for error. The white-clad woman's expression brightened, and she dared to gaze up at Lin Xuan momentarily. However, upon meeting his eyes, she quickly lowered her head again, her delicate hands fidgeting uncertainly, unsure where to place them. "Might I ask, senior brother, do you have time this evening?" "Unfortunately, I do not," Lin Xuan replied without hesitation. He was keenly aware of the formidable nature of such encounters, especially in a world where cultivation ran deep. He vividly recalled his early days over a decade ago when, as a naive newcomer, he too had wished to experience the sweetness of love. He had chosen a stunning senior sister from among numerous admirers, only to narrowly escape being torn to shreds by other suitors. Those individuals profoundly enlightened Lin Xuan to the harsh truth that what one cannot possess, one may as well seek to destroy. When will that senior brother have the time? Might he consider meeting with his younger sister? The red-clad woman paused mid-sentence, hesitating momentarily before resolutely declaring, "Never mind, she is unworthy." The white-clad woman was momentarily taken aback, casting an indignant glance at her senior sister. "I thought you were going to help me make connections. How can she be unworthy?" Lin Xuan, too, was slightly bewildered. What sort of game was this? Had he never encountered such a scenario before? Were young women nowadays so whimsical in their pursuit of love? "May I inquire if the senior brother has the time for an intimate conversation over a pot of tea, while we admire the moonlight at midnight?" The red-clad woman, her countenance blooming with spring's promise, spoke candidly. Love should be boldly expressed, rather than timidly hinted at through another's words. Clearing his throat, Lin Xuan took a solemn tone. A confession should herald the triumph, not serve as the initial assault. He then recited his well-practiced triad of refusals. "You are a wonderful girl. I shall regard you as a sister. Trust me, you will surely find someone better in the future." Thus, he left the 2 disheartened junior sisters behind as he soared into the skies. This was the decision he made after weighing the pros and cons. The current situation was far superior to the past. Even in his quest for a partner, he need not fear for his safety. Setting aside the internal sect's prohibition against disciples harming one another, as a disciple of the inner sect, he had secured an invaluable ally. However, if what Zhao Yu said were true, that his master took him on as a disciple out of desire for his physical form, then seeking a partner might provoke a jealous sentiment within her. Moreover, to assert that he harbored no feelings for his master would be disingenuous. After all, she was the most beautiful elder of the Wooding Immortal sect. With a family fortune to boot, if he did not strive for something, he would likely live a life rife with regret. In this world, it was quite common for men to take concubines, though it necessitated that the man's cultivation surpass that of the woman. Given Lin Xuan's current circumstances, the notion of taking a concubine while married to Li Yuqing was rather impractical. Hence, Lin Xuan resolved that once his cultivation exceeded that of his master, he would lay his cards on the table. As he reflected on his master's whimsical nature, Lin Xuan mused, yet, with so many resources at her disposal, how is it that her cultivation ranks among the lowest? Surely, her aptitude is lacking. He had entertained the thought that perhaps his master concealed her true level of cultivation. Yet he quickly dismissed it. Any such concealment would surely be purposeful. With the vast reservoir of spirit liquid at her disposal, Lin Xuan felt certain that the forces behind his master would not regard the modest wooding immortal sect with any significance. There was no necessity for her to obscure her identity when her influence could easily dominate the sect. Just considering the spirit liquid alone could enlist numerous factions to subdue the wooding immortal sect repeatedly. Thus, Lin Xuan formed a rough hypothesis regarding his master's background. She was undoubtedly the illegitimate daughter of some formidable entity. Due to her inadequate qualifications, she was unable to gain entry into the family genealogy. Consequently, her formidable father found a realm with relatively low power levels. He provided her with ample resources for the grand competition, hoping that she could secretly cultivate for several centuries, at least to a point where she could be deemed worthy to enter the family lineage. However, her master's lack of aptitude rendered even the abundance of resources insufficient, leading to an exasperatingly slow pace of cultivation. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, a look of conviction on his face. Indeed, it must be so. Yet, possessing an extensive wealth of experience from countless web novels and being well-versed in numerous tropes, Lin Xuan could never have anticipated that his master's identity was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Before long, Lin Xuan returned to Qiu Haifeng. Each elder peak was protected by formations and restrictions, but these did not impede the disciples within. Lin Xuan effortlessly crossed the barrier. The air shimmered with subtle ripples. Gazing at the somewhat desolate mountain, lacking in vitality due to its sparse population, Lin Xuan felt a wave of loneliness wash over him. He contemplated whether he should take in disciples for his master, bringing a few closed-door students to the mountain to enliven the atmosphere and enhance the popularity of Qiu Haifeng. He pushed open the door to a small world abundant in spiritual energy. There, he found Xiao Yurong joyfully splashing water onto the shore, barefoot upon the surface of the lake, playing happily by herself. Goodness, how extravagant! If those disciples from the sect, who risked their lives each month for a mere handful of spirit stones, were to witness this, how heartbroken they would be. Lin Xuan quickly waved and called out, "Yurong, hold on a moment. You're back." Hearing Lin Xuan's voice, Xiao Yurong paused her actions, glanced up at him, and walked to the shore. While the spiritual liquid was indeed plentiful, such wastefulness was unacceptable. If it were to run out, it would be unfortunate. Lin Xuan spoke to her as if to a child, trying to convey his thoughts. But I've always played like this for so many years. And the water in this pool has never decreased, Xiao Yurong replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved by what she perceived as a reprimand. Lin Xuan, skeptical, approached the pool and tossed the Shumi ring provided by the sect into the water. He then performed a series of hand seals and chanted an incantation, absorbing 10 cubic meters of the spiritual liquid. Yet, the water showed no signs of diminishing. The surface remained unchanged. Perhaps the amount was too small to notice any effect? Lin Xuan remained puzzled. The spiritual liquid was denser than water. 10 cubic meters would weigh around 12 tons, but placed in this pool, it hardly seemed to affect the water level. To ascertain the true volume of spiritual liquid in the pool, Lin Xuan took out the storage bracelet gifted by his master and began to absorb the liquid in earnest. A colossal column of water surged skyward, resembling a dragon drawing from the depths, flowing into the storage bracelet. When Lin Xuan probed the bracelet with his spiritual sense, he discovered a pit approximately 50 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep, now filled with the spiritual liquid. Astonishingly, the pool before him still exhibited no signs of reduction. Lin Xuan was immediately taken aback. Countless emotions surged within him, culminating in a single exclamation. Incredible! Infinite spiritual liquid? Originally, he felt a twinge of regret. Although there was an abundance of spiritual liquid, it belonged to his master and was meant solely for cultivation. The thought of stealing it was unfathomable. Yet, since it was purportedly infinite, the notion of theft became irrelevant. After all, if it was indeed limitless, why not take advantage of it? However, Lin Xuan soon composed himself and murmured to himself, "It cannot truly be infinite. How could there exist limitless spiritual liquid in this world? Perhaps I simply haven't collected enough to cause the water level to drop." One might ask, in the vast, boundless ocean, if 100 tons of seawater evaporated, how could one possibly perceive a change in the ocean's surface? Xiao Yurong's lips curled into a subtle smile, her rosy cheeks forming delicate dimples as she replied. Master once mentioned that we can use the water in this pond freely, for it is inexhaustible. Regaining his composure from the initial shock, Lin Xuan wasted no time in pouring all the recently collected spiritual liquid back into the pond. It is well known that a common man is innocent. Yet possessing a treasure can lead to suspicion. With so much spiritual liquid on his person, should anyone catch sight of it, the rules prohibiting disciples from harming each other would be of no consequence. Even the sect leader of the Wooding Immortal sect might take action against Lin Xuan, seizing the liquid while interrogating him about its origins. Such a scenario would spell disaster. Moreover, since he could utilize this spiritual liquid infinitely, there was no need to flaunt it. As he poured the liquid back into the pond, just as Lin Xuan anticipated, the water level remained unchanged, perfectly tranquil. It was as if a single drop had fallen into the vast ocean. Instinctively, Lin Xuan turned to the golden-fruited tree beside the willow and inquired, "Where is your sister?" Given the extraordinary nature of this pond's spiritual liquid, would consuming a fruit from this tree truly allow one to ascend and become an immortal? "Xianran's sister has gone to sleep. She adores sleeping and won't come to play with me," Xiao Yurong lamented, her expression betraying a sense of grievance. Since gaining consciousness, her memories of Xianran's sister were filled with moments of either slumber or preparing for sleep after a meal. The most egregious part was her initial attempts to rouse Xianran's sister to play, which resulted in a few reprimands that left her head swollen. "Sleeping?" Lin Xuan instinctively inquired. "Is she in a deep sleep?" "Xianran's sister is quite hard to awaken." Xiao Yurong tilted her head, pondering for a moment before responding. "In other words, she sleeps very soundly." A hint of a smile graced Lin Xuan's lips as a bold, mischievous, yet refined thought crossed his mind. However, before proceeding, he felt it prudent to confirm. "Tell me, if I were to pluck a fruit from the tree, would she awaken?" "Not at all," Xiao Yurong assured him with conviction. "These fruits are of little value. Although Xianran's sister loves her sleep, she is not one to be stingy." Lin Xuan felt a wave of incredulity. A fruit capable of allowing a mortal to ascend to immortality was deemed insignificant? He inhaled deeply and softly replied, "That is reassuring." With that, he approached the towering fruit tree. Looking up, Lin Xuan beheld the tree's lush, jade-green leaves, vibrant and imbued with a mystical glow, brimming with life. In the tranquil embrace of the trees, Xianran lay nestled within the fork of a branch, indulging in a peaceful slumber, while Lin Xuan beneath the tree could almost hear the faint sounds of her gentle snores. With a subtle touch upon the ground, Lin Xuan leapt effortlessly onto the branch, casting a glance at the curled-up figure of little Xianran. Moving with utmost delicacy, he plucked a golden fruit from the tree, just as Xiao Yurong had indicated. The moment he grasped the fruit, Xuanran's body quivered slightly, clearly sensing something, yet she merely turned over and continued her slumber, too lazy to rise. The fruit felt cool to the touch, yet it radiated an intense spiritual energy, brimming with vitality, undoubtedly a potent tonic. Lin Xuan examined the golden fruit closely, discovering within it a profound essence that his current cultivation level could not comprehend. The essence was enigmatic, obscure, and complete. This seemed to confirm Lin Xuan's earlier conjecture. Consuming one would undoubtedly lead to an instant ascension, but the downside, as Xianran had mentioned, was that his body might not withstand such an overwhelming influx of spiritual power, potentially leading to a catastrophic explosion. Yet, the allure of immediate ascension overshadowed the potential peril, luring Lin Xuan irresistibly. He was certain that anyone within the unconstrained immortal sect would be similarly captivated by the fruit's immense effects, conveniently forgetting the risk of explosive demise. After a moment of inner conflict, he resolved to store the fruit in his spatial bracelet, remaining clear-headed amidst temptation. Lin Xuan's resolve was unwavering. His pursuit of immortality was not driven by vengeance nor born from desperation. It was simply a quest for longevity and the enjoyment of life. Furthermore, he was not in haste to rapidly elevate his cultivation. Advancing 2 tiers within half a month had already garnered considerable attention. Should he withstand the tumultuous spiritual energy and ascend multiple realms in a single day, it would likely provoke the sect leader to personally interrogate him regarding his breakthrough. Casting a glance at the slumbering Xianran, he leaped down, devoid of any ulterior thoughts. Both Xianran and Yurong, being spiritual entities, possessed bodies nearing perfection, their delicate features enchanting and flawless, already resembling beauties destined to captivate hearts and wreak havoc upon nations in the future. As a normal man, it was natural to have certain thoughts. However, the 2 tree spirits were still quite young, with Xianran merely appearing as a girl just over 10 years old. This rendered any such notions nearly non-existent, At the very least, he felt it prudent to wait until they matured. Below the tree, Xiao Yurong observed Lin Xian's restraint and felt relieved, exclaiming, "I knew the elder would not recklessly consume the fruit merely for a slight boost in cultivation." Lin Xian sighed softly. "Let us keep it as a trump card. Should we encounter peril in the future, I may consume it to seek a glimmer of survival." "Indeed. That would be ideal." Xiao Yurong nodded in agreement. "Sister Xianran advised that you are not yet capable of withstanding the fruit's effects, and if you wish to consume it, she insisted I must intervene." Lin Xian, taken aback, inquired, "Then why did you not stop me from picking it?" "Elder, you merely plucked it. You did not consume it. So why should I intervene?" With a look of bewilderment, Xiao Yurong retorted, her demeanor exuding a sense of justified confidence. Lin Xian chuckled softly. Her adorableness was simply irresistible. "All right, you may play while I embark on my cultivation." Xiao Yurong nodded vigorously, yet her face was laden with reluctance. As she had hoped, Lin Xian would accompany her in play. Much to her surprise, he was akin to Sister Xianran. Both captivated by their respective pursuits, one lost in slumber and the other immersed in training. Diving into the spiritual liquid, Lin Xian reveled in the sensation of being enveloped by rich spiritual energy. Every pore on his body expanded, akin to the ocean absorbing rivers. As he drew in the essence of the liquid, upon entering his body, the liquid transformed into pure spiritual energy, circulating through his meridians, allowing him to break through 2 levels consecutively. At this juncture, his primary focus was not merely on enhancing his cultivation, but on solidifying his realm, a process that consumed 3 full days. After this period, Lin Xian opened his eyes, feeling the previously unstable realm had now stabilized. He proceeded to challenge the mid-stage of the transformation spirit realm. He sensed an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy filling his body, surpassing the usual rate of absorption from the natural world by more than 100-fold. Having a wealthy and powerful master was indeed a delightful advantage. However, Lin Xian noted that although his cultivation speed had notably increased, the path to a breakthrough felt significantly slower. It appeared that to ascend to the early stage of transformation spirit, he would require at least an additional 2 months. This should not be the case, Lin Xian pondered, feeling perplexed. Logically, as one's cultivation ascends, subsequent breakthroughs should take progressively longer. This phenomenon was akin to a larger bucket requiring more water to overflow. Yet, he was different. With an abundance of spiritual liquid at his disposal, he could fill his bucket in no more than 20 days at the current absorption rate. He resolved to consult Xianran for clarity. Soaring out of the liquid, he reached the shore to find only Xiao Yurong present. It seemed Xiao Xianran was still lost in her dreams. "Master, how do you feel?" Xiao Yurong greeted him enthusiastically, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation, as she hoped Lin Xian would join her in playful endeavors. "Why does it feel as though my cultivation speed has significantly diminished?" Lin Xian contemplated aloud. Though Xiao Yurong appeared unreliable, her constant presence beside her master likely endowed her with greater insight than he, a disciple who had spent over a decade in the outer sect. "Oh, regarding that," she explained. "Sister Xianran mentioned that your rapid breakthroughs were due to the substantial spiritual liquid clearing the blockages in your meridians and reconstructing your foundation. The previously accumulated spiritual power in your body has now erupted." Xiao Yurong spoke with reason and clarity. "Do you not feel that your rate of absorbing the spiritual liquid is markedly faster than before?" "Indeed," Lin Xian replied with a slight nod. "I had presumed it was due to both the breakthroughs and the ample supply of spiritual liquid." "Is it truly so?" "Of course," she affirmed. "Sister Xianran noted that your meridians were quite peculiar, even possessing 2 points of blockage. The fact that you could cultivate is a testament to your exceptional innate talent. Otherwise, you would likely have led a mundane existence." Xiao Yurong's words reverberated in Lin Xian's mind, gradually coalescing into a question on his face. Without external influences, the fate of a life is often predetermined at birth. The obstruction of meridians, their constriction, and the presence of discontinuities serve as significant impediments to the aspirations of mortals seeking to cultivate themselves. Ordinarily, Lin Xian would not harbor any doubts. For among the human race, those capable of cultivation constitute less than 1 in 10, with over 90% remaining ordinary mortals. However, he recalled a particularly pivotal term from the words of Xiao Yurong. Had it not been for his extraordinary talent at birth, he would have been destined for a mundane existence. This implies that upon his arrival into the world, he possessed exceptional aptitude, yet due to some unknown cause, his meridians encountered discontinuities. Nonetheless, despite this setback, he could still absorb spiritual energy from the cosmos, Could it be a tale of remarkable talent, marred by the envy of his kin, leading to the sabotage of his meridians? That seemed unlikely. Lin Xian's mind wandered through the memories of his years within the family. Throughout his upbringing, he demonstrated notable talent, cherished by the clan's patriarch to such an extent that even his parents, belonging to a collateral branch, were elevated to the status of elders. The patriarch even ventured forth to hunt ferocious beasts, exchanging their resources for his cultivation, devoid of any of the internecine strife commonly found in novels. Furthermore, although he had traversed into this life as an infant, he retained the memories and intellect of his previous existence, recalling nearly all events from his early years. If someone had clandestinely sabotaged his meridians, it stood to reason that he would remember. With mounting confusion, Lin Xian could only continue to inquire of Xiao Yurong. Do you know the reason behind this? Or what might have caused such a situation? Xiao Yurong tilted her head, nonchalantly shrugging her shoulders. Sister Xian Ran did not disclose that. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He had initially thought Xiao Yurong, despite her seemingly naive demeanor, possessed considerable knowledge. It turned out she was merely a parrot repeating what she had heard. However, Sister Xianran mentioned that a substantial amount of spiritual liquid had repaired his meridians, assuring him that even in the absence of such resources in the future, his achievements would not be diminished, and at the very least, he would be capable of ascending. Lin Xian nodded slightly, choosing not to press further, resolving to wait until his master returned for a more comprehensive inquiry. Speaking of his master, Lin Xian couldn't resist asking, Yurong, do you know the identity of our master? I do not, Xiao Yurong replied, shaking her head. I have been here since before I gained consciousness, and the master has never revealed our origins or his own. All I know is that he is the strongest person in the world. Lin Xian regarded this with skepticism, akin to how most children in his clan viewed their patriarch, who had reached the mid-foundation stage, as the mightiest in existence. Xiao Yurong had never ventured beyond this small world. Her only contact was with their master, Liu Qing, which naturally fostered a limited perspective. Maintaining his composure, he continued to inquire, what about you and Xianran? What is your current cultivation level? Cultivation level? Xiao Yurong looked up, her expression one of utter bewilderment. After a moment, she struck her left hand against her right palm, suddenly realizing, and explained, the master said we are innate beings, and there is no such concept as cultivation level. He has never taught us how to cultivate. However, Sister Xianran mentions each time she awakens that her strength has significantly increased. Looking at the adorable countenance of Xiao Yurong, Lin Xian's expression darkened. The notion that one could grow stronger merely by sleeping seemed exceedingly abnormal. Are innate beings truly so terrifying? It seems futile to inquire about your cultivation level. Lin Xian waved his hand weakly, expressing his helplessness. With such a diminutive figure as Xiao Yurong, how could one possibly engage in a fight? Would one resort to wielding a baby bottle? By the way, my lord, during your recent days of cultivation, someone sought you out, requesting that you learn the art of refining weapons. Xiao Yurong suddenly recalled the words relayed to her by a visitor yesterday evening. Very well, understood. Lin Xian nodded slowly. He had previously heard that after disciples within the sect break through to the transformation stage, they would have the opportunity to learn advanced techniques in weapon crafting or alchemy from specialized elders. Logically speaking, given his current resources, with an abundance of spiritual liquid at his disposal, there was little need for him to pursue such knowledge. He could simply purchase whatever he desired. However, as the saying goes, an abundance of skills is never a burden. One can never predict what tomorrow may bring or when unexpected events may occur. The concept of living off one's resources is perilous, should the day come when his master is taken back to their family by a formidable elder. It is unlikely that such abundant resources would remain. He would then find himself like other inner disciples, receiving a meager monthly stipend of 100 spiritual stones, and venturing out to hunt beasts for a few extra stones, risking his life in the process. Moreover, the most potent magical artifacts are often those one has crafted oneself. While one's self-forged artifact may not necessarily be the strongest will undoubtedly be one's own creation. Hence, it is illogical not to learn. You stay here and play. I shall venture out. Lin Xian gently stroked Xiao Yurong's head, but quickly withdrew his hand as if shocked. His face registered surprise as he turned to leave. It was not that Xiao Yurong was particularly discontent. Rather, Lin Xian had clearly perceived the look of enjoyment on her face. How absurd. If this were in a previous life, such behavior would have led to dire consequences. Who could withstand such a situation? Xiao Yurong gazed at Lin Xian's departing figure, her expression blank, unable to comprehend why he felt the need to flee. She merely found comfort in the moment. Upon leaving the small world, Lin Xuan noticed that the outside world was cloaked in dusk, the setting sun casting a blood-red hue upon the ground. The time within the small world felt akin to midday, utterly disconnected from the external timeline. Clearly, there was no concept of sunrise or sunset in there. After a brief moment of confusion, Lin Xuan soon reconciled this. Having spent over 20 days inside, mostly training, it seemed the sun within the small world had not moved at all during his waking hours. Lin Xuan soared through the air, heading towards the practice heaven peak. This peak was not among the 360 elder peaks, but rather a separate mountain dedicated to the arts of crafting and alchemy. Within the vast expanse of the Immortal sect, there were thousands of peaks, and the 360 were merely the most representative among them. The Wooding Immortal sect occupied a considerable territory. If one were to include the numerous mundane kingdoms affiliated with the sect, it would resemble a sprawling empire. Unbeknownst to him, events from 3 days prior had once again circulated within the sect. Regardless of whether he concealed his cultivation, his transformation stage prowess was sufficient to draw the attention of many. During this sect's grand ceremony, among the external disciples selected by the elders, only those ranked within the top 10 possessed the cultivation of the spirit transformation stage. The majority of the other disciples were at the late stage of the nascent soul. The distinction between the late nascent soul and the early spirit transformation is quite pronounced, with many external disciples devoting their lives yet remaining trapped at the late nascent soul stage, with no hope of advancing to spirit transformation. This is fundamentally why Lin Xuan, having just broken through, could easily overpower Zhao Mu. Consequently, upon reaching the peak of heavenly refinement, he became the focal point of attention for many disciples within the peak. The peak master, Lu Zai, sat cross-legged on the cushion at the center of the grand hall atop the peak, slowly opening his eyes and admonishing. "What are you staring at? Is there anything worth looking at? Have you all mastered the refining techniques I just taught?" Lu Zai, with a gaunt frame and stooped posture, had graying hair, unlike the similarly aged sect master who exuded an air of ethereal grace. He appeared more like a weary elder, devoid of any vigor. Nevertheless, he commanded great respect. As soon as he spoke, numerous disciples promptly turned their heads to attend to their own tasks. "Newcomer, come here and register." Lu Zai gestured towards Lin Xuan with a calm tone. Register? Although Lin Xuan approached the elder without hesitation, he was quite perplexed. If Lu Zai was truly unaware of his background, Lin Xuan would not believe it for a moment. Even the sect had records of their titles, cultivation levels, entry times, and details of their training. "Let us discuss your family situation." Lu Zai continued to sit on the ground, merely lifting his gaze to focus on Lin Xuan. "Family situation?" Lin Xuan was filled with confusion. "Indeed, tell me about your family's assets in detail." Lu Zai nodded slightly, disregarding Lin Xuan's bewilderment. The disciple's family resided in the mundane realm of the Nanyang dynasty, in a secluded area that could be considered a local power, possessing approximately 1,000 acres of fertile land. Lu Zai furrowed his brow slightly and remarked softly, "If that is all, it may be difficult for you to progress far in the path of refining." Lin Xuan nodded slightly. This statement held truth. For both refining and alchemy required substantial resources in the early stages. The probability of furnace explosions was exceedingly high at the beginning and even in later stages. When one had gained considerable insight, one could still deplete all prior savings in the pursuit of crafting magical artifacts or certain elixirs. However, should one possess exceptional talent in refining, the sect would cover all material costs and provide generous rewards. "Now, do you wish to learn refining or alchemy?" Lu Zai inquired further. "Both," Lin Xuan replied calmly. Since he was here, why not acquire another skill? His choice to pursue both refining and alchemy was not merely for show. Rather, it was to discern which path suited him best. Though refining and alchemy appeared to share a common origin, they diverged significantly. Upon hearing this, the disciples within the hall raised their heads to glance at Lin Xuan, though they refrained from verbalizing their thoughts. Yet, it was evident from their expressions that they bore a mocking demeanor, barely suppressing their laughter. Human energy is limited. And even for chi practitioners, this holds true. Whether in refining or alchemy, both require substantial time dedicated to cultivation to achieve mastery. Furthermore, crafting high-tier spiritual pills and artifacts necessitates formidable cultivation as support. Otherwise, one would not even have the opportunity to face a furnace explosion. To aspire to master both weapon forging and alchemy simultaneously, one must possess extraordinary talent and a level of comprehension that surpasses the ordinary. Moreover, one would need to possess the rare ability to elevate their cultivation by merely drinking water or to achieve breakthroughs in their realm with a mere nap. The crux of the matter lies in whether one has the financial means to indulge in such audacity. Just as everyone anticipated that Lu Xia would erupt in fury, he instead stroked his beard and smiled, remarking, "Indeed, you reflect the vigor of my youth. If the young do not exhibit a touch of arrogance, then what truly defines their youth?" Lin Xuan was taken aback, having recently ascended to the inner sect. He had limited knowledge of the sect's higher echelons and was oblivious to Lu Xia's true capabilities. To be proficient in both disciplines undeniably signified genius, which explained his position as the master of Liantian Peak. Thus, he instinctively inquired, could it be that the elder also excels in both disciplines? He was aware that the peak master held a status comparable to an elder. Not quite, Lu Xia replied. In my early years, I endeavored to study both paths. But alas, my limited energy compelled me to abandon weapon forging in favor of focusing solely on alchemy. Lin Xuan found himself momentarily speechless. The notion of abandoning one path seemed futile. Was it not a rather reckless pursuit? Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern. In recent years, when his alchemical skills stagnated due to the constraints of his cultivation, Lu Xia had delved into weapon forging techniques. While he may not have made significant advancements, he could certainly guide one to a foundational understanding. Lu Xia rose and approached Lin Xuan, stating, "Lin Xuan, your title is Baigu, and your aptitude appears commendable. You may indeed have the potential to master both disciplines." Each of Lu Xia's words struck deep into the hearts of the disciples, who were filled with mockery. Faced with the choice between two disciplines, they felt constrained, while this young man might possess the chance to excel in both. Surely, the elder must be mistaken? Of course. Such thoughts remained unspoken. "Let me assess your attributes," Lu Xia said, moving closer to Lin Xuan. He lifted his hand to touch Lin Xuan's wrist, closing his eyes to release a faint stream of spiritual energy. Typically, one would place their hand on the shoulder, but Lu Xia, bent slightly, found it necessary to adapt. A remarkably strong fire attribute, excellent, indeed suited for weapon forging. But wait, you also possess a wood attribute. It is not too late for you to choose weapon forging, should you dedicate yourself to alchemy. It is not inconceivable that I might pass the mantle of Liantian Peak to you in the future. Lu Xia's gaze shifted from initial admiration to satisfaction as he regarded Lin Xuan. Whether in weapon forging or alchemy, possessing a fire attribute spiritual root is essential. To possess both fire and wood attributes indicates a natural prodigy in alchemy. Without a hint of exaggeration, Lu Xia himself was blessed with both wood and fire spiritual roots, a fact that accounted for his significant achievements in alchemy. However, just as Lu Xia prepared to withdraw his hand, he was suddenly jolted by an overwhelming realization. His expression transforming from satisfaction to shock. Indeed, there was also a formidable metal attribute spiritual root present. Could it be that this young man truly possesses the capacity to master both disciplines? Upon hearing this, the disciples in the vicinity could no longer contain themselves, erupting in an uproar. "Elder Lu, have you perhaps misjudged? Those with 3 attribute spiritual roots are unequivocally extraordinary prodigies. How could one, after over a decade of study, remain at the initial stage of the transformation god realm?" A disciple suddenly rose to question. He was quite handsome, yet when compared to Lin Xuan, he appeared as though he were merely a shadow of a more radiant figure. From the moment he laid eyes on Lin Xuan, a profound jealousy took root within him. How could there exist such a strikingly handsome man in this world? And now, not only was he exceedingly good-looking, but he also possessed a tri-attribute spiritual root, leaving no room for others to shine. Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he coldly remarked, "Are you suggesting that the old man has become blind in his old age?" The disciple dared not respond. He immediately knelt, unwilling to confront Lu's brilliance. Yet he remained defiant, saying, "Elder Lu, I merely fear that you have made a mistake, causing junior brother Lin to waste excessive time studying 2 heart techniques, thus hindering his cultivation. Enough of this meaningless chatter. These are remnants of our past endeavors. When the old man deceived his fellow brothers and sisters, you had yet to be born." Lu Xia waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to dwell on the matter. But his words were startling. Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling a flicker of admiration for the master of Liantian Peak. He was indeed bold and unyielding, though his approach was somewhat unconventional. Every Qi cultivator, at the onset of their training, would ascertain their spiritual root attributes to determine the path they would follow in their practice. However, Lin Xuan recalled that his spiritual roots seemed to consist solely of fire attributes. The sudden emergence of metal and wood attributes likely pertained to the restoration of 2 broken points. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. His thoughts drifted back to the time within his clan when he was regarded as a genius by countless individuals. That feeling was, on the whole, quite delightful. With such aptitude, if you remain on Qiuhai Peak, your talents may very well be overlooked. Lu Zai pondered for a moment before stating, I will immediately report to the sect leader and request that you become a direct disciple, while also enrolling under my tutelage. This way, the sect will provide you with all the resources you require. All materials needed for artifact crafting and alchemy will be supplied by me. What do you think of this arrangement? Lu Zai's offer of support elicited envy from many disciples present. Everyone understood that cultivation demanded abundant resources, particularly for artifact crafting and alchemy. Lin Xuan's expression shifted slightly, revealing his astonishment. He had merely wished to acquire a skill, yet you would have me leave Qiuhai Peak? Such a notion was untenable. He hastily declined, saying, My master has shown me great favor, and I could never abandon her. I am grateful for Elder Lu's kind intentions. Lu Zai's face darkened, and the other disciples were equally astonished. He had refused the invitation to become a direct disciple. If you do not wish to accept such a splendid opportunity, then do not possess such remarkable talent. Is this not infuriating? Do you not realize that your master is among the weakest elders in the sect? Lu Zai's brow unfurled as he continued to persuade. With her cultivation level, she will be unable to fully harness your talents, ultimately leading to their obscurity. With your potential, even without becoming a direct disciple of the sect leader, you would still garner attention from the celestial sect. However, you must understand that the passing down of teachings emphasizes continuity. If you are not a direct disciple, the resources you receive will undoubtedly pale in comparison to those afforded to direct disciples. Throughout the years, I have encountered countless disciples embarking on the path of alchemy. Yet it is rare to witness a talent such as yours. I do not wish for you to be overlooked. Elder Lu, my mind is made up. I hope you will not press me unduly. However, Lin Xuan remained undeterred, continuing to raise his bid. It was unclear how to articulate his feelings. Was it necessary for me to acquire the same resources as a direct disciple? Does it truly matter? Within Qiuhai Feng, there was enough spiritual liquid to bathe in and irrigate fields. What advantage does becoming a direct disciple hold? With monthly stipends increasing from 100 spirit stones to 1,000 or even 2,000, the disparity between these two scenarios is evident. Surely, only a fool would not recognize the preferable choice. Given this, I shall not insist. After all, should you come to regret your decision, there will still be time to reconsider. Lu Zia cast a glance at Lin Xuan, wearily waved his hand, and sighed. If this were an undiscovered genius, even forcefully taking him would necessitate the intervention of the sect. Yet Lin Xuan was already an inner disciple, under the tutelage of one of the 360 elders. To forcibly take him would be deemed improper. This is the furnace and cauldron I used 500 years ago. Their grade is not particularly high, merely of the 3rd tier, but sufficient for all your initial needs. Here, take these cultivation methods and study them. I have matters to attend to. Lu Zia retrieved 2 furnaces and 2 manuals from his spatial ring and, in a flash, departed from Lin Xuan Peak. Heading towards the grand hall of the undetermined immortal sect, the residence of the sect leader and several esteemed elders. Upon Lu Zia's departure, the disciples within the hall of Lin Xuan Peak cast disapproving glances at Lin Xuan. They were all disciples of the sect, studying the art of alchemy. Yet Lu Zia had only provided them with low-grade furnaces devoid of rank, while bestowing upon Lin Xuan a 3rd-tier cauldron and furnace. How infuriating it was to witness such favoritism. What? Do you intend to seize the cauldron from your junior brother? Lin Xuan squinted slightly, surveying the gathered disciples. His tone sharp. To him, the 3rd-tier cauldron and furnace were not particularly precious, yet having acquired them, it was inconceivable that anyone would dare to take them away. Junior brother, you worry too much. We are all disciples of the sect. We should rejoice in your success, not seek to snatch your belongings. A young man in white replied with a smile, clasping his hands. You will undoubtedly become a renowned master of the alchemical arts in the future. In truth, this was due to the sect's strict prohibition against seizing another's resources. Pilfering spirit stones was a grave offense, and the discovery of a 3rd-tier cauldron could lead to dire consequences. Otherwise, Lin Xuan might have found it exceedingly difficult to leave Lin Xuan Peak today. You flatter me. Senior brother, Lin Xuan chuckled lightly, squinting. I wish you all a bright future. May you strive to possess 3 attributes of spiritual roots as soon as possible. Strive to possess 3 attributes of spiritual roots? Did he not realize that the attributes of spiritual roots are determined at birth? Unless one consumes celestial fruits or heavenly grade elixirs, The possibility of acquiring 3 attributes lies only in the next life. You would curse us to death, and yet wish for us to achieve this so soon? Junior brother takes his leave. The methods bestowed by Elder Lu are exceedingly detailed, and I must return to fully comprehend them. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he rose and departed. He could hardly be considered reclusive, yet he preferred not to linger among a throng of people. This inclination stemmed primarily from his inability to sense any goodwill from these so-called senior brothers. In such a case, what was the point of remaining together in a facade of cordiality? Once Lin Xuan left, the events that transpired on Lin Xuan Peak quickly spread throughout the sect within the span of an hour. In one corner of the sect, 2 familiar disciples collided. And one, with an air of mystery, immediately remarked, "Have you heard? Elder Lu from Lin Xuan Peak intended to take Lin Xuan as his disciple, only to be flatly rejected. Now Elder Lu is furious and has gone to confront the sect leader. But SHHH, don't breathe a word of this. It's a secret." Of course. Do you not know who I am? I am the epitome of discretion. After parting ways, the discreet young lord encountered a fellow disciple with whom he shared a good rapport and promptly beckoned him aside. "Brother, you know Lin Xuan, right?" "Oh." My eagerness betrays me. "The junior sister you fancy happens to have a penchant for this lad. Let me share a secret with you. Do not utter a word to anyone. Lin Xuan has just rejected Elder Lu's generous offer at Lin Xuan Peak and even berated him for his incompetence. His good fortune may soon come to an end." "Is that true? How splendid. Remember, brother, you must not reveal this to anyone. Rest assured, I shall remain tight-lipped." Thus, through the whispers of several discreet young lords, a cohesive and credible version of events emerged. Lin Xuan, possessing 3 elemental spiritual roots, had been offered a lavish apprenticeship by Elder Lu, which he rejected while publicly scolding Elder Lu for his ineptitude, all while harboring a desire for Li Yuqing, thus concealing his true capabilities to infiltrate Qiuhai Peak. This phenomenon of misinformation illustrates the adage that 3 can make a tiger. Meanwhile, Elder Lu entered the grand hall of the sect located at Tongtian Peak, where he found the sect leader and immediately launched into a tirade. Elder Lu's fingers curled as he emphatically struck the ancient wooden table beside the sect leader, questioning, why was a prodigious disciple like Lin Xuan allowed to be taken under Elder Li's wing? Is this not a disservice to the young man? Sect leader Duan Qing, a middle-aged man with an ethereal demeanor, long hair, and a dignified presence, sipped a cup of strong tea before responding with a slight smile. "There is no need for such agitation, Elder Lu. I have heard of the circumstances. He merely concealed 2 levels of cultivation, being only at the initial stage of the transformation stage. While such disciples are rare, we are not lacking in them. What intrigues me is why Elder Li chose to take him as a disciple. Could it be, as rumors suggest within the sect, that Elder Li has taken a liking to this young man? That would indeed be a delightful turn of events." Elder Lu, having arrived at great speed, found the news had not yet circulated, and thus the sect leader remained oblivious to the happenings at Lin Xuan Peak. Duan Qing, still smiling, remarked, "It is a rare occasion for Elder Lu to visit Tongtian Peak. Someone, please prepare some tea for Elder Lu." Elder Lu's expression darkened as he retorted, "Just now, Lin Xuan came to Lin Xuan Peak, and upon investigating his spiritual root attributes, I discovered he possesses the attributes of fire, wood, and metal, with a particularly strong fire element. Regardless of his cultivation speed, he is inherently an exceptional alchemist." "Is that so?" Duan Qing immediately set down his teacup, adopting a serious demeanor. The interplay of the 5 elements reveals a fascinating dynamic. While metal may restrain wood and fire may consume it, the presence of 3 spiritual roots within Lin Xuan does not signify conflict. In the art of alchemy, the gentle nature of wood enhances the extraction of medicinal properties and fuels the flames, facilitating the refinement of herbs. The forging of tools is even more straightforward, as wood amplifies fire, making the melting of metals a simpler task, while also benefiting one's cultivation. As the esteemed leader of a grand sect, Duan Qing comprehends this principle well. If Lu Zai's words hold any truth, Lin Xuan is indeed the most exceptional talent of this generation, nay, the most remarkable genius the undetermined sect has witnessed in a millennium. Given time, he is bound to transcend tribulations and ascend to immortality, perhaps even advancing further along the path of the celestial. To be candid, Duan Qing found himself intrigued, contemplating the prospect of taking Lin Xuan as his direct disciple. In the undetermined sect, the inner disciples ascend to the status of core disciples, receiving focused training from the elders. The sole criterion for becoming a direct disciple is to become a pupil of the sect leader. Historically, the number of disciples under the sect leader has never exceeded 10. Following the passing of a former leader, the next leader is invariably chosen from among these fewer than 10 direct disciples, while the remaining direct disciples serve as esteemed elders. Simply put, becoming a direct disciple signifies that one has already entered the upper echelons of the undetermined sect. As long as one does not commit the grave sin of betraying their master, this young man has committed no significant transgressions during his years in the sect and possesses extraordinary talent, making it easy to garner support for his acceptance as a direct disciple. Duan Qing stroked his beard with satisfaction, envisioning a bright future ahead. However, it is somewhat difficult to admit that the quality of disciples in the undetermined sect has declined in recent years. In the 1,000 years since he assumed leadership, he has taken only one direct disciple, who was explicitly informed that he would never become the sect leader, destined instead to merely pass his days as a direct disciple. What nonsense! Lu Zai retorted angrily. If matters were so simple, would I come to you? That young man has stated that Elder Li has shown him kindness and will not join another sect. This simply will not do, Duan Qing exclaimed, narrowing his eyes. Although Elder Li serves as our sect's Fade, attracting numerous prodigies each year with her charm, her cultivation is somewhat lacking. Allowing her to instruct Lin Xuan would be a disservice to the disciples. I cannot agree to this. Elder Lu, come. Let us visit Qiu Haifeng and speak to Elder Li on this matter. With that, he seized Lu Zai and soared into the sky toward Qiu Haifeng. Along the way, they encountered several disciples engaged in hushed conversations. Unbeknownst to them, the sect leader harbored a peculiar quirk. He delighted in eavesdropping on others' discussions, observing the disciples whispering. He could not help but activate his senses to capture their words. Ah, how amusing. It has been years since the disciples of our sect have been so lively. Duan Qing chuckled, while the two inner disciples below remained oblivious to the leader's awareness of their conversation. The last time the disciples collectively focused their attention outward, it was upon him. He reminisced fondly about those times. Lu Zai cast a sidelong glance at the sect leader and remarked calmly, back then, they targeted you simply because of your arrogance. However, Lin Xuan is different. He is 100 times more humble. The envy he inspires among the disciples stems largely from his striking appearance, which has captured the hearts of many female disciples. In their brief acquaintance, Lu Zi had gleaned much about Lin Xuan and spoke with piercing clarity. No more of this. We must attend to pressing matters, he said, with an expression of embarrassment. Duan Qing hastened towards Qiu Haifeng, his form slicing through the air with remarkable speed. Aside from a few elder members, none perceived the presence of the two. Soon, they arrived above Qiu Haifeng, yet were halted by the protective formation, unable to descend. At that moment, Lin Xuan had just returned, his feet barely touching the ground when they arrived. Greetings, Master and Elder Lu, Lin Xuan said, sensing their formidable auras and saluting respectfully. Their presence was indeed remarkable. Though their breaths were steady, it was evident that the spiritual essence of the world naturally converged around them, a testament to their extraordinary nature. Duan Qing was lavish in his praise, but for some inexplicable reason, his right hand seemed to act independently, yearning to slap his own face in frustration. Such a promising talent had languished in the outer sect for over a decade. Was this not a gross waste? Lin Xuan, where is your master? I wish to speak with him regarding your potential as a direct disciple. Duan Qing regarded Lin Xuan as one would a rare gem, his satisfaction evident. If the master has come for this matter, I must respectfully decline. Having entered Qiu Haifeng, I am bound to this sect for life. Should I abandon my current path for trivial gains, I doubt my achievements would surpass what I have now, Lin Xuan asserted with noble dignity. Regardless of his master's resources, he was resolute in his commitment to Qiu Haifeng. Was it not delightful to bathe in spiritual liquid daily? How could he forsake a bountiful reservoir of spiritual essence? 2 charming tree spirits, and a fruit tree that could elevate one to immortality, all for a few thousand spirit stones each month? Such a notion was absurd. Indeed, if you were driven by ambition alone, even with your exceptional talent, I would not consider you for direct discipleship. However, it appears you have proven your worth. Duan Qing exclaimed, thoroughly pleased, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. Ah, Lin Xuan thought, a frown forming. Master, I believe you have misunderstood. My previous remarks were not a response to your test, but rather the truth. Duan Qing showed no signs of anger, his smile widening as he grew ever more pleased with Lin Xuan's demeanor. If your refusal stems from loyalty to your master, it is unnecessary. Once you become a direct disciple, all the sect's resources will be at your disposal. Ascending to immortality will be merely a matter of time, and at that point, winning your master's favor will be but a word away. I scarcely believe you, you cunning old man. Such a statement does not signify love, it denotes coercion. I, Lin Xuan, embody righteousness and would never resort to forcing others through the weight of my cultivation. Furthermore, even if I surpassed my master in power, I could never exceed the influence of her family, let alone her father. Even a mere guard dispatched could easily subdue the Wooding Immortal sect a dozen times over. Thus, Lin Xuan resolutely declared, my mind is made up. I urge you, master, not to press me further. Indeed, you are truly a disciple I hold in high regard. Possessing a temperament that surpasses that of your fellow inner disciples, Duan Qing remarked with evident approval. Although most inner disciples outwardly displayed profound respect towards their master, he was acutely aware that should the opportunity arise to become a direct disciple, many would not hesitate to betray their master, even to the extent of severing their ties with their lineage. However, Lin Xuan was different. He even exhibited signs of indignation, a temperament that made him an unparalleled candidate for the position of sect leader. The only aspect that left Duan Qing feeling somewhat helpless was Lin Xuan's staunch resistance to persuasion, yet he thought it prudent to adapt his approach. I wish to speak with your master, he stated. Elder Li is a person of great understanding, and I am certain she would be amenable to my request. Master departed the sect over 10 days ago. I am unaware of her whereabouts, Lin Xuan replied candidly. This. Duan Qing's expression darkened. Unlike disciples, elders were not required to report their departures from the sect. Disciples had to notify the sect before leaving, allowing for records to be kept in case of any unfortunate incidents, enabling the sect to seek vengeance should they encounter misfortune. However, the same did not apply to elders, as the guarding disciples would not dare question their absence, nor would they maintain any records. This situation was indeed unknown to Duan Qing. When will she return? Duan Qing inquired further. You understand that the quality of disciples determines the rise and fall of the sect. It has been many years since a talent of your caliber has emerged. Lin Xuan shook his head. My master did not specify a return date. I am equally in the dark. Well, that is unfortunate. Duan Qing conceded with a slight nod, fixing his gaze upon Lin Xuan. I learned 3 days ago that you gifted spirit stones to other disciples. You must surely be short on resources for this month's cultivation. Here is 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Take them for your use, and if you find yourself in need, come to Tongdian Peak to request more. As he spoke, he tossed a storage pouch towards Lin Xuan, not allowing him a moment to refuse, before turning to leave. Lin Xuan touched his nose. Catching the pouch that hung in the air, he indeed found his supply of spirit stones insufficient. However, he still possessed nearly an infinite quantity of spirit liquid. Watching the two depart, he faintly overheard, Elder Lu's disciple is quite promising, though he is stubborn and resistant to advice. Do you think we should secretly administer something to him and keep some leverage in our hands until Elder Li returns? The voices faded into whispers, clearly indicating that the speakers had already left. A subtle smile graced Lin Xuan's lips. He found the sect leader's humor quite entertaining and did not take it seriously. After all, who would divulge their schemes while conspiring to ambush another? It was evidently just a jest. He then lowered his gaze to the storage pouch in his hand, a smile blooming on his face. Is this the treatment accorded to a genius? Since entering Qiuhai Peak, Lin Xuan felt that his life had undergone a profound transformation. With limitless resources to cultivate, unblocking his meridians, and awakening 3 attributes of spiritual roots, all these factors propelled him into the ranks of prodigies, affording him privileges he had never dared to imagine before. At his previous rate of cultivation, breaking through to the late stage of the nascent soul would require at least a decade to meet the minimum standards for being accepted as a disciple by an elder. Whether he could transcend to the transformation stage remained an unknown. The elders only accept disciples during the grand ceremonies of the sect, which occur once every 100 years. By then, he would already be over a century old, far exceeding the prime age for cultivation. The elders would undoubtedly dismiss an ancient Yuaning who has reached such an age. After a certain period, he could return home to inherit several thousand acres of fertile land, resigning himself to a life devoid of hope for breaking through to the transformation stage. Thus, even if Li Yuqing were not a stunning beauty but rather a middle-aged balding man, Lin Xuan would not forsake Qiu Haifeng for the coveted title of direct disciple. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Lin Xuan returned to his miniature world, where it was indeed impervious to darkness. Outside, the sun was setting, casting a golden hue upon the horizon, while a crescent moon hung delicately in the sky. However, within this small realm, the blazing sun remained suspended, unchanged since his departure. "Master, you're back," exclaimed Xiao Yurong, her voice warm and welcoming upon seeing Lin Xuan's return. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, making his way to the pond, where he pulled out 2 volumes of insights given to him by Lu Zia and began to peruse them with great care. Ah, so this is how it is. It does not seem difficult at all. After a thorough reading, a thought resonated in his mind. I comprehend. However, once he retrieved the alchemical furnace and tinkered with it for a moment, another message conveyed through his hands. Do not involve me in your fanciful notions. Following the guidance in the texts, he kindled a flame in his palm using wood to aid the fire's intensity. He then casually plucked 2 unidentifiable wild herbs from the ground and tossed them into the furnace. The outcome was indeed an explosion. He nearly obliterated the 3rd-tier alchemical furnace. The absence of a proper recipe was likely the cause. Otherwise, he should have been able to concoct a finished elixir. Lin Xuan quickly grasped the reason for his failure. Yet he was taken aback by the potency of the 2 wild herbs he had hastily gathered. Not only did they nearly cause an explosion, but even the residue retained a fragrant aroma. Merely inhaling it left him feeling refreshed and his mind clear. If you wish to avoid demise, refrain from using that wretched furnace to refine the herbs within, a mature voice echoed in Lin Xuan's ear. Following the sound, he beheld the golden-clad Xiao Xianyan, who had awakened unbeknownst to him, one hand on her hip and the other gnawing on a plump, golden fruit, from which flowed a crystalline, spirit-infused juice with each bite. Sister Xianyan, how have you awakened? It has only been a few days. There remains a long time until 50 years have passed. Xiaoyurong expressed joyfully upon seeing the silver-haired maiden. Xiao Xianyan, with one hand holding back Xiaoyurong's youthful face, replied calmly. I was just roused by the sound of the explosion. Since when have I slept for 50 years? Sister Xianyan, aren't you always? Xiao Xianyan feigned anger, tugging at Xiaoyurong's cheek while glaring at her with a huff. Xianyan, do you recognize these spiritual herbs? Lin Xuan could not help but inquire. Being slightly older, Xiao Xianyan was undoubtedly more reliable than Xiaoyurong. I do not recognize them, Xiao Xianyan replied with firm conviction, standing tall. Lin Xuan, I retract my previous statement. Every single spiritual herb found here far surpasses the finest treasures of heaven and earth outside. Even a mere wild grass can rival the highest grade spiritual medicine. Lin Xuan's expression brightened instantly, realizing that this place housed not only countless resources, but also an abundance of top-tier spiritual herbs, resembling a vast treasure trove. If only there were some refining materials. That would be splendid. However, one must be cautious against excessive greed. Lin Xuan suddenly recognized that he might be getting carried away. Even the sudden acquisition of a cubic meter of spiritual liquid would be considered a windfall for anyone in the Wooding Immortal sect. Moreover, there were innumerable heavenly materials and earthly treasures. His dissatisfaction in light of such bounty felt almost sinful. Xianran, if you are unfamiliar with these spiritual herbs, does that mean you also lack knowledge of any alchemical formulas? Lin Xuan felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped to procure a few precious formulas from the somewhat knowledgeable Xianran. It seemed that hope was futile. To possess such an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures yet be unable to refine them into spiritual pills was indeed a significant regret in life. Do not underestimate others. Xianran huffed, cheeks puffed in defiance. So, you do know some formulas? Lin Xuan inquired, astonished. The significance of an alchemical formula extends beyond mere ratios of various herbs. It embodies the knowledge of the effects achieved through the successful creation of spiritual pills. These formulas are the fruits of countless experiments conducted by predecessors, which is precisely why they are so precious. The value of an alchemical formula often exceeds that of a furnace by 2 to 3 times, even when they are of the same grade. Isn't it just alchemy? Xianran remarked nonchalantly. Taking a deep breath, she paused for a moment before continuing. I once witnessed an esteemed individual concoct a batch of spiritual pills myself. Excuse me, Lin Xuan interjected. It wasn't that he doubted the young girl, but the precision of dosage and the control of fire during the alchemical process are of utmost importance. Even the slightest error could lead to failure or the creation of bizarre concoctions. It is well known that all medicines possess some toxicity. Their effects can be either volatile or gentle. The purpose of combining various herbs is to elicit their maximum potential while neutralizing the inherent toxicity of the different ingredients. Otherwise, anyone could concoct pills, throwing a heap of herbs into a furnace, igniting them into powder, and then shaping them into round forms may resemble spiritual pills. But the real question is, who would dare consume them? Xianran huffed, turning to leave. If you don't believe me, that's fine. But please do not recklessly attempt to concoct spiritual pills. Not only will you disturb my dreams, But you are also the only disciple the esteemed one has had for many years. Don't end up being blown up by an exploding furnace. So proud, yet so endearing. Lin Xuan glanced at the bewildered Yurong beside him and had not considered seeking her insights on alchemy. If she possessed even the slightest knowledge of the craft or had observed others in the act, she surely wouldn't have thought to add water to the leftover herb dregs to shape a spiritual pill. Thus, he immersed himself in his cultivation once more. Both alchemy and artifact refinement demand a robust foundation of cultivation. Lin Xuan opened his eyes once more, only to find that the sun had already risen high in the sky. He made his way to the practice heaven peak, where he sought out several entry-level ordinary alchemical formulas along with the requisite herbs. Returning to Chio High Peak, he continued his endeavors. For the next 10 days, Lin Xuan practiced diligently at night and visited the practice heaven peak each morning, returning to his small world in a continuous cycle. In this brief span of 10 days, he mastered the art of crafting second-tier spiritual pills, successfully producing those of lesser difficulty. Upon receiving the second-tier formula, Lin Xuan promptly set off for the practice heaven peak the very next morning, carrying the spiritual pills he had refined to present to Elder Lu. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, Lu Zai greeted him with a beaming smile and a warm demeanor, saying, "With your talent, I trust you have successfully crafted the pulse-guarding pill. Allow me to see your masterpiece." During these 10 days, he refrained from persuading Lin Xuan to leave Chio High Peak and answered all of Lin Xuan's queries regarding his cultivation with patience. The two had formed a close bond, transcending their age difference. Other disciples could not help but cast glances at Lin Xuan, who had astonished them repeatedly over the past few days. Within the practice heaven peak, there were those who had spent months studying, wasting a considerable amount of herbs, only to barely succeed in refining a single first-tier spiritual pill. Yet, Lin Xuan, almost every time he obtained a formula, would produce a batch of exceptionally fine pills by the very next day, with a success rate approaching 100%. This was precisely why, despite his brief foray into the realm of alchemy, he was able to receive second-tier formulas so swiftly. The pulse-guarding pill, a healing type of spiritual pill, is renowned for its efficacy in treating internal injuries. It was the very pill that Zhao Mu ingested in the Grand Hall of the sect. It is considered relatively common among healing spiritual pills, with a manageable level of difficulty in its refinement. It was also a trial piece that Lu Zai had entrusted to Lin Xuan. Regrettably, the disciples, lacking in acumen, wasted a significant amount of precious herbs. Lin Xuan sighed in resignation. Previously, when refining first-tier spiritual pills, aside from the initial awkwardness leading to a 90% success rate, his subsequent attempts had consistently achieved 100%. However, in crafting the second-tier pulse-guarding pill, despite his utmost caution, he had only managed to produce 8 pills from the materials that should have yielded 10. His success rate was merely 80%. The wasted herbs amounted to 10 high-grade spirit stones, which would certainly exacerbate the already strained circumstances of an ordinary disciple's family. Do not be disheartened, junior brother. The difficulty of refining second-tier spiritual pills far exceeds that of first-tier ones. The fact that you succeeded in your first attempt is indicative of your extraordinary talent. A senior disciple, who had been under Lu Zai's tutelage for many years and had since become a third-tier alchemist, kindly reassured him. Yet, inwardly, he felt relieved. It was fortunate that Lin Xuan had not achieved a near-perfect success rate akin to his previous first-tier attempts, otherwise, it would have been quite unbearable. Noticing Lin Xuan's silence, he continued, "Given your aptitude, I am certain that producing 2 pills will be well within your capabilities." Lin Xuan wished to explain, but hesitated, fearing that the senior disciple might not be able to bear the truth. Could it be that only 1 pill had been successfully refined? He expressed disbelief. That shouldn't be the case. With my lackluster aptitude, I managed to produce 1 pill during my first attempt at refining the pulse-guarding pill. His intentions were not malicious. Rather, he struggled to conceal his pride. Surely, everyone has witnessed the fact that I have achieved the same success as a genius. In his moment of triumph, he completely forgot that the protective pulse pill was not his first attempt at refining a second-tier spiritual pill, and the materials used were not 10 portions, but rather 20. The success rate was a mere 5%. Longqing, say a few words. Lu Zia's expression darkened. He then turned to Lin Xuan and consoled him. The difficulty of refining a second-tier spiritual pill exceeds that of a first-tier by several folds. It is entirely normal to yield only a single successful pill. Huh? Lin Xuan looked at Lu Zia in astonishment, raising his hands in helplessness. When did I ever claim I produced only 1 successful pill? With that, he brought forth all the protective pulse pills he had refined the previous night, levitating them with his spiritual energy. releasing a faint herbal aroma. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. A disciple counted and discovered that there were indeed as many as 8 protective pulse pills floating in the air. Many had witnessed Lin Xuan returning with 10 portions of materials the day before. While it was conceivable for him to cheat by purchasing herbs with spirit stones from the sect's market, such an act would be utterly meaningless. Impossible. This cannot be. Longqing stared at the aromatic spiritual pills, his face a mask of disbelief, his chest heaving with intense emotion. Not only he, but all the disciples present wore expressions of incredulity as they gazed at Lin Xuan. To speak bluntly, since a few days prior, they had suspected Lin Xuan of acquiring the pills through the purchase of spirit stones, deliberately crafting a fade of genius to deceive the sect into granting him substantial spirit stones. Do not embarrass yourself any further. Lu Zia cast a sidelong glance at his previously favored disciple, Longqing, and reprimanded him softly. With merely a visual inspection, he discerned that the protective pulse pills Lin Xuan had produced contained 3 attributes. One must ask, who else in the entire Wooding sect, apart from Lin Xuan, possessed a tri-attribute spiritual root? There was no need for further identification. Yet, these self-proclaimed experienced disciples failed to recognize even this fundamental truth. If you are not afraid of embarrassment, I, an old man, still feel apprehensive. Lin Xuan surveyed the crowd, a slight smile gracing his lips, choosing not to argue. For he held these individuals in little regard. A month ago, anyone present could have commanded his utmost respect, and he would have addressed them as senior brother. However, time had passed, and he was no longer of the same ilk as this group. Among them, many contemplated selling the spiritual pills they refined to exchange for spirit stones to aid their cultivation, while Lin Xuan's only concern was how to exhaust the vast pool of spiritual liquid at his disposal. Yet, the disciple named Longqing remained relentless. Elder, forgive my boldness, but I humbly implore you to investigate, he declared, pointing at the 8 floating protective pulse pills. Such quality could not possibly have originated from Lin Xuan, who has practiced alchemy for barely a month. I suspect he must have procured them through some high-priced channel. He voiced the thoughts and doubts of most disciples present. Yet no one stepped forward to support him, their gaze fixed intently on Lin Xuan. The expression on Lu Zi's face was ominously gloomy. After the lengthy discourse concluded, he spoke in a low voice. Have you finished? Is there anything else you wish to add? Starting tomorrow, you shall no longer come to practice at Tianfeng, and I shall not impart the art of alchemy to you any longer. A mind that is narrow and filled with jealousy cannot accommodate others. Such a disposition will inevitably lead to misfortune, even peril to one's life. This was the final piece of advice he bestowed upon Cha Ching. The elder's words are to be heeded without question, yet there remains one matter that confounds me. Why extend such favoritism towards this deceitful scoundrel? Initially, Lin Xuan presented an exceptionally high-quality first-grade spirit pill, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. However, when Lin Xuan produced a protective pulse pill of similar caliber, Lu Zia displayed an undue favoritism that he found utterly intolerable. Despite being a third-grade alchemist, the failure rate for crafting third-grade spirit pills was alarmingly high, and the quality of the second-grade spirit pills he concocted was inferior to Lin Xuan's. How could this be acceptable? Do you mind if I shatter a protective elixir, thus ensuring they abandon all hope? Lu Zia gazed at Lin Xuan and inquired. The medicinal herbs for refining the pulse-guarding pill were bestowed by the elders, thus there was no issue. Lu Zia nodded slightly, summoning a pulse-guarding pill with a wave of his right hand. With a flick of his fingers, he crushed it, and a rich surge of spiritual energy materialized. Simultaneously, 3 attributes contained within the elixir emerged. A wisp of crimson spiritual energy transformed into a fierce, blazing flame, which burned intensely before vanishing entirely. The emerald-hued spiritual energy morphed into a branch pulsating with vibrant life. Meanwhile, the golden spiritual energy took the form of a sharp sword. This was merely the manifestation of spiritual energy, not physical objects, and ultimately, all dissipated into nothingness. The pulse-guarding pill was merely an ordinary healing elixir, devoid of inherent attributes. Evidently, these 3 attributes were infused during the refining process by the alchemist-released spiritual energy. Within the undetermined immortal sect, many individuals possessed superior alchemical skills compared to Lin Xuan, with several capable of crafting 5th-tier spiritual pills. However, bestowing 3 attributes upon a spiritual pill was an accomplishment unique to Lin Xuan. Now, is there still anything left to dispute? Longqing was left utterly speechless, devoid of any justification to refute the slander. After a prolonged period of silence, he finally knelt upon the ground, tears streaming down his face, and implored, Disciple acknowledges his wrongdoing. I beseech the elder for mercy. I implore the elder for mercy. Lu Ziyao offered no response, merely casting a glance that urged him to comprehend the unspoken message. Understanding Lu Ziyao's intent, he promptly shifted his knees, facing Lin Xuan, and pleaded, "Junior brother, I hope you will intercede with the elder on my behalf. In the future, I shall undoubtedly heed your every command." "I'm afraid I do not require that," Lin Xuan replied, his expression calm, yet it was evident to all that his indifference surpassed Lu Ziyao's by 100-fold. It was not that Lin Xuan was narrow-minded. He simply found the situation tedious. Dismissing mockery is one thing, but the multitude of false accusations was another. The issue of killing a fellow disciple within the sect was delicate. Had he encountered Lao Qing in the same manner during an external trial, Lin Xuan would have drawn his blade without hesitation. Such a petty individual, if allowed to linger, would only breed future troubles. Subsequently, under Lao Qing's seething gaze, Lin Xuan retrieved the remaining 7 pulse-protecting pills into his storage ring and accepted from Lu Ziyao a second-tier pill formula along with the requisite medicinal ingredients for its concoction. Departing gracefully from Liantian Peak, Lin Xuan evoked envy among numerous disciples. Initially, when he began his alchemical studies, the materials required for pill refinement were provided by the sect, albeit with the stipulation that an equivalent value of finished pills be submitted to the sect to recover the cost of the herbs. There was merit in this arrangement, as many practitioners found that the yields from their alchemical endeavors often fell short of the initial investment in materials. The sect, however, did not require disciples to compensate for the cost of the herbs. In simpler terms, while the sect could invest spirit stones to cultivate an alchemist or a craftsman, it would not permit them to profit without incurring any costs. Naturally, if the success rate of pill production were sufficiently high, the remaining elixirs after deducting the cost of materials would belong to the alchemist. Yet, it became apparent to all that this regulation was ineffectual in Lin Xuan's case. According to the rules, the materials needed to concoct a pulse-guarding pill were valued at 5 spirit stones. Thus, 10 batches would amount to 50 spirit stones. Lin Xuan had managed to produce 8 pulse-guarding pills, yet he was required to submit 5, leaving him with merely 3. Based on market value, a single pulse-guarding pill was worth 10 high-grade spirit stones, yielding a profit of 30 spirit stones, an enviable feat indeed. However, Lu Zai did not intend for Lin Xuan to surrender 5 of his pills. Despite one being crushed, the remaining 7 still held a value of 70 high-grade spirit stones, nearly equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary inner sect disciple. Was it truly necessary to be so overtly protective of him? He was undoubtedly a prodigy. Yet all were disciples of the sect, and while they did not expect identical treatment, a semblance of fairness, such as receiving half, would suffice. With palpable examples before them, and many still kneeling in the great hall of Liantian Peak, none dared to voice their discontent at that moment. Lin Xuan soared through the skies and soon returned to Chiu Hai Peak, diving into his small world. Lin Xuan diligently studied the alchemical formula and was about to commence the refining process when he sensed a slight tremor in the protective barrier surrounding the mountain peak. Generally, this indicated the arrival of visitors. After giving a few instructions to Xiao Yurong, he departed from his secluded realm and manifested on the summit of Chiu Hai Peak. To the outside world, the abundant spiritual energy and treasures within his small world were invisible. They merely perceived Qin Xian emerging from a chamber at the peak. As Lin Xuan focused his gaze, he discerned that the individuals gathered were prominent figures of considerable repute. He had encountered them previously in the sect's Grand Hall during the disciple recruitment, and they were all esteemed elders with high rankings. However, Lin Xuan could not fathom the reason for their sudden congregation at Chiu Hai Peak. Could it be that his exceptional talent had drawn their attention, prompting them to invade Chiu Hai Peak for further investigation? A disquieting thought crossed his mind. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, instantly regaining his poise. Their intentions were of no concern to him. He would simply navigate the situation as it unfolded. He clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elders, what brings you all here today?" Merely a month prior, Lin Xuan had held these elders in high esteem, yearning to awaken as an inner disciple under their tutelage. However, during the sect's grand ceremony, his dreams were utterly shattered. Not only did these high-ranking elders overlook him, but even those of lesser standing regarded him with disdain. Yet now, he felt no inclination to engage with them. Following the grand ceremony, he had spent countless sleepless nights reflecting on the matter, ultimately realizing that his failure to be accepted as a disciple was the root of his discontent. A middle-aged Taoist at the forefront, wearing a look of regret, spoke earnestly. "We have come today to remedy this regret. I hope you will consider taking me as your master." His words elicited silent curses from the others, nearly provoking Lin Xuan to laughter. Suppressing his amusement by biting his tongue, he remained curious. Did they not know that the sect leader had secretly visited Qiuhai Peak in an attempt to take him as a direct disciple, only to be rebuffed? They must not be deemed worthy of such knowledge. Lin Xuan suddenly realized the absurdity of the situation, and it struck him as even more comical. Were it not for the resolute nature of cultivators, he might have truly burst into laughter. "Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed elder," Lin Xuan said resolutely. "However, I feel it unnecessary. I have already become an inner disciple of Qiuhai Peak, and the benefits I receive far exceed those of my previous status as an outer disciple. I am quite content." He firmly declined the advances of the elders who now sought him only because of his proven talent, harboring no fondness for them. It is worth noting that the once ordinary youth, who had desperately hoped for an elder-s selection, was now the object of fervent competition among these venerable figures. Yet, one of the female Taoists behind the middle-aged man spoke earnestly. "Your exceptional talent should not be confined to the resource-deprived Qiuhai Peak. Remaining here will only lead to your potential being diminished among the masses. This cannot continue." Indeed, the concentration of spiritual energy on Qiuhai Peak was lacking, scarcely surpassing that of the outer sect area. This is precisely the reason why the elders possess a considerable confidence in seeking out Lin Xuan. As a practitioner of Qi, what could be of greater concern than one's cultivation? The female Taoist continued, "Indeed, Elder Li is a breathtaking beauty, the most exquisite among all in the Immortal sect. Yet, can mere appearance serve as sustenance? Can it substitute for spirit stones needed for cultivation? Young man, do not forsake the tangible for the ephemeral." Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The persuasive prowess of these elders was remarkable, each more compelling than the last. Moreover, that final statement seemed vaguely familiar. Wasn't it a widely circulated adage from a previous life? The original phrase likely went, "A young person must not relinquish wealth for the sake of pride." Lin Xuan suppressed a smile and responded, "If your intention is solely this, then I kindly ask you to return. I was born a disciple of Qiuhai Feng, and shall die a ghost of Qiuhai Feng. Even if Qiuhai Feng were to become desolate, devoid of life, I would not abandon it." His words were resolute and resonated with integrity. "Young man, this is a matter of a lifetime. I advise you to contemplate it carefully," urged the middle-aged Taoist who had first spoken. "How about this? Should you join our sect, I shall bestow upon you a monthly stipend of 1,000 spirit stones. What say you?" The other elders turned their gazes toward the middle-aged Taoist, expressions reflecting a mixture of complexity. "You are quite audacious. Even if one possesses exceptional talent, it takes at least a decade to truly cultivate. Would that not amount to 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? With such resources, why bother taking on disciples? One could simply procure materials to forge a spiritual artifact instead. 1,000 spirit stones monthly? Is that truly so?" Lin Xuan inquired with a peculiar expression. "Indeed, it is genuine. Beyond my Xiantian peak, I doubt any other peak within the Immortal sect can offer such a generous stipend," the middle-aged Taoist replied, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Wealth breeds confidence, and his voice grew notably louder. "I shall grant you 1,000 spirit stones each month. So kindly refrain from troubling me further." Lin Xuan replied helplessly, "Regardless of my master's strength or resources, she remains my master. For the sake of 1,000 spirit stones, I cannot abandon Qiuhai Feng. I ask you all to please take your leave." With a wave of his hand, he gestured for them to depart and turned to return indoors. Wait. The price is negotiable. Do not leave." Lin Xuan halted, his expression devoid of warmth. "In the future, I hope you elders refrain from speaking ill of my master behind her back." With that, he stepped into the house without a moment's hesitation. Once he closed the door, he entered a sunlit little world, his countenance tinged with helplessness. He wondered if his master would witness his actions during her absence. For her sake, he had turned down the enticing offer of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones in exchange for the meager, infinite spirit liquid from the backyard. Wouldn't that be enough to bring one to tears? In the days that followed, Lin Xuan remained within the little world, as the elders persistently lingered outside Qiuhai Feng, demonstrating an unwavering resolve to not depart without securing Lin Xuan. Ultimately, it was the sect leader who personally intervened to disperse the crowd, allowing Lin Xuan to leave Qiuhai Feng. By a curious twist of fate, whenever he departed from Qiuhai Peak, Lin Xuan invariably encountered a few reclusive elders along the way, who would stop him to engage in pleasantries and discuss trivial matters of daily life. The essence of their discourse remained unchanged. It was merely a matter of when Lin Xuan would leave Qiuhai Peak to join their ranks. This relentless pursuit began to weigh heavily on Lin Xuan's spirit. While the situation itself was not particularly detestable, it was disheartening to witness the other elders boastfully offering salaries of up to 1,000 spirit stones per month, claiming that none could match such generous compensation. Yet he was unable to reveal to them that he possessed an inexhaustible pool of spiritual liquid at home. As time passed, 2 months slipped by, and the elders gradually recognized Lin Xuan's steadfast resolve, tempering their advances but persistently conveying their goodwill. They would visit Qiuhai Peak every now and then, bringing gifts of spirit stones and herbs, thus ensuring their presence was felt. Consequently, within the confines of his small world, brimming with countless treasures and abundant spiritual liquid, a small area became cluttered with low-grade herbs and numerous spirit stones. Initially, he would carefully store the stones in his storage ring, but eventually, he grew indifferent and began discarding them on the ground. 2 months later, as anticipated, he experienced another breakthrough, advancing to the mid-stage of the transformation realm and successfully concocting several batches of third-grade spirit pills. His reputation soared to unprecedented heights. What struck Lin Xuan most profoundly was the change in attitude of his fellow disciples, who had once targeted him due to his appearance, now extending gestures of goodwill towards him. However, he remained unfazed by these sycophants, often choosing to ignore them. After a visit to Liantian Peak, Lin Xuan returned to Qiuhai Peak, and upon entering his small world, he discovered a girl in blood-red attire seated by the pond. This was none other than Li Yuqing, the newly appointed disciple who had left the sect 3 months prior. Xiaoyu, in a display of loyalty, stood behind Li Yuqing, diligently patting her back. Behind them stood a breathtaking woman clad in a dark green gown, her form seemingly merging with the very essence of nature, rendering her presence undetectable to the senses. Yet her expression betrayed a sense of grievance, an atmosphere of tension lingering around her. Lin Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from her. It was as if a mere glance could obliterate his very soul. She exuded a power that eclipsed even that of the sect leader. Could she be a servant sent by a formidable figure associated with his master? Lin Xuan speculated, yet he felt no fear, after all. If she was indeed his master's handmaiden, his own status would afford him some measure of advantage. Master, did you not say you would return within 6 months? Lin Xuan inquired respectfully, fully aware that his current standing was solely due to his master's guidance. Without her, he would never have been regarded as a treasure by the elders, likely relegated to a mere local lord in his ancestral homeland after decades of cultivation within the sect. He had no intention of probing into the origins of this small world or its abundant resources. He surmised that being the illegitimate daughter of a powerful figure, exiled to such a lowly realm, must have weighed heavily on his master's heart. He had initially expected a lengthy absence, but was surprised to find that matters were resolved sooner than anticipated, prompting her early return. Li Yuqing spoke with a casual demeanor, yet the woman behind her trembled with indignation. Lin Xuan remained oblivious to the circumstances, but she was acutely aware of the truth. Li Yuqing, wielding her sword with a single hand, had ventured into the territory alone, confronting 3 celestial emperors and maintaining the upper hand throughout the encounter, ultimately forcing 2 of them to retreat and severely injuring one. Furthermore, she had captured the daughter of a celestial emperor, a being of celestial king stature with the potential of an emperor, bringing her to this desolate realm bereft of spiritual energy. Despite her fury, she dared not express it, for it was evident that she had previously endured much of Li Yuqing's affectionate care. Turning her gaze towards Lin Xuan, she chuckled lightly. I never imagined you. She intended to utter the words celestial emperor, but as the phrase lingered on her lips, it felt as though someone had seized her throat, rendering her unable to speak. Her spirit quivered. In addition to sealing all your powers, I have imposed restrictions. Everything that transpires outside remains unutterable to you. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. Li Yuqing's voice resonated in her mind, though Lin Xuan could not hear it, merely observing her with curiosity regarding what she wished to convey. She attempted to speak again, but no sound emerged. Finally, she remarked, given your stature, how could you reside in such a place and take on a disciple of such apparent worthlessness? The smile faded entirely from Lin Xuan's face. Though you are formidable, is it not excessive to utter such words? Allow me to formally introduce you. She will henceforth be a menial servant on Qiuhai Peak, tasked with sweeping and tending to the flora. Li Yuqing declared dismissively, casting a glance at the woman. You dare to humiliate me so? My father will not let you go unpunished. The woman cried out, for she, born with a silver spoon in her mouth, had never before endured such indignities. Your father? The same coward who abandoned his companions to save his own skin? Li Yuqing retorted with a cold laugh, her tone dripping with derision and disdain. To be a celestial emperor yet reduced to such a state is indeed a rarity in this world. Free of charge, Li Yuqing called out to Lin Xuan. "A disciple is present," Lin Xuan responded, momentarily taken aback. Although he sensed that his master was unaware of the significance of those two words, he still found it peculiar. Especially when she uttered them, he noticed a distinct glimmer of amusement on her face. Though she is merely a servant, she is still part of Qiuhai Peak. You must not vent your frustrations upon her idly, nor should you resort to violence or humiliation, nor sneak into her chambers under the cover of night to commit unspeakable acts. I have no desire to assist you in raising a child next year." Li Yuqing observed Lin Xuan, her words laden with implication. Master, why do I feel as if you were speaking in contradiction?" Lin Xuan replied, genuinely curious about how this woman had provoked his master to elicit such base behavior from her normally gentle and composed demeanor. At that moment, Li Yuqing fixed her gaze upon Lin Xuan, clearly eager to hear his response. Lin Xuan clasped his fist and countered, "Then, what about the year after next?" "Very well. The child is teachable." "The child is indeed teachable," Li Yuqing exclaimed with satisfaction, giving Lin Xuan's shoulder a meaningful pat. "Currently, Qiuhai Peak is sparsely populated. The weight of restoring it rests upon your shoulders, a heavy burden indeed." Upon witnessing the master's demeanor, Lin Xuan immediately grasped her intentions. It was clearly an attempt to intimidate the opponent. Thus, he feigned a foolish grin, rubbing his hands together and smirking, "Master, rest assured. Everything shall be entrusted to your disciple." Subsequently, the two, undeniably a striking pair of youthful beauty and grace, exchanged a knowing smile, exuding an air of collusion that led one to perceive them as anything but virtuous. "Excellent, prepare accordingly. Tonight, we shall proceed with our plans." Li Yuqing smiled knowingly and nodded slightly. Lin Xuan glanced at the pale-faced, stunning woman, chuckling awkwardly. "Master, she appears on the verge of tears. Perhaps we should refrain from frightening her?" "Frighten her?" Li Yuqing responded with a look of perplexity, countering, "Do I seem like one who engages in jest? Wait, are we being serious? Then I shall no longer pretend to be a paragon of virtue. I acknowledge my errors during this period. I shall harbor no ulterior motives and will proactively contact my father to prevent further encroachment upon this realm." The exquisite woman pleaded desperately. Bound and sealed, she could endure it all, believing she possessed the potential to transcend to the level of an immortal emperor. Historically, ancient powerhouses had endured great hardships, imprisoned within enemy forces for millennia, only to ultimately turn the tide. However, should Lin Xuan claim her, she would rather embrace death. Yet, whether her pleas bore any weight was beyond her concern. The authority lay with Li Yuqing. "Are you certain you do not wish for her to enhance your family's bloodline?" Li Yuqing regarded Lin Xuan with surprise, inquiring with confusion. Though she understood that Lin Xuan was oblivious to the woman's true identity, the implications were abundantly clear. This woman hailed from a formidable lineage where even newborns possess the strength of immortals. Yet, Lin Xuan still declined. Even setting aside that, how could one reject such a defenseless beauty? She scrutinized Lin Xuan earnestly, her tone laden with significance. "As your master, I may not be particularly skilled, yet I possess some knowledge regarding the confidence of men." Master, I am perfectly fine," Lin Xuan replied, a shadow of embarrassment crossing his face. The nature of a man's confidence need not be elaborated upon. Each morning, he awoke to the normal manifestations of manhood, even indulging in its care. How could he possibly falter? Such matters could not be forced. If all was well, then so be it. Li Yuqing did not press the issue further. For Qiuhai Feng was no bandit lair, and she was not a bandit leader herself. "While I am quite certain there is no issue, I do not recommend further enhancement," Lin Xuan remarked shyly, lowering his gaze. "Men, who does not wish to be a touch stronger?" Li Yuqing responded. "When the time is right, I shall concoct some elixirs to bolster your physique, ensuring that you may soon leave an heir for the Lin family." She expressed her unwavering commitment to this duty as a master. However, a sudden jolt of apprehension surged through Lin Xuan, leaving an heir equated to procreation, a task typically reserved for those facing imminent demise. Had the matter of the master's illegitimate child been exposed? And was her family plotting to eliminate the Wooding Immortal sect to conceal their scandal? Due to the multitude of benefits he has enjoyed, Lin Xuan never doubted the power behind his master could annihilate the Wooding Immortal sect. At this very moment, he had even prepared himself for the possibility of fleeing. Regardless of whether escape was feasible, living another day was paramount. At that juncture, Li Yuqing added, "I must forewarn you, as one's cultivation advances, Although the potential of offspring may increase, the difficulty for mortals to conceive children escalates exponentially. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xuan remarked, "I thought you might seek to eliminate me for uncovering your secret." Li Yuqing, unfazed, responded, "If I allowed you entry, why would I fear you divulging it? And would you truly dare to share it?" The small world appeared to connect directly with Qiu Haifeng, yet there existed a barrier of magical formations. Had she not intentionally permitted Lin Xuan's entrance, his cultivation level would have made stealth impossible. Nodding in agreement, Lin Xuan considered it foolish to disclose the circumstances of this place. His master was likely constrained by her innate talent. Despite an abundance of resources, breakthroughs remained elusive, implying these spiritual liquids held no value for her. As her sole disciple, he essentially possessed these spiritual liquids himself. The thought brought a subtle smile to his lips, overwhelming him with joy. Continue your cultivation as usual. However, should you lose in the sect competition 3 months hence, do not blame me for severing ties." Li Yuqing stated before striding towards the small hut by the pond, which Lin Xuan had never entered, gently pushing the wooden door open. "By the way, master, there is something I do not understand," he called out hastily as she began to close the door. "You previously gave me this, claiming it would aid my cultivation. Yet it is empty inside. Although the spiritual energy is abundant, it pales in comparison to these spiritual liquids." "Let her explain it to you," Li Yuqing retorted irritably, slamming the door shut. If she chose not to elaborate, why the irritation? Lin Xuan felt helpless, as this was the first time he had witnessed his master display anger and speak to him with such emphasis and impatience. Inside the hut, the decor was minimal, consisting of merely a bed and a table. Leaning against the wooden door, Li Yuqing's complexion turned red, and she spat a mouthful of fresh blood. How could she emerge unscathed after battling 3 immortal emperors? Previously, she had merely endured. As fellow immortal emperors, they were all top-tier powerhouses of their respective eras, prodigies among geniuses. If one were not formidable, how could they claim the title of emperor? Yet, Li Yuqing was slightly stronger than those 3. Though she could not withstand the simultaneous onslaught of all 3. The crimson blood, imbued with the essence of the great Tao, did not fall to the ground, but instead suspended in droplets in midair. Gradually, the blood coalesced and fused, ultimately transforming into 7 radiant droplets of essence. The essence of an immortal emperor's blood could incite frenzy among countless peak immortal kings, containing the transformative power necessary for breaking their shackles. However, regarding such a treasure, Li Yuqing casually wiped away 6 droplets, carefully retaining just 1. Should the women outside behold this spectacle, their hearts would undoubtedly ache. Outside, Lin Xuan retrieved an icy blue bracelet and presented it to the woman before him, saying, "Please, could you help me discern what this truly is? As an existence akin to an ant, daring to show me disrespect, I shall obliterate your very essence." The woman, immediately engulfed in fury, raised her hand to strike at Lin Xuan. After Li Yuqing's departure, she felt a sense of empowerment. Yet, before her hand could descend, her soul was pierced by an unbearable agony akin to 1,000 swords. "You have caused me distress, thus I shall take the life of your disciple, inflicting upon you equal suffering." The woman, a formidable being at the realm of the immortal king, valiantly endured the torment emanating from her soul and resolutely brought her hand down. What are you doing? Even if you wish to please me, surely a back rub would suffice instead of a slap to my chest?" Lin Xuan inquired, perplexed, sensing that the woman's strength was not significantly greater than that of an ordinary mortal. "Moreover, if you intend to rub my back, you ought to apply a bit more force." The woman offered no reply, instead kneeling towards the small dwelling, her body curling in pain as she pleaded, "I was wrong. I shall never dare again." The pain did not cease immediately, persisting for some time as a form of punishment. Only then did a hint of relief emerge on her pale face. "Can we speak now?" Lin Xuan discerned the underlying issue. His master had previously mentioned that this woman possessed immense power, yet at present, she was severely sealed. However, Lin Xuan had not anticipated the seal to be so stringent, rendering her capabilities to that of an ordinary person. Much like himself, he could employ certain methods to seal the powers of golden core or even nascent soul cultivators. But this merely obstructed the flow of their internal spiritual energy, not their inherent strength. A nascent soul cultivator, even when sealed, would still surpass a typical foundation establishment cultivator. Yet he sensed that the woman's abilities were entirely on par with those of an ordinary individual. Reluctantly, the woman accepted the bracelet from Lin Xuan's hand, scrutinizing it for a moment. Then, with profound astonishment, she gazed at Lin Xuan and exclaimed, Who on earth are you to her? How could she bestow such a treasured artifact upon you? Fool, did you not hear me call her master earlier? Lin Xuan responded with disdain. Such a fine young lady. Yet regrettably, a simpleton. Just tell me what this item is truly capable of. The woman opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. Lin Xuan, who had been eagerly awaiting her response, suddenly wore a grim expression. Speak, will you? Have you lost your voice? The woman appeared aggrieved. Damn it. Do you think I want to be silent? It's that damned restriction preventing me from conveying the matters of the outside world to you. She shot Lin Xuan a fierce glare, contemplating that had her powers not been restrained, he would have met his demise long ago. Upon focusing her consciousness into the bracelet, she instantly perceived an ancient and subtle aura within its realm, reminiscent of the land of the fallen emperor. Although perilous, as the daughter of an immortal emperor and a being of the immortal king realm, she could boast without exaggeration that thousands of years ago, she had accompanied her father, standing merely tens of millions of miles from the land of the fallen emperor, catching a glimpse of its grandeur. If her intuition served her correctly, this was likely a fragment of the territories inhabited by many immortal emperors before the cataclysm of the ancient era and the onset of the Immortal Emperor War. From her understanding, the war not only birthed the life-voiding land of the fallen emperor but also shattered the once complete and perfect ancient realm. When the ancient plains fragmented, a mere speck of dust could transform into a vast realm akin to the world inhabited by Lin Xuan. It can be said that the countless realms currently existing in the void are products of the cataclysm that shattered the immense ancient plain. The classification of realms stems simply from the differences in the sizes of the fragments resulting from this ancient calamity. What she understood was that not every fragment transformed into a realm after the ancient plane's destruction. Many fragments succumbed to the passage of time, disintegrating into dust. Yet, she did not anticipate the existence of intact fragments. The world within the bracelet was not created by some powerful being. Rather, it was itself a remnant of the ancient plane. Had she been capable of flight, she would have immediately conveyed this revelation. The world contained within the bracelet cannot truly be deemed a realm, as it lacks the essence necessary to nurture the heavenly Tao. This enigmatic force, the heavenly Tao, serves as a mysterious power that imposes limitations on the potential of beings within a realm. Due to the absence of the heavenly Tao, the world within the bracelet continuously reverts to the original state of that ancient plane, rich in the profound essence of the ultimate path. It serves as an ideal sanctuary for breakthroughs into the realm of the Immortal Emperor. Most crucially, the flow of time within is more rapid than that of the outside world, though not to an exaggerated extent of tenfold or 100-fold. Instead, it flows at twice the normal speed, meaning that even the most formidable Immortal Emperor would find themselves exhausted in no more than a month of exertion. Thus, nearly exhausting an Immortal Emperor grants merely an additional month of time. However, the accelerated passage of time within the bracelet is a natural phenomenon that can be preserved indefinitely. In essence, possessing this bracelet equates to having double the time for cultivation compared to others, as long as one's talent is not exceedingly poor. Rising to prominence among peers is certainly not an insurmountable task. The woman inhaled deeply and stated, in simpler terms, cultivating within this space is akin to having twice the time of others. Is that truly the case? Lin Xuan gasped in astonishment, realizing the potential implications of such an effect, which seemed almost otherworldly. Previously, he had been so focused on seeking resources that he had overlooked this aspect. Now, as he attuned himself to the sensations around him, he began to perceive an intricate and profound feeling. However, due to his current level of cultivation, he could not directly discern the differences. To validate the woman's claims, Lin Xuan gathered several spirit stones from the ground and ignited a piece of wood. As the wood burned down, he finished refining the 12th spirit stone. He then ignited another similar piece of wood, instructing Xiao Yurong to hold it, while he took a substantial amount of spirit stones and entered the world within the bracelet, reminding Xiao Yurong to call him out once the wood had burned completely. As he refined half of the 23rd spirit stone, he heard Xiao Yurong's voice resonating in his mind. Upon emerging from the bracelet, Lin Xuan wore an expression of exhilaration, and his estimation of his master rose yet another notch. Unbeknownst to him, certain restrictions had caused him to miss out on discovering the ancient secrets. However, given his current strength, knowing these secrets would not yield any significant advantages. It seems you possess a keen insight, he remarked. Lin Xuan gazed at the woman and said, in the future, while sweeping the floor, please inform me of the names and properties of the spiritual herbs contained within here. My master is rather frail and unsuitable for teaching me these matters for extended periods. Lin Xuan spoke with profound conviction. The woman nearly burst out in expletives. How could he call her weak? That was utterly absurd. Yet, she swallowed her words and replied with resignation, I have names. Then tell me, Lin Xuan asserted confidently. Who doesn't he have a name? Right, Yurong? Yes, yes. Little Yurong nodded her small head. I'm called Wuong Wuong. Wang. Lin Xuan repeated, sensing something amiss, instinctively spelling it out. You were indeed feigning ignorance earlier. Since you recognize this king, why do you not kneel? Lin Xuan scratched his head, wearing a perplexed expression. I merely recalled the phonetics I learned in my previous life. How does that equate to knowing you? Wuong is simply Wang, is it not? Initially, he thought it might just be a coincidence, but to his surprise, Wuong truly possessed the title of a king. Upon realizing this, Lin Xuan burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha, Wuong Wang, ha ha ha. Brat, what are you laughing at? Wuong fumed, her undisguised ridicule making her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Ha ha, no particular reason. Merely find your father to be quite the talent. Lin Xuan laughed until he could hardly catch his breath, while Wuong and little Yurong wore puzzled expressions, entirely unaware of the cause for Lin Xuan's amusement. In contrast, within the small courtyard, Li Yuqing couldn't help but let a slight smile grace her lips, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Unfortunately, despite the courtyard's diminutive size, its soundproofing was remarkably effective, rendering Lin Xuan oblivious to the laughter from inside. A multitude of methods to eliminate Lin Xuan flashed through Wu Ang's mind. Yet, regrettably, in her current state, even wielding a knife against him would inflict no harm. Of course, the weapon would have to be a common tool, like a woodcutter's axe, rather than her own treasured artifact. Even more regrettable was the fact that her cultivation and her treasured artifact were both sealed. Beneath the eaves, one must bow their head. As Lin Xuan continued to chuckle, she no longer felt humiliated. However, she remained curious about the reason behind his laughter. What was so amusing? Countless individuals had shown profound respect upon hearing that name, yet here it became a source of amusement. When she inquired, the answer she received was merely Lin Xuan saying, It's nothing, just suddenly reminded of a happy event, followed by uproarious laughter. As his laughter gradually faded, Lin Xuan turned serious and said, Yurong, when the sect competition commences, call for me. I intend to seclude myself for a time. The rewards of the sect competition no longer held significance for him. The priority lay in fulfilling his master's wishes. Lin Xuan brought a substantial quantity of spiritual liquid, intending to enter the world within the bracelet and commence his secluded meditation. Before he began, he instructed Xiao Yurong, in our Qiu Haifeng, we do not harbor idlers. During my period of seclusion, you must diligently oversee her, ensuring that every inch of Qiu Haifeng is kept pristine. I would not wish for it to be strewn with fallen leaves and dust after several months of my retreat. Understood, Xiao Yurong nodded fervently, affirming her commitment to fulfill this mandate. However, she found it perplexing that, during Lin Xuan's 3 months on the mountain, he had never once attended to the cleaning. Why? Then, was this suddenly of such importance? Just as she was about to inquire, Lin Xuan anticipated her question and interjected, In my previous obsession with cultivation, I inadvertently overlooked this crucial matter. Fortunately, my progress has been remarkable, not entirely in vain. Lin Xuan initially intended to conduct a thorough cleaning of Qiu Haifeng as the 6-month mark approached, perhaps on the 29th day of the 5th month, to prepare for his master's return. Yet, he was taken aback when his master returned unexpectedly, without affording him any chance to prepare. It was reminiscent of his father announcing a 2-week departure, leaving Lin Xuan in a frenzy of activity, nearly dismantling the courtyard in anticipation of his father's return. Only to have him return in a mere 10 days, truly a predicament. With your cultivation level, you consider it remarkable progress? Not entirely in vain? Wuong could not suppress a chuckle. In her lineage, even those with barely any bloodline power at birth surpassed Lin Xuan's abilities. Lin Xuan's expression darkened, his tone frigid. Ensure she cleans 3 times daily, morning, noon, and night, with an additional sweep at midnight. Of course. Xiao Yurong replied with an innocuous smile. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction before entering the internal world of the bracelet. Wuong watched as Lin Xuan's figure gradually vanished, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. However, she chose to remain silent, opting to endure the humiliation and bide her time for a chance to retaliate. She firmly believed that one day, her father would bring numerous celestial emperors to this realm to slay Li Yuqing, granting her freedom. That day would mark her resurgence. Meanwhile, in a lavish and immense palace, the ancestral palace of the Holy Wu clan, far removed from the Yuanyang realm, A formidable man sat upon a dragon throne, one not merely symbolic, but truly crafted from the essence of a slain true dragon. Beside him sat a beautiful woman, on the verge of tears, lamenting, "Your Majesty, shall we truly do nothing for honor? She is your only bloodline, endowed with celestial emperor potential, and yet she has been abducted, inviting the scorn of the world." The man, displaying visible impatience, remained silent for a long while before responding, "The abduction of honor pains me deeply, yet that enchantress single-handedly contended against 3 celestial emperors." Emerging unscathed, "Should I intervene, I would surely perish at her hands. If that were to occur in less than a day, the Holy Wu clan would be consumed, much like the ancient Dragon clan." As he spoke, the space within the grand hall distorted, invoking a resonance of the great Tao, albeit with a slightly timid tone. The 2 individuals before him were indeed the parents of Wuong. She longed to escape her suffering, yet it seemed that a considerable amount of time would be required for her liberation. Fortunately, she remained oblivious to all of this, still naively believing that she would be captured before the 3 celestial emperors. It was due to Li Yuqing's ambush that she harbored a flicker of hope, persistently waiting for an opportunity while sweeping the floor. Days turned into weeks, and it had been over 2 months since Li Yuqing's return to Qiuhai Peak, during which Lin Xuan had not shown himself. Wuong appeared to have accepted her role as the #1 cleaner at Qiuhai Peak, diligently sweeping away refuse 4 times a day. As for the reason behind her industriousness despite the absence of any actual litter, it was entirely due to the diligent supervision of Xiao Yurong. After receiving instructions from Lin Xuan, Xiao Yurong, although maintaining her usual playful demeanor, became a punctual and conscientious little steward, reminding Wuong to clean at dawn, noon, dusk, and midnight. At last, one morning, after Xiao Yurong had urged Wuong to finish her sweeping, she turned to see Li Yuqing seated by the pond, her face radiating joy. She dashed forward, embracing Li Yuqing's long legs in sheer happiness. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xuan emerged from the world within his bracelet, sensing his own aura and realizing he had achieved another breakthrough. He was now at the late stage of the transformation realm, just a step away from the fusion realm. "Yurong, how long have I been inside? When does the sect competition commence?" Lin Xuan's first inquiry upon exiting was about the passage of time. Although he had made progress, missing the sect competition would be quite unfortunate. Inside the bracelet, there were no cycles of day and night, leaving Lin Xuan unaware of how long he had been cultivating. Time was a nebulous concept. Without the sun to rise and set as a reference, he could initially gauge the passage of time based on his feelings. But after a few days, he lost track entirely. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xuan noticed his master sitting by the pond and respectfully greeted, "Disciple pays respects to master. I was just about to prepare some barbecue, and fortuitously, you arrived. I shall leave it to you." Li Yuqing waved her hand, adding, "Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me just as I emerged from seclusion." With that, she delicately waved her jade hand, conjuring a blazing flame upon the ground, alongside a large piece of meat from an unknown beast, imbued with potent spiritual energy. The meat, adorned in a layer of skin or perhaps covered in dark blue scales, shimmered with a dazzling radiance, resembling a naturally occurring treasure. "Let us roast this," she commanded. "Certainly," Lin Xuan replied without hesitation, trusting in the quality of the meat provided by his master. He stepped outside and felled a tree as thick as a person's torso to use as skewers. Initially intending to cut willow branches, he could not bear to see Xiao Yurong's tearful, pitiful expression, which stirred his compassion. While Lin Xuan's culinary skills were not particularly exceptional, he knew that as long as the meat was not burnt and properly seasoned, it would turn out just fine. He expertly sliced the 2-meter square chunk of meat into palm-sized pieces using the treasured tool bestowed upon him by his master, meticulously skewering each piece before placing them over the flames to roast. Before long, the air was filled with an enticing aroma of grilled meat. Except for the first 2 skewers, which were charred to ensure thorough cooking, the subsequent skewers emerged golden and crispy, although cooked over an open flame. The flesh of the demon beast was unlike ordinary pork. It could not be properly cooked with mere charcoal. He decided to sample the meat to ascertain its doneness. As Lin Xuan took a bite, his expression abruptly shifted, not due to the taste, but because an intensely violent surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, nearly overwhelming his body. It was only with Li Yuqing's intervention, as her delicate hand gently pressed against his forehead, that this formidable energy was subdued. What kind of meat is this?" Lin Xuan was still shaken, realizing that had it not been for his master's timely intervention, he might have perished from the explosive aftermath of consuming barbecued meat. To encounter a crisis of tribulation from indulging in grilled delicacies was indeed a rare occurrence. In this realm, cultivators often partake of the flesh and blood of demon beasts to enhance their physical prowess. As sentient beings, humans possess innate wisdom, allowing them to cultivate both their chi and their bodies, often excelling in both avenues. Yet, the limitations of human vitality hinder simultaneous mastery of both. Consequently, the physical forms of chi practitioners tend to be rather fragile. It is at this juncture that the consumption of demon beast flesh becomes necessary to compensate for these corporeal deficiencies. However, the consumption of demon flesh is not without its perils. The stronger the demon beast, the more potent the spiritual energy contained within its flesh. Those lacking sufficient cultivation who recklessly partake may find themselves meeting a catastrophic end. Yet, as a late-stage transformation cultivator, Lin Xuan pondered the formidable strength of the beast in question. Could it possibly have been an immortal beast that withstood the tribulation of lightning? Li Yuqing casually plucked a skewer of grilled meat from Lin Xuan's hand, elucidating, "This is flesh from a true dragon. The true dragon is of royal lineage within the dragon clan, possessing the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Nearly every true dragon is a formidable being renowned across the realms." With that, she delicately parted her lips and took a bite, savoring the meat with elegant grace. Lin Xuan stood in stunned silence, incredulously gazing at his master. Was it not said that every true dragon was a being of great renown? How could she consume it so nonchalantly? Such bravado was hardly befitting. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken, for Lin Xuan was not so foolish as to voice them. After all, though she had merely taken one bite, the overwhelming spiritual energy, once subdued, began to benefit Lin Xuan immediately. The power of the flesh coursed through him, fortifying his limbs and enhancing the flexibility of his meridians. In simpler terms, this flesh not only reinforced the body, but also proved advantageous to his cultivation. It was astonishing to consider that this was merely the effect of a single bite. Lin Xuan could scarcely fathom what transformations would occur should he consume the substantial portion of meat his master had brought back. Would he not then be capable of withstanding lightning strikes with his physical form, ascending directly to immortality? "Ah, you've returned, my lord. I've missed you greatly during your absence." A voice filled with exuberance interrupted his musings from behind. "I see you've been roused by the tantalizing aroma of the meat," Li Yuqing remarked, turning to playfully pinch the nose of the silver-haired girl. "Absolutely not. My reverence for you, my lord, is a testament to the heavens. I merely sensed your presence and awoke," the little girl, Xianran, asserted, swallowing her saliva. "Haha." Li Yuqing chuckled lightly, not taking offense. "You're a spirit. This meat would hold no value for you." Xianran clung to Li Yuqing's arm, gazing up at her with a pitiful expression, clearly indicating the amiable bond between Li Yuqing and the two tree spirits. Observing this scene, Lin Xuan felt a warm sense of familial bliss, akin to a husband watching his wife and daughters interact harmoniously. "Master, why not share some with them? We have more than enough for ourselves," he suggested. "As you wish, I am quite satisfied," she replied. Li Yuqing nodded slightly, swallowing the small morsel of meat she had just bitten off, and calmly said, "Thank you, master." Lin Xuan felt a warmth in his heart. Although his master was not akin to a celestial being, after all, little fairies do not require sustenance, he could hardly believe that she could only consume such a meager amount. It was evident that she deliberately reserved the delectable grilled meat, which greatly benefited the enhancement of one's physical form, for herself. Encountering such an exceptional master made Lin Xuan feel as if he had exhausted several lifetimes' worth of accrued fortune. With a satisfied smile, Lin Xuan picked up 2 skewers of grilled meat and tossed them onto the ground beside him, saying, "Here, this is for you." The moment the meat left his hands, Lin Xuan sensed something amiss. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Xiao Yurong, oblivious to the underlying meaning, lunged for the grilled meat on the ground, only to be firmly restrained by Xiao Xianran. With a stern expression, Xiao Xianran glared at Lin Xuan and inquired, "What does this mean?" Lin Xuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and hastily explained, "I used to feed dogs at home, so it became a habit to do this instinctively. My apologies, my apologies. I'll get you 2 more skewers right away." With that, he promptly expressed his contrition and handed another 2 aromatic skewers of meat to Xiao Xianran. "Ha ha ha." Li Yuqing burst into hearty laughter, clearly relishing the warm scene unfolding before her. A glimmer of profundity flashed in her gaze as she regarded Lin Xuan. Xiao Xianran, however, did not genuinely harbor anger towards Lin Xuan. She merely appeared somewhat discontent after accepting the skewers. Xiao Yurong, on the other hand, was far simpler, feeling no sense of humiliation and indulging in the feast with great delight. Before long, the 3 of them had devoured all the grilled meat. Lin Xuan had not even considered the servant Wuong, who was still sweeping outside. After all, as a servant, how could she be afforded such delicacies? Merely sweeping the ground, she had contributed nothing to Qiu Haifeng's rise. Providing her with food and accommodation was already a considerable loss. There was no way he could continue to incur expenses on her behalf. However, should she wish to nibble on the leftover wooden skewers, Lin Xuan would not stand in her way. After Xiao Yurong and Xiao Xianren finished eating, their expressions were quite serene as they sat on the ground, cradling their slightly protruding bellies with looks of contentment. Lin Xuan, however, crossed his legs and sat down, beginning to refine and absorb the vital energy contained within the flesh and blood coursing through his limbs. Thanks to Li Youqing's intervention, the once tumultuous vitality transformed into a docile essence. The previously chaotic and violent aura was entirely subdued, leaving only the purest bloodline power and spiritual energy. The complete refinement of these two forces would take at least 10 days. Lin Xuan opened his eyes, using his spiritual sense to introspect, and immediately felt the changes occurring within his body. Although his cultivation level remained unchanged, his physical strength and resilience had increased by at least 100-fold. Previously, his strength was comparable to that of an ordinary transformation stage cultivator, with the ability to lift 1,000-pound weight being nearly his limit. However, now he felt that a casual punch could generate a force of 100,000 pounds, easily capable of crushing a crossing tribulation stage cultivator without issue. Moreover, the strength of his body was sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from a crossing tribulation stage cultivator. This remarkable enhancement sent a tremor of awe through Lin Xuan's heart. It was simply terrifying. Lin Xuan lowered his gaze to his clenched fist, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. With my current strength, would it be overly presumptuous to participate in the sect's grand competition? Given my master's formidable background, one would assume that the trifling rewards of the Immortal Peak ranking would hold little significance. Could it be for the sake of reputation? That seems unlikely. If my master truly valued such accolades, she would have taken on disciples long ago. With the resources available here, even a swine could cultivate for a century and ascend to the realm of the immortal beasts, could it not? Lin Xuan was engulfed in confusion, utterly perplexed by his master's true intentions. With merely 10 days remaining until the commencement of the sect competition, it was utterly impossible for Lin Xuan to reach the integration stage beforehand. Thus, he resolved to cease his cultivation and relish the fleeting moments of leisure. Of course, if his master were to suddenly produce some elixirs capable of enhancing his prowess, a glimmer of hope might remain. However, even in such a scenario, Lin Xuan would not hastily seek a breakthrough to the integration stage. The pace of his cultivation had already been remarkably swift, and aside from cultivating and breaking through, he had had no opportunity to truly experience the potency of his current realm before advancing once more. The rapid ascension of his cultivation might lead to an unstable foundation, not to mention the potential disturbance of his Dao heart. Weighing the pros and cons, there was little to be gained. After all, Lin Xuan had no pressing adversaries to confront, even without substantial physical enhancement. His prowess at the late stage of spirit transformation firmly secured his position as the foremost disciple among the new generation of inner sect members. Participating in the sect competition seemed somewhat beyond his current capabilities. Hence, he continued to enjoy a serene and harmonious existence in the small world alongside his master. Through this period of companionship, Lin Xuan discovered that aside from her striking beauty, his master possessed a plethora of skills. She was well versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. One evening, Li Youqing sat gracefully, her fingers dancing over the strings of a zither. The enchanting melodies flowed from her fingertips, akin to a gentle stream meandering through the heart, soothing and serene. Suddenly, the tempo quickened, and the music transformed into a rapid crescendo, immersing one in the clamor of a battlefield. Lin Xuan was entranced, unable to regain his senses for a considerable time. The music was far more exquisite than anything he had heard in mundane establishments in his previous life. As he gazed at his master, who was utterly absorbed in her music, he couldn't help but reflect. Perhaps the tribulations of 2 lifetimes were merely to lead me to my master. Before arriving in this world, he had been a staunch atheist, dismissing the concept of fate as mere folly. Yet, his convictions remained unshaken upon his arrival here. The so-called deities were but individuals of extraordinary cultivation. However, he now pondered whether everything might indeed be predestined. If not, how could one explain the existence of such an exceptional master who had chosen him, an inconspicuous soul, from among hundreds of thousands of outer disciples? He alone knew that during the sect's grand ceremony, when the elders were selecting disciples, he had merely been passing by, casually inquiring with a few elders. After facing rejection, he had intended to return to his languid existence, only to be called back by Li Yuqing, rather than having sought her out as a disciple. Although Lin Xuan was captivated by Li Yuqing at first glance, much like most of the outer disciples, he remained grounded in reality. He never entertained the fanciful notion that Li Yuqing was the archetypal ice princess, perpetually admired by suitors, only to find herself drawn to him upon perceiving his indifference. Even if he were to witness Wang sweeping the courtyard, Lin Xuan would not believe it. Perhaps this was indeed the will of fate. As the performance concluded, Wang, who shared the space with Lin Xuan, wore a countenance of trepidation and awe. From the melodies, she discerned much that Lin Xuan's current state could not comprehend. Her wariness of Li Yuqing intensified, and a chill settled in her heart. The stronger Li Yuqing's abilities, the slimmer her chances of escaping this place on her own. Thus, her resolve to await her father's military intervention solidified further. One might regard this as the reverberating drumroll preceding the grand sect competition. Li Yuqing set aside her guqin, gazing intently at Lin Xuan, warning him that should he falter, he would face dire consequences. Lin Xuan was suddenly struck with clarity. The day spent in the comfortable company of his master had made him oblivious to the passage of time. He was jolted by the realization that the sect competition was upon them the very next day. I shall not disappoint my master. I will ensure that Qiu Haifeng stands at the pinnacle of the 360 Elders' Peaks, Lin Xuan declared confidently. His demeanor transformed from that of a timid disciple to one of renewed vigor. Then I shall await your good news here, Li Yuqing replied with a light smile. Master, will you not come to the venue to support me? Lin Xuan inquired, surprised yet somewhat disheartened by her response. I prefer places devoid of crowds, Li Yuqing stated calmly. It then dawned on Lin Xuan that during the sect's grand ceremony, his master had kept her eyes closed for the majority, disregarding many outer disciples eager to join Qiu Haifeng. She might have sealed all her senses, lost in her own contemplations, with a maternal warmth. Li Yuqing offered a few more words of encouragement before retreating indoors. Wang, who had not yet begun her duties, looked at Lin Xuan and asked, given your current circumstances, why do you settle for such a position? After days of interaction, despite the constant suppression, Wang found herself harboring less animosity towards Lin Xuan. After all, she was left with no alternatives. Where my master is, there I shall be, Lin Xuan retorted, casting a glance at Wang. Though she was not lacking in appearance, he considered her somewhat naive. His current situation was indeed favorable. But even if he were to join the foremost sect in the Yuan-Yang realm and be groomed as the next generation's leader, with all resources poured upon him, it would pale in comparison to the privilege of following his master, not to mention the prospect of a lifetime of ease that accompanied such a choice. A private daughter who had distanced herself from her family held such resources. Her lineage must be formidable. If the subject were his master, Lin Xuan would not hesitate to embrace the role of a son-in-law. Wouldn't that propel him to unparalleled heights? He could very well end up managing several lower realms, indifferent to the fortunes of a single city or territory. Wang opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. Lin Xuan, witnessing this scene, immediately understood that the young lady was concocting some mischievous scheme, harboring ulterior motives. Through the time spent together, Lin Xuan had come to realize that although Wu Ang's name seemed rather simple, her prowess was indeed formidable. However, due to the constraints imposed upon her, Lin Xuan felt no apprehension regarding any potential harm she could inflict upon him. Even if he were to enter a meditative state in her presence, she would be incapable of causing him the slightest injury. It could only be said that the restrictions set by his master were exceedingly potent. In the ensuing period, Lin Xuan inquired about the various medicinal herbs and their properties within the small world alongside Wang. Meanwhile, in the outside realm, the first rays of dawn poured over the peak of Qiu Haifeng, causing the dew collected by the grass throughout the night to drip onto the ground. Today, the Wooding Immortal sect was more boisterous than usual, as many inner disciples, who had been in seclusion for the great competition, emerged, eager to achieve commendable results. The sect's grand competition, in essence, was a brutal contest among the new generation of inner disciples for the allocation of resources, while the older generation observed as spectators, akin to placing bets on the outcome. After all, if every competition were to feature the older disciples, the top-ranking Immortal Peak would forever remain unchanged, rendering the event devoid of significance. Unlike many anxious disciples, Lin Xuan departed from Qiu Haifeng with confidence, soaring towards the core region of the Wooding Immortal sect. From a distance, he could see the vast square ahead teeming with people, with scarcely a place to stand beneath the colossal statue. Once the inner disciples found their spots, they sat cross-legged in anticipation. Surrounding them were numerous outer disciples. Although the outer disciples were not required to participate in the competition, such a grand event was not to be missed. Not only would the competition be thrilling, but even placing bets on the outcomes could yield substantial rewards if fortune favored them. Lin Xuan arrived a bit later than most, as many had come as early as midnight the previous night, gradually entering the venue. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of numerous disciples. If it were merely due to being accepted as a disciple of the most beautiful elder, it would not have been a matter of great significance. At most, it would have sparked envy and jealousy among the male disciples, who might resort to disparaging remarks, claiming Lin Xuan was merely a pretty face being supported by someone. However, ever since 3 months prior, when many elders visited Qiu Haifeng attempting to persuade Lin Xuan to join their ranks, only to be rejected, their reactions had shifted. Instead of anger, they had taken to showering Lin Xuan with warmth in various ways. Most importantly, the events at Lin Tian Peak had long since spread within the sect. Though Lin Xuan had paid little heed to it, he had inadvertently become the focus of attention among the new generation of inner disciples. Some speculated that Lin Xuan, who had turned down numerous sect leaders, must possess unparalleled talent, manifesting extraordinary phenomena with every gesture. Yet, they wondered, apart from being slightly more handsome, what else did he possess? I have heard that during his time in the outer sect, he was rather unremarkable and only showcased his talents after entering Qiu Haifeng, likely a result of Elder Li investing all his resources in him. Though Elder Li was the weakest among the elders, having held his position for many years without hope of advancing his cultivation, it was assumed he had accumulated considerable resources, which enabled Lin Xuan to shine brilliantly. Truly, the world has declined, and the hearts of men have grown cold. As practitioners of qi cultivation, we aspire to stand tall against the heavens. What merit is there in living off others? Lin Xuan traversed his path, often hearing such discordant voices echoing in his ears, yet he remained unfazed. These individuals perceived only his rapid advancement in cultivation, oblivious to the burdens he bore in silence. With an abundance of spiritual liquids and countless rare treasures at home, he felt compelled to remain close to Qiu Hai Peak during his outings. Who could truly comprehend the agony he endured? If one's shoulders were not laden with a 1,000-pound burden, who would dare to live off others during their youth? He arrived at the gathering area for inner disciples and casually seated himself in a meditative posture. The distinction between inner and outer disciples was readily apparent, with inner disciples adorned in white robes and outer disciples clad in brown. The competition had yet to commence, and many were still entering the venue. However, Lin Xuan observed that the seating arrangement was determined not by arrival time but by strength. Not far off, a tardy disciple brazenly kicked aside a seated individual in the central area, claiming the spot for himself without a hint of remorse. No one rose to admonish this disciple, nor did anyone come to the defense of the one who had been so callously displaced. This behavior had become the norm. In the uncertain immortal sect, strength governed all. Within the bounds of permissible conduct, provocations among disciples were met with indifference from the sect, which stubbornly believed that such actions would ignite the fighting spirit within all disciples and hasten their cultivation. If one wished to avoid bullying, one must strive doubly hard in their practice. Nevertheless, such confrontations were not frequent. Most disciples of the uncertain immortal sect, like Lin Xuan, were humble and courteous, opting to find a seat at the periphery if they arrived late. Many seasoned inner disciples also made their appearances, unconcerned about their standing in the competition. They were not at ease. Rather, tension hung thick in the air, as if a battle were imminent. It is well known that enemies meet with heightened animosity, and after the previous competition, numerous feuds had been forged among the disciples, particularly between rival peaks that had harbored animosity for years. This hostile atmosphere was most palpable among the top-ranking peaks. Even before the competition had begun, one could sense their eagerness for confrontation. Lin Xuan, eyes closed, paid little heed to these tensions. As the sun reached its zenith, Sect Master Duan Qing, accompanied by several esteemed elders, approached on soaring swords from the direction of Tian Peak. The celestial energy emanating from him sparkled like resplendent light, capturing the attention of the many disciples below. Unlike the cantankerous elder Lin Xuan had previously encountered, Duan Qing at this moment embodied the entire sect, his robes billowing majestically, exuding an aura of immortality. Countless disciples rose in unison, eyes fixed upon the sect master, their gazes imbued with respect. In the blink of an eye, a century had passed, and the inner sect welcomed a fresh influx of talent. Each individual present was an integral part of the sect, destined to become its pillars of strength, witnessing, or even forging the prosperity of their order. As Duan Qing landed at the forefront, his voice resonated powerfully, echoing in the ears of the tens of thousands of disciples gathered. The content and regulations of the grand competition need not be elaborated upon here, as the masters of each peak have likely already conveyed the necessary information. In summary, one imperative rule prevails: mutual slaughter is strictly forbidden. Having stated this, he refrained from further explanation and exchanged glances with the 7 esteemed elders, each unleashing their formidable celestial energy, which converged above the square. At the point where this energy coalesced, the fabric of space warped instantaneously, and an unremarkable sky gradually manifested into a mystical realm. Passing through the barrier would lead to the site of the competition, where disciples participating in the event would come to receive their jade tokens. The inner sect disciples were filled with fervor, yet Lin Xuan appeared utterly bewildered. What did it mean that the masters of each peak had already informed them? How was he to know? He was aware of the chomping mystic realm, a place that had existed long before the establishment of the indeterminate sect. The ancestors of the indeterminate sect discovered the mysteries of this realm and founded their sect here. However, as for the rules, Lin Xuan was genuinely in the dark. His master had never mentioned them, nor had he thought to inquire. After all, he had always assumed that there would be a detailed explanation regarding the competition rules prior to its commencement. Otherwise, it would be akin to a headless fly, wasting time. Yet, observing the reactions of the other disciples, Lin Xuan was taken aback to learn that the elders had indeed informed them of the competition rules beforehand. Thus, the sect leader chose to remain silent. He even contemplated reporting the elders of the other 359 peaks for cheating. However, upon further reflection, he found some solace in the notion that as a player with extraordinary advantages, he could afford to let them have their way. Moreover, once inside the mystic realm, he could easily seize a junior sister by her collar and demand answers. Surely, she would divulge the information. The process of acquiring the jade tokens was rather straightforward. One merely needed to pick one from the scattered tokens at Duan Qing's feet, a task that could be accomplished swiftly. Before long, it was Lin Xuan's turn. Upon seeing him approach, Duan Qing's stern expression instantly transformed into a warm smile as he said, "Why not forego the competition altogether and come under my tutelage as a personal disciple? Wouldn't that be far more liberating than fighting to the death here?" Duan Qing, filled with delight, believed that after witnessing his prowess, Lin Xuan would be compelled to agree to become his personal disciple. However, Lin Xuan, with an apologetic demeanor, surveyed the surrounding disciples who glared at him with hostility and proclaimed loudly, "I appreciate the sect leader's kind offer, but my master has treated me well, even in death. I wish to die in my master's embrace." At these words, countless male disciples seethed with anger. They had already been incensed upon seeing Lin Xuan enter Chiu High Peak. Compounded by the swirling rumors, Lin Xuan's current provocation only intensified their ire. Were it not for the presence of the sect leader, the esteemed elders, and numerous other elders, they would have rushed forward to deliver a few kicks to Lin Xuan. It was worth noting that Li Yuqing made but a single appearance every century, leaving behind countless legends and attracting a multitude of exceptionally talented and handsome youths eager to join Chiu High Peak. The importance of resources paled in comparison. Even the mere sight of their master each day was enough to satisfy them. However, in the nearly 1,000 years prior, the outstanding outer sect disciples from centuries past had nearly ascended to the position of sect leader, yet on Chiu High Peak, Li Yuqing remained the sole figure of prominence. This led many to believe that the exquisite flower had yet to find its owner. Even in failure, it could not be deemed a defeat. However, Lin Xuan's ascent to the mountain irrevocably altered the scenario. Elder Li now had a disciple, marking the end of his youthful days. The thought that he would only be able to behold the ethereal Elder Li once every century while Lin Xuan could see her daily, perhaps even having shared an intimate connection, as rumors suggested, provoked a sense of indignation among those elders who had pursued Li Yuqing for years without success. Was this still the familiar world where strength reigned supreme? When had it transformed into an era where handsome youths ascended to prominence? Observing the intensified anger radiating from these individuals, Lin Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile, his face alight with mirth. He was utterly unconcerned about inciting further animosity. Since joining the Wooding Immortal sect, he had attracted his fair share of resentment due to his striking appearance. Previously, he had been meek, his lack of talent necessitating protection from a host of senior sisters, and he had been derided as a mere sponge. Yet, times had changed. Without boasting, he could assert that he surpassed the entirety of the new generation of inner disciples. Presently, aside from lacking a suitable high-level magical artifact, he was nearly fully equipped. His cultivation prowess dwarfed that of others, his physical form remarkably formidable, and his innate talent far exceeded that of his peers. Lin Xuan could now unabashedly declare, "All present are but trifles. Alas, one day you shall comprehend my earnest intentions." The sect leader did not impose stringent demands. Had he done so, Lin Xuan would have long been bound atop the celestial peak. Once all disciples received their jade tokens, Duan Qing waved his hand, enveloping the crowd in a gentle celestial light. Those ensconced in this luminescence gradually vanished from sight, only to be projected into the secret realm above. Lin Xuan felt a sudden tug upon his body, a fleeting discomfort accompanying the darkness that enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a verdant forest. Gazing upwards, he beheld an expanse of nothingness. Absent was the sun of the outside world, yet it was as bright as day. This must be the interior of the Chongping secret realm. The density of spiritual energy here was at least double that of the outside. One could not help but wonder why the sect had kept such a treasure hidden. Was it reserved solely for core disciples? Although the spiritual energy within the small world atop Qiu Haifeng was denser and replete with countless elixirs to hasten cultivation. From the perspective of an ordinary disciple of the Wooding Immortal sect, Chongping's secret realm was undoubtedly a haven for cultivation. However, Lin Xuan did not covet this place. What were the actual rules of the grand competition? This jade token provided no information whatsoever. He regarded it with a sense of betrayal from his master. Fortunately, with nearly 10,000 inner disciples participating in the competition, it was not long before Lin Xuan encountered a living soul as he ventured to the left. This individual was seated against a large tree, absorbing the unclaimed spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, circulating it within his body. Lin Xuan was perplexed. Could it be that the competition's essence was to assess the quantity of spiritual energy absorbed within a specified time frame after entering the secret realm? That seemed exceedingly dull. It would be far more engaging to establish a platform outside for bouts of combat. The seated disciple sensed an approach, instantly opening his eyes with a visage full of vigilance. "Is it you?" Upon recognizing the figure, the disciple sighed in relief and retorted, "Why are you not spending your time adjusting the tumultuous spiritual energy within you, and instead recklessly wandering about, courting danger?" The tumult within his body. Lin Xuan suddenly recalled the discomfort he felt the moment he entered the secret realm. This phenomenon indeed necessitated time for adjustment. "Tell me everything about the grand competition, and I might consider letting you go. What do you say?" The adage to know oneself and one's enemy is to win 100 battles echoed in his mind. As he realized that not even the rules of the grand competition were known to him, it was paramount to understand the regulations. "Are you a spy sent by another sect?" The disciple's wariness intensified, though he was aware that everything happening in the secret realm was visible to the outside world. Furthermore, the jade token could transport its bearer out in times of life-threatening peril. Thus, he held no concerns regarding safety. However, if Lin Xuan were indeed a spy, it would pose a significant problem. "No," Lin Xuan replied, his demeanor calm and upright, exuding no sense of guilt. "Then how could you possibly be unaware of the competition's rules? My master never mentioned them, and I suspect she is oblivious as well." "Humph. Do you think such a lowly trick could deceive me?" The disciple scoffed. "Everything occurring within the secret realm is crystal clear to the outside world. There is no need for me to venture out. Your footsteps have already betrayed you." Lin Xuan's expression darkened. "It seems you are unwilling to speak." As he approached the man, the latter rose with solemnity, sneering, "After being transported here, I cannot utilize my spiritual energy for at least an hour. It could take 2 to 3 hours at most. Do you think I would fear you?" He unabashedly revealed, "I have trained my physical body extensively. You are still too inexperienced to confront me." The man cracked his knuckles and advanced towards Lin Xuan. Noise erupted as Lin Xuan channeled his spiritual energy, striking forth with a palm that coalesced into a crimson hand, undeniably landing upon the man's shoulder. The man stumbled backward, crashing into a towering tree before barely coming to a halt. "How is this possible? How can you wield spiritual energy?" The man's face was a canvas of astonishment. Though his injuries were not severe, he was utterly taken aback. "Why not?" Lin Xuan countered, "I offer you one last opportunity to divulge all that you know." Left with no recourse, the man reluctantly disclosed everything he was aware of. Meanwhile, in the plaza of the Wooding Immortal sect, countless inner disciples who had experienced the grand competition observed this scene, their expressions frozen in disbelief. After exchanging glances with one another, they turned their gaze towards the sect leader. One individual stepped forth from the crowd, bowing with cupped fists. "Sect leader, Lin Xuan is undoubtedly cheating. He has utilized external means to suppress the tumult of spiritual energy within him. The sect leader wore a smile, but upon witnessing the dissatisfaction among the disciples, he felt compelled to clarify, the secret realm exists independently of the Yuanong world. Upon being transported there, one's spiritual energy indeed experiences turmoil and requires a period of adjustment to restore its proper function. What I have not disclosed until now is that if one's physical body is sufficiently strong, one can withstand the spatial distortion during transport. As of now, there are no known treasures capable of countering this. Without boasting, I can firmly state that during my participation in the grand competition years ago, my experience in the secret realm was minimally affected. A group of individuals exchanged glances, previously unaware of this revelation. Yet, they did not anticipate that this was the reason behind it. Those present, possessing remarkable talents in the worldly realm, were far from foolish. If this were indeed the case, it would imply that Lin Xuan's physical prowess surpassed that of all assembled. It was as though others were unwilling to show off. Yet he had become a stepping stone for them. Let us continue to observe. The Wooding Immortal sect has not witnessed such astonishing talent in its disciples for many years. The sect leader murmured softly, his gaze directed towards the secret realm above, choosing to disregard the crowd. Within the secret realm, Lin Xuan looked down from his elevated position at the man seated on the ground, nodding in understanding. So this is how it is. I shall test whether you are deceiving me. As he spoke, Lin Xuan seized the jade token pinned at the man's waist. Did you not say you would let me go? The man's words were cut short as his body was instantly transported away. A slight smirk appeared on Lin Xuan's lips, tinged with a hint of mischief. When the conditions were previously discussed, you did not express agreement. It was only after being struck that you acquiesced, was it not? The jade token, crafted from a unique material and inscribed with special runes, could not be stored within a storage ring but had to remain on one's person. The intent behind this was to facilitate theft. The rules of the grand competition were straightforward. Possessing a jade token allowed one to remain in the secret realm, while losing it would result in immediate expulsion, even if it were to accidentally slip from one's grasp. Furthermore, the criteria for victory were equally simple. When the secret realm closed after 10 days, the individual with the most jade tokens would be declared the victor, with subsequent ranks determined similarly. The secret realm would gradually shrink over time, reducing to the size of an external plaza after 10 days. Ensuring that no one could merely hide and avoid confrontation until the conclusion of the competition. This meticulously designed system effectively eliminated the possibility of any lurking cowardice. Moreover, Lin Xuan was aware that upon entering the secret realm, there would be an average period of weakness lasting an hour, during which one could not summon spiritual energy. As for why he did not experience this condition, Lin Xuan surmised it was due to his own strength. He did not take advantage of others during this time to seize their jade tokens. An hour is neither particularly short nor long, and to act prematurely would necessitate taking the tokens one by one from others, which would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Why not simply obtain a multitude directly from others later on? Thus, Lin Xuan leapt gracefully onto the branches of a giant tree behind him and reclined comfortably. Outside, as the first disciple to be eliminated, he shattered the record for the shortest duration spent in the secret realm since the establishment of the Wooding Immortal sect. Upon his emergence, the disciple rushed to his master, lamenting, "Master, Lin Xuan cheated. Did we not agree that spiritual energy could not be used? How is it that he is able to?" The elder, with graying hair and a long beard, immediately darkened in expression, feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze. He helplessly explained, "You were not wronged in your defeat." "How could I not be wronged?" the disciple exclaimed. "He clearly cheated, regardless of his lamentations." No one paid any heed. The sect leader had personally spoken and demonstrated his regard. Who would dare to utter a word more? Subsequently, the secret realm experienced a rare tranquility. The admiration on Duan Qing's face intensified, and he unabashedly remarked to the grand elder beside him, "This young man possesses exceptional talent and a commendable disposition. If the unfettered immortal sect were to be entrusted to him, it would indeed honor our ancestors." As time passed, several betting pools attracted numerous disciples eager to place their wagers, with the odds sufficiently enticing to satisfy many. The variety of bets was as diverse as one could imagine, and as long as something piqued interest, there would be a market for it. For instance, speculating on how many jade tokens a certain individual might acquire on the first day or whether someone would face elimination created a highly competitive atmosphere. Most of the bettors were formidable inner disciples or even elders, ensuring credibility and alleviating any fears of deceit. Unbeknownst to them, over an hour had elapsed, and many disciples within the secret realm began to rise and move about. Those who could stabilize their fluctuating spiritual energy first would gain a significant advantage. After all, not everyone was like Lin Xuan, who chose to forego opportunity and rest upon a branch, who wouldn't desire to acquire more jade tokens. As Lin Xuan lay on the ground, he suddenly heard rustling sounds nearby, indicating someone was approaching. He promptly sprang to his feet. Although he had no intention of bullying others, with someone coming forth to present themselves, it was only natural to accept. After all, it was a jade token. "Is that you?" Lin Xuan inquired with a slight smile, recognizing a fellow disciple of similar age before him. "I never expected to encounter you here. It seems you've been faring well lately," Fong Bai responded with a grin. The two hailed from the secular realm of the Southern Yang dynasty and had fortuitously entered the unfettered Immortal sect together. Fong Bai was among the few male friends Lin Xuan had within the sect. However, their interactions had gradually diminished over the past 5 or 6 years. "Not too bad," Lin Xuan replied, scratching his nose. Meeting an old acquaintance made it difficult to resort to hostility. As for whether Fong Bai might turn against him, Lin Xuan paid it no mind. The latter was merely at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Should he attack, Lin Xuan could only endure the pain and send him back in tears. "How about we team up?" Many people band together, and with Xiao Haifeng. "You are at a disadvantage alone," Fong Bai suggested kindly. "I have no interest in the jade tokens you seize. Just ensure you protect me from being sent back while I search for the main group." "Agreed. No problem." Lin Xuan nodded slightly, accepting this reasonable request. As the two walked together, Lin Xuan sensed no ill will from Fong Bai, which brought a smile to his face. "By the way, may I ask you a question? Why did you choose to conceal your cultivation back then? And why do you still hesitate to ascend to the higher-ranked peaks?" Fong Bai inquired with evident curiosity. "I quite enjoy life on Xiao Haifeng. If that's the case, why would I wish to leave?" Lin Xuan replied with a light chuckle, though he internally dismissed the notion. "If you were to join Xiao Haifeng, you would find it equally challenging to depart. Do you not realize that this path will ultimately bury your talents? If you had not caught the eye of any elder, would you have remained in the outer sect indefinitely? Although my family background pales in comparison to yours. In the secular world, aside from a few thousand acres of fertile land and a couple of ancestral estates passed down through generations, what else do you possess? Beyond being a mere scion of wealth, what are you?" Fong Bai continued to express his indignation. "I am currently at the later stage of the nascent soul. And once I become an inner disciple, I will at least be able to break through to the transformation stage. But what about you? Hiding your cultivation. If you remain in the outer sect, you may very well be stuck at the transformation stage your entire life, even if your talent surpasses mine. Our differences will not be significant." Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, deciding against revealing that he was on the verge of breaking through to the composite stage, as it would be difficult to explain. Being mistaken for someone concealing their early transformation stage cultivation had its advantages. No need for explanations. "You are too young, my boy," Lin Xuan remarked with an air of tranquility. Fong Bai inquired, puzzled. "Do you think elders only recruit disciples during the sect's grand ceremonies? Isn't that the case?" Fong Bai was further astonished, as this was common knowledge among countless outer disciples. "This is akin to when you once asked me why no girl was interested in you. Do you recall what I told you back then?" Lin Xuan countered. "Of course I remember." Fong Bai felt a pang in his heart, recalling their journey to the Wooding Immortal sect over a decade ago. Passing through numerous cities, whenever Lin Xuan made an appearance, countless girls would flock to him, leaving Fong Bai bewildered and seeking advice. He vividly remembered that night when Lin Xuan had said, "As long as you look like me, you will realize that all girls are far more proactive than you imagine." Thus, he inadvertently voiced those very words. Indeed, that is the essence of the matter. If your aptitude is lacking, you will never comprehend how proactive those elders can be. Lin Xuan stated calmly. "You must be familiar with everything that transpired at Shohai Peak, correct?" "Now it makes sense. I understand," Fong Bai exclaimed, enlightened. With Lin Xuan's talent, he could attract countless elders, even the sect leader himself, whether at Shohai Peak or in the outer sect. The greatest drawback of concealing one's cultivation is that only the elders may remain unaware. However, all Lin Xuan needed to do was proclaim, "I am a genius," and showcase his capabilities. "I believe I now understand why the other inner disciples harbor such animosity towards you," Fong Bai sighed, weighed down by realization. Indeed, comparisons among individuals are futile. Let them harbor their hatred. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. "By the way, what of your royal companion? I haven't seen him in quite some time." 5 years ago. His Highness's hasty cultivation caused a disruption in his spiritual energy, resulting in blocked meridians. He now has almost no chance of breaking through in this lifetime. And with the turmoil in the Nanyang dynasty, he has returned to manage the situation. Fong Bai's countenance was exceedingly dim, clearly indicating a close relationship with the prince. He lamented, "Your Highness's talent surpasses mine by far. It is a pity that he is entangled in such dire affairs, destined to return and inherit the throne, ultimately leading a wretched life." Lin Xuan's expression darkened. While the Nanyang dynasty was not particularly strong among countless dynasties, it boasted a population exceeding 100 million. With imperial authority firmly entrenched, the prospect of returning to inherit the throne was indeed lamentable. However, that was not the crux of the matter. He was more concerned about Fong Bai's mention of turmoil within the Nanyang dynasty. "You just spoke of unrest in the Nanyang dynasty. What is the situation?" Lin Xuan inquired. Fong Bai, looking at Lin Xuan in surprise, replied, "Haven't you heard? The Liang dynasty is invading Nanyang, and coupled with the rebellion of that scoundrel Zhang Man, the situation is utterly chaotic." Fong Bai continued, "Your family is a significant power, isn't it? Haven't they informed you? Surely your lineage has not been extinguished?" He contemplated a terrifying possibility and offered a kind warning. Lin Xuan retorted angrily, "Your family is the one that has perished." Though the Nanyang dynasty was in turmoil, it was conceivable that the Lin family might indeed. Yet, he could not accept such a notion being voiced aloud. "My family has indeed perished. I am an orphan, having just entered the palace," Fong Bai stated calmly, devoid of any anger. "Once the competition concludes, why not return with me to investigate?" Lin Xuan proposed. "Very well," Fong Bai readily agreed. After becoming an inner disciple, his freedom had increased significantly. Although he had initially promised the prince to become an unrivaled powerhouse before returning to cleanse the Nanyang dynasty of all external threats and share in its dominion, he believed that a preliminary visit would pose no issue. The rules stipulated that the victor would be determined after 10 days. However, Lin Xuan pondered. "If I were to send everyone out now, would the competition come to an end?" He gazed earnestly at Fong Bai. At that moment, he merely wished to expedite the competition's conclusion and journey to the Nanyang dynasty. Logically, it should be feasible, but with tens of thousands of inner disciples this year. Despite his commendable prowess, he could only contend with 3 at most, and could assist in fending off 1. "Leave that to me," Lin Xuan declared with a devilish grin. "The time for the hunt has arrived." After a moment's hesitation, Fong Bai bellowed, "Let us proceed. Is it not merely a matter of being sent out early? What's the big deal?" The two swiftly reached an accord, their forms weaving through the woods in search of prey. Lin Xuan was uncertain of the precise dimensions of the secret realm, but given the simultaneous entry of thousands of disciples, the density was naturally significant. He frequently encountered those who were either isolated or had formed small teams, yet without exception, they became Lin Xuan's quarry. Once they lost their jade tokens, they were teleported away, severing their ties to the competition. Fong Bai followed closely behind Lin Xuan, initially feeling a tinge of apprehension. However, witnessing Lin Xuan's swiftness in action and his decisive acquisition of jade tokens filled him with relief, grateful that they were not adversaries. Otherwise, had he been spotted, he might have been dispatched back at that very moment. From the very beginning, he never took action himself, always acting as a lackey to scavenge the jade tokens. Lin Xuan, each time he struck, did so without employing any spiritual power. A mere punch would suffice, leaving no one able to rise again. In just 2 short hours, the two of them had amassed over 170 jade tokens. Fong Bai, serving as a mere tool, had no choice but to remove his robe and wrap all these tokens, continuing to follow closely behind Lin Xuan. However, he now harbored no doubts about Lin Xuan and eagerly contemplated the prospect of encountering more prey. The timeline within the secret realm differed from that of the outside world. As the two traversed the woods and dusk quietly descended. "Boss, shall we take a moment to rest? We could strike at midnight when others let down their guard, thereby increasing our chances of success," Fong Bai proposed. In the face of absolute strength, all strategies seemed a waste of time, and Lin Xuan remained indifferent. With his current power, who could withstand him? Why sneak attack at midnight? That would be disgraceful. Isn't this method more prudent? Fong Bai chuckled awkwardly before his eyes brightened. "Boss, there is a significant fluctuation of spiritual energy ahead. It seems someone is engaged in combat." Indeed, Lin Xuan nodded slightly, having sensed it as well. "Let's go take a look." He soared into the air, heading towards the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations 5 miles away, with Fong Bai trailing behind. Not long after, Lin Xuan halted less than 100 meters from the two groups engaged in battle. While defeating these individuals would be simple, Wouldn't it be more delightful to seize the opportunity as it arose? Boss, perhaps we should retreat, whoever those two groups are. They are not something we can handle alone, Fong Bai said, catching up while carrying the jade tokens, his expression changing. A rough glance revealed that each group boasted over 30 members, making them far more formidable than the small teams of 5 or 6 they had encountered previously. Most of these individuals hailed from the same mountain peak or were disciples of 2 closely affiliated elders. Most importantly, both factions were led by 2 cultivators at the transformation stage, representing the pinnacle of strength, far beyond what they could simply consume. Rest assured, I won't undertake actions without assurance. Lin Xuan replied calmly, not eager to reveal himself just yet. Instead, he observed from the shadows, a nascent idea taking shape in his mind. The battle raged fiercely. Yet no one noticed Lin Xuan and Fong Bai lurking not far away. After a lengthy incense stick's duration, one group had been substantially diminished. And while the remaining members struggled, they faced overwhelming assaults from multiple adversaries, gradually succumbing to elimination. Let us gather the spoils, the leader of the victorious faction, appearing somewhat weary yet exceedingly pleased, proclaimed loudly. It is our turn to take the stage. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly and soared towards the crowd. Fong Bai reached out, only to find Lin Xuan already approaching the opposing side. Glancing at the jade tokens in his bundle, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Today, I too shall risk my life alongside the hero." He then followed suit. "Senior brother, someone is approaching." The group, having just relaxed after the battle, became alert upon noticing Lin Xuan. "I see them." The foremost disciple pondered momentarily, his brows furrowed, feeling rather disgruntled after being likened to a mantis following a fierce battle. "To think it was you all along." Upon discerning Lin Xuan's appearance, he scoffed coldly, "You wish to join us? Though your prowess is commendable, the jade tokens are evidently of greater significance." It was common knowledge among the inner disciples that Xiu Haifeng had only one disciple. The circumstances under which Lin Xuan had managed to lure a simpleton to accompany him remained a mystery. Nevertheless, he dismissed it as an opportunity to acquire an additional jade token. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. "In that case, allow me to lay my cards on the table. I am here to seize the jade tokens. Surrender all the tokens you possess, and I may spare you." Laughter erupted among the crowd, with even Fong Bai feeling a tinge of uncertainty. Although the loss of 2 jade tokens was indeed regrettable, they were inclined to let the intruders depart, given the circumstances. A tall and awkwardly built disciple stepped forward, looking down at Lin Xuan with disdain. He was about to utter something, perhaps a comment about Lin's misfortune in encountering them, when suddenly Lin Xuan, like a specter, flashed before him and delivered a powerful punch. The force of the blow, accompanied by a howling wind, struck his shoulder, sending him, who weighed at least 200 pounds and was bolstered by later-stage nascent soul cultivation, hurtling backward. Someone instinctively reached out to catch him, only to be sent sprawling themselves upon impact. After days of honing his physical strength, Lin Xuan had mastered his power, ensuring he would not unintentionally kill with a single punch. The realization of the grave predicament dawned upon the leading disciple, yet he felt little sense of urgency. Even though one of their own had fallen victim to Lin Xuan's surprise attack, they still had over 20 members remaining. Surely, dealing with a single Lin Xuan would be a trivial matter, wouldn't it? What if Lin Xuan was renowned for his talent? In the end, he was merely at the initial stage of the transformation stage. How formidable could he truly be? Then, in the span of 10 breaths, over 30 men and women lay sprawled upon the ground, hunched over and clutching their wounds, their faces etched with agony. "Fong Bai, gather all the jade tokens here," Lin Xuan commanded casually after finishing the task. Bewildered, Fong Bai finally regained his composure and responded, "Oh, okay." Then began to assume the role of a jade token collector. "Remember to leave 1 jade token on each person. We've already taken so much from them. Let us not be excessively ruthless," Lin Xuan continued. "Oh, understood." Fong Bai, without questioning the rationale, simply followed the orders. Soon, apart from the 32 individuals present, each retaining a single jade token, the remaining 300 tokens found their way into Fong Bai's possession. The simple bundle fashioned from his robe was bulging, nearly bursting at the seams. Indeed, seizing what was readily available proved far more expedient than undertaking the endeavor independently. Fong Bai could not conceal his delight and laughed heartily. It must be said that there is indeed strength in numbers. The 30 or so individuals amassed a quantity of jade tokens that was double that of Lin Xuan in merely 2 short hours. Of course, a significant portion of this bounty was left behind by those who had just been eliminated. "All right, let us depart." Lin Xian remarked with a light chuckle as he scanned the crowd. As the two turned to leave, Fong Bai could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Why not seize all 32 jade tokens from them? 32 is enough for a lengthy search. Their strength is still considerable. You understand my point, right?" Lin Xian replied with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. "Not quite." Fong Bai immediately shook his head, discarding any pretense. "Is it truly strength if you can defeat them so effortlessly? That is because I am stronger than they are. Imagine facing them alone. What would happen?" Lin Xian continued with a grin. "Once we take their tokens, in their quest for higher rankings, they will have no choice but to rob others. We can simply periodically reclaim the tokens they acquire, which is far less arduous than searching for individuals ourselves. Is that feasible?" Fong Bai exclaimed in astonishment, his realization dawning upon him, though he mused that such a mindset seemed rather ruthless. "Are you not concerned that they might succumb to desperation and fall into madness?" However, Fong Bai soon dismissed his initial concerns, reasoning that since it was all theft, the moral implications were negligible. On the open ground, the individuals who had been downcast had risen. To avoid excessively diminishing their strength, Lin Xian did not strike with great force, focusing instead on instilling a sense of intimidation. "Senior brother, our previous spoils are gone. What shall we do next?" The lead disciple sighed despondently. "What else can we do but continue to rob others?" "Indeed. Lin Xian is not entirely villainous. He did not take our jade tokens," another remarked. Everyone nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the premise of the sect's competition within the secret realm was to seize jade tokens. The extra tokens they possessed were certainly not gifts from others. They did not perceive the act of taking tokens as an unforgivable sin, for they could not admit to being villains themselves. Moreover, they were acutely aware that had they been in Lin Xian's position, they would not have been able to resist the temptation of 30 or more jade tokens. Leaving any for others was utterly inconceivable. Although Lin Xian had taken their tokens, inexplicably, his image in their minds grew somewhat more admirable. He was indeed the greatest benefactor of the unfettered immortal sect. Had Lin Xian not strayed too far, he might have been deeply moved by such sentiments, perhaps even taking care when reclaiming jade tokens in the future. However, such thoughts would not linger for long. Lin Xian had marked each individual. As long as he remained within 100 miles, he could sense their presence regardless of location, unless someone with greater cultivation than his managed to erase this mark. It would require leaving this place to do so, an impossibility within the secret realm. Here, Lin Xian's late-stage transformation cultivation stood as an insurmountable pinnacle. Thus, these individuals could only remain as mere tools, stable and secure in their roles. In the outside world, the master of this group of individuals, upon witnessing the scene, was so enraged that he began to stomp his feet, wishing he could rush in and slap each of them across the face. To be regarded as mere tools, yet still wear expressions of gratitude. What a bunch of fools. Naturally, he also became the target of ridicule from many elders, his countenance darkening increasingly, nearly causing him to storm off and cease his observation. What was there to behold? Watching his cherished disciples being treated as instruments for others' gain? Yet, he was restrained by a more amiable elder who had previously mocked him, now wearing a contented expression, admitting his error, yet vowing to do it again next time. The problem was, if he left, who would he laugh at later? However, the elder's expression soon softened considerably, while many others wore grim faces, unable to contain their shame and indignation, almost ready to depart in a huff. Within the secret realm, Lin Xian advanced steadily. Having encountered 4 teams of capable individuals serving as tools, most still regarded Lin Xian favorably. Aside from his striking looks, which elicited some jealousy, he was the epitome of a righteous disciple. In such a ruthless world, who could remain true to their principles and simply hand over jade tokens without ulterior motives? This was crucial for the resources their sect would acquire over the next century. A significant reason for this favorable treatment was the numerous female disciples who spoke well of Lin Xian. After all, nearly half of the new generation of inner disciples were female. While good looks alone wouldn't fill one's stomach, Lin Xian's extraordinary talent complemented his appearance, making him an object of affection for many young women. As time passed, 6 hours had slipped by since Lin Xian entered the secret realm, and the outside world had plunged into darkness. Lin Xian roused the resting Fong Bai beside him, smiling. "The net we cast is now ready for harvest." Fong Bai's face lit up with joy. He had long abandoned the notion of searching for fellow disciples. Wasn't it better to follow Lin Xian? Why seek any organization? Lin Xian stepped forward, appearing several dozen meters away, prompting Fong Bai to hastily catch up, fearful of lagging behind. Under the veil of night, the two moved swiftly. Soon approaching a small team of tools, they spotted a group of handsome young men and women huddled together, kindling a fire to rest. Even cultivators needed to recuperate. The past few hours had been spent in a near-constant state of battle, and after being unexpectedly beaten by Lin Xuan, they were utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Had it not been for Lin Xuan seizing over 200 jade tokens from them, they would have amassed over 500 tokens. The strongest among this team was a young woman, who clenched her delicate fists in indignation, exclaiming, "At least Lin Xuan didn't eliminate us." At this rate of gathering jade tokens, securing a spot in the top 10 is surely within reach. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging her words. Though they verbally cursed Lin Xuan for his actions, deep down, they found it difficult to harbor true resentment. Yet, it would not be long before Lin Xuan's image in their hearts underwent a significant transformation. From the shadows where the firelight could not reach, an incongruous voice echoed, well, who would have thought today would be so fortunate? Just as we planned to rest, we stumble upon so many people. Lin Xuan, the leading woman." Upon hearing that voice, immediately became vigilant. Lin Xuan slowly stepped into the view of the crowd, his expression one of astonishment as he inquired, "Do you know me? Even if you were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize you. What do you intend to do?" The woman gritted her teeth, wishing fervently to pounce upon Lin Xuan and perish together. It was understandable, as fellow disciples of the inner sect, if one did not recognize the other. One might suspect them to be spies sent by rival sections. Lin Xuan's expression shifted, and he spoke earnestly, "For the sake of your master, hand over the jade tokens you have taken. I assure you, none of you will be eliminated." "What?" The faces of the others darkened immediately, incredulous that they were being treated like hens whose eggs could be taken at will. "What if I refuse?" The leading woman rose in indignation, ready to resist this unjust fate. "Then do not blame me for being ruthless," Lin Xuan replied, his tone laden with menace. As he casually knocked down the nearest man and woman to him, a display meant to serve as a warning. "This place is fraught with danger. If you all sustain injuries, I doubt you will last long." With no other option, the group reluctantly surrendered the jade tokens they had just seized. There was little inclination to resist, as the image of Lin Xuan single-handedly overturning everyone remained vivid in their minds, despite the deep anguish it cost. They could not afford to be harmed in their confrontation with him. Otherwise, they would become mere fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. "Very well. I shall take my leave," Lin Xuan declared, collecting the jade tokens and handing them to Fang Bai before departing with an air of nonchalance. "Sister, what shall we do next? What else can we do?" The leading woman gazed at Lin Xuan's retreating figure, which slowly faded into the darkness, nearly brought to tears. "We can only continue to rob others." Subsequently, Lin Xuan repeated his tactics, plundering several teams of tools, and the total number of jade tokens in his possession soared to 2,000. Under normal circumstances, such a quantity would surely guarantee a secure first place, provided he was not robbed before the conclusion. Yet Lin Xuan was not satisfied, for he wished to swiftly end the competition and leave this place. "The jade tokens come in abundance," Fang Bai exclaimed, realizing the rules. He had never anticipated that within a single day he could amass so many tokens. However, will they continue to willingly serve as our tools? We can't expect to do this many times, can we? No, young man, you're mistaken. Do you have a way to ensure they will always help us acquire jade tokens? Fang Bai asked incredulously, wondering if such foolish individuals truly existed. It is not that I have a method, but rather that they have no choice. If they do not seize the jade tokens, how can they hope to secure a higher ranking? Lin Xuan replied with a mysterious smile. Even if we were to explicitly inform them that we would plunder them periodically, they would not slow their pace in acquiring tokens. They would simply exhaust themselves devising ways to evade us. This is what one might call a calculated strategy, indeed quite sophisticated. Fang Bai was suddenly enlightened, immediately giving a thumbs up in approval, realizing that acquiring the jade tokens through this method was infinitely easier than before, especially when the small team had become mere tools for plunder. The effectiveness of this approach was particularly pronounced. They did not even need to lift a finger, as others capitulated effortlessly. Although following Lin Xuan, he had not had the opportunity to engage in combat. Witnessing Lin Xuan's prowess against numerous foes inevitably left him feeling uneasy. What shall we do next? Continue to seize? In this moment, Fang Bai was quite agitated, yearning for more jade tokens. Alas, this notion was misguided. Lin Xuan immediately interjected, resolutely stating, "The secret realm is fraught with peril, with disciples from various peaks eagerly awaiting their turn to enter. Our actions are intended to safeguard them from the risk of carrying excessive jade tokens, thereby preserving their tokens without exposing them to danger. How can this be deemed as continuing to seize? Fong Bai, displaying his understanding, gasped in realization and responded, I never imagined we could be so noble. Indeed. Lin Xuan affirmed with a nod. One must act in accordance with their capabilities. This moment is ours to seize. Their banter resonated clearly in the plaza outside the secret realm, where the elders could even hear Fong Bai's muffled laughter. The elder, whose disciples had become mere tools, were an expression of sheer horror. The countenances of the other elders were no better, each marked by deep worry. The territory of the secret realm was vast, with numerous disciples scattered about, temporarily able to evade Lin Xuan. However, as time passed, the realm would shrink, leaving no one able to escape the fate of becoming a tool. Most crucially, the disciples from the top 20 peaks sought to confront Lin Xuan directly, inciting the elders to the point where they wished to rush into the secret realm and deliver a resounding slap to each of them. Fong Bai's identity was soon uncovered, and unable to vent their frustrations elsewhere, the elders turned to Fong Bai's master. Elder Wang, you truly have raised an exceptional disciple, they remarked. Unable to exact any real consequence upon him, but needing an outlet for their ire, even if it was merely to scold. Unexpectedly, although Elder Wang was advanced in years, he stood his ground, resolutely smiling as he retorted, Is it permissible for your disciples to plunder others while my disciple, Wang Yaming, cannot engage in similar actions? You. One elder quaked with rage, rebuking, The competition is fundamentally about seizing jade tokens, yet your disciples' complicity is rather excessive, don't you think? I see your anger stems from your disciples being unworthy of such complicity, and your frustration lies in not having latched onto Lin Xuan's coattails. Wang Yangming replied fiercely, Within the bounds of the rules, what is wrong with that? Everyone, let us pause. The sect leader, perceiving the situation spiraling towards an uncontrollable direction, spoke up. Lin Xuan, this young man, possesses a disposition unlike any other, demonstrating extraordinary intelligence. Although his actions may seem somewhat inappropriate, Elder Lin must not forget that with his strength, he is likely to eliminate all who stand in his way. While your disciples may currently endure hardships, they are not devoid of opportunities to contend for rankings. Upon hearing the sect leader's words, the elders recognized that this matter could not be allowed to escalate further. The evident favoritism was unmistakable to any reasonable individual. Simultaneously, they felt somewhat relieved. The sect leader was correct, no matter how formidable Lin Xuan may be. He represents only Qiu Haifeng, merely occupying one of the top 10 positions, with 9 others still up for grabs, to prevent an ever-widening gap among the various peaks. The rewards based on rankings were distributed in batches. The resources for the top 3 would gradually diminish, while the resources for the 4th and the 10th ranked would remain equivalent each year. The same applied to the 11th to the 30th ranks. Thus, even if Lin Xuan were exceptionally strong, he could not monopolize all top 10 slots. As time passed, Lin Xuan and his companion took a brief respite, and the once pitch-black expanse of the secret realm was illuminated once more. However, this place differed from the outside world. The sky did not gradually brighten, but rather, in an instant, it transformed from the brightness of midday to the darkness of midnight. In a fleeting moment, the heavens became brilliantly lit. Boss, which team of helpers shall we approach first today? Fong Bai inquired eagerly, wishing to spend every moment either collecting jade tokens or en route to do so. Patience. Lin Xuan replied with a gentle smile. Let us first seek out other teams to broaden our operational scope. We hail from the secular world, and you must understand that these helpers require time to recuperate and regain their strength. If there are only a handful of jade tokens available, would it not render our efforts futile? Upon hearing this, the elder outside turned grim, casting a resentful glance at Duan Qing. Do you hear this? Is this even human discourse? Yet, Duan Qing merely smiled, observing the scenes within the secret realm without retorting. Lin Xuan and Fong Bai continued to delve deeper. And as a day passed, Lin Xuan sensed that the forest they had initially occupied had vanished. The area of the secret realm had considerably diminished, bringing a natural smile to his features. This was indeed a favorable development, although many disciples had been eliminated through a day of fierce competition. The reduction in area indicated an increased likelihood of encountering stronger teams. Furthermore, although numerous disciples had been eliminated, the total number of jade tokens would not decrease, suggesting that acquiring them would become simpler. Soon, Lin Xuan encountered his first target of the day, but upon approaching, Fong Bai timidly suggested, Boss, let us refrain from competing for this one. They are under the same elder as I. Nonsense. You are being petty. Lin Xuan shook his head. admonishing him for his lack of ambition. Tell me, why are you participating in this grand competition? Of course, it is for a better ranking. To secure greater resources in the coming century. Exactly. Lin Xuan, with an aura of righteousness, enlightened. If you follow me, why fear not achieving a commendable rank? I seek only the first place and have no need for all the jade tokens. Those surplus tokens, aside from being given to you, who else could they possibly benefit? Indeed. Fong Bai suddenly enlightened, exclaiming, we shall seize the opportunity. Integrating Lin Xian's philosophy, he proposed, I maintain amicable relations with them. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. Interrupting. If you harbor any reservations, you need not participate later. Do not jeopardize your relationship with our sect. This posed a dilemma, though Qiu Haifeng had no such concerns. Fong Bai's situation was different. Should he fall out with the disciples of his sect, it would create a significant rift. Not to mention, his master would undoubtedly take action to rectify the situation. No, my friend, what I meant to convey is that my rapport with them is beneficial. We can leverage it to lower their guard. When the time comes for your intervention, it will be far easier, Fong Bai asserted earnestly, embodying a sense of righteousness. Excellent. Very astute, Lin Xian replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The two continued onward, swiftly entering the line of sight of a group of individuals. Fong Bai. The junior disciple has finally arrived. All disciples from our peak are now gathered. Upon seeing Fong Bai, most faces lit up with joy. In the secret realm, small teams were plentiful, engaging in mutual skirmishes for jade tokens, making any disciple a considerable asset. Indeed, senior brother, Fong Bai beamed with a sincere smile. Prior to this, I discovered a surefire opportunity for us to secure second place in this grand competition. Could the opportunity you speak of be him? A remarkably handsome youth emerged from the crowd, his sharp brow and captivating eyes radiating an undeniable charm. His presence overshadowed all the other youths, drawing attention effortlessly. Even Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this young man's allure was considerable. Ahem, let us rein in our thoughts, he mused. The youth continued. His exceptional talent is undeniable. However, aside from Qiu Haifeng, there are no other disciples, drawing considerable animosity. Should he join our ranks, we may find ourselves as targets. He analyzed the situation, evidently familiar with Lin Xian. In this secret realm, the only trustworthy allies were those from the same peak. As the total of jade tokens held by all disciples of a peak would be combined at the conclusion of the competition, there was no need to worry about infighting among peers. Brother, you're mistaken. Just as Fong Bai was about to clarify, Lin Xian stepped forward. A gentle smile gracing his face. Allow me to articulate. We are here to seize the jade tokens. Surrender all tokens in your possession. In deference to Fong Bai, I shall ensure each of you retains one token, safeguarding you from elimination. Fong Bai, what is the meaning of this? The youth furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Fong Bai. Do not fret, brother. This is the opportunity one mentioned earlier. Fong Bai shrugged, continuing to explain. Very well. I am eager to see what capabilities you possess. The youth gritted his teeth, forcing each word through clenched jaws. His cultivation at the initial stage of the transformation of spirit was unmistakable. During his time as an outer disciple, he had struggled for an extended period at the late stage of nascent soul. However, upon becoming an inner disciple, bolstered by ample resources and the guidance of an elder, he successfully broke through his constraints, emerging as one of the few disciples at the transformation of spirit stage among the new generation of inner disciples. Naturally, he felt emboldened. Today, I shall ascertain what remarkable talents the supposedly gifted Lin Xian possesses. With a flick of his wrist, the youth revealed his magical artifact, his aura surging dramatically. He boldly stepped forward and slashed at Lin Xian with his sword. His master had bestowed upon his senior brother a magical artifact, albeit it appeared to be of the low-grade ordinary tier. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to enhance his chances of victory against opponents of the same realm by 30%. The disciples behind the youth gasped in unison. Magical artifacts were exceedingly precious in this world. They were not exclusively wielded by those at the transformation of spirit stage, but only those cultivators could forge genuine ordinary tier artifacts with a high failure rate. In battles between cultivators of the same level, possession of a magical artifact equated to a near certain victory. Yet, Lin Xian showed no signs of wielding a magical artifact. Speculations arose that he likely possessed none. The disparity between the two was stark. However, moments later, the youth lay sprawled on the ground, his once resplendent robe now coated in dust, his face bruised and swollen. With two front teeth knocked out, he spoke with a slight lisp. Let us have a fair fight, shall we? Lin Xian feigned innocence. Did I just launch a sneak attack? Senior brother, it would be prudent to refrain from futile resistance. It would be detrimental to us all, Fong Bai advised kindly. The dangers within the secret realm are immense, and many may be watching you. If you are gravely injured, the jade token may not be preserved. Today, even if it costs us our lives, we shall not surrender the jade token to a traitor like you, a female disciple declared indignantly. I shall report this incident to our master and ensure your expulsion from the sect. With a rallying cry, she received immediate support from the other disciples, all brandishing their weapons and charging toward Lin Xuan. With a smirk, Lin Xuan darted through the crowd like a wraith. 3 breaths later, he stood amidst a throng of fallen bodies, clapping his hands. Gather the jade tokens, but ensure to leave some behind. Do not claim them all. Very well. Fong Bai weaved through the crowd, deftly collecting the surplus jade tokens into his pouch, his skill alarming to behold. Unlike before, it was unclear whether the pouch made of the robe could no longer hold any more or if it was a deliberate display. Fong Bai ostentatiously revealed over 2,000 jade tokens from his pouch before the onlookers. Lin Xuan observed the scene with an air of calm, refraining from further inquiries, likely to reassure them. Boss, we have merely 290 tokens in total. Fong Bai shook his head, his expression complex. No matter, it is already quite sufficient. Lin Xuan replied with a smile. How many jade tokens do we possess in total? Fong Bai, without hesitation, revealed the number, a total of 2,477 tokens. Indeed, if we acquire another 6,000 jade tokens, we shall firmly secure the first or second position. Thank you, my leader. The two exchanged banter. But the numerous young boys and girls lying on the ground gasped in astonishment. 2,477 jade tokens, and the need to procure 6,000 more far exceeds the total number of new inner disciples. And this has transpired in merely a day's time. Such progress incites suspicion. One cannot help but wonder if Lin Xuan clandestinely forged a multitude of jade tokens prior to this endeavor, thereby deceiving others. Lin Xuan and Fong Bai exchanged glances and swiftly departed in the direction they had previously been heading. Along the way, Fong Bai inquired, "Leader, you didn't truly injure them, did you?" His tone carried a hint of remorse. "How could I bear to genuinely harm them?" Lin Xuan chuckled softly. "They are all adept at earning us jade tokens." Time passed swiftly, and soon 5 days had elapsed since the grand competition of the sect. Throughout these days, Lin Xuan and his companion wandered within the secret realm, seeking new teams of helpers or extracting jade tokens from existing ones. They were busily engaged. As for those solitary individuals or small teams comprising only 3 to 5 members, Lin Xuan refrained from confrontation, not out of lingering humanity, but simply because having surpassed 4,000 jade tokens, he now regarded such meager offerings with disdain. Such small teams would inevitably be eliminated or absorbed into larger groups, sharing in the spoils. At that time, a grand sweep could be executed, seizing all the jade tokens in one fell swoop, thus saving time and effort while also alleviating a portion of animosity. Why not seize the opportunity? However, in order to expedite the conclusion of the competition and exit the secret realm, Lin Xuan hastened the pace of his raids. This led to some rather awkward incidents within the realm. One day, the sky abruptly transitioned from pitch black to radiant brightness, heralding yet another invigorating day. 2 groups, totaling 100 individuals, encountered one another. After a brief moment of hesitation, they simultaneously launched an assault against each other. Such a scenario would typically not occur. Why form teams if not to leverage numbers and minimize the spiritual energy expended in acquiring jade tokens? Engaging in conflict with a team of comparable size would yield a victory or defeat, yet at a significant cost in energy. No one could be certain they would not end up as the exhausted prey for a lurking predator. However, the urgency of the situation rendered such considerations moot. They had no option but to secure a substantial number of jade tokens in the shortest time possible to ensure a favorable ranking, or even to maintain their previous standing. Following a fierce battle, the victors discovered that their opponents possessed far fewer jade tokens than anticipated. Each individual held but a solitary, forlorn jade token. Upon conversing, they realized they were kindred spirits, both equally beleaguered by fate. Instantaneously, a sense of camaraderie blossomed, and they promptly united to form an alliance against Lin Xuan. A suggestion was promptly put forth that rascal Lin Xuan must possess a considerable number of jade tokens. From now on, regardless of whom we encounter, we should refrain from attacking and instead strive to recruit them to join forces against Lin Xuan. That is the true path to victory. This proposal received overwhelming agreement. with many expressing a resolute desire to ensure Lin Xuan pays for his transgressions. However, dissenting voices were not absent. With our combined strength of 6 transformation cultivators, alongside numerous junior disciples, are we not capable of confronting Lin Xuan? Why not approach him now and divide the jade tokens he holds? The more individuals we have, the fewer tokens there will be to share. This alternative suggestion garnered support as well, with some asserting its feasibility. One individual chimed in the previous 2 encounters. Lin Xuan merely succeeded through surprise attacks. Now that we are aware of him, we should strike decisively. Surely, he cannot withstand us alone. What? Twice? You were robbed on 2 occasions? The team that had only been robbed once turned their puzzled gazes toward the speaker, seeking clarification. The individual, overwhelmed with emotion, recounted the bitter experience of having been plundered by Lin Xuan twice. This rascal is utterly outrageous. Does he perceive us as mere sows in a pen? Soon, the group's resolve solidified further. Eliminate Lin Xuan. Seize the jade tokens. They even devised a rallying cry. However, the term eliminate was merely rhetorical. Mutual slaughter among sect disciples was strictly prohibited, and due to the presence of jade tokens within the secret realm, no one could kill another. The jade tokens not only served to gauge achievements but also functioned as a life-saving artifact within the secret realm in moments of peril. The tokens would transport their holders out of danger. Ah, leader, it appears there is a large contingent over there. Perhaps we can surpass the 5,000 token threshold. As the group deliberated their strategy, they were interrupted by a sneaky voice from nearby. Just from the voice alone, one could discern the identity of its owner as a sycophant. Moreover, the 2 groups recently robbed had a clear recollection of this voice. Wasn't that the very voice of Lin Xuan's lackey? These individuals seemed to have been robbed last night. They would wait until they grew fat before taking action. Lin Xuan, sensing their presence, had no intention of engaging. The secret realm was shrinking rapidly, and as the days passed, the rate of contraction increased. On the 6th day within the realm, Lin Xuan frequently encountered teams of lackeys who had just been robbed, with their jade tokens dwindling to a pitiful amount. Lin Xuan adhered to his principle of wastelessness. He never shunned 1 or 2 tokens, regardless of the amount. After all, they were his. Why the urgency to act? Lin Xuan. Halt. A burly man bellowed, stopping Lin Xuan in his tracks. You act with impunity, treating us like swine and dogs. Today, you shall pay the price. The confidence in the robust man's voice was palpable, bolstered by the thunderous cheers of those around him, making Lin Xuan seem less formidable in their eyes. It appeared some were eager to shed their roles as mere tools. Lin Xuan turned to Fong Bai, his gaze questioning. What do you suggest we do? Strike them fiercely. Teach them the true nature of their identity. Fong Bai immediately expressed his resolve. How audacious for a mere tool to contemplate rebellion. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. Rolling up his sleeves as he approached the group, he mused that while Fong Bai was indeed a commendable worker, he was not without his shortcomings. Just a few days had passed, and already his heart felt tainted. Truly, one becomes like the ink they are near. The ancients were not mistaken in their wisdom. The group lunged towards Lin Xuan with fervor. Whether driven by rage, they forgot the prohibition against violence, or were emboldened by the knowledge that death was not a consequence within this secret realm, they unleashed their most formidable attacks. Every manner of supernatural power, magical artifact, and talisman was employed with abandon. Stay back, lest you be caught in the backlash of these powers. I may need assistance retrieving the jade tokens. Lin Xuan cautioned Fong Bai, glancing at the 2 large bundles of jade tokens on his back, knowing he would be loath to carry them himself. Understood. Fong Bai nodded earnestly. He trusted Lin Xuan implicitly and recognized his own limitations. He was of little use in this conflict. Engaging in magical duels was a futile endeavor. Such a prospect was beyond him for all his days. Unable to prevail in combat, he could only follow his leader, pilfering jade tokens from others' pockets to add to his own burden. Lin Xuan maintained an air of calm and composure. After being fortified by the blood and flesh of the true dragon, his physical prowess, strength, speed, and defense had greatly enhanced. In previous skirmishes, he had not been without his missteps. A moment's negligence had led to a blade striking him from behind. The edge had dulled, yet he bore no wounds. This realization prompted within him a burgeoning belief in his master's words. Indeed, he had consumed the blood and flesh of a true dragon. Lin Xuan strode forward with determination, the wind swirling around his feet, his voice echoing like a specter weaving through the crowd. Even those in the early stages of the transformation realm could be felled by a single punch. However, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Facing so many cultivators of the late nascent soul stage proved to be a formidable challenge. He found himself struggling far more than in previous encounters. Although he endured numerous mystical strikes, his formidable physique allowed him to withstand several assaults unscathed. Yet, due to a lack of control over his strength, a single punch unleashed an overwhelming force that nearly overwhelmed his opponent. Had it not been for the jade token radiating a dazzling light, whisking him away in an instant, he might have perished within the secret realm. Approximately 10 breaths later, Lin Xuan stood alone, accompanied only by a young boy who bent over. His mouth stretched nearly to his ears, gathering the jade token left behind by one who could not withstand a punch and was subsequently transported away. Embracing the spirit of creating pressure in desperate situations and striving in adversity, they resolved not to squander a single jade token. With each of their strikes, they ensured that only one jade token remained for each opponent, no more, no less. In such a tense environment, allowing for any excess tokens would lead to complacency, which was unacceptable. Lin Xuan, you have already offended both our peaks. Once you emerge, your senior brothers will not let you off easily. A person devoid of pride cannot stand firm. Some individuals exemplify this truth, for even when battered and bruised, they remain defiant, vociferously denouncing their adversaries. This deeply pleased Lin Xuan, as it epitomized the fortitude that practitioners of qi should possess. He then commended, "Prepare yourselves. In the future, I shall keep a vigilant watch over your endeavors." Subsequently, he departed from the scene alongside Fong Bai, accompanied by a contingent of over 100 individuals. Yet they possessed merely a little over 100 jade tokens, with not a single piece more to be found, an utter waste of time. Excessive indeed. This youth truly regards us as mere livestock confined within a pen, and to slaughter us at was utterly unbecoming of such a callow individual. As they gazed at Lin Xuan's departing figure, the group was seething with rage, on the verge of an explosive outburst. They swiftly devised a strategy to rally more allies against Lin Xuan. If opposing him with a small team proved futile, they would form a coalition of anti-Lin Xuan squads. If 100 individuals were insufficient, they would enlist 500. They truly did not believe that Lin Xuan could single-handedly dominate all the inner disciples within the secret realm. After adjusting their state, a grand procession set forth, incorporating all solitary disciples who would have been swiftly eliminated into their ranks. They then sought out larger groups, consisting of around 20 to 30 individuals. Upon witnessing the formidable crowd, despair immediately etched itself upon their faces. Just having been vanquished by Lin Xuan, encountering such a multitude felt like a dire predicament. However, upon learning that the opposing faction harbored no intentions of overwhelming them with sheer numbers, they promptly agreed to join forces to collectively confront Lin Xuan. In less than an hour, the anti-Lin Xuan coalition astonishingly swelled to a force of 300 to 400. The reason was simple. Most of the groups this coalition encountered had previously suffered at the hands of Lin Xuan, enduring repeated torment. Faced with such a substantial gathering and a common adversary, there was little left to deliberate. They resolved to act. As for the few groups that had not yet fallen victim to Lin Xuan's treachery, faced with an overwhelming army of hundreds, what other choice is there but to join? If one cannot defeat them, the only viable means of survival is to align oneself with them. In the days that followed, the number of this coalition steadily increased, astonishingly surpassing 1,000. However, it was a source of great frustration that their grand procession could not engage Lin Xuan in direct confrontation, leaving them with a sense of futility akin to gathering all their spiritual energy only to strike the air in vain. On the 10th day, the area of the secret realm had diminished to a diameter of less than 10 miles, which marked its final size. As darkness fell, all disciples would be teleported out. At this moment, apart from the formidable anti-Lin Xuan faction, the remaining disciples were scattered and barely numbered 100. Fong Bai cautiously inquired, trailing behind Lin Xuan, "Boss, why haven't we taken action these past few days?" Initially, the coalition was disorganized, mostly comprised of those who had just been robbed of their jade tokens, their efforts yielding little reward. Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly, "And why not act now to seize their jade tokens? Wouldn't that be splendid?" "You've become complacent," Lin Xuan remarked, glancing at the several large bags Fong Bai carried. He pondered. There are over 1,000 cultivators at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. They could easily sweep through 10 southern Yang dynasties. Do you truly believe I can contend with them? You can't? Fong Bai questioned, filled with skepticism. I've long perceived that you've been suppressing your cultivation level. When we faced that small team of 100, it was as effortless as bullying 100 novice cultivators. It was merely a trivial matter. That statement is misguided, Lin Xuan asserted solemnly. Dealing with 100 novice cultivators is akin to confronting 100 foundation establishment cultivators simultaneously. It is hardly trivial, but rather of moderate difficulty. Then, surely you can handle these individuals? Fang Bai's expression brightened. Using magical artifacts, it is barely feasible, Lin Xuan replied with a hint of resignation. His reluctance to engage after the coalition had gained momentum stemmed from a sense of helplessness. After all, they were nearly 1,000 late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Not merely 1,000 pigs. Failing to defeat them would be quite embarrassing. Furthermore, if he were to decisively overpower 1,000 opponents, it would expose far too much. Would this not compel the sect leader to forcibly appoint him as the next generation's leader? A sudden abdication would be even worse. Boss, do you possess magical artifacts? Why have you not utilized them until now? Fang Bai asked incredulously. Magical artifacts are indeed instruments of prestige. No one would possess them and refrain from using them. Alas, my master. Lin Xuan initially intended to express that his master was too impoverished, but upon recalling the abundant spiritual liquid, he shifted his tone to say, my master is overly frugal, having only bestowed upon me what is likely a subpar magical artifact of the mortal grade. It offers little enhancement to my capabilities. Moreover, do I truly need magical artifacts to deal with those individuals? A subpar mortal grade artifact? Isn't that only forgeable by a second-tier artifact master? With a market value soaring to tens of thousands of spirit stones? And you call that frugality? Fang Bai was left utterly astonished. Indeed, Lin Xuan wore an expression of unwavering certainty. Despite having an abundance of resources at his disposal, he had chosen only to bestow upon himself a mediocre artifact of the lowest caliber. Was this not an act of parsimony? What course of action should we pursue next? Should we merely await the conclusion of the grand competition? The envy gradually faded from Fang Bai's eyes as he inquired earnestly. He was well aware of the rumors circulating within the sect, realizing that he had no such fortune awaiting him. Naturally, he was merely a spectator. Lin Xuan's smile bore a hint of composure and a touch of mockery. The number of inner disciples participating in the competition totaled over 11,000. Yet only approximately 1,300 remained present, with more than 1,200 belonging to the anti-Lin Xuan coalition. Among the scattered disciples, fewer than 100 were left. At this moment, Lin Xuan's side, comprising merely 2 individuals, possessed over 7,000 jade tokens, while the others held fewer than 4,000 tokens. Each disciple required to carry at least one to avoid elimination. The surplus amounted to just over 2,000 tokens. The members of the anti-Lin Xuan coalition were primarily those who had been plundered by him shortly before joining, with only a fortunate few untouched by Lin Xuan's grasp. Still possessing extra jade tokens, the scattered disciples, for their part, held at least 3 to 5 tokens each. To ensure that the more than 1,000 individuals could unite as one, no one within the coalition dared to turn against their comrades, creating an illusion of invincibility. Yet, this facade concealed a fatal flaw. Although they appeared as a cohesive unit, their rankings were not determined collectively. Lin Xuan need not lift a finger. The coalition would inevitably disintegrate on its own. Of course, employing a few subtle tactics to exacerbate their discord would lead to an even more thorough fragmentation. Fang Bai did not press further. Since the leader had indicated that there was a spectacle to behold, he was prepared to watch the unfolding drama without further contemplation. As time passed, and with less than 2 hours remaining before nightfall when everyone would be teleported out of the secret realm, anxiety began to permeate the air. Especially among the disciples from the mountain peaks who had consistently ranked among the top 10, expressions of concern were evident. Whether it was mere bad luck or malicious targeting. Since their first encounter with Lin Xuan, the total number of jade tokens in their possession had not exceeded 3 digits. Just before joining the coalition, they had even been robbed by Lin Xuan once more. If, by the end, they still possessed only a handful of tokens, they would be unlikely to secure a place in the top 10, let alone the top 100. Such a scenario would render them mere marginal disciples upon their return, perhaps even relegated to the status of closed-door disciples. This was simply unacceptable. However, with the sheer number of individuals around them, they found it difficult to turn against one another. Moreover, with Lin Xuan still unaccounted for, any internal strife would surely invite a collective assault. Thus, someone proposed, continuing like this is not a viable strategy. I suggest we split up and search for Lin Xuan to seize all the jade tokens in his possession. This is the true path to victory. This suggestion quickly garnered widespread approval and was promptly put into action, even though such a tactic could easily lead to individual vulnerabilities. What good was sheer numbers if they could not locate Lin Xuan? Thus, a multitude of individuals dispersed, embarking on their respective endeavors, albeit not entirely independently. Rather, Disciples from various peaks formed small contingents. The spectacle was about to unfold. Lin Xuan turned to Fong Bai and said with a smile, "Stay here and do not move. I shall procure some oranges for you." With that, Lin Xuan strode forth, his figure vanishing without a trace, leaving Fong Bai in a state of bewilderment. Oranges? In this secret realm, where could one possibly find oranges? Could they be heavenly treasures? Yet, if they were indeed such treasures, wouldn't they be claimed by the swiftest? Why then the need to purchase them? Lin Xuan located two groups that were quite close to one another, one hailing from the third-ranked peak, comprising around 40 individuals, and the other slightly less, numbering no more than 20. The two teams appeared relatively harmonious, separated by a distance of approximately 100 meters. Lin Xuan deliberately positioned himself between the two groups to capture their attention. After a moment of hesitation, both teams displayed expressions of delight if they could vanquish Lin Xuan. The issue of ranking would resolve itself effortlessly. However, before they could utter a word, Lin Xuan struck with lightning speed, swiftly dispatching the smaller contingent of fewer than 20 members. Utilizing all his strength, he triggered the defensive mechanism of the Jade Tablet with a single blow, sending all 18 individuals out of the secret realm. Simultaneously, he harnessed his spiritual energy to sweep up all the Jade Tablets from the ground, delivering them into the hands of the astonished onlookers. Then, with a flicker of his form, he departed, concealing his achievements and name. The commotion created was substantial. Although it was a swift and decisive action, the 18 expelled individuals had no chance to retaliate. Yet, under Lin Xuan's deliberate design, his punch resonated with a thunderous boom that reverberated throughout the secret realm, capturing the attention of all present. They rapidly converged toward the source of the disturbance. While they were uncertain of the events that transpired, they were certain a battle had occurred. A somewhat diminutive disciple expressed concern. "Senior brother, what shall we do now?" Before he could finish his thought, others arrived at the scene, observing that each person held one or more jade tablets, and the influx of newcomers continued to grow. At this moment, Lin Xuan had already returned to Fong Bai's side. "Boss, is this the spectacle you spoke of? These individuals may not be particularly astute, but they cannot be so foolish as to overlook such a blatant ruse, can they?" Fong Bai, having witnessed the unfolding drama, felt perplexed. It was evident that among the numerous disciples, some possessed remarkable intelligence. Even he, with his rather dull wits, could discern the obvious deceit. There was no reason for others to miss it. "Who said my aim was to incite them to fight instantly?" Lin Xuan replied with a smile. "As long as they are unable to defeat me, internal strife is inevitable. My actions merely expedite this process." Fong Bai was still digesting this notion when discord erupted among the groups. It seemed that disciples from the involved team, who had long-standing grievances, seized this opportunity to launch their attacks. This particular faction, ranked third among the peaks, was quite prominent. Yet that notoriety also implied that they had trampled over 357 other peaks. Failing to capitalize on this opportunity would be a disservice to Lin Xuan, who had been working silently behind the scenes. Yet amidst the turmoil, there were still individuals who stepped forward to mediate, preventing any outbreak of hostilities. However, upon departing, the expressions on everyone's faces were tinged with complexity. As time slowly elapsed, with merely an hour remaining before the secret realm vanished, the first battle finally erupted. Two teams, ultimately unable to resist the allure of the jade tokens, launched themselves at one another in a fervent attempt to seize the prized artifacts. Subsequently, the remaining teams could no longer contain their impulses. An hour may seem ample, yet it is fleeting, passing in the blink of an eye. Any further delay would mean losing track of Lin Xuan and the jade tokens he possessed, thus solidifying their rankings. The peaks with initially lower standings showed little concern. Yet those with higher rankings were far from agreeable. Numerous teams became embroiled in the fray, either hunting for prey or becoming prey themselves, with the intensity of the combat reaching fever pitch. "Boss, your strategy is too high-handed. We merely need to bide our time and wait for them to sustain injuries. Then we can seize all the jade tokens," Fong Bai exclaimed, his ego swelling as he observed that all disciples from his peak had been eliminated. He had now become the sole hope of his sect. "Indeed, you are becoming increasingly astute," Lin Xuan remarked with satisfaction, noting Fong Bai's transformation post his guidance, as he had grown considerably more adept since their initial encounter. However, would such enmity not be excessively burdensome? "Are you still worried about that?" Lin Xuan queried in astonishment. Had they not already offended enough people by now? Why still harbor fears of attracting hatred? What are you afraid of? Fong Bai seemed to have anticipated the disapproving gazes of the many elders awaiting them outside. The sect's grand competition, a tradition spanning numerous generations, served as a vital channel for the selection of promising disciples and the allocation of resources. Since it is a competition, why should we worry? Lin Xuan asserted with righteous fervor. In my heart, the elders of our sect are selfless and noble, dedicating everything for the benefit of the sect. Surely, they would not engage in underhanded dealings? Is that truly the case? Fang Bai retorted. Outside the secret realm, the expressions of the numerous elders fluctuated between grim and hopeful. Initially contemplating confronting Lin Xuan upon his emergence, only to find themselves outmaneuvered. The grand elder beside the sect leader chuckled softly. This young man is extraordinary. He has astutely discerned the thoughts of others, appearing to admire them while subtly undermining their positions, securing his own advantage. Had it not been for your meddling, I would have personally ventured to Chiu High Peak. His voice was soft yet unmasked, and given his status, even a reprimand to the elders would bear no consequence. Ah, this lad is commendable in every aspect, yet he is rather inflexible, fixated solely on elderly. There is little I can do about it, Duan Qing lamented, his expression one of melancholy. Having observed the competition in its entirety, his admiration for Lin Xuan only grew. Yet, such satisfaction bore little fruit. As Lin Xuan's stance remained unchanged, he was perplexed as to why Lin Xuan harbored a dislike for him. It should not be so. It is remarkable that anyone could withstand the deluge of resources from the sect. Another esteemed elder proposed, is it conceivable to accept Elderly as a disciple, thus making her a direct protégé? For many years, Elderly had lingered at the bottom of the inner sect, receiving scant resources, which had impeded her ascension to immortality. However, if we were to offer her resources for transcending tribulations, the prospects would undoubtedly be promising. Another elder pondered, indeed. This strategy holds merit. Yet, given Elderly's allure, should she desire resources, she would naturally attract them. Her remarkable self-reliance suggests she might resent such an offer. Let us defer this discussion. It is a last resort, the only option when all else fails. Duan Qing interrupted their deliberations, acknowledging the seemingly implausible nature of the proposal but recognizing it as a viable option nonetheless. Around them, the square was bustling with individuals being teleported from the secret realm. The battles within had escalated to an intense degree, and within half an hour, half of the participants had been eliminated. The remaining disciples numbered fewer than 500. Representing less than 100 elders, and the fighting gradually subsided. Rankings were virtually established, though they had not fulfilled the ambitious pursuit of the top 10. They had fared decently overall. As the participants took a moment to rest, the composed Lin Xuan appeared alongside the spirited Fang Bai. Lin Xuan exchanged a knowing glance with Fang Bai, who promptly smiled and declared, since we are all familiar with one another, let us forego formalities. Please hand over any surplus jade tokens. This will be my final opportunity to seize from you. Upon hearing this, many erupted in fury, their expressions suggesting they might leap forward to devour the two. In reality, no one dared to act, remaining in a state of intense indignation. Fang Bai, remember to leave each of them a jade token to complete the competition, Lin Xuan remarked with a subtle squint. Boss, this. Fang Bai hesitated. What if they focus their attacks on me before I'm finished? What if I end up eliminated? Then I shall eliminate them all, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. All right. Fang Bai rubbed his hands together and strode toward the crowd, cheerfully urging, come on, don't drag your feet. Let us wrap this up before we get a beating. Lin Xuan, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe you can easily devour so many of us? A frail man in the early stages of divine transformation retorted angrily. Many of you? Lin Xuan chuckled dismissively. For those willing to follow me, I will not only refrain from seizing your jade tokens, but will also grant each of you 5 tokens. Furthermore, any tokens you acquire thereafter will be entirely yours, untouched by me. What say you? Lin Xuan, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do you think a handful of jade tokens grants you the right to act as you please? The emaciated man declared defiantly, raising his voice, brothers and sisters, since the competition commenced, this person has relentlessly plundered us. Shall we endure such indignity? We must unite. Before he could finish, someone shouted, I am willing. We are willing to follow senior brother Lin Xuan. Shall Bai grant them 50 jade tokens. There is no need to seek the remainder, Lin Xuan declared with a confident grin. Apologies, but possessing jade tokens indeed allows one to act with impunity. The first team to express their stance, having endured arduous battles, was reduced to 9 members, yet had gained 5 additional jade tokens, bringing their total to over 120 tokens. Securing a place among the top 50 posed no challenge. It is pertinent to note that aside from the 7,000 tokens in Lin Xuan's possession, fewer than 4,000 remained for distribution among over 500 individuals. And even that would not be evenly allocated. Strength dictated the spoils. The stronger one was, the more they could seize. With a leader emerging, many expressed their willingness to follow Lin Xuan. The prospect of acquiring tokens, coupled with the assurance of not being robbed, was undeniably enticing. Together, these factors equated to an astronomical sum. You truly lack any spirit. A frail man fumed. His indignation stemmed from sheer misfortune, as his team had fallen victim to Lin Xuan's raids no less than 5 times, totaling over 730 tokens. In the past, such a total would have guaranteed a place within the top 10, without a doubt. His mountain peak had consistently ranked among the top 10 for years. Indeed. You possess spirit. I admire that, Lin Xuan remarked, intending to say more. However, in an instant, he appeared beside the man, channeling his spiritual energy to conjure a searing flame above his head. The man's form was subsequently enveloped by the pale blue light emanating from the jade tokens, and he was teleported away. It was evident that the jade tokens recognized his inability to withstand Lin Xuan's assault. As he vanished, 9 jade tokens fell to the ground. The ensuing events unfolded simply. After swaying 200 individuals to his side, Lin Xuan rejected further attempts at allegiance, as those remaining had diminished in significance. They willingly surrendered their surplus tokens, retaining 1 token to ensure they were not teleported away. Lin Xuan distributed over 1,000 tokens and seized more than 2,000, netting an additional 1,000, bringing his total to over 8,000 tokens, firmly securing the first position. When the time arrived, the competition concluded, and all participants were teleported away. The onlookers in the plaza sharpened their gaze, searching for the striking yet detested figure. Most of the auxiliary teams, upon emerging, immediately lamented to their respective masters about the inhumane treatment they had endured during this period. Their masters merely scowled and replied, "I understand." They had been warned prior to entering the secret realm that everything within the realm was visible from the outside, and to complain immediately upon exiting would be utterly embarrassing. Simultaneously, Lin Xuan made his appearance in the plaza. Before the secret realm vanished, he had divided the jade tokens with Feng Bai, with Lin Xuan claiming 5,000 and Feng Bai 3,000, thus securing the first and second positions respectively. As it was their first competition, they were not entirely familiar with the rules. To prevent discrepancies in the competition results, the allocation of tokens upon exiting the secret realm would be based on the number of tokens each participant possessed, avoiding any subsequent redistribution, which could lead to awkwardness. Lin Xuan was not particularly enamored with the rewards corresponding to the competition rankings. However, his master insisted that securing first place was imperative and required effort. After investing so many resources, it would be quite embarrassing if an unforeseen circumstance caused him to rank poorly. This was a matter of careful planning and decisive action. Lin Xuan, are you aware of your transgressions? An elder, standing under immense pressure, approached Lin Xuan and reprimanded him. Do you understand that your actions contradict the very essence of unity among the disciples of our sect? At a loss for a valid excuse, Lin Xuan could only fabricate a response. What crime have I committed, elder? He replied with an air of indifference, in the presence of so many people in the square. He could not believe that an elder would dare to act against him under the scrutiny of the sect leader and several esteemed elders. Even if the elder were to act out of desperation, Lin Xuan remained unperturbed. At worst, he would accept the consequences and ascend to immortality. Turning the tables on his adversary, all that my master desires is to conclude this competition. What fault lies therein? Feng Bai, carrying 2 large bags of jade tokens, resolutely stood behind Lin Xuan, gritting his teeth under the pressure. For the sake of fame and fortune, one resorts to any means necessary, which is contrary to our sect's teachings and the identity of a righteous disciple. The elder's expression darkened, and he candidly stated that his disciple had been bested by Lin Xuan no less than 6 or 7 times. Previously, having ranked among the top 10, he now feared he would plummet below the 50th position. This meant a significant reduction in resources allocated to him in the years to come. Such enmity could hardly be reconciled. With all due respect, may I inquire, Elder Shangwan, what is the purpose of this competition? Lin Xuan asked boldly. My surname is Zhao. The elder's face darkened further. How could someone be so familiar, yet not even know his own surname? Elder Shangwan, please do not be upset. I was merely momentarily distracted. I ask for your forgiveness, Lin Xuan said, a slight smile gracing his lips, as he recognized the elder as the master of Zhaomu. Moreover, with 360 elders in total, each with a reputation that resonated throughout the sect, how could any disciple be unaware of their identities? Enough. Since the inception of this competition thousands of years ago, countless individuals have emerged, leading their teams to suppress disciples from other peaks. As an elder, one must possess the capacity for tolerance, Duan Qing exclaimed with a wave of his hand. The sect leader's apparent favoritism towards Lin Xuan silenced the other elders. They were aware of the sect leader's profound regard for Lin Xuan, yet they were astonished that he would admonish an elder on Lin Xuan's behalf. In the uncertain immortal sect, the hierarchical structure was rigid. Not only was there a chasm between disciples, but elders also represented the sect's authority. It was unprecedented for an elder to be reprimanded for the sake of an inner disciple. Nevertheless, with the sect leader's backing, Lin Xuan found himself free from any significant pressure. Soon, the tally of jade tokens was calculated, and Lin Xuan emerged victorious with 5,127 tokens, surpassing all others and claiming the title of first place in this competition, while Fang Bai secured a steady second. From this day forth, Qiu Haifeng shall be recognized as the foremost among the 360 elders, awarded 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and a low-grade spiritual artifact. The sect leader announced loudly. All the disciples cast envious glances at Lin Xuan. Although the rewards remained unchanged from the beginning, the prizes from the sect competition were typically distributed among all disciples. However, Qiu Haifeng had only Lin Xuan as the recipient. This effectively meant that Lin Xuan alone would receive 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Even if Liu Qing were to be somewhat unscrupulous and take 50 or even 70%, Lin Xuan would still end up with 30 to 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. For any disciple, this would undoubtedly amount to a sudden windfall. Moreover, the low-grade spiritual artifacts were rare treasures that one could only encounter by chance. In the Yuan-Yang realm, there was no shortage of medicinal herbs, and the alchemical arts were advancing rapidly, with numerous ninth-tier alchemists. However, the number of artifact craftsmen was considerably limited. They could hardly fathom the spectacle if such an extraordinary talent as Lin Xuan were to be endowed with a low-grade spiritual artifact at this juncture. Lin Xuan's expression brightened. While he was not lacking in resources, he still lacked a suitable artifact. Upon returning, he resolved to negotiate with his master to procure a spiritual artifact for himself. As it was indeed a genuine treasure, what troubled Lin Xuan the most was his inability to purchase the various artifacts he desired using spirit liquid. Otherwise, he would not even consider a low-grade spiritual artifact, which he deemed beneath his aspirations. At the very least, it must be a high-grade spiritual artifact. The reason he did not seek an immortal-grade artifact was simple. Such items were unobtainable, regardless of how much spirit liquid one possessed. Next came the rankings and rewards from other peaks. Fang Bai approached Lin Xuan with tears of gratitude, exclaiming, "Boss, had it not been for you, I would never have received such attention." He had initially feared that upon returning, he would be beset by other seniors and even expelled by his master. However, the reality was completely different. His fellow disciples expressed deep remorse, questioning why they had not aligned themselves with Lin Xuan alongside Fang Bai, leaving the two to face so many adversaries alone. Fang Bai felt so embarrassed that he hurriedly replied, "Among the 8,000 jade tokens, a few hundred were contributed by you all." Simultaneously, his master assured him that he would provide all the resources necessary for him to break through to the transformation stage and guarantee that he would advance to the integration stage. Becoming a core disciple, though not the sharpest, he was no fool and understood that his fortune stemmed not from merely leading the team to second place, but from having secured the favor of Lin Xuan, a formidable ally. "You've carried so many jade tokens. Your hard work is truly commendable. This is what you rightly deserve," Lin Xuan said with a smile as he patted Fang Bai's shoulder. Those around them stiffened at the remark. After all, was it truly arduous for a late-stage nascent soul cultivator to carry a jade token? If such effort could yield a second-place finish, they would gladly bear 1,000 pounds of boulders daily. "Well, I must take my leave now. We shall gather at the mountain gate in the afternoon. I need to return home and check in," Lin Xuan said, expressing his gratitude as he departed the square with the spatial ring bestowed upon him by the sect leader. In Qiu Haifeng, within the small world, Lin Xuan sat solemnly before his master and smiled, asking, "Master, could you grant me this low-grade spiritual artifact? I find myself in need of a reliable tool." Liu Qing paused her gentle caress of Xiao Yorong's forehead, her expression one of astonishment, her brows lightly furrowed. "Are you certain?" "Indeed," Lin Xuan nodded. "Though there is an abundance of spiritual liquid here, with my current capabilities, transporting such a quantity would undoubtedly make me a target. Did not your master provide you with a magical artifact? Who would ever complain about having too many?" Lin Xuan spoke with a simple, honest laugh. He naturally refrained from mentioning that he considered the sword of insufficient rank. Such defensive artifacts were best left unused, lest they invite trouble. Liu Qing regarded the spiritual-grade artifacts with indifference, responding calmly, As she spoke, she extended her delicate fingers and lightly tapped the bell, producing a crisp sound. The magical artifact rewarded by the sect was a large, dark blue bell, ancient and solid, towering over a person. With Lin Xuan's prowess at the late stage of spiritual transformation, he could almost completely withstand the full force of attacks from cultivators below the ascension stage. Yet, the gentle tap from Li Yuqing's fair, youthful fingers sent cracks sprawling across the once resilient surface of the bell. Lin Xuan felt a pang of heartache, staring in disbelief at his master. Even if she was well off and not in need of artifacts, a low-grade spiritual artifact could still be sold for a handsome sum of spirit stones. Trade for spirit stones? He mused, and suddenly, the pain in his heart seemed to lessen. Glancing at the pool beside him, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief. This is for you. Although it is not of great value, it shall suffice for your needs for a considerable time, Li Yuqing declared, conjuring a large, dark yellow cauldron before Lin Xuan with a grand gesture. Strangely, Lin Xuan felt that the cauldron appeared to be made of ordinary steel, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Well then, I shall make do with it, he thought, promptly stowing it away. Despite not knowing the artifact's rank, his master hailed from a distinguished family. If she were to shatter a low-grade spiritual bell, what if she handed him an artifact of mere mortal grade? That would be quite the predicament. Li Yuqing, however, paid no heed to such matters. Having produced it, it was evidently intended for Lin Xuan. Master, I must return to the mundane world for a while, Lin Xuan said, bowing respectfully. Go ahead. Family matters are of paramount importance, Li Yuqing replied, a hint of melancholy in her demeanor. To tread this path is to defy the heavens. Mortals live but a mere 100 years. Settle your family affairs well, and strive to extend their years as a means to leave behind cherished memories. Thank you, master. Lin Xuan discerned the shift in Li Yuqing's emotions and sighed inwardly. Perhaps, having grown up as a hidden daughter, she had never experienced the warmth of familial harmony. Ah. His master truly was pitiable. Is the mundane world enjoyable? May I accompany you? Xiaoyang gazed at Lin Xuan with hopeful eyes. During my absence from the sect, I cannot tend to my master, and I feel deeply guilty. You cannot leave, Lin Xuan stated with conviction. Are you serious? Absolutely sincere. I implore you to see. My devotion to you, master, is as steadfast as the heavens themselves. Suddenly, Li Yuqing smiled, her radiant expression causing both the beautiful Xiaoyang and Wuang to dim in comparison. Go on. Yes. Lin Xuan bowed respectfully, stating that after comforting his family, he would promptly attend to his master. He turned to leave. His master was strikingly beautiful. A fleeting glance could indeed evoke a sense of timelessness. And her smile was utterly captivating. Yet, Lin Xuan understood the vast chasm that lay between them. Not to mention his master's illustrious lineage and extensive worldly experience. What kind of handsome men had she not encountered? Those men were likely of similarly noble birth and exceptional talent. As for him, apart from his striking appearance, what else did he possess? Lacking innate talent and belonging to merely a somewhat prominent family in mundane society, he realized that only through relentless effort could he possibly win his master's affection and contend with her formidable family. Unexpectedly, the unparalleled you found yourself drawn to an ordinary man, a notion both amusing and bewildering. Wuang observed Li Yuqing with a subtle smile, pondering whether it was an inability to resist solitude or a recurring quest for such a man over time. In her eyes, although Lin Xuan was breathtakingly handsome, a rare even by her standards, she merely regarded him as insignificant. Li Yuqing chuckled lightly, unfazed, stating, I am his master. Yet, this mere relationship? How amusing it was that the so-called strongest empress of the heavens, Juding, would treat him as though he were but a child of 2,000 or 3,000 years. Without the Juding formation, you would likely not stand a chance against your father. Wuang yearned to disseminate this news. Yet she found herself unable to even lift a foot off the ground. This time, it was Li Yuqing who laughed lightly, questioning, just him? Is he worthy? I could slay him with a single hand. Wuang, filled with rage yet devoid of a rebuttal, felt a deep-seated apprehension towards Li Yuqing's sudden remark. Even if you cannot defeat your father, you would still be no match for me. She found herself truly bereft of a place to weep, for Li Yuqing's assault would require no magical artifacts. Her mere hand would suffice. Emerging from the small world, Lin Xuan departed from Qiu Haifeng, soaring through the skies with great haste. It took him the duration of an incense stick to reach the main hall of the mountain gate, unless one could breach the protective formation of the wooden Immortal Gate. Entry and exit from the sect necessitated passing through this grand hall. Upon his arrival, Fong Bai had been waiting for quite some time. After a brief registration, They were ready to leave. Ordinary disciples required a stated reason for their departure and approval from the gatekeeping steward. However, the steward, familiar with Lin Xuan and adept at handling matters, not only nodded in agreement but also inquired about the purpose of their outing. Coincidentally, a team of external disciples was embarking on a training expedition. Would they like to join? Such goodwill pleased Lin Xuan, who promptly declined, asserting that would be inappropriate. We cannot disrupt the inner sect's regulations. The steward, respecting his wishes, did not press further. Sighing inwardly, Lin Xuan felt a touch of helplessness. It was evident that remaining in the confines of this sect for so long had left him somewhat naive to the subtleties of human interaction. No wonder. After all these years, he remained stuck in a demanding position within the main hall rather than advancing to logistical roles. Reflecting on their initial journey, which had taken over 6 months of stops and starts, Fong Bai spread his arms in exclamation. This was his first departure from the Wooding Immortal Gate since joining. Feeling the thin spiritual energy of the world outside the Celestial Gate, his eyes brimmed with nostalgia. With our current capabilities, allowing for rest, a fortnight would suffice. Lin Xuan was also deeply moved. It had been 15 years since he left home. As the saying goes, entering the Celestial Gate and achieving immortality grants one a lifespan of 10,000 years or even longer, rendering familial ties in the mortal realm seemingly insignificant. Yet, within Lin Xuan's heart, he could never forget the warmth that came with having family by his side during his childhood. After a fortnight of travel, the two weary souls arrived within the borders of the Nanyang dynasty. Big brother, may I return home for a visit? Fong Bai cautiously suggested. Do you not have any family? Lin Xuan inquired, perplexed, for he distinctly remembered Fong Bai stating that he was an orphan. His clarity on the matter stemmed from the resolute manner in which Fong Bai spoke of it. In the household where I temporarily resided during my youth, there was a childhood sweetheart. I wished to see her, Fong Bai said, a hint of shyness in his voice. Did you not enter the palace? Even if your childhood sweetheart remembers you, what can you do? Lin Xuan was further astonished. Could it be that a Qi practitioner can enable the rebirth of severed limbs? Big brother, what are you thinking? Fong Bai shot a glance at Lin Xuan. My entry into the palace was due to the prince's favor. I was brought in without being purified, unlike those who serve his majesty. It was indeed fortunate that when Fong Bai entered the palace, many insisted he undergo purification. However, upon learning that such a process would prevent him from being able to play for many days, the prince firmly rejected the notion. As time passed, Fong Bai displayed considerable talent in cultivation and accompanied the prince to the Wooding Celestial Gate, thus escaping the ordeal of purification. That should not pose a problem. Lin Xuan mused thoughtfully. But speaking of which, you are now in your 30s. Even if your childhood sweetheart is younger than you, she cannot be more than 3 years your junior. In the mortal realm, she may already have children old enough to marry you. That seems unlikely, Fong Bai replied, uncertain. Go and take a look. It would alleviate the regrets in your heart. Lin Xuan was at a loss for words. Given Fong Bai's current cultivation level, he could easily live for several hundred years without issue. However, the duration of the other's life remained an enigma. At 30, he had already lived a third of an ordinary person's lifespan. Whether he could reach 90 was still uncertain. It was evident that Fong Bai was a man of deep affection. Though he did not strike one as particularly clever, he could hardly overlook such a reality. Lin Xuan believed he merely wished to ascertain if she was faring well, and nothing more. Such a simple request was one he could not refuse. Fong Bai's hometown was not far from the Nanyang dynasty, and retracing their steps from the Wooding Celestial Gate to the capital of the Nanyang dynasty would be quite convenient. One could see that the current situation of the Nanyang dynasty was not overly dire. At the very least, it had not yet been breached. And the lives of ordinary people appeared to be stable and prosperous, largely unaffected by the ravages of war. As dusk approached, Fong Bai, who led the way, gradually slowed his pace and finally halted in a modest town. Allow me to buy some supplies first. It would be improper to arrive empty-handed, Fong Bai said, somewhat awkwardly, though he could not conceal the flutter of excitement within him. This revelation took Lin Xuan by surprise, igniting a curiosity about the appearance of his childhood companion. Fong Bai had nearly reached the transformation stage in his cultivation, yet he remained so deeply enchanted, which was indeed a rarity. As they journeyed, they traversed numerous human cities, exchanging spirit stones for mundane currency, gold, silver, and the like. It is worth noting that even the outer disciples of the Wooding Immortal sect would be considered top-tier affluent individuals in the secular world. A single high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 1,000 taels of gold, sufficient to sustain 10 ordinary families in comfort for a lifetime. Lin Xuan carried with him a staggering 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, rewards from the sect that he had no intention of submitting to his master, given her noble lineage. Such an act would be nothing short of an insult. After purchasing some meat and 2 new garments for women, Fong Bai, guided by his memories, arrived at a modest courtyard. He initially intended to knock on the door, but, after a moment's thought, he vanished into the courtyard. Inside, a woman was gathering firewood, evidently preparing for dinner. The woman was hardly striking. Her skin was quite dark, though her features were pleasing, indicative of a once delicate beauty, now resembling the majority of women in the Nanyang dynasty. Xiaoya? Fong Bai gasped in shock upon seeing her, rendered momentarily speechless. The woman, about to cry out, froze as well, for it had been over a decade since anyone had called her by that name following her father's death. I am Xiao Bai. I have returned. Fong Bai said bitterly. You have changed. Xiao Bai? Impossible. He is older than I am. How could you appear so youthful? The woman's eyes glistened with tears as she murmured, I have become this way, yet you remain unchanged. Lin Xuan could not help but sigh inwardly, relieved that he had never experienced a childhood sweetheart. Otherwise, he might have faced a similar scene upon his return. Since I am hungry, why not prepare a meal for me and share tales from these past years? He suggested after a lengthy silence. Very well, the woman nodded, beginning to tidy up. You two can sit inside. The courtyard was quite simple. The firewood room connected to the kitchen, which in turn led to the bedroom, indistinguishable from the homes of most ordinary folk. On the bed in the bedroom lay a baby, not yet a year old. Big brother, you say? Fong Bai hesitated. Ah, we must be strong. Lin Xuan patted his shoulder helplessly, and silence enveloped them. I cannot believe this. Soon, I shall slay her man and take her to the capital to enjoy a life of luxury, Fong Bai declared, shaking his head solemnly. Big brother, when you return, tell master I shall not come back. What on earth? Lin Xuan's face was a canvas of confusion. What sort of enchantment had this woman cast upon Fong Bai? After all, he was in the late stage of the nascent soul, yet here he was, so deeply affected. Darling, I have returned. A coarse male voice boomed from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing this, the woman did not rush to open the door, but instead hurried to the bedroom, urging, quick, hide beneath the bed. Fong Bai's expression turned alarmed as he immediately lay down and crawled under the bed. Lin Xuan's expression darkened as he muttered, if you wish to hide beneath the bed, then hide beneath the bed. However, he knew that such an act was beneath him. After all, why would he conceal himself if not for a clandestine affair? Moreover, as a practitioner at the late stage of the transformation god realm, the thought of hiding under a bed would only invite ridicule from others. With a flick of his wrist, he employed a technique that rendered his form completely invisible, vanishing without a trace. The woman, taken aback for a moment, quickly regained her composure and approached the door to assist her husband in shedding the burdens he carried. Engaging in a few amiable exchanges, she had been preparing a meal and soon the food was ready. After the rugged man finished his meal, he shouldered his load and departed the courtyard, all for the sake of a few taels of silver. As the woman entered the bedroom, Fong Bai emerged from his hiding place beneath the bed, his face devoid of expression, revealing the depths of his sorrow. Xiao Bai, I am sorry. I could not. No need to say anything. Fong Bai interrupted her with a bitter smile. The moment I chose to hide beneath the bed, I understood that there exists someone in this world more deserving of your love than I. Lin Xuan, concealed in the bedroom, looked at Fong Bai in astonishment, unable to suppress a newfound admiration for him. Such a grand heart. Yet, a sense of disquiet lingered. Had he not heard such words before? Was this not reminiscent of a post he had once encountered online, where a man, attempting to rekindle a romance with a married college classmate, found himself hiding beneath a bed just as her husband returned home? Accompanied by a photograph taken from beneath the bed, it had left a lasting impression, one that had evoked laughter years ago. Could it be that Fong Bai had reached such a level of enlightenment? Maintaining an air of composure, Lin Xuan exchanged pleasantries and left a significant sum of gold for the woman before exiting the courtyard. Perhaps this is for the best, Lin Xuan consoled Fong Bai, patting him on the shoulder. She is merely an ordinary person. Should you two be together, you would witness her aging and eventual demise, while you remain unchanged. A path that is not meant to intertwine. Indeed, I understand, Fong Bai nodded solemnly. I merely wish to see if she is faring well. Something felt amiss. This rationale seemed somewhat forced. Had he not just contemplated taking her husband's life and whisking her away to a new life? Logically, being in the palace, were there not numerous charming young women surrounding him? Lin Xuan chuckled. Even if the inner disciples dismiss you, there would still be worthy choices. Given Fong Bai's predicament, Lin Xuan, who had never experienced anything similar, found himself at a loss for words. To be candid, I was once threatened by the eunuchs around His Highness, who claimed that those palace maids belonged to him. If I dared entertain even the slightest notion, they would forcibly render me incapable of pursuing any desires, then provide me with elixirs to ensure I could accompany His Highness within a day. Fong Bai, reflecting on those times, could not help but wear a bitter expression. To have one's vulnerabilities so firmly in another's grasp left little room for audacity. Such treatment for a prince? Lin Xuan felt a pang of envy, contemplating whether to establish a dynasty in this mundane world and reign as its emperor once he found leisure. Yet, this notion was swiftly suppressed. It did not align with his ultimate aspiration to become the son-in-law of the Li family. Sigh. Fong Bai let out a quiet sigh as the two sped towards the capital of the Nanyang dynasty. 2 hours later, they beheld the grand city of Jingdu, the foremost city of the Nanyang dynasty. The Lin family was a mere 300 miles from Jingdu, and given Lin Xuan's speed, half an hour would suffice for a round trip. I shall return home first, Lin Xuan remarked to Fong Bai before departing on his own. It was one thing for the Li family to have never brought a daughter-in-law back to the old man over the years, but to return with a man instead? Would he claim Fong Bai as his son? Parting ways, Fong Bai entered the city of Jingdu. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Xuan arrived at Pingchong Town, the ancestral home of the Lin family, the most prestigious clan in the area. Before Lin Xuan entered the Wooding Immortal sect, the strongest member of his family had achieved a terrifying level of late foundation establishment, dominating other families and standing unmatched. In this mundane realm, a late foundation establishment cultivator was already considered formidable. After all, the strongest sect supported by the royal family in the Nanyang dynasty had masters whose cultivation was only at the early transformation stage. Thus, Lin Xuan was now the mightiest in the Nanyang dynasty. He found no surprise in this realization. Using the analogy of a game he had played in a previous life, Pingchong Town resembled a beginner's village, while the entirety of Nanyang was akin to an early dungeon. Yet, he had commenced the game with an advantage, successfully entering the ultimate dungeon and triggering hidden quests, merely by collecting herbs to gain substantial experience. Later, he exited the ultimate dungeon, boasting a level far surpassing other players, donned in top-tier equipment, and easily claimed the title of the best in the server. This was also the primary reason he had not rushed back to the mundane world after gaining strength. Invincibility is indeed a lonely pursuit. The absence of pressure not only impedes one's cultivation progress, but also fosters a sense of lethargy, which is far from ideal. War seemed to have left the Nanyang dynasty unscathed. Observing Pingchong Town, which appeared little changed from his memories, Lin Xuan could not help but frown slightly. Could Fong Bai have received erroneous information? The claim of turmoil within the Nanyang dynasty, necessitating someone to stabilize the situation, was perhaps merely a ruse to lure princes back home to inherit their legacies. Though the allure of worldly splendor stands in stark contrast to the arduous cultivation of hidden sects, for a strong individual with a sound perspective, the significance of cultivation far outweighs the pleasures of the flesh, just as he had felt since growing closer to Qiu Haifeng. His aspiration of returning to the Nanyang dynasty as a local sovereign had gradually faded. Even for a prince, one might imagine a similar sentiment. However, upon hearing of troubles at home, a reasonable person would return to investigate, much like Lin Xuan did. After all, he had entered the sect for less than 20 years. With his parents still alive, there was no reason not to return. Nevertheless, even if he had been deceived, it was not Fong Bai's fault. As he was unaware of the circumstances, Lin Xuan remained remarkably composed. If he had been tricked, then so be it. He would consider it an opportunity to return home in triumph after achieving success in his cultivation, he sighed. Upon returning to the Lin residence from his memories, Lin Xuan sensed a distinct change. The courtyard seemed much more desolate than before, and the guards stationed at the Lin residence were entirely unfamiliar faces, unlike those he remembered. Where is Uncle Gao? In Lin Xuan's memory, the gatekeeper was always a limping martial artist from the Lin family's branch, who had a cordial relationship with Lin Xuan during his childhood and was known for his warm-heartedness and willingness to help others. It was said that the injury to his leg was the result of a noble act of righteousness that was interrupted by another. However, according to Lin Xuan's understanding, the truth was more scandalous. In his youth, he had been caught surreptitiously watching a young woman bathe, and the woman had brutally avenged herself upon him, leaving the scene quite bloody. A martial artist is a term used for those who have yet to enter the qi cultivation stage. They possess combat prowess surpassing that of ordinary individuals but are unable to cultivate. Lin Xuan was not well versed in the ways of martial artists, as he had entered the initial stage of qi cultivation on his very first attempt at training during his youth, thus missing out on the experiences of most practitioners in the secular world before they ascended to the level of qi cultivator, which remained a minor regret for him. As Lin Xuan hesitated, contemplating whether to have the guard announce his presence or to enter directly in search of his father, a hunchbacked elder emerged from the courtyard. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, he slightly bowed and weakly inquired, "Is it the young master?" "Yes, Uncle Zhao," Lin Xuan replied, regarding the old steward with a sense of nostalgia. Over a decade had passed, and while he had been over 50 then, he had still held himself with a certain vigor. Now, however, time had transformed him into this frail figure. The old steward, tears streaming down his face, then called out, "The young master has returned. Everyone, quickly hide the newlywed brides. Do not let the young master see them." "Good heavens, old man, are you courting death?" Lin Xuan's expression darkened as he scolded. How can things still be the same as they were over a decade ago? Yet, the elderly steward, undeterred, chuckled, "It is the master's command to exercise caution upon your return." He then explained, "This is not out of fear for the newly arrived girls being unable to resist your charm, but to maintain harmony within the clan." Lin Xuan's expression grew even more severe. This was an enormous injustice. The roots of this situation could be traced back over 10 years, when a certain elder of the Lin family had a grandson betrothed to a woman from an outside clan. Upon her arrival, as she lifted the curtain of her sedan chair, she caught sight of Lin Xuan. Their eyes met, and she was instantly captivated by him, mistaking him for the husband she had never seen before. Naturally, she was overjoyed. However, upon discovering that the man she was to wed was not Lin Xuan, a profound sense of disappointment overwhelmed her. She immediately insisted on annulling the engagement, claiming her heart belonged elsewhere, and stated that her purpose for coming was merely to break the betrothal. Under pressure from her elders, she finally revealed, "I would not mind marrying into the Lin family, but I must marry Lin Xuan." Lin Xuan, of course, refused, and what should have been a joyful union turned into a farce, with Lin Xuan bearing the burden of blame. Subsequently, whenever clan members were to wed, Lin Xuan was barred from attending. Even after that, there remained a palpable wariness towards him. Though Lin Xuan did not mind much of it, what truly troubled him was the fact that even those of higher generations, elders who were 1 or even 2 generations above him, harbored their suspicions and guarded against him. The circumstances surrounding Lin Xuan seemed to suggest that he harbors affections for his aunt, akin to those for his grandmother's generation, leaving him feeling deeply wronged. Is it truly a fault of his to possess such striking good looks? Lin Xuan felt a surge of indignation. To speak candidly, over the years, the youth's appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation, rendering him vastly different from his former self. The old steward, with righteous fervor, expressed, "Upon first laying eyes on the young master, I was utterly uncertain. However, upon reflection, who else in this world could possibly possess such a handsome visage if not our young master?" "Well said," Lin Xuan declared, waving his hand generously and tossing a gold ingot to the steward. "This is for you. Now, take me to see my father." The gatekeeper, upon realizing there was a reward for honesty, promptly lavished praise, stating, "So you are the young master. I entered the Lin family rather late and had only heard descriptions of your appearance. I had presumed there existed another man more handsome than you. But it turns out it is indeed you. Uncle Zhao, look at this fellow. He knows how to speak well. Upon returning, promote him to captain of the guard." Lin Xuan nodded with satisfaction. His status ensured that, despite his striking appearance, he would not face the same exclusion he had experienced within the sect. Rather, he would become a topic of admiration. For instance, the gatekeeper, upon their first meeting, was unaware of Lin Xuan's other merits, yet his beauty was unmistakable. As the saying goes, one can endure 1,000 criticisms, but not flattery. Even though Lin Xuan was fully aware of his undeniable charm, hearing others speak of it naturally uplifted his spirits. "Thank you, young master," the gatekeeper said, clasping his fist in respect. "Now, Uncle Zhao, is my father inside?" Lin Xuan inquired, gesturing towards the courtyard. "The master enlisted in the army several years ago and has yet to return," the old steward replied solemnly, his face etched with concern. Lin Xuan's heart sank at the news, and he immediately questioned, "Upon my return, I observed the tranquility within the Nanyang dynasty, with no signs of war. Why would he enlist?" He knew all too well what sort of man his father was, an affluent gentleman devoid of ambition, indulging in every pleasure except the company of women. It is no exaggeration to say that during Lin Xuan's grandfather's era, The Lin family possessed over 12,000 acres of fertile land, but by his father's generation, that number had dwindled to merely a few thousand. Unless conscripted or facing an imminent invasion, it was inconceivable that his father would voluntarily join the military. 7 years prior, when the armies of the Liang dynasty invaded Nanyang, the rogue Zhang man conspired to strike at the front lines, leading to a significant defeat within mere months. It was then that the master had thrown himself into military service. The old steward expressed his outrage. Were it not for the current emperor's return from the celestial realm 5 years ago, leading the forces to cleanse our land of all enemies, the Nanyang dynasty would have surely fallen, and we would have become slaves of a conquered nation. Lin Xuan fell into contemplation, realizing that Fong Bai had not conveyed any erroneous intelligence. However, he had not anticipated that within a mere 5 years, not only had the prince ascended to the throne, but he had also reversed the tide of defeat, rendering Lin Xuan's return somewhat lacking in purpose. A touch of disappointment lingered. "Where is my father now?" Lin Xuan continued to inquire. "The master must still be battling at the front," the old steward speculated. "Aside from sending a letter home every 6 months to assure us of his safety, he seldom speaks of his circumstances. Hasn't he already suffered a defeat? How can he still be at the front lines?" The Liang dynasty has the support of 2 major dynasties, which have collectively dispatched over 1 million troops and thousands of cultivators to assault Nanyang. The warfare at the front is presently exceedingly intense. Understood. Lin Xuan nodded, refraining from further wandering into the courtyard. The only person Lin Xuan truly cared for in the entire Lin family was his father. Having never seen his biological mother, he had also never visited her grave. Whether she was alive or dead remained a mystery to him, as his kin never broached the subject. He had no siblings either. Should his father perish on the battlefield, Lin Xuan would not be overwhelmed by grief. However, he would exact vengeance on the Liang dynasty and the other 2 major dynasties, annihilating their millions of soldiers. Following that, he would return to the Wooding Immortal sect, forsaking worldly matters henceforth. As the saying goes, life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility are decreed by the heavens. Lin Xuan was uncertain about the possibility of resurrection. Yet, even if it were attainable, it would require formidable strength to support it. After avenging his father, enhancing his own power would be the true path to follow. By the way, when was the last time my father sent a message? Lin Xuan suddenly turned back to ask as he headed toward the front lines. 7 days ago. But given the distance to the front, it usually takes about half a month for a message to arrive. The time it takes to send a letter is generally consistent, with a discrepancy of no more than 10 days, the old steward recalled with clarity. Lin Xuan felt a wave of relief, at the very least. His father had been safe 20 days ago, and the fact that he could still send messages indicated that the situation at the front was not dire. "Young master, do you intend to go to the front lines?" The old steward inquired timidly. "Of course. Although I have entered the Immortal sect, Nanyang is my homeland. How can I allow it to be trampled by foreign invaders?" Lin Xuan affirmed. "However, the front lines are exceedingly perilous. Over the years, several Yuaning experts have perished in battle. It would be wise for you to exercise caution." The old steward expressed his concerns. "How long has it been since you left home? When you departed, you were merely at the foundation establishment stage. 15 years have passed, and it would be remarkable if you could break through to Yuaning. In the battlefield, you would be of little consequence, and instead could become a target for the enemy's powerful warriors, potentially losing your life there." Lin Xuan remained silent, swiftly departing the location and hastening toward the battlefield. The only matter that needed consideration at present was not to lose his father due to carelessness. The area where Nanyang borders Liang lies in the southeast, the opposite direction of the Wooding Immortal sect. It is the most fiercely contested region and the front lines, located 1,000 miles from Pingchong town. Lin Xuan could reach it in just over an hour. An hour later, Lin Xuan stood amidst the clouds, where he could see the sprawling camps of both armies extending for hundreds of miles. From the sheer number of tents alone, it was evident that the opposing forces greatly outnumbered the troops of the Nanyang dynasty. The formidable army of the Nanyang dynasty, boasting an impressive 70,000 armored soldiers, took refuge in the natural defenses of their stronghold. The ensuing conflict saw both sides exchanging blows. Yet the allied forces of the Liang dynasty struggled to achieve significant progress in a short span of time. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and a faint metallic scent of blood lingered over the camps of both armies, painting a grim portrait of the battlefield. Before the imposing walls of the Nanyang dynasty, countless bodies lay strewn about, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. This was the most immediate consequence wrought by war. The Yuanyang realm sprawls extensively, housing thousands of immortal sects akin to the Wooding Immortal Sect, each wielding dominion over their respective territories, where dynasties flourished and fell in ceaseless succession. It could be said that within the Yuanyang realm, new dynasties emerged daily, while once mighty ones met their demise, ensuring an unending cycle of dynastic change. Lin Xuan, however, was not overly contemplative. He soared above the Nanyang army, dispatching his spiritual senses in search of his father's presence. This act was fraught with peril, as it could easily attract unwanted attention and result in immediate demise. Yet this was the mortal realm, not the sprawling battlefield of the Wooding Immortal Sect, where his prowess stood unrivaled against the apex of the Nanyang dynasty. Being discovered might even be fortuitous, as it would allow the formidable figures within the army to assist in his search. As anticipated, Lin Xuan's spiritual senses barely extended for 10 breaths before two elderly men, garbed in flowing white robes, ascended towards him, their eyes betraying a sense of caution. "I am Lin Fu's son," Lin Xuan announced with a respectful gesture, a smile gracing his lips. 15 years ago, I ventured to the Wooding Immortal Sect, and now, having completed my studies, I have returned to seek my father. Lin Fu, as it turned out, was simply the name of his father, lacking any deeper significance, merely a wish from Lin Xuan's grandfather for the family to prosper. The Wooding Immortal Sect? The elder's demeanor softened at once. "Could it be that you are a disciple of His Majesty's sect?" "I am now an inner disciple," Lin Xuan replied with a smile, "and I am honored to refer to His Majesty as my senior." At once, the two elders displayed deep respect. The status of an inner disciple within the immortal sect far surpassed that of leaders of lesser sects in the Nanyang dynasty. "Might I suggest that you accompany me for tea? I shall send someone to find your esteemed father," the elder on the left proposed. "That sounds splendid," Lin Xuan agreed, following the two men into the military encampment. What Lin Xuan did not anticipate was that the emperor of the Nanyang dynasty was presently leading the charge himself. Upon their arrival, the two exchanged familiar pleasantries, and when Zhao Shua learned that Lin Xuan was now an inner disciple, he respectfully greeted him as senior brother. Such was the advantage conferred by strength. Before long, a soldier approached with news, stating that Lin Fu, now General Ding Yuan, was commanding the troops responsible for the army's supplies and had sent someone to extend an invitation. Lin Xuan felt a jolt of surprise, pondering how his once dissolute father had risen to the rank of general. Surely he has offered gifts, he mused. Lin Xuan initially intended to visit personally, but Zhao Shua insisted that there was no rush. They could simply wait. After half an hour, a robust middle-aged man appeared outside the central tent. Having received his orders, he rode forth without delay. Inside the tent, Lin Xuan sensed a familiar aura drawing nearer, his expression brightening as he stepped out to greet the figure. The reunion between father and son left both momentarily speechless. At this moment, the father exuded an aura of military severity, his face marred by a 10-centimeter scar, his posture even more upright, and his skin darkened. Lin Xuan almost failed to recognize him. "You rascal, how dare you return?" Lin Fu's voice was somewhat coarse. Though he felt a surge of emotions within, his words were unyielding. "Aren't you the same? No wonder Uncle Zhao remarked that our family's land has diminished by half. It seems it was all sent off to elevate your rank," Lin Xuan retorted with a smile. "Nonsense. Once we repel the enemy, I shall surely break that old fool's legs," Lin Fu exclaimed furiously, cursing vociferously. Lin Xuan chuckled but offered no explanation. Despite his father's reckless demeanor, he was not one to bully the weak or violently mistreat the servants. "What business do you have in a place like this?" Lin Fu's expression darkened. "Is this a place for you? Don't go dying on the battlefield. Then I won't even have anyone to burn paper for me. I've come to vanquish the enemy," Lin Xuan replied with a mischievous grin. "I am quite powerful now." "Powerful? What level of cultivation are you at?" "Surely not yet at the fusion stage," Lin Fu dismissed. Lin Xuan laughed. Lin Fu's expression grew stern again. "Are you trying to show off to your father? What do you mean by not yet at the fusion stage?" "I am currently at the mid-stage of Golden Core. Have I not yet reached the fusion stage? Be specific." To him, such statements were akin to claiming one's monthly income was not yet 10,000 taels of silver, despite the family servants earning a mere 2 taels a month. "Late stage of transformation," Lin Xuan said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I knew you were unreliable. Claiming to be late stage of transformation while daring to say you haven't reached fusion? Wait, what did you say? Late stage of transformation?" Lin Fu's tone shifted from disdain to shock, his eyes wide as he stared at Lin Xuan, his chest heaving as disbelief coursed through him. All those around them mirrored his astonishment upon hearing Lin Xuan's declaration. Zhao Shua, once an outer disciple, was aware that the late stage of nascent soul was essentially the threshold for becoming an inner disciple, and he had assumed Lin Xuan's cultivation was at most at that level. His respect for Lin Xuan stemmed from the potential of inner disciples who might yet break through to the transformation stage. But he never imagined Lin Xuan had already attained the late stage of transformation. Such a level of cultivation could silently assassinate the emperor of the Liang dynasty and its entire royal lineage. It could even restrain all adversaries at the transformation stage, allowing their own forces to strike when the opportunity arose. In essence, if Lin Xuan truly was at the late stage of transformation, he alone could influence the currently tumultuous state of the battlefield. Observing the changing expressions of those around him, Lin Xuan smiled faintly. When it came to boasting, he had yet to be outdone. Senior brother Lin Xuan, is what you say truly the case? Zhao Shua inquired, filled with excitement. If there were already a late-stage transformation expert in Nanyang, there would be no need to fear the opposing million-strong army. Indeed, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly, channeling a wisp of spiritual energy, just enough to substantiate his claim of being at the late stage of transformation. The elderly figure in the early stages of transformation was immediately effusive in his praise. From the moment I first beheld you, young sir, I sensed an innate nobility and tranquility about you, unmistakably indicating that you are no ordinary person. The crowd echoed similar sentiments, lauding the young man's impressive demeanor and talent. Lin Xuan, however, remained unfazed, modestly responding with perfunctory remarks of humility. This was merely a display of commercial flattery. Only Lin Fu, with a furrowed brow, maintained silence until the tide of compliments waned, at which point he spoke with a hint of skepticism. While your talents undoubtedly surpass those of most within the Nanyang dynasty, achieving such prowess in a mere 15 years, without substantial resources, is simply implausible. At best, you may have reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Pray tell, have you engaged in any clandestine dealings? Is it possible that you have caught the eye of an elder lady several millennia old? Lin Xuan, unabashed, retorted with poise, Your Majesty, I trust you are familiar with the name Elderly? Zhao Shua nodded knowingly, recalling. Elderly is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the realm, captivating countless male disciples of the undetermined immortal sect. Could it be, brother, that you... Indeed. I am now the sole disciple of Qiu Haifeng. Under the cascade of resources, I have ascended from the mid-nascent soul stage to the late stage of transformation in merely half a year. Lin Xuan did not conceal the truth. He understood that deception would be futile given his father's insights. Living off the wealth of a benefactor is a skill. And while a strong physique may attract a wealthy woman, securing the favor of a wealthy, youthful mentor is a far more complex endeavor. Zhao Shua lamented. After all these years in the undetermined immortal sect, my only regret is not witnessing Elderly's unparalleled beauty. A sigh escaped Lin Fu, who had initially spoken in jest, now realizing the truth of his words. Yet, this revelation bore a silver lining. Lin Xuan felt a pang in his heart as he gazed at his aging father, emotions swirling within him. The life in the military had transformed him significantly. Had it been in the past, the knowledge of his son being supported by a wealthy woman would have prompted an unabashed inquiry into whether she had equally affluent friends. Such a change was difficult to discern as either good or ill, though it at least conformed to the image of a more typical father. After a brief silence, Zhao Shua raised his hand with determination. Tonight, we shall host a grand feast to celebrate my brother's return. It has been years since our troops have had the pleasure of wine since arriving at the front lines. Send word to the rear city to procure all the wine that can be gathered. The soldiers within earshot erupted with joy, their faces alight with delight. The military's strict prohibition against alcohol was well known. Disobedience could lead to dire consequences. A few years prior, a general of royal descent had succumbed to temptation in drunken revelry, only to be dismissed that very night by Zhao Shua, narrowly escaping death due to the intercession of many. After a little over an hour, the cultivators dispatched to fetch the wine returned. By now, night had fallen, and the camp was ablaze with light. Aside from the unfortunate souls tasked with guarding the gates, everyone else emerged from their tents to partake in the festivities. Within the imperial tent, Lin Xuan was flanked by cultivators of the transcendent realm and esteemed generals of the military. Each individual raised their cup in reverence towards Lin Xuan. He graciously declined several times, feigning modesty with the words, how could I endure such libations? My capacity for drink is limited. I cannot continue. Yet, while nearly everyone succumbed to intoxication, he remained unperturbed. In matters of inebriation, he would humbly assert that all present were but novices in comparison to him. This was a skill honed from a past life spent among affluent patrons in the art of social drinking. Even the cultivators of the transcendent realm found themselves ensnared in the haze of the drink, a testament to the notion that while liquor may not intoxicate, it is the spirit that becomes ensorcelled. Meanwhile, amidst the sprawling encampment beyond the borders, a man clad in golden armor gazed intently at the frontier of two nations. His voice low and commanding. "What is the situation across the way?" "Your Majesty," came the reply from a scout, shrouded in black cloth, kneeling before him. "It appears that Zhao Shua has inexplicably commenced a grand feast, urging the entire army to partake in indulgence. Might this be a ruse? In the face of overwhelming might, any plot is but a fleeting mirage," remarked a figure clad in a flowing white robe, wielding a feather fan. "The Nanyang dynasty has held on thus far by sheer pretense. Now, with our forces boasting over 200,000 armored troops and more than 20 cultivators of the transcendent realm, the flattening of the Nanyang dynasty is merely a command away. And when, according to your wisdom, shall we strike?" "This very night, Your Majesty. Your iron cavalry shall sweep across the entirety of Nanyang. All shall heed my command. Today we shall go forth to eliminate all cultivators above the nascent soul stage. National Master, you shall follow closely with the main force to besiege the territory. Today, we shall breach Nanyang." As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword from his waist, a low-grade spiritual artifact, and displayed his mid-transcendent realm prowess with certainty. The cultivators present were taken aback, astonished at the Emperor of Liang, who had evidently broken through to the mid-transcendent realm, fortified by a spiritual artifact of lesser grade. Such power was sufficient to vanquish 5 cultivators at the nascent stage. As night fell, 21 figures ascended into the skies, effortlessly crossing the borders of Nanyang towards the military encampment. Regardless of the circumstances, the emperor's status ensured he received treatment far superior to others. His tent, without question, was the largest in the entire army. Within the tent where Lin Xuan resided, an elderly man, heavily intoxicated, suddenly found his gaze sharpened. After a shared glance, they both paled, as if confronted by a formidable foe. "Fear not, continue your revelry. I shall go forth to vanquish them, and shall not spoil the spirit of our gathering," Lin Xuan said with a slight smile, having already sensed the impending threat. "I, too, shall accompany you, young master. The Liang dynasty has raided our borders multiple times over the past decades, slaying our people. Now, they invade our land in full force. Though I cannot claim unyielding loyalty, I am willing to fight to the death for Nanyang and uphold our nation's honor. And I too shall stand with you. And I too shall stand with you." Zhao Shua raised his sword, slicing through his finger, allowing his blood to drip into the cup, which he then lifted and drank in one swift motion. "The younger generation awaits your triumphant return from battle." Lin Xuan observed their somber yet valiant demeanor, feeling a twinge of self-doubt. Were they not merely 20 cultivators at the divine transformation stage? Nevertheless, he did not refuse the company of the elder gentleman. After all, when he heroically vanquished foes, it was only fitting to have someone cheering him on, wasn't it? Lin Xuan retrieved a sword of deep azure hue from his shumi ring. The blade's sharpness was self-evident, rivaling that of the finest swords wielded by ordinary soldiers in the army. Yet, this sword appeared dim, lacking the ethereal aura characteristic of true artifacts. An elderly man, upon witnessing this, could not help but shake his head. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, please wait." As he spoke, he presented a large knife to Lin Xuan, declaring, "This blade is the treasured heirloom of our sect, barely qualifying as a superior item of the mortal tier. With this knife at your disposal, your strength would undoubtedly surge." However, Lin Xuan declined the old man's generous offer, stating, "This knife is of no use to me. It would be better for you to keep it and fight alongside me against the enemy." To Lin Xuan, although the superior mortal tier artifact vastly surpassed the worthless sword he possessed, the situation involved merely 20 or so minor foes of the transformation stage. Such trivial adversaries did not warrant the use of a true artifact. He felt that drawing it out would merely signify a deficiency in his arsenal, lacking an imposing presence. As he spoke, Lin Xuan took a step forward, vanishing from the tent and reappearing in the air above the military camp. The 5 elderly men hastily pursued him, following Lin Xuan towards the radiant light on the horizon. The enemy consisted of 21 individuals, while Lin Xuan's party was merely 6, placing them at a glaring disadvantage at first glance. "Young master, we 5 can fight to the death to temporarily hold back 10 of them. This is the utmost we can achieve," the white-haired elder exclaimed, brimming with fighting spirit, his spiritual energy poised for activation. Clearly, he was prepared to give his all. No need for that, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. We require the assistance of you esteemed elders to deal with these few. What shall we do then? The elderly men exchanged puzzled glances, not comprehending Lin Xuan's words. Could there be reinforcements? Will they flee? Flee? The 5 elders wore expressions of skepticism, entirely baffled by Lin Xuan's intent. How dull, Lin Xuan sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened. He lamented not bringing Xiao Yurong along. The mere thought of her cheering him on with clenched fists after each foe he defeated made him believe his combat prowess would increase by at least 20%. Failing that, even bringing Fong by would suffice. How dare these mere 6 confront him? He was determined to strike down the foolish ruler of Nanyang. The leading man in golden armor, upon seeing only 6 opponents awaiting him, was filled with disdain, though he had anticipated such a scenario. The Nanyang dynasty had but 10 transformation stage cultivators. One had perished in a surprise attack during prior battles, while several remained to guard the capital and other crucial military locations. Indeed, several behind him nodded in agreement, their faces marked with respect. Though a few younger transformation stage cultivators seemed indifferent, disregarding his orders entirely. Yet, he bore no anger. Lin Xuan observed this all with keen eyes but paid it no heed. He casually took out a defensive artifact, the heavy cauldron. Although confident in his own strength, having overwhelmed over 100 inner disciples during the grand competition, those were mostly late-stage nascent soul cultivators, and it had not been a life-and-death struggle. It was prudent to exercise caution. As the grand cauldron emerged, it radiated a dense, dark yellow light that enveloped Lin Xuan. With all preparations complete, Lin Xuan raised his sword and unleashed his divine technique, the 7 swords of heavenly sorrow. This swordplay, passed down from the undetermined immortal sect, is a spirit-level divine art. It is said that with 9 swords descending, mountains of corpses and seas of blood would manifest, and the heavens would weep in compassion. Hence there are only 7 swords in total. Lin Xuan moved gracefully, blending into the crowd, the sword light swirling as crimson blood sprayed forth under the moonlight. With a single stroke, 6 adversaries perished instantly. Lin Xuan's expression darkened. Was this it? Wasn't this a tad too feeble? This child is enigmatic. We must not remain passive. Let us join forces to eliminate him. The golden-armored man's face changed dramatically. After 7 years of war, a mere 5 divine transformation cultivators had fallen on both sides. To lose 6 in an instant was simply absurd. He led the charge, rushing towards Lin Xuan, channeling nearly all his spiritual energy into his inferior spirit-level sword, swinging it at Lin Xuan. In the blink of an eye, he was less than a meter away from Lin Xuan. A spirit-level artifact? The elder behind Lin Xuan was struck with terror, his eyes reflecting profound fear. The opponent possessed a spirit-level artifact? Lin Xuan, however, remained unfazed. A slight smile gracing his lips, revealing his delight. A spirit-level artifact, indeed a treasure. But in the next instant, it was destined to become his own. Yet before he could act, the grand cauldron before him suddenly surged, emitting an overwhelmingly terrifying wave of energy that shattered the inferior spirit-level artifact, instantly engulfing the golden-armored man. His body collapsed like a deflated balloon, utterly limp. Although there were no visible wounds, it was evident to all that his bones were shattered, rendering him lifeless. Lin Xuan felt a pang of regret. Not only was his master a spendthrift, but her artifact was as well. Truly, the well-fed know not the hunger of the starving. Those in drought perish while those in flood drown. You could have simply killed him, but why shatter the artifact? Were it not merely an artifact? Lin Xuan would have erupted in curses. The remaining 14 adversaries were visibly shaken. Had the earlier wave not ceased abruptly, they too would have met their demise. Recognizing his strength, Lin Xuan hastily stowed the cauldron away. He could not afford further waste. Regardless of whether the artifacts in their possession were useful, they could certainly be exchanged for a substantial amount of spirit stones. Though Lin Xuan himself lacked for spirit stones, the Lin family did not. Once one entered the immortal sect, they severed ties with the mortal world. He could not perpetually guard the Lin family. The best he could do was leave behind some resources, such as artifacts. At this moment, the cultivators from the Liang dynasty had lost their will to fight. After exchanging glances, they immediately scattered in flight. However, to Lin Xuan, they appeared as mere moving spirit stones. How could he allow them to escape? With a series of swift movements, in less than 30 breaths, he had slain the majority of the fleeing individuals, leaving only one adept at escape still struggling. Although Lin Xuan was not particularly skilled in the art of fleeing, his advantage in cultivation at the late stage of divine transformation allowed him to swiftly catch up to the remaining foe. With a swift thrust of his sword, the adversary immediately cried out, You have slaughtered my disciples. Our sect shall not let you go unpunished. If you spare me, the Nanyang dynasty will become the spokesperson for the immortal sect in the mortal realm, and my master can provide you with abundant resources. Realizing that escape was futile, he resorted to pleading for mercy. Why did you not mention this sooner? Lin Xuan retorted in fury. You only declare your wealth after I have pierced you with my sword, claiming that if I spare you, you shall bestow upon me great riches? Who do you think you are belittling? With that, Lin Xuan withdrew his sword and retreated, discreetly appropriating the man's spatial ring in the process. Thus, apart from the tragically deceased armored man, all possessions of the remaining 20 core formation cultivators fell into Lin Xuan's hands. He returned to the side of the 5 elderly men, where one of them trembled and muttered, "Flee, flee, flee." Lin Xuan felt a surge of frustration. They had finished the fight only to start boasting afterward, utterly lacking in awareness. It was as if he had wasted all those years. Noticing Lin Xuan's displeasure, the elderly man who had been bragging wore a look of grievance, asking why they were instructed to shout only to find him displeased afterward. Let us return, Lin Xuan stated calmly. Slaughtering ordinary troops is a deed that accumulates karmic burden. I leave it to you. The celestial sects of the Yuanyang realm stood tall. Yet the secular dynasties flourished in their own right. This was fundamentally due to the celestial sects remaining hidden among the mundane, refraining from interfering in the rise and fall of dynasties. Moreover, when practitioners of Qi indiscriminately kill mortals, the karmic burdens they accrue will manifest during their tribulations, significantly increasing the difficulty of overcoming them. However, the 5 elderly men were different. They were cultivators of the secular world, resigned to the fact that they would never transcend. In a moment of revelry, they waved their hands, declaring that should they find themselves without combat ability, they would join the army of the Liang dynasty and unleash a brutal massacre. Let us kill as many as we can. It shall be our tribute to the Nanyang dynasty. Thus, they showed no resistance, instead smiling as they proclaimed, "It is our honor. At dawn, I shall personally lead 100,000 armored soldiers to be the first to breach the Liang military camp." Lin Xuan chuckled softly. The fundamental difference between the disciples of the celestial sects and the secular cultivators lay not in strength but in their pursuits. Disciples of the celestial sect typically sought immortality, with becoming an immortal as their ultimate goal. In contrast, secular cultivators were more concerned with reputation, status, and wealth. Of course, this could stem from their awareness of their inability to achieve immortality, thus opting for immediate pleasures instead. Subsequently, Lin Xuan channeled his spiritual energy to levitate 21 corpses, soaring over the Liang military camp, and released the bodies into the air. This act was a psychological maneuver. Although the opposing side was leaderless and lacked high-tier combat strength, the vast army was not solely reliant on a single commander. If they attacked at dawn, it was certain that a highly esteemed general would rally the troops, inflicting considerable harm on the Nanyang forces. However, by casting down the corpses of their emperor and all their formidable warriors, it would undoubtedly demoralize the troops, making it difficult to mount a counterattack. Having completed this, Lin Xuan returned to the tent, where everyone inside gazed at him in astonishment. The moment the battle commenced, their intoxication had faded. Although the specifics of the celestial skirmish were not entirely clear, the elders recounting had provided them with a comprehensive understanding of the events above. The version that Zhao Shua and the others heard was that Lin Xuan had soared into the sky, encountering the 21 transformation realm practitioners, and without hesitation, he wielded his sword, effortlessly dispatching the majority. The strongest among them attempted a sneak attack but was promptly killed by Lin Xuan with a mere flick, shattering their low-grade magical artifact in the process. Fortunately, Lin Xuan had returned late and missed the elder's account. Otherwise, his expression would have been far more complex than it was now. Zhao Shua had already given orders to assemble the army and charge towards the enemy as soon as the gates were opened. By the time the 700,000-strong army was gathered, dawn had already broken. During this time, Fang Baishan arrived late, joining the revelry. Upon his return to Kyoto, he discovered that Zhao Shua was absent from the city. After ascertaining the situation, he hastily made his way here. However, due to his cultivation being only at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, he arrived 1 or 2 hours later than Lin Xuan. As the first rays of dawn pierced the tranquil night, illuminating the earth, the spirited army of 700,000 had already emerged from the passes, advancing towards the enemy's encampment. As a commander, Lin Fu naturally joined the fray, while Lin Xuan stood atop a mountain, surveying all below. Should any unusual circumstances arise, he would be ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. The events that unfolded were quite straightforward. It was not the 700,000 troops led by 5 divine transformation cultivators that effortlessly crushed the enemy camp. Instead, the opposing forces surrendered without hesitation. The night prior, the white-clad national teacher, upon witnessing the corpses, collapsed onto the ground, remaining silent for a long while before accepting the grim reality, repeatedly uttering, "Li Yang is finished." Though his strength was lacking, he held immense prestige within the Li Yang dynasty. Had it not been for his mere foundation establishment cultivation, he would have been the first to be executed by the Emperor of Li Yang. Thus, after deciding to surrender, apart from a few hot-tempered generals, the rest remained silent. Since the enemy had already capitulated, Lin Xuan retracted his spiritual sense, and everything seemed to settle into a semblance of peace. Zhao Shua was not a tyrant. He did not massacre the 2 million enemy troops, but rather demanded the surrender of all weapons and armor, allowing the remaining soldiers to disperse. However, he warned that anyone daring to obstruct the southern Yang dynasty's forces from occupying Li Yang would face merciless execution. Henceforth, the Li Yang dynasty would join the ranks of many historical dynasties, becoming a relic of the past. The territory of the southern Yang dynasty would expand twofold. Lin Xuan observed Zhao Shua commanding with authority, feeling no envy. The allure of 3,000 beauties in the harem suddenly seemed far less enticing. By noon, Lin Fu finally approached Lin Xuan. "I pay my respects to your majesty." As a subject, Lin Fu naturally bowed respectfully to Zhao Shua. "Uncle, please rise. I have already acknowledged my senior brother as my kin. From this day forth, you shall be known as a duke of the southern Yang Zhao family. As long as the Zhao family exists, the Lin family shall not falter." Zhao Shua approached Lin Fu with great respect, assisting him to his feet. Lin Xuan remained silent. Zhao Shua had previously discussed bestowing titles upon him, offering a reward of 1,000,000 gold and a fief of 10,000 households, which Lin Xuan had declined, for it was not his aspiration. However, he saw no issue in honoring his father's wishes. The southern Yang dynasty was not weak compared to neighboring dynasties, providing the Lin family with a formidable ally. This was far more effective than his own frequent visits to the Immortal Gate. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Lin Fu gratefully accepted, as this was an achievement earned through his son's prowess. Subsequently, Lin Xuan presented the 20 storage rings he had acquired to his father and laid out the 100,000 high-grade spirit stones he had brought along. These possessions held no value for him, nor did they serve any purpose for his master. Rather than waste them, it was better to enrich the Lin family treasury, enabling them to eventually rise from the confines of Pingchong town. Lin Xuan gazed at his father, now a prince, and solemnly remarked, "The next time I return, I cannot say when that will be. Let it not be that when I do, I can no longer find your grave. Rest assured, my lord. General Ding Yuan is now esteemed as Prince Xiangwang, and a century hence, he shall enjoy the status of a princely title. Rest assured. I shall ensure that your grave is the grandest of all." A middle-aged general, with a twitch of his lips, interjected promptly. Lin Xuan's expression darkened as he turned to Zhao Shua. "Who is this fellow? He was merely jesting with my father. Yet this scoundrel has already envisaged the design of my future tombstone. Such attentiveness is truly extraordinary. Brother, please calm your anger." Zhao Shua hastily appeased Lin Xuan, before furiously declaring, "Bring him forth. Let him be punished with 80 strokes and demoted to a commoner." At the borders of the two great dynasties, Lin Fu, the only noble of a different surname since the establishment of the Nanyang dynasty, stood beside Lin Xuan. The father and son gazed towards the horizon, where a small town lay peacefully in the distance. "I once believed that in this lifetime, you would most likely be favored by some powerful figure within the Nanyang dynasty." Lin Fu sighed. "Yet, I did not anticipate that you would exceed my expectations, even winning the affection of an elder from the Immortal sect. In truth, I remain oblivious to my master's intentions," Lin Xuan replied, his countenance darkening with a hint of melancholy, prompted by his father's words. Lin Xuan suddenly felt a surge of vigilance. What exactly did his master seek? If it were an ordinary elder, Lin Xuan was confident in his appearance, and even the female leader of the Immortal sect would not astonish him. However, with the Yu Qing, he felt utterly uncertain. Lin Xuan held steadfast principles, resolutely refusing to sell himself for a mere few thousand spirit stones. Yet, the resources within Qiuhai Peak were undeniably abundant. A mere bucket of spirit liquid could easily sway Lin Xuan. Not to mention, his master was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Furthermore, considering he had been on the mountain for quite some time, it was peculiar that his master had not once taken advantage of his slumber to engage in any act he would be powerless to resist. Whenever he reflected on this, a sense of disappointment washed over him. "I have not read many books, nor can I utter grand aspirations. I merely hope that one day My son's name shall resonate throughout every corner of the Yuanong realm. Lin Fu declared. You too, strive to live well. One day, when I tire of striving, I shall return to lead a life of leisure, indulging in debauchery, for I have a princely father to shield me from consequences. The father and son exchanged knowing glances, followed by hearty laughter. As Lin Xuan rose to depart, behind him, 70,000 ironclad soldiers knelt in unison to bid him farewell. Regardless of one's station. If the heart bears no attachments, one becomes but a mere shell of existence, lamented Fong Bai, who followed Lin Xuan. Brother, this is the quality I envy most about you. As for handsome looks and extraordinary talents, they are rather trivial, he added. Lin Xuan patted Fong Bai's shoulder. Brother, be strong. He struggled to find words of comfort for Fong Bai. My primary concern is for her well-being, Fong Bai suddenly confessed with a touch of shyness. Thanks to you, we are now well known within the sect and have made the acquaintance of many female disciples from the outer sect. Training is inherently tedious. While a partner can alleviate the monotony, it is not always beneficial in excess. Moderation is essential, Lin Xuan advised earnestly. Are we truly capable of being sentimental? The two hastened onward, engaging in conversation that proved far more enjoyable than solitary, monotonous flight. As the two were about to leave the boundaries of Nanyang, a snow-white little fox suddenly appeared in front of them. Lin Xuan smiled, feeling an irresistible charm towards such a fluffy creature. Boss, it seems this fox has taken quite a liking to you. You truly have an affinity with both humans and beasts, Fong Bai remarked with a grin. Don't be ridiculous. It merely happened to pass by, Lin Xuan dismissed. Do we still have any spirit stones on us? Give it a few, and let us be on our way. Yes. Fong Bai retrieved several spirit stones from his storage ring and tossed them to the little fox, saying, Little one, do not block our path. Benefactor? It has been over 20 years. Do you still remember me? The fox, seemingly disregarding the spirit stones, turned its gaze towards Lin Xuan. Upon hearing the little fox's words, Lin Xuan recalled the early days of his journey. Adhering to the principle of leaving as many paths open as possible, he had saved any injured creature he encountered. It seems this fox has come to repay a debt of gratitude. Thus, Lin Xuan smiled and, under the expectant gaze of the little fox, softly replied, I do not remember. I have saved too many little foxes in the past. Upon hearing this, the little fox's face fell, and with a pitiful expression, it whimpered, Benefactor? Do you know that I have stood out among over 300 dazzling little creatures just to have this chance to repay you? It turns out rescuing too many animals is not necessarily a good thing. So we are fated to meet again, little white. Give it another 20 spirit stones. Of course. Benefactor, what I desire is not this, the little fox said stubbornly, eyeing the abundant high-quality spirit stones. Lin Xuan stroked the little fox's pristine forehead, and it immediately displayed a look of enjoyment. He then lifted the little fox, rubbing it gently against his cheek, akin to petting a cat in his previous life. With a sudden puff, the little fox transformed into a young woman clad in a white gown, her skin fair, features delicate, and her visage pleasing. The woman, cradled in Lin Xuan's arms, blushed, appearing as an innocent maiden yet to be wed. Lin Xuan felt the plush touch turn soft, and his expression darkened. He immediately commanded, transform back. Feeling the pressure emanating from Lin Xuan, the white-clad woman turned pale, startled into reverting to her original form. That is more like it. Lin Xuan remarked with satisfaction, stroking the little fox's back. Since you wish to repay your debt, focus on your cultivation. Lin Xuan released the little fox, calmly stating, having sensed that it possessed merely the cultivation of the early golden core stage. Such strength would hardly suffice for any substantial improvement, even if consumed. It would not do to practice gratitude by merely holding on to a log day and night, would it? I understand now, the little fox said, begrudgingly clutching the 30 high-quality spirit stones before vanishing in a flash of light. Boss, you truly are a paragon for us, a beauty in your embrace yet remaining unmoved. I fear I could never achieve such composure, Fong Bai mused. Primarily, I was startled just now and did not have the chance to truly see her appearance. Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. Since living with his master in the quaint realm of Chiohai Peak, Lin Xuan has often felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Reminiscent of the saying, once having traversed the vast seas, one finds it hard to appreciate mere water. Even the incredibly beautiful and uniquely positioned Wu Ong seemed to fade from his focus. Let us go back, Lin Xuan murmured, observing the retreating figure of the little fox, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Previously, he had prepared himself for this moment, fearing he might not be able to cultivate or that the Lin family's fortune could not withstand his father's extravagance. Thus, he had rescued hundreds of injured and downtrodden little rabbits, kittens, and foxes. If even one of these transformed into a grateful humanoid spirit, it would at least resolve his marital concerns seamlessly. For an ordinary man, resolving this dilemma would eliminate other significant issues. However, his life had dramatically shifted since he had felt compelled to enter the unpredictable Immortal Gate. Whether or not such an opportunity existed had become inconsequential. 2 weeks later, Lin Xuan and his companion reappeared at the Grand Hall of the Immortal Gate. At last, we have returned. This time, I shall strive to break through to the divine transformation stage, Fong Bai declared, extending his arms in joyous laughter. You go ahead, I have a matter to attend to. Lin Xuan replied, retrieving several pitch-black tokens from his Shumi ring as he approached the hall's steward. These tokens were likely emblematic of his status. A middle-aged steward scrutinized the tokens from every angle for quite some time before looking up at Lin Xuan with an expression of unwavering certainty. Lin Xuan, with an exasperated expression, regarded the steward as one would a simpleton. I am returning to Qiuhai Peak to report, and I kindly ask that you submit these tokens to the elders for verification. He had previously explained to the steward how he acquired the tokens, including the demise of the youth involved. His intent was to uncover the origins of those individuals and identify his adversaries. However, the steward, seemingly engrossed in his task, produced nothing of substance after a lengthy examination. After leaving the hall, Lin Xuan hastened towards Qiuhai Peak, his heart yearning for home. Before long, he hovered over the peak, surveying the area and frowning in discontent. How long have I been away? The once pristine stone path is now covered in dust. Upon entering the small world, he called out, Old Wang, come here. I have been gone for merely a month, and you have grown lax. From now on, you will clean 5 times a day, and your wages will be halved. Wu Wang, adorned in a flowing emerald green gown, was kneeling by the pond, her long legs elegantly crossed, with her silky hair cascading down her back, obscuring her curves. As she heard Lin Xuan's voice, her exquisite face darkened with displeasure. While cleaning 5 times daily was tolerable and no different from the previous 4, having her wages was utterly absurd. When have you ever paid me? She retorted angrily. Have you never compensated me at all? Lin Xuan suddenly realized that this individual had seemingly been a free laborer all along. Clearing his throat with a slight cough, he continued, Then you shall submit 100 spirit stones each month as a fine. Such audacity. One day, I shall slay you. Wu Wang's veins throbbed with fury. Yet contemplating his current predicament, he dared not unleash his wrath and could only force a smile, hastily replying, Of course, I shall comply, but I possess no spirit stones. With no money, do you expect to compensate with flesh? What an absurd notion. Are you unaware of your own standing? Do you still wish to take advantage? Lin Xuan bellowed, offering Wu Wang no chance to respond. This time, Wu Wang could no longer restrain himself, seizing a round stone from the pond's edge. He charged at Lin Xuan, exclaiming, I may be killed, but I will not be humiliated. I shall fight you. Lin Xuan effortlessly repelled him, shaking his head in disappointment. Assuming the demeanor of a wise elder as he chastised, Enough. I sensed your latent potential and intended to guide you. Yet you proved to be utterly dim-witted, an uncarvable rottenwood. When I escape, you shall be the first I eliminate. A month passed, and Wu Wang's resistance waned as he gritted his teeth. Even in her current wretched state, pride lingered within her heart, rendering her incapable of respecting Lin Xuan. In the past, not even a mere lackey like Lin Xuan would have been disregarded. Even mighty warriors from various realms would have knelt in gratitude for a mere word of guidance from her. How could she endure such an egregious humiliation? Yet, she found herself powerless. At present, apart from not perishing easily, she could not even best a novice from the uncertain immortal sect. To feign greatness was futile. Their master was the true powerhouse. She could only pray for her father to swiftly crush this realm with his forces, ensuring that Lin Xuan would be left in a state of despair. Who indulged your foul habits? If you were truly formidable, would you be confined in such a manner? Just as Wu Wang's emotions began to settle, Lin Xuan's words, sharp as a blade, pierced her heart once more. Fortunately, she was not overly perturbed by this. Recently, the image of the crimson-clad empress battling 3 immortal emperors remained vividly etched in her mind. The only grievance she held was her inability to reveal the Yoqing's true identity. Ignoring the brooding Wu Wang, Lin Xuan approached the small courtyard before him, gently knocking on the wooden door, murmuring, Master, I have returned. Yes, I am aware. Came the melodious voice of his master, reminiscent of a songbird's sweet serenade, devoid of any discernible emotion. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open to reveal the Yoqing. adorned in a flowing red garment, her long hair cascading like a river of stars over her shoulders, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. No, she truly was a celestial. She gazed at Lin Xuan, inquiring calmly, "In this journey to the mundane world, have you severed your earthly ties?" "Ah, why must one sever all connections to the mundane?" Lin Xuan responded, puzzled. "Is it not sufficient to retain a cherished thought in one's heart? Mortal beings are frail, their lifespan scarcely exceeding a century. If one cannot attain immortality, they will inevitably wither like blossoms past their prime. The timing of their demise is merely a matter of time." "I understand," Lin Xuan nodded. The cycle of life and death, a reality for one who was originally mortal, was not difficult for him to accept, nor had he ever sought to evade it. "I merely wish that one day, when I no longer need to grow stronger for the sake of survival, I can return to my homeland, knowing where it truly lies." Li Yuqing nodded slightly. For her, every place felt like a homeland, yet none did. She urged her disciple to cultivate diligently, hoping to gain considerable benefits at the 100 Gates Conference. The 100 Gates Conference? Benefits? Lin Xuan looked at his master in confusion. He was aware of the conference, but the notion of gaining benefits puzzled him. The 100 Gates Conference is a grand event in the Yuanyang realm, where all immortal sects send their disciples to participate. It is not presided over by anyone. Rather, it is held at a forbidden site that opens once every 500 years. This place harbors vast treasures and relics, irresistible to any sect. Yet Lin Xuan could not fathom what treasures could possibly rival his master's extensive collection. "There are things you will require within." Li Yuqing seemed to read Lin Xian's thoughts and added, "Yes, disciple acknowledges this," Lin Xuan replied, bowing his head respectfully. "Then cultivate well," Li Yuqing said casually. Turning to leave, "Master, I have a question," Lin Xuan called out hastily. "Given the abundance of resources here, even crafting an army of immortals would be more than sufficient. Why have you taken in a seemingly unpromising outer disciple like me and treated me with such kindness, granting me access to resources without restraint? What do you truly seek? What do you think?" Li Yuqing narrowed her eyes slightly, smiling as she replied, "Do you seek my youth and good looks?" Lin Xuan joked. But upon noticing a shift in his master's demeanor, he quickly added, "Your kindness to me is something I shall never forget. Though I am uncertain how I may repay you in the future. Do not speak of repayment. That is too formal." Li Yuqing shook her head. "I only ask that in the future, should you create any trouble, do not implicate me." With that, she turned and entered her courtyard. Lin Xuan's expression darkened. "I am not a monkey. Is such treatment necessary?" He pondered. "Wait, my master still hasn't answered my question. Oh well, let us consider it a bond formed at first sight." Lin Xuan racked his brain for some other attractive quality he might possess, aside from his looks, but found none, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Indeed, even someone as affluent as his master could not escape the admiration women have for handsome men. Nearby, Wuong, who had been eavesdropping, wore a look of regret. Compared to Lin Xuan, she found herself even more curious about what Li Yuqing, as an immortal emperor, truly sought from him. It was one thing to provide boundless resources for cultivation, but she had even bestowed upon him one of her vital treasures for protection. Not to mention having specially planted 2 innate spirit trees for him. Such treatment bestowed upon an insignificant ant? This left her utterly baffled, putting aside everything else. Even the cauldron alone was enough to make her covetous. She had witnessed it form a protective array that repelled the supreme powers of 3 immortal emperors, simultaneously unleashing shockwaves that reduced an intruding immortal king to dust. Certainly, this is due to Li Yuqing personally manipulating the 9 tripod cauldrons. Had it been Lin Xuan, he could likely have vanquished an immortal. However, this does not obscure the terrifying reality of that cauldron. Could it be that this fellow was her Tao partner in a previous life? A chilling thought suddenly flashed through her mind, causing her delicate form to tremble uncontrollably. The notion of Lin Xuan being ground to dust vanished completely. Aside from that, she truly could not fathom why, as an empress, Li Yuqing would be drawn to Lin Xuan. Setting aside the empress's vast experience and the multitude of exceptional young talents she had encountered, in the countless realms as numerous as dust, Wuong truly did not believe there existed a man more handsome than Lin Xuan. Admittedly, she conceded that this might indeed be a daunting task. Yet, to find someone with looks surpassing Lin Xuan's and possessing unparalleled talents would certainly yield a plethora of candidates. Among the gifted individuals she had encountered from various races, none could rival Lin Xuan in appearance. In her eyes, in terms of lineage, strength, talent, and heritage, they all far surpassed him. These individuals would be overjoyed to receive even a mere suggestion from a clan's immortal emperor. let alone being favored by a peerless empress who devoted herself entirely to their cultivation. She was well aware that Li Youqing's reluctance to let her speak of the outside world was not out of a desire to keep Lin Xuan uninformed, but rather to prevent him from discovering the truth too early. Such treatment was unparalleled. Reflecting on her own life, she realized that even her biological father had never shown her such kindness. At that moment, Lin Xuan turned to glance at her, startling her so much that she hurriedly took on her current responsibilities, along with the exclusive artifact she would possess for a long time to come, and rushed outside to sweep the floor. She genuinely feared that being in Lin Xuan's presence might provoke her to the point of killing him. As long as Li Yuqing remained unharmed, the Holy Wu clan would undoubtedly face the threat of annihilation. Bored, Lin Xuan contemplated practicing his cultivation. But before he could sit in meditation, a cacophony erupted outside. Reluctantly, he departed from the small world. He saw the sect leader Duan Qing hovering in midair, accompanied by several esteemed elders, gazing down with eyes full of admiration as they looked at Lin Xuan. "Might you accompany me to Tongtian Peak?" Duan Qing inquired with a smile, stroking his beard. Lin Xuan immediately considered declining. Should he go to Tongtian Peak? What if the sect leader forcibly detained him there to cultivate and barred his master from visiting? Wouldn't that render him, the sole disciple of Qiu Haifeng, effectively non-existent? However, upon further reflection, he thought that the sect leader couldn't possibly be so shameless. Furthermore, if necessary, he could resolutely refuse and die for his convictions. An invitation from the sect leader was not something a disciple could dare to refuse. With a smile, Lin Xuan soared into the air to join the group. He then clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask what the purpose of our visit to Tongtian Peak is?" "Naturally, it is for the 100 Gates Conference, which will take place in 6 months, Duan Qing replied amiably. Lin Xuan nodded and fell silent. The speed of the celestial beings was astonishing. Even while leisurely escorting Lin Xuan through the skies, they swiftly arrived at Tongtian Peak. Within the grand hall of Tongtian Peak, many disciples whom Lin Xuan had never seen before had already gathered. Each of these disciples exuded a formidable aura. Lin Xuan conservatively estimated their strength to be at the integration stage, or even at the great ascension stage and beyond. Lin Xuan clasped his hands and smiled politely, saying, "I have met you, esteemed senior brothers and sisters. The junior brother need not be overly formal, although I was not within the sect previously. My performance in the competition a month ago has indeed been widely acknowledged." A young lady in white stepped forward and softly smiled. "Not within the sect?" Lin Xuan felt a jolt in his heart. Based on his understanding of the Wooding Immortal sect, only core disciples would remain absent for extended periods. The sect is akin to a greenhouse where flowers flourish under protection, yet those who endure the trials of wind and rain ultimately attain greatness. Thus, core disciples often venture out for training. Many inner disciples also engage in external training, but typically return to the sect regularly. In contrast, core disciples seldom return unless the sect faces grave threats. They spend most of their time in the outside world, and the sect does not overly concern itself with their fate. This results in core disciples possessing formidable strength, often capable of taking on 3 opponents of the same level or challenging those above them. "Your praise is unwarranted," Lin Xuan chuckled, merely curious. "Will I accompany all of you esteemed senior brothers and sisters to the 100 Sects Conference?" "Of course," Duan Qing nodded. "Though you are currently only at the late stage of the transformation god realm, given your talents, it is prudent for you to gain exposure early. In 500 years, you will undoubtedly emerge as a leading figure among core disciples." "Thank you, Sect Master," Lin Xuan replied with a respectful bow. Regardless of the circumstances, being valued by others is indeed a wonderful thing. The 100 Sects Conference is set to commence in 6 months, and the journey is long, requiring 3 months to reach, thus necessitating an immediate departure. I must remain at the sect and cannot leave, but 2 Supreme Elders and Elder Lu will accompany you, along with over 10 Immortal Elders. So there is no need to worry about safety. The disciples nodded in agreement. At that moment, a melodious voice suddenly echoed from outside Tongtian Peak. "Sect Master, I am late. You won't hold it against me, will you?" As the words fell, a sweet-faced young girl appeared before Lin Xuan. Why refer to her as a young girl? Simply because she stood at approximately 1 meter 50 tall. Naturally, Lin Xuan did not recognize her. Duan Qing and several core disciples' expressions shifted slightly upon seeing Bai Tsoling return, their gazes reflecting a hint of complexity. As the leading sister among the core disciples, her return to guide everyone to the 100 Sects Conference was indeed splendid. However, the issue lay in the limited slots available. Why did this group of core disciples not express any dissatisfaction at the emergence of Lin Xuan, a junior of the transformation god stage? It was because Duanqing had reserved a position for Lin Xuan. The Wooding Immortal sect has a total of 77 slots, and prior to Lin Xuan's arrival, there were only 76 core disciples present. There was no need to displace anyone, hence no objections arose. However, with the need to accommodate an additional person, someone must forfeit their spot. Many disciples instinctively turned their gazes toward Lin Xuan. Participating in the 100 Sects conference was undoubtedly for the purpose of acquiring resources. To wield greater influence, it was evident that the more individuals allowed entry, the better. However, the forbidden area can accommodate no more than 10,000 individuals at a time, and their cultivation level must be below the tribulation stage. This is what allowed for the opportunities of those at the Great Ascension, Integration, and even Lin Xuan, a disciple in the late stage of the transformation god realm. Otherwise, if every sect dispatched all their powerful beings above the inner sect level, there would be no room for others. Due to the limitation on numbers, all celestial sects must rely on their strength to secure a place within. The Wooding Celestial sect is formidable, but not among the top-tier sects. With quotas ranging from 100 to just over 20, it can only be considered of moderate standing. These 77 slots were the result of efforts from the sect's past leaders and numerous celestial beings. What is wrong with all of you? Are you displeased that I have returned? Bai Ling, with her delicate and pristine feet, walked step by step towards the many disciples within the hall. Liner, to be honest, I had not received any news of you beforehand and thought you would not return, so the slots have become insufficient, Duanqing said, glancing down at the young girl with a sense of helplessness. The little girl tugged at her braid, her gaze sweeping over the disciples before finally resting on Lin Xuan. And she walked over slowly. So, even the junior disciple in the late transformation god stage has become a core disciple. Quite impressive. A look of satisfaction graced her face. She raised her hand to pat Lin Xuan's shoulder, but found it out of reach, then tiptoed, only to discover it was still beyond her grasp. Could you crouch down a bit? Master this. Lin Xuan looked towards Duanqing. Just crouch a little. Liner means no harm, Duanqing said with a gentle smile. Lin Xuan complied, half-crouching and managing a polite smile. What does senior sister wish to convey? Your cultivation is currently too low. Entering the forbidden area poses many dangers. Why not let me have your spot? I promise that no matter how many magical artifacts I obtain, you can choose one for yourself. How does that sound? Bai Ling smiled sweetly, resembling a mischievous uncle enticing a little girl with candy. I'm afraid that won't do. Lin Xuan firmly declined. Had it not been for his master's instructions, he would have readily agreed. Who would want a magical artifact without any cost? Moreover, during this time when others were away, he could remain in the Qiu Haifeng's small world to fervently refine spiritual liquid and elevate his cultivation. However, since his master mentioned that there were things he needed inside, it was only natural for him to explore. Seeing her persuasion fail, Bai Ling swiftly changed her strategy. Taking a deep breath and puffing out her cheeks as she looked at the sect leader, pointing at Lin Xuan with a faint sense of grievance. Master, look at him. Liner, dear, don't be upset, Duanqing soothed with a smile. Bai is still an inner sect disciple and a key focus of our sect's cultivation. This opportunity to participate in the 100 Sects conference is to provide him with early training. Duanqing had his own plans, primarily. He wanted Lin Xuan to see the world beyond Qiu Haifeng and understand that remaining there offered no future. Only by stepping into the light and becoming a direct disciple could he hope for success. Oh, I see. Bai Ling turned and walked towards a female disciple in the crowd. At this moment, although the female disciple's face showed signs of distress, she naturally half-crouched down, indicating that this was a tradition among core disciples. Be obedient, junior sister. When I return, I shall certainly allow you to select a treasured artifact of your choice. The senior sister promised. The young female disciple was on the verge of tears, about to refuse. 2 pieces, regardless of how many artifacts I acquire. You may choose any 2. Should I perish in the depths, I shall have Master Zhang retrieve 2 from the treasury for you. The young girl extended her delicate, fair fingers. Reluctantly, the female disciple nodded in agreement. Was participating in the 100 Sects conference merely for the sake of artifacts? Are we, as cultivators, so materialistic? Attending the Immortal Sect conference is about competing with other talented disciples, expanding one's horizons, and gaining practical experience. However, there was little choice in the matter. The young girl offered too much. As she mentioned, even she might meet her end in the forbidden grounds, without any cost. One could lie in the sect for a while and acquire 2 artifacts effortlessly. Furthermore, this disciple was acutely aware that, with her recently attained late-stage integration strength, whether she could obtain opportunities in the Forbidden Grounds remained uncertain. Thus, once Elder Lu arrives, they shall set off. Duan Qing, sensing no imminent crisis, exhaled in relief. 2 artifacts were trivial. Avoiding internal discord before the conflict was the priority. After a fragrant stick of incense, Lu Zai arrived fashionably late, and all the disciples bowed in greeting. He produced a small, fist-sized treasure ship from his robe. Upon release, the ship soared out of the hall, expanding rapidly in the wind, its size increasing 100-fold in an instant. It stretched nearly 500 meters in length, with a maximum width of 74 meters, featuring 3 levels of decks capable of accommodating 300 to 400 individuals. Such a treasure ship is essential for prolonged journeys, traveling at speeds comparable to that of an immortal, and as long as spirit stones or cultivators provide spiritual energy, it can sail day and night without pause. Under Lu Zai's guidance, 77 disciples boarded the treasure ship, all brimming with enthusiasm. The female disciple who traded her 2 artifacts for a spot was in a romantic relationship with another disciple attending the 100 Sects conference. She stood on the high platform outside the hall, raising her voice to call out, "Yin, remember to be cautious in the Forbidden Grounds. Rest assured, Ronger. Once the 100 Sects conference concludes, I shall return with treasures to wed you." Lin Xuan's side was graced by the presence of a refined young man clad in white, who laughed heartily. The gathered crowd couldn't help but feel envious of such love. Only Lin Xuan's expression stiffened. Speaking such words before embarking on a journey seemed like a provocation to fate. Despite his thoughts, he refrained from voicing them. As they set forth, he vaguely noticed disciples from various peaks offering respectful farewells to Qiu Haifeng from afar, deciding against any remarks that might dampen the mood. At worst, once in the Forbidden Grounds, he could simply avoid this individual. The treasure ship soon activated, unleashing a terrifying speed, with the inscribed runes on its hull glowing brightly. A circular defensive array appeared 20 meters outward from the ship's body. The disciples casually entered various rooms or sat down cross-legged to maintain their optimal state. Everything appeared normal, without any anomalies. However, Lin Xuan observed that several immortal elders who boarded the ship together entered a room and did not reappear for an extended period to come. The presence of the esteemed elders will be seldom seen. Lu Zai, however, remained throughout at the ship's bow, eyes closed in meditation, while the 2 venerable elders frequently appeared, offering guidance on various cultivation queries posed by their disciples. Only occasionally, when the treasure ship came to a halt, did more than a dozen elders manifest collectively. Their expressions were grim, akin to that of individuals who had indulged excessively, exhibiting a complete disinterest in their surroundings. The treasure ship hovered amidst the sea of clouds, and Lin Xuan, standing beside Lu Zai, gazed out to behold several dynasties far more prosperous than Nanyang. Even through the protective arrays, it was evident that the spiritual energy of this realm was significantly more abundant than that of the Nanyang dynasty. Lu Zai turned to Lin Xuan and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this journey?" "Ah, so the Yuanyang realm is indeed so vast," Lin Xuan mused, his mind drifting back to the moment he departed from Nanyang, embarking on the path to the Wooding Immortal Gate. It was then he realized that the Yuanyang realm encompassed far more than just Nanyang and its neighboring dynasties. The Wooding Immortal Gate, positioned in a remote corner, lacked the profound heritage of the top-tier immortal gates, a lamentable reality. Lu Zai sighed. Had the previous sect leader possessed a bit more audacity, the Wooding Immortal Gate might have already ascended to the ranks of a first-rate sect. "What?" Lin Xuan exclaimed, astonished to learn that the Wooding Immortal Gate was merely a second-rate sect. It was noteworthy that the outer disciples numbered in the hundreds of thousands, with tens of thousands within the inner sect, and at least 300 to 400 formidable beings among the inner immortals. What level of prosperity must a first-rate sect attain? The 2 fell into a contemplative silence. Eventually, Lu Zai could no longer contain his inquiry. "Are you not curious as to why I share this with you? Is it not the elder's intention to advise the disciple against lofty aspirations and instead to cultivate diligently, step by step?" Lin Xuan replied, bewildered. "I wish to convey that the Wooding Immortal Gate is considerably inferior when compared to other sections. If you remain in a place like Qiuhai Peak, the gap between you and others will only widen." Lu Zai scolded, tapping Lin Xuan's forehead with exasperation. "Oh," Lin Xuan responded, comprehension dawning upon him. Realizing that the elder's aim was not to engage in philosophical discourse, but rather to encourage him to recognize his true potential. Indeed, If he were to leave Chiohai Peak, he would truly fall further behind others. Consider Linger, hailing from the mundane world like yourself, yet after receiving the bountiful resources of the Immortal Gate, her strength has surged remarkably, now at the late stage of the Great Ascension. Had it not been for the need to suppress her power to enter the Forbidden Grounds, she might have broken through the shackles a decade ago and entered the tribulation phase. Elder Lu, let me be forthright. I could never abandon my master or leave Chiohai Peak, Lin Xuan declared resolutely, standing tall with conviction. While the allure of becoming an inner disciple of the Wooding Immortal Gate was enticing, it paled in comparison to the value of his master. Regarding opportunities, Lin Xuan understood well that his master might not be his only chance, yet he was the most significant resource. To contemplate serving another master? That would be sheer folly. I, too, have experienced youth, which I naturally understand. However, how long can the 10,000 spirit stones awarded by the sect last? Lu Zai, unperturbed, spoke earnestly. Moreover, Elder Li has only possessed a limited amount of resources over the years. Even though Chio Haifeng currently stands as the foremost among the 360 elders, can she truly allocate such a vast quantity of spirit stones to you? Let us not even mention the past. Consider your current situation. How many spirit stones do you possess? None. Lin Xuan shrugged, offering no explanation. After all, boasting about the extravagant act of bestowing 10,000 spirit stones to a mundane family would likely invite skepticism. Look here. Isn't this the conclusion? Lu Zai lamented. To speak bluntly, those spirit stones were earned through your own efforts, yet she has claimed them all for herself. Lin Xuan recalled the pool of spirit liquid he could freely access, stifling a laugh. Elder Lu, do not sow discord between the disciple and the master. The hero falters before the allure of beauty. Indeed, the hero falters before the allure of beauty. Lu Zai, with a tone of resignation, remarked, I never anticipated that you would succumb to such temptations. Lin Xuan's expression darkened. How could he be accused of being infatuated with beauty? His intentions were solely for the purpose of cultivating more effectively. His resolve remained steadfast. Nevertheless, as long as you remain a disciple of the sect, it shall bestow upon you the finest resources. I perceive in you the potential to elevate the Wooding Immortal sect to greatness. Lu Zai gestured for Lin Xuan to depart while he resumed his meditation. As Lin Xuan took his leave, he noticed a young lady clad in white approaching him. Greetings. Senior sister, Lin Xuan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Regardless of genuine reverence, one must always uphold appearances. Junior brother, come. Tell me how Elderly came to take a liking to you. Bai Chongling inquired with narrowed eyes, her tone laden with meaning. Is she also inquisitive? Lin Xuan pondered internally, but then recalled that one cannot judge a cultivator's age by appearance. Though Bai Chongling appeared youthful, she could very well be hundreds or even thousands of years old. With that in mind, her curiosity seemed quite normal. However, Lin Xuan quickly sensed something amiss. Why would a young lady inquire about such matters, especially with the glint in her eyes that evoked a sense of unease? A rival? Thus, Lin Xuan cautiously inquired, May I ask why senior sister is so curious? Besides, my relationship with the master may lean more towards admiration. I wish to know what Elderly appreciates, oh no, admires about you, so I might learn from it. Bai Chongling stated without reservation. Could she truly be a rival? How remarkable it is that master, dear elder, appeals to both genders. Lin Xuan's expression turned bitter. It was one thing to be viewed as a thorn in the side by numerous seniors and juniors, but would he now have to guard against senior sisters as well? Senior sister, women should naturally favor men. This is the ordained way of the heavens, Lin Xuan asserted with righteous fervor, and in an unexpected moment, he reached out to pat Bai Chongling's head, as if she were a young child. Come now, let us find a male elder to take a liking to, he suggested. Bai Chongling's smile widened, her large eyes squinting with delight, her lips almost stretching to her ears. Go back and tell Elderly that I wish to join Chio Haifeng. Will you? How could that be possible? Lin Xuan instinctively rejected the notion. Senior sister is a core disciple. Joining Chio Haifeng seems rather inappropriate. He then thought to himself, should I inform the sect leader that you have touched me and harbored ulterior motives? A jolt of surprise coursed through Lin Xuan as he pondered the darkness concealed within this young lady's heart. How could a mere pat on the head be construed as a sinister intention? Nevertheless, he shrugged nonchalantly and replied, feel free to tell her. I am indifferent to my reputation. Besides, I am only at the late stage of the transformation stage, while you are already at the late stage of the Great Ascension. There is a significant gap of 2 major realms between us. I could easily turn the tables and claim that you have sullied my honor. All right. The young lady pouted, shaking her wrist in playful frustration. How can you be more shameless than I am? Lin Xuan responded with a hearty smile. My master taught me that in dealing with shameless individuals, one must be even more shameless. Do you drink? Shall we have a little? She initially glared at Lin Xuan in annoyance before asking, I can manage a bit. But please do not think you can get me drunk and then deliberately entice me into wrongdoing, only to turn around and threaten me later, he cautioned. At this pace, reaching the forbidden area would take at least a month. Even if he did become intoxicated, it would not matter. The young lady retrieved several large jars of wine from her spatial ring, and the rich aroma of alcohol wafted through the air. Lin Xuan remained unfazed. After reaching the golden core stage, alcohol was merely for enjoyment. Could it truly intoxicate him? What are you dawdling for? The young lady glared at Lin Xuan, feigning ferocity. Aren't you going back to your room? Perhaps not, Lin Xuan hesitantly suggested, envisioning a scenario where he was compelled by the young lady within the confines of his room. After all, a great poet from his past life once wrote, in the southern village, the village children mock my old age, openly embracing me like a forest. He believed that although he far surpassed his peers of the same cultivation level, he was still vastly outmatched by the late-stage great ascension young lady. Who drinks out here? She retorted fiercely, eyeing the wine jars in her hands and swallowing hard. With her delicate fingers, she dipped into one of the jars, retrieving a handful of the fragrant liquid, and without a second thought, poured it into her mouth. Well then, this young lady is quite the drinker, Lin Xuan concluded instantly. Observing the fleeting expression on by Chongling's face and the subsequent change in her demeanor after consuming the wine. In his past life, he had encountered many drunkards, and Bai Chongling's behavior mirrored that of those he had seen before. Senior sister Yu. Lin Xuan opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. The tedium of cultivation is alleviated only by fine wine, the young lady replied earnestly. Let us take a stroll, Lin Xuan thought to himself, feeling considerably more relaxed. Having a passion was good. Though it was quite amusing to see a young lady clutching a large jar of wine, at least there were other attractions for her. The two entered the modest abode where Lin Xuan had resided for the past 2 months. It was sparsely decorated, with nothing but a single mat to sit upon. In the desolate room, the young lady produced several jars of wine and sat gracefully across from Lin Xuan, chuckling. It has been ages since anyone has been willing to drink with me. As she spoke, she seized a massive jar and began to drink heartily. Was it possible that no one wished to share a drink with her because of her poor drinking habits, perhaps indulging in reckless behavior after consuming alcohol? With such thoughts in mind, Lin Xuan remained unconvinced. After all, he stood tall at 8 feet, a fine young man of 18. Could he truly be intimidated by a girl behaving recklessly? With great fervor, he embraced the wine jar and began to drink. It was then that he finally comprehended why no one was inclined to share a drink with this young lady. The origins of her brew remained a mystery. Its rich aroma was not the only remarkable aspect, for it appeared impervious to any attempt to dissipate it with spiritual energy. Furthermore, this girl possessed an astonishing capacity for alcohol, displaying a boldness that belied her petite stature. To avert the potential embarrassment of being thoroughly intoxicated and facing ensuing untoward incidents, Lin Xuan promptly activated the wisdom he had garnered from years of mingling in social drinking circles, conceding gracefully, Senior sister, I must confess, my tolerance for alcohol is quite limited. I truly cannot drink anymore. Although he maintained a semblance of sobriety, he adeptly portrayed the aftermath of inebriation. However, the young lady, her cheeks flushed with the effects of the drink, stomped her foot in protest, exclaiming, with such a feeble capacity for alcohol, You dare ask me to drink with you? Today, whether you desire to drink or not, you must partake. Is that all there is to it? Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that she had been deceived. The young girl had nearly embraced the wine jar throughout, almost as if she were to leap into it and drink directly. Her expression remained obscured, leading to the mistaken belief that she was quite the drinker. Thus, it appears that the young lady is both inexperienced and playful. I have a great fondness for alcoholic beverages, yet I find myself unable to consume them in large quantities. Lin Xuan secretly thought to himself, could it be that she is not drunk at all, but merely feigning intoxication to deliberately entice me, thus securing a hold over me? Sister, do not test me. I am far from being a paragon of virtue. The young lady is indeed enchanting, and she boasts centuries of existence, which renders her entirely legal. Any reasonably normal man would find it difficult to resist the allure of a petite and charming girl. Lin Xuan, undoubtedly, is a man of utmost normalcy. Sister, you are inebriated. Perhaps we should refrain from further drinking. The last vestiges of reason remind Lin Xuan that he must exercise restraint. After all, we are on our way to the 100 Doors Conference, and this young girl is the esteemed leader among the core disciples of the undetermined immortal sect. If he were to act recklessly on the journey, how could he possibly face his fellow disciples upon returning to the sect? You are the one who is intoxicated. If I were not to play the fool, even the esteemed master would find it challenging to match my capacity for drink. How could I possibly be inebriated? The young girl danced with delight as she spoke. Lin Xuan leaned down to examine the wine jar beside her, discovering that it was indeed empty. No wonder she was in such a state. He was uncertain whether a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage could use spiritual power to dispel the effects of intoxication. But he was certain that he could not. Yet the question lingered. Having consumed more than half the jar himself, why did he only feel a slight drowsiness? With no other discernible effects? Under the relentless persuasion of the young lady, Lin Xuan found himself consuming 2 large jars of wine, while she indulged just as heartily. Eventually, she collapsed onto the ground, her consciousness slipping away, emitting faint snores. In stark contrast, Lin Xuan stood firm, as steady as an ancient dog. This was perplexing. How could he remain completely unaffected? Confounded, Lin Xuan recalled that the young lady had mentioned the wine was brewed with a special spirit herb, reputedly capable of intoxicating even celestial beings. Could it be that he was the fabled god of wine? He dismissed the thought, only feeling a twinge of regret. How he wished he had possessed such a capacity for drink in his previous life. The scent of alcohol was overwhelming. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a female voice suddenly resonated from outside, her footsteps drawing nearer, casting a shadow at the door. Sensing that the door was about to be opened, Lin Xuan glanced at the unconscious young lady on the floor, and his mind raced. Without a second thought, he also prostrated himself on the ground. He realized that the only course of action was to feign slumber. Just as he lay down, the door swung open, revealing a female disciple. She pinched her nose and surveyed the room, shaking her head in resignation. Sister Linger has succumbed to her wine cravings again. Poor little junior brother. He won't be waking up for at least 10 days or half a month. With that, she thought little of it and closed the door behind her, unable to bear the overwhelming stench of alcohol. As she departed, she muttered, "Sister Linger, truly, how could such a fine girl be so addicted to drink?" For the next 3 days, the young lady remained sprawled on the ground in slumber, with no one else attempting to enter. Likely due to the prior disciple informing others of the situation. Although Lin Xuan was fully aware, he too lay there for half a month. Though the young lady was unconscious and essentially at his mercy. The confines of the ship were such that even a novice at the Foundation establishment stage could easily detect any signs of life. It would indeed be quite embarrassing if they were discovered just as they were setting up their defenses. Upon waking, the young lady looked at Lin Xuan lying on the ground and shook her head in disappointment. I had hoped to find someone with a slightly better tolerance to accompany me in drinking. It seems I was mistaken. With a final sigh, she began to gather the wine jars, clicking her tongue to express her dissatisfaction. Lin Xuan, still on the ground, felt a flush of embarrassment. This was no mere case of being inexperienced and playful. It was a mix of poor skill, a penchant for revelry, and an oddly misplaced confidence. However, it appeared that after regaining consciousness, the young lady had no recollection of the previous events. Was this a blessing in disguise? In an effort to avoid revealing his remarkable capacity for drink, and to evade further harassment from the young lady, Lin Xuan continued to lie still for several days. It was only after another 2 days that he finally rose and departed the room. At this point, nearly all the disciples were gathered on the ship's deck, which had come to a halt, suspended in the clouds. Long-lost elders also appeared in clusters. "You're awake. You seem to be in good health," the young lady remarked with a slight smile upon seeing Lin Xuan. "Next time, we must drink together." "Not at all," he replied swiftly. Lin Xuan repeatedly waved his hands, firmly refusing. The drunken girl was truly fearsome. What if she did something to herself and then refused to take responsibility afterward? "Junior brother Lin Xuan, your physique is quite commendable," remarked a robust disciple with a smile, reminiscent of their first encounter when they were compelled to drink, lying incapacitated for over half a month. It was evident from his physique that he had undergone rigorous physical training. "Senior sister, perhaps you should drink less," Lin Xuan said with resignation, offering a gentle suggestion. "By the way, why have we suddenly halted? Wasn't it said that we still had over 20 days before reaching the Forbidden Land?" Lu Zai rose. Speaking in a grave tone, "We have entered the territory of the Duankong Immortal Sect, and the Forbidden Land lies within its domain." Lin Xuan felt a jolt of surprise. His understanding of the Duankong Immortal Sect was limited to the explanations provided by his seniors during their journey. Yet he was aware that it was the undisputed foremost sect in the Yuanong realm. He had not anticipated the vastness of the Duankong Immortal Sect's territory. The Wooding Immortal Sect encompassed numerous dynasties, yet it had taken merely 3 days for their treasure ship to traverse the farthest dynasty under its control. Could it be that the Duankong Immortal Sect's influence extended tenfold beyond that of the Wooding Immortal Sect? Were it not for the immense wealth of his master back home, Lin Xuan might have considered switching allegiances. Within the Duankong Immortal Sect's territory, vast expanses of sea were largely uninhabitable for mortals. The defeated demon race had retreated to these waters, proliferating and thriving. Consequently, their treasure ship might soon face attacks from demon beings. And everyone must remain vigilant against potential dangers. As Lu Zai spoke, he retrieved a considerable quantity of spirit stones from his storage ring, effortlessly crushing them into pure spiritual energy for the ship to harness as propulsion. All the disciples nodded in agreement, and the countenance of more than a dozen emaciated elders brightened, with some even shedding tears of joy. Propelling the treasure ship required an immense expenditure of spirit stones, numbering in the tens of thousands daily. The Wooding Immortal Sect was not a wealthy entity. Naturally, they replaced human labor with manpower where feasible. At this moment, vigilance was paramount against the myriad sea beasts that could appear at any moment, and the 10 elder immortals represented formidable combat strength, necessitating the consumption of substantial spirit stones. Finally, I am no longer a mere tool, an elderly disciple with white hair exclaimed. Even if I were to face 3 demon immortals alone, I would refuse to provide power for the treasure ship any longer. Before his words had fully settled, several terrifying auras suddenly emerged beneath the treasure ship. Many disciples turned pale. Demon immortals, prepare for battle. Even the young girl in the late stage of the Great Ascension was momentarily stunned before she regained her composure and shouted aloud. I was merely expressing my sentiments. Was it truly necessary? The elder with white hair stiffened, his expression paling. During this time, he had expended considerable celestial energy to maintain the ship's operation. Although he had not been completely drained, he was certainly not in peak condition. Moreover, demon immortals of the same rank generally possessed greater strength than their human counterparts, with their formidable innate abilities and physical forms beyond the resilience of the human body. Rest for now and regain your celestial energy, he commanded. Lu Zia calmly stated. This time, allow this old man to deal with these vile creatures. For the first time in their long acquaintance, Lin Xuan witnessed Lu Zia's formidable prowess, an extraordinary aura emanating from this seemingly frail elder. With a single step, the defensive formation surrounding the treasure ship rippled, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared atop a massive serpent with a bull's head, its hue a deep azure. A sort of exquisite craftsmanship materialized in his grasp, with a flash of cold brilliance. Blood sprayed forth as the bull-headed serpent of the demon immortal realm was cleaved in two. An artifact of celestial rank, Elder Lu had actually brought forth the sect's treasured sword. Qian Yuan. With Elder Lu, who had reached the late stage of the human immortal realm, wielding the Qian Yuan, we should navigate this path with ease. Indeed. Had Elder Lu not come, relying solely on the 2 of us would have been insufficient. We would require 2 more supreme elders, whose deterrent power pales in comparison to that of Elder Lu. As Lu Zia wreaked havoc above the ocean, the numerous disciples and elders aboard the treasure ship marveled in astonishment. Lin Xuan stood transfixed. The might of a celestial artifact is truly terrifying. How I long for such a precious item. No, upon returning, I must request a celestial artifact from my master. Soon, Lu Zia returned from vanquishing the demon immortal. Having already sheathed his artifact, his aura returning to a state of tranquility, devoid of any disturbance. My opportunities to act are limited, he remarked. This time, my presence primarily serves as a deterrent. Should danger arise again, it will be up to the 2 of you. As he spoke, he deftly tossed the Qian Yuan sword to the 2 supreme elders. They caught it using their celestial power, their expressions grave, and one of them spoke. With Elder Lu's fortuitous fate, may you live as long as the heavens. Lu Zia replied languidly, calculating my existence. I have lived for 9,999 years. Though he seemed indifferent to this fact, a hint of melancholy tinged his tone. The supreme elder, taken aback, quickly apologized. I hope Elder Lu does not take offense. With your constitution, living for 20,000 years should not be a challenge. But it is. Lu Zia's gaze deepened, and he replied calmly. The inability to continue transcending is our limit after 10,000 years. Do not be disheartened, Elder Lu. All things in this world possess a glimmer of hope, especially given your exceptional talents. What would you, a mere child of 3,000 years, know? He retorted, is a talent that I lack. It is merely the shackles of this world that prevent beings from transcending. The atmosphere aboard the treasure ship grew increasingly somber. The two supreme elders at a loss for words, only able to shake their heads in silence as they gazed upward at the vast sky. Filled with a sense of despondency, Elder Lu. Afterward, Lin Xuan gazed at Lu Zia, wishing to inquire but refraining. Though this elder's methods were somewhat wild, he constantly had Lin Xuan's best interests at heart. Their bond, forged through mutual understanding and respect for his talents, instilled within Lin Xuan a sense of gratitude. One drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Lu Zia had left a considerable impression on him. It matters not. It is but a law of nature. Besides, I am not truly on the verge of death. If I refrain from acting, living for another 30 to 50 years is not an insurmountable challenge. Lu Zia remained remarkably composed, clearly having long accepted this immutable reality. Might you, old Mo, possess some unconventional methods to break free from these constraints? Are you familiar with the concept of transcending tribulations to achieve ascension? Lu Zia did not respond directly but rather posed a counter-question. Lin Xuan nodded, recalling that he often heard such discussions in the secular world, though these notions gradually diminished after entering the realm of immortals. Most now speak of transcending tribulations to become an immortal. Long ago, transcending tribulations and ascending were regarded as two distinct matters. Lu Zia elaborated. Withstanding the tribulations of thunder without perishing is deemed a human immortal, which corresponds to what is currently referred to as transcending tribulations to achieve immortality. Following this, breaking through to the earth immortal stage and departing from the Yuanyang realm constitutes ascension. However, since approximately 20 to 30,000 years ago, an inexplicable issue has arisen, rendering all cultivators within the Yuanyang realm unable to surpass their constraints, regardless of their innate potential. Consequently, the concept of ascension has gradually faded away. Thus, it implies that, irrespective of innate talent, the pinnacle within the Yuanyang realm is merely the late stage of human immortals. Lin Xuan was quite curious. Have any beings of a higher caliber arrived in the Yuanyang realm to assert their dominance here? The reason for such inquiry, apart from mere curiosity, lies in Lin Xuan's desire to ascertain his master's true strength. Initially, he perceived his master as potentially inept, which might explain why Qiu Haifeng was deemed the weakest disciple of the Wuding Xianmen. However, as Lin Xuan gradually engaged with his master, he came to realize that her designation as the weakest elder might not stem from inadequate talent, but rather from her apparent indifference. She displayed a striking lack of interest in worldly matters. Fame, status, and resources held no allure for her. Consequently, Lin Xuan speculated that his master might be concealing her true cultivation level. This concern was somewhat alleviated by the understanding that in the complete realm of Yuanyang, the laws of heaven and earth were inherently present. Any force that transcended these laws would inevitably be obliterated by the power of those very laws. Lu Zai shook his head slightly, expressing his firm conviction regarding this matter. Yet an unuttered thought lingered in his mind. Unless the foreign entity possessed the strength to annihilate the laws of heaven and earth. However, in his view, such a scenario was utterly implausible. Thus, it can be inferred that his master's prowess likely resides at the late stage of human immortality. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan maintained a tranquil demeanor while contemplating the situation, beginning to deduce his master's strength. He found it hard to believe that his master had not attained immortality. If Xiao Xianren was not exaggerating, the fruit produced by her true form could enable someone to ascend to immortality on the spot. Therefore, it was certain that his master had reached at least the late stage of human immortality. However, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that his master possessed exceptionally poor talent, relying solely on consuming rare heavenly and earthly treasures to forcibly accumulate cultivation, resulting in inherently weak combat abilities. Alternatively, it was conceivable that after consuming the fruit, all potential was exhausted, leaving his cultivation stagnated at the initial stage of human immortality. Otherwise, with such an abundance of resources at hand, how could one never engage in cultivation? Alas, had it not been for this inexplicable constraint that has emerged, I would have surely ascended from the realm of Yuanyang thousands of years ago. Lu Zai reminisced about the past, lamenting with a sense of helplessness. In his youth, he was indeed a formidable prodigy, having transcended to the later stages of human immortalhood by merely 3,000 years of age. Yet, he remains shackled by an invisible barrier, forever unable to advance to the realm of earth immortal in this lifetime. Although there were moments of resentment and anger, ultimately, with the passage of time, one must reluctantly accept the reality of aging. This time, you should observe and learn from your senior brothers and sisters. When the forbidden grounds open again, it will be your turn to lead the team. Lin Xuan shifted the topic with a smile, reminiscing about his own past when he never had the opportunity to participate in the 100 Gates conference twice. The disciple vowed not to disappoint Elder Lu's expectations, but expressed a hope that Elder Lu would accompany them to the next 100 Gates conference. Lin Xuan jested, "The journey is long and without your esteemed presence. I find myself somewhat unsettled. 500 years is no trivial matter," Lin Xuan lamented. What once seemed like a mere retreat now appeared to be a distant luxury, as he had never anticipated that living another 500 years would become such a desire. The two, separated by nearly 10,000 years, sat cross-legged as the treasure ship sped onward. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed, like the scenery rushing past beneath them. During the voyage, several beastly creatures soared from the sea below, attempting to attack the treasure ship. For those of lesser cultivation, there was no need for the occupants of the ship to intervene, as their seemingly formidable bodies shattered against the ship's protective array, disintegrating into a mist of blood that fell like rain. Even the more powerful demon immortals were unable to breach the protective net formed by the two esteemed elders. And for the following 20 days, Elder Lu did not make a single move. As they sailed, Lin Xuan observed numerous treasure ships heading in a singular direction, and he understood that the forbidden grounds were near. Eventually, the treasure ship came to a halt in a realm of nothingness. Unlike the abundant spiritual energy of the world behind them, the void contained no sights, and its presence was imperceptible from the outside. This is the forbidden ground. For the next 3 months, you shall close your eyes and cultivate, adjusting your spirit to its optimal state. Before the 100 Gates conference commences, I will awaken you. Lin Xuan calmly addressed the 77 disciples on the ship's deck. Yes, Lin Xuan and all the disciples bowed in acknowledgement and then settled into a meditative position. To be precise, there were still over 70 days until the 100 Gates conference, but for cultivators, time passes in the blink of an eye. During this period, more and more treasure ships arrived at this location. Some sects, eager to distinguish themselves, sent out 3 treasure ships despite having only a little over 100 disciples participating in the conference. This left the dozen or so immortal elders envious, wishing they could rush back and confront their sect leader. Look at them, dispatching 3 treasure ships without a care for spiritual stones, while we barely manage with 1, forcing us to act as mere tools to provide spiritual energy. Is this how you treat your people? Little did they know that aboard those treasure ships were also several elders enduring similar hardships. Providing power to the ships while cursing under their breath, they lamented. If you want to show off, go ahead, no one will say anything. But must you squeeze us dry to save on spiritual stones? Must you not treat us like human beings? Unfortunately, spiritual stones are an essential necessity for the operation of all major sects, and even the top-tier sects must live frugally. After all, not everyone is fortunate enough to have someone like Lin Xuan by their side, providing unwavering support and access to superior spiritual elixirs, rendering mere high-grade spirit stones utterly insignificant. Lin Xuan's consciousness, concealed within the sea of spiritual awareness, remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the external world. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself still swaying due to the turbulence caused by the treasure ship. As he blinked awake, he beheld an elder, exuding an aura of celestial wisdom, gazing upwards with an expression of profound anger. Beside Lin Xuan, several disciples rose in response to the tremors, witnessing the treasure ships of the Wooding sect being violently collided with by 2 other ships. The outer defensive formation rippled incessantly. Though the ships merely collided without breaching the defense, Lin Xuan could distinctly sense malevolent intent. Like the Wooding sect's vessel, the opponent's ship also bore a grand flag atop its pavilion, emblazoned with the words Zhenwu, indicating they hailed from the same sect, the Zhenwu sect. One of the white-clad men from the ship above poked his head out with a face full of apology, hastily expressing regret. However, a black-clad elder among the other ships sneered coldly, "Brother, why waste words with them? When has the Zhenwu sect ever needed to explain ourselves to the weak?" The elder feigned reprimand. "You are mistaken, junior brother. They have traveled far to reach here. Even if they are weaker, we must not take advantage of them. Quickly apologize to your fellow disciples." It was apparent that one played the role of the stern figure while the other feigned kindness, intending to humiliate the Wooding sect's members. The Zhenwu sect and the Wooding sect had a long-standing enmity, with the former possessing a slightly superior overall strength and being closer to the Forbidden Lands. The treasure ship surged forward at full speed. After leaving their sect, It would only take half a month to arrive at this location. This also contributed to their confidence. Don't stop me. I'll go up there and slay those two wretches. A young lady bellowed as she ascended the railing of the ship. Behind her, a group of female disciples grasped her wrists, clothing, and shoulders, struggling to restrain her. Just as the two senior elders of the Jinwu sect were about to berate her, they noticed Lu Zai slowly rising from the back of the crowd. Words lodged in his throat, rendered speechless. Let her be. Lu Zai's voice was weary yet indifferent as he stepped forward. I was wondering who it was. Turns out to be the two lost dogs from years past. His expression was grim, and his tone was frigid. Lu Zai, you're still alive? The elder above gasped, his complexion shifting drastically as he managed to utter this complete sentence. Why should I not be alive when you two fools still draw breath? Lu Zai retorted mockingly. Old man, my brother and I have both reached the late stage of human immortals. Do you think we fear you? Another quickly regained composure, his face filled with malice. At his level, he clearly understood that the late stage of human immortals represented the pinnacle of cultivation in the Yuanong realm. Although combat strength varies within the same realm, could two of them not defeat an old man? Lu Zai seemed to find this notion absurd, bursting into laughter. He then stepped forth, effortlessly crossing two defensive formations to appear atop the rival treasure ship, gripping the neck of the black-clad man who had been shouting just a moment before. After thousands of years, the useless remained useless, even upon entering the late stage of human immortals. Due to his advancing age, Lu Zai had developed a stoop, and his back could no longer straighten. However, the formidable aura that emanated from him was sufficient to subdue all aboard the two treasure ships. Old Lu. The black-clad man stammered. I was merely jesting. It has been years since we last met, and I thought to lighten the mood. Why take it so seriously? Instantly, he yielded, feeling inexplicably that those withered fingers could easily pierce his neck with just a slight exertion. Even celestial beings are not invincible. As long as their original spirit remains intact, they can still seize bodies, albeit reduced to a precarious existence within a storage ring. Yet, a gilded nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. Surely, a native body is superior in essence. A bunch of inept individuals, parading their two treasure ships. With a casual flick, Lu Zai sent the black-clad man soaring onto the upper treasure ship. He then surveyed the many disciples aboard the vessel. Go to that ship. Consider it your compensation for the collision. Do not compel me to act. By what right? Protested a striking female disciple of the Jinwu sect. Do you presume to seize our treasure ship? With a sharp crack, she was sent tumbling through the air, a vivid crimson handprint marring her face. All without Lu Zai making a single move. The others turned to the white-clad man above, only to witness Lu Zai's gaze meet his. The white-clad man immediately recoiled, his voice trembling. I was unaware that old Lu had personally arrived. If I have caused any offense, I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. This ship shall serve as recompense. And I apologize. Reluctantly, the disciples ascended towards the upper treasure ship. Lu Zai, with an expression of tranquility, harnessed celestial energy to refine the treasure ship, reducing it to the size of a fist before storing it within his storage ring. How magnificent! Lin Xuan thought, his heart quivering. His initial impression of Elder Lu was one of wildness that had not waned. He had never anticipated that the seemingly feeble elder from Tian Peak would possess such strength. Only in the Grand Hall of Tian Peak did he begin to suspect, though he never imagined the extent of his power. Subduing others of the human celestial late stage was as effortless as handling a chick, while another late-stage opponent dared not utter a word. The remaining treasure ship of the Jinwu sect departed in disgrace, too intimidated to linger. Elder Lu, you are impressive. Lin Xuan could not help but exclaim upon Lu Zai's return. What is there to boast about? With your talents, it is inevitable that one day you will eliminate such worthless foes as easily as slaughtering poultry, and there lies the potential for breakthroughs. Lu Zai waved his hand dismissively, indicating his indifference to such empty accolades, while simultaneously offering Lin Xuan high praise. Not at all. Elder Lu overestimates me, Lin Xuan humbly replied with a smile. I would appreciate it if you could continue your guardianship while I delve into meditation. Meditation, my foot. Tomorrow marks the opening of the Forbidden Grounds. Lu Zai feigned anger. Today, I shall reiterate some crucial points regarding the Forbidden Grounds. Do not enter only to meet your demise. Ah, the opening is tomorrow? Lin Xuan exclaimed, taken aback. The remaining disciples bore similar expressions, having devoted their time to cultivation without keenly observing the passage of time. Consequently, they were unaware that over 70 days had swiftly elapsed. Tomorrow, Lu Zai said calmly, nodding. At dawn, When the first rays of sunlight illuminate the forbidden area, that shall be your optimal moment to enter. Furthermore, regardless of the methods you employ to bind yourselves together prior to entry, once inside, you will inevitably be separated. Therefore, your foremost task upon entering the forbidden area is to seek out your companions. Once the forbidden area is opened, no one outside can perceive any fluctuations within, nor can they interfere. Thus, whatever challenges you encounter inside, do not be troubled. I will shield you from any harm. As Lu Zai continued, the group listened intently, fearful of missing any detail. He then presented them with a rough map of the forbidden area, instructing each disciple to carry a copy. The red dots indicated perilous zones. The green areas signified safety, while the golden circles represented locations of relics and hidden realms where opportunities might arise. Should they fail to obtain the treasures of this secret realm, they could venture to the golden points for a lesser reward. Just as the natural world experiences change with the rise and fall of dynasties, so too do the landmarks within the forbidden area, though their general locations remain relatively stable. After a brief silence, Lu Zai encouraged any inquiries. Lin Xuan promptly asked, "Elder Lu, what exactly are the treasures you mentioned?" As the last session of the 100 Gates conference drew to a close, the earth within the forbidden area trembled, and celestial lights shone brilliantly, clearly signaling the imminent emergence of a treasure. However, no one had the chance to investigate further, as the disciples were hastily expelled. Lu Zai elucidated this matter. Lin Xuan unfolded the map and indeed observed a section in the lower left corner radiating golden light. As Elder Lu had indicated, places like relics and secret realms were marked with golden dots, providing great detail. This sign suggested that the treasures would manifest in that region. Yet the specific location and nature of the treasures remained unknown. Subsequently, Lu Zai discussed various precautions to take within the forbidden area and provided the specific dates for the 100 Gates conference. Each opening of the forbidden area lasts for a year, during which one may exit freely but cannot re-enter. After the year concludes, all will be forcibly expelled. Acquiring valuable items not only requires formidable strength, but also hinges significantly on chance and fortune. As time gradually passed and daylight began to break, Lu Zai concluded, "Remember, within the forbidden area lie numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures capable of enhancing your cultivation. Do not use them on the spot. Should your realm waver and you enter the tribulation phase, the laws of the forbidden area will eradicate you instantaneously." "Why the laughter?" he queried, particularly addressing a young girl. "If your current realm cannot be contained, a breakthrough will spell disaster. No one outside can intervene in the events that unfold within the forbidden area." Lu Zai shot her a fierce glare. The young lady playfully stuck out her tongue and chuckled. "Hee, rest assured, Elder Lu, I am the most reliable person. Moreover, with my abilities, there is no need to hasten a breakthrough. Who could possibly rival me? If so, that would be ideal," Lu Zai replied with a faint smile. In the distance, where the sky met the earth, the sun appeared to rise from the depths of the ground, radiating a light that dispelled all darkness. Soon, a beam of sunlight illuminated the void, akin to a ray piercing through the rain-drenched forest. "Quickly, let us enter the forbidden zone," Lu Zai shouted decisively, channeling his celestial energy to lift 77 disciples and propel them forward. Lin Xuan and the others looked on in astonishment, feeling an overwhelming force from behind, momentarily doubting their existence. However, this action was unrelated to Lu Zai's usual demeanor. All the elders from the 123 celestial gates present acted similarly. This was merely to ensure that their disciples could adapt to the forbidden zone swiftly and locate their organization sooner. It is well known that in the 100 Gate conference, aside from acquiring treasures from the forbidden zone, another source is the disciples from other celestial gates. No one from the outside world could witness the events unfolding within the forbidden zone. With enough audacity, all senior sisters could take a leave of absence. Ahem, I misspoke. It is the spiritual stones and treasures that are too cumbersome. Within the forbidden zone, amidst a vast marsh filled with miasma, Lin Xuan advanced steadily while consulting the map. Pondering what his master deemed useful for him, he surmised it must be the expansive golden area on the map, where precious treasures would emerge. As for the specifics, he was not particularly concerned. Treasures are relatively easy to obtain as long as one possesses sufficient cultivation. Lin Xuan never worried about his cultivation. As long as his master remained with the Wooding Celestial Gate, utilizing the endless resources available, transcending tribulations, and becoming an immortal would be an effortless endeavor. However, since his master indicated it would be beneficial, he certainly needed to strive for it. The Forbidden Zone would close in a year, a seemingly long duration, yet upon entering, Lin Xuan realized it was far larger than he had anticipated. At his pace, even without rest, it would take him a month to reach the golden area on the map. Although a practitioner at the late stage of the Great Ascension like the young lady would be considerably faster, it would still require at least 10 days. Thus, a year was not an extensive time frame. Furthermore, he would need to navigate around the areas marked with red dots indicating danger, and any ruins encountered would require some pause, potentially extending the time spent. As Lin Xuan proceeded, avoiding calamity and seeking fortune, he encountered his first companion. "I never expected to meet you first," exclaimed the young lady joyfully upon seeing Lin Xuan. "Elder Lu instructed me to enter the Forbidden Zone and ensure I meet you at the earliest opportunity to guarantee your safety. I was just contemplating how to find you." Lin Xuan was equally delighted, though the young lady was somewhat unreliable, inexperienced, and had a penchant for mischief. She was nonetheless the most powerful disciple among those from the Wooding Celestial Gate on this journey, providing some degree of assurance for their safety. The young girl approached Lin Xuan with exuberance, hopping with delight. Although Lin Xuan felt joy at this moment, he did not let down his guard. He promptly exclaimed, "Wait." The signal. Elder Lu had specifically warned that within the forbidden area, certain peculiar beasts, after slaying cultivators, would assume different forms to lure and kill their fellow disciples. Moreover, disciples from other sects could also disguise themselves as members of different factions, striking from the shadows. In light of such circumstances, apart from the initial encounters where many sects were caught off guard, the vigilance concerning these threats had intensified considerably. A flicker of panic crossed the young girl's eyes, but she quickly composed herself and replied, "I forgot." Lin Xuan scrutinized the changes in her expression, observing even the slightest nuances, including the blink of an eye. Alarmed, he maintained his smile while his heart brimmed with indignation. It was inconceivable that within just an hour of the forbidden area opening, his senior sister had already met her demise. "Junior brother shall avenge you," he vowed internally. However, he refrained from acting rashly. If they could eliminate even the leading core disciple, dealing with a mere intersect junior would be child's play. Thus, he resolved to employ cunning instead. He concealed the unknown grade dark blue long sword within his sleeve and approached the young girl with measured steps. Their relationship had not been particularly close. While he felt a compulsion for vengeance, it was not absolute. Nonetheless, considering that even the leading core disciple had been slain, it was plausible that she might hail from the hostile true martial sect. Would he be spared? Given that they had swiftly dispatched Bai Tsongling, they either possessed overwhelming strength or employed collective tactics, compelling Lin Xuan to feign ignorance and secretly seek an opportunity for a decisive strike. The young girl seemed to sense something amiss, halting in her tracks to observe Lin Xuan intently. With a slight smile, she suggested, "Shall we have a drink first?" Taken aback, Lin Xuan pondered whether she intended to intoxicate him, thus making it effortless to eliminate him. Instantly, his vigilance heightened. He prepared himself, ever ready to seize the optimal moment to act. The so-called signal was merely a gesture to prove one's identity, a consensus reached by the 77 disciples. Regardless of whether the other party uttered a random phrase or feigned ignorance to deceive him, he would regard them as an enemy. As they drew within 5 meters of each other, Lin Xuan gripped the hilt of his sword, poised to strike. Yet, unexpectedly, the young girl seized a wine jar and began to drink heartily. Could this truly be his senior sister? Doubt clouded Lin Xuan's mind. Although he knew little of Bai Tsongling, her manner of drinking and her spirited demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to the scenes he recalled of the young girl drinking. Tentatively, he urged, "Senior sister, you shouldn't drink so much. The forbidden area is fraught with danger. What if you get drunk and encounter disciples from other sects?" "Drunk?" the young girl exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. She hurled the wine jar to the ground and declared with bravado, "In my lifetime, I have never been drunk. Have you forgotten how I once drank everyone under the table?" Finally, Lin Xuan was reassured. This level of confidence, despite having drunk little, could only belong to a playful and inexperienced senior sister. Certainly, there exists a crucial point. No matter how adeptly one may disguise themselves, replicating memories remains an impossibility. Otherwise, would the so-called secret signals not be rendered a farce? Lin Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief, sheathing his longsword. Regardless of the circumstances, the young lady's cultivation at the late stage of the Great Ascension realm constituted a formidable presence within this forbidden domain, serving as a modest assurance, at least temporarily. However, it soon became evident to Lin Xuan that he had grossly misjudged the situation. The young lady had become inebriated once again, and not only was she intoxicated herself, but she insisted on compelling Lin Xuan to drink alongside her. Lin Xian felt overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. What sort of perilous individual was she? It seemed far more precarious than the previously eliminated girl. Sleeping for days was one thing, but attempting to drag others down with her was another. Was she a spy? Lin Xian even began to suspect that the young lady was a pivotal player within the true martial celestial sect's grand scheme. Yet, he was acutely aware that under no circumstances could he allow her to become intoxicated at this juncture. Thus, he promptly shattered the wine jar, causing the exquisite wine to flow forth. "Senior sister, you truly must refrain from drinking any further." The young lady's propensity for reddening at the slightest sip indicated that her flushed face did not necessarily imply intoxication. This was indeed one such instance. Momentarily taken aback, the young lady realized that, after all these years, it was the first time someone dared to smash her wine vessel. After a brief pause, she retrieved a massive wine jar. "You are still young. I shall overlook this instance, but do not expect to partake in my brewed wine in the future." "You brewed all this wine yourself?" Lin Xian inquired instinctively. "Naturally," she replied, her expression brimming with pride. "Bah, that is not the crux of the matter. Senior sister, you truly cannot drink anymore." As Lin Xian prepared to intervene once more, the young lady became wary, swiftly storing the wine jar within her mystical rings. Her delicate fingers poised to catch Lin Xian's fist. She remained composed, exuding an air of nonchalance, her left hand casually resting behind her back, reminiscent of a sage. Yet, with a single punch, the young lady's form soared through the air like a kite severed from its string. Lin Xian watched in disbelief as she was hurled backward, astonished by the turn of events. Was this truly the prowess of someone at the late stage of the Great Ascension realm? It seemed utterly feeble. Or had his strength truly reached a level capable of contending with someone of that caliber? Lin Xian had not held back in his strike, believing that the young lady at the late stage of Great Ascension would effortlessly withstand his blow. "You are a villain, preventing me from drinking and resorting to violence," she lamented, her wrist dislocated, her flushed cheeks glistening with unshed tears, a sight that stirred a sense of guilt within Lin Xian. Strangely, it evoked an emotion akin to a father reproaching his wayward daughter, only to feel remorse upon witnessing her weep. "Senior sister, I did not intend to," Lin Xian hastily clarified. I simply did not anticipate that you would be so weak." His words were blunt, after all. He was merely at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, while the young lady was genuinely at the late stage of the Great Ascension realm, albeit with her power suppressed. The fact that he had sent her flying with a single punch was utterly bewildering. The young lady retrieved a jar of wine, tilting her head back as a series of sounds escaped her lips, lamenting, "This senior sister can no longer bear the title. It is one thing to be denied the pleasure of wine, but to be beaten by the junior brother is utterly humiliating." Then came another round of thumping sounds. Lin Xian, with a bemused expression, remarked, "Senior sister, are you simply seeking an excuse to indulge in wine?" "Not at all. I merely recalled some sorrowful matters," the young lady declared loudly. "I strive to cultivate and grow stronger so that one day, when conversing with all the cultivators of the Yuanyang realm, they must lower themselves before me. Yet now, having been beaten by a junior brother, how can I maintain any semblance of authority as a senior sister?" Lin Xian struggled to suppress his laughter. The notion that one must grow stronger solely to compel others to kneel during conversation was indeed refreshingly naive. No wonder. Despite having the ability to hover in the air, or at the very least, to stand upon a small stool, she insisted that others must crouch. He found himself at a loss for words, save for laughter. However, a method to subdue the young lady soon crossed his mind, and with a smile, he proposed, "If you promise me not to drink during the conference, I shall ensure this incident remains a secret." "Then you might as well divulge it," the young lady replied resolutely. "A year without wine? You might as well end my life." Thump, thump, thump. Faced with such a stubborn little girl, Lin Xian felt utterly helpless and resorted to threats. To be honest, during the last treasure ship incident, the junior brother was not intoxicated. The reason no untoward behavior occurred was due to the poor soundproofing. However, in this sparsely populated place, should I find a more secluded spot, well, come now. I have heard that you already shared a bed with elderly. Thus, if I were to share a bed with you, would it not be equivalent to sharing a bed with elderly? The young lady continued to drink casually, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. Goodness, this is quite the display, Lin Xian thought, cradling his head in distress, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a ghost at the unfettered immortal sect. Just as he pondered how to contain the young lady, he noticed her stumble, staggering for a moment before collapsing to the ground. "Senior sister, please," Lin Xian cried, his heart heavy with despair. The tactic of clinging to her legs had already proven burdensome, and now he had an additional encumbrance? He was but a pitiable novice in the late stages of transformation. The young lady lay limp, utterly powerless, having often frequented nightlife in his past life. Lin Xuan understood well that even a figure weighing less than 100 pounds could feel twice as heavy when intoxicated as one descends downward. Fortunately, the young lady's delicate frame made her manageable to lift. However, that did not justify the burden. Senior sister, what occurs in the forbidden area is invisible to outsiders. If you do not rise soon, I may have to. Lin Xuan made a final attempt to rouse her consciousness. The young lady merely murmured, showing no signs of awakening. Senior sister, I cannot resist too many temptations. Lin Xuan grasped her shoulders and shook gently, his face a mask of helplessness. The only response was her oblivious murmuring. It was over. Lin Xuan spread his hands in surrender, completely giving up. Anyone encountering such a masterful senior sister would undoubtedly feel overwhelmed. Carrying her requires utmost caution. Lin Xuan placed the young girl upon his back, his expression dark as he hurried toward the assembly point. His mind was devoid of distractions, or rather, his reason suppressed his impulses. Moreover, he felt no comfort. The pressure of her petite figure against his ribs was quite uncomfortable. Bai Ling, in terms of appearance, was no less charming than the renowned Xianran sisters. Yet she lacked a touch of ethereal grace. In terms of pedigree, however, Bai Ling fell short. Just the sound of her name suggested an inevitable dominance. The young girl's delicate hands, akin to lotus roots, wrapped around Lin Xuan's neck, her head resting on his shoulder, occasionally murmuring in her sleep, mostly uttering incomprehensible words. Lin Xuan paid little heed until she spoke in a serious tone. Elderly, I've come to a realization. Startled, Lin Xuan instinctively turned to look, only to find her eyes still closed, breathing evenly and lightly. He sighed in exasperation. If you've realized something, why seek me? Why not your master? What can she clarify for you? If not for the remnants of rationality occupying his mind, persistently reminding him of the perils lurking in the forbidden zone. With unknown beasts and other disciples concealed in the shadows, he might have taken several hours longer to reach their destination. What truly frustrated Lin Xuan was the inability to resolve conflicts swiftly. If only he could dispatch his adversaries like those suffering from lingering ailments and mere breaths, it would be unremarkable. But the issue lay in his overwhelming power. Each encounter typically extended for several hours, and in the heat of the moment, one could easily lose themselves. Should he be ambushed during such a lapse, the consequences could be dire. How was it that upon entering, he encountered such a troublesome ancestor? Lin Xuan lamented internally, had I known this would occur, I should have hidden upon seeing her, clinging to someone else's leg for dear life. As they proceeded, hindered by the burden on his back, they were fortunate to encounter no immediate dangers. Along the way, Lin Xuan spotted numerous disciples, most of whom were also making their way to the assembly point, without any conflicts arising. As day faded into night, Lin Xuan pondered whether fate had destined him for this trial. Aside from the young girl, he had yet to meet any disciples of the Wooding sect. If he could just encounter one, even for assistance in carrying her, it would suffice. Senior brother, ahead lies a cultivator in the great ascension stage. Their spiritual energy in turmoil, perhaps gravely injured. A surprise attack at this moment would surely succeed, a captivating woman remarked to the man beside her in the darkness. I sense it too. The frail man nodded slightly, smiling. In past conferences, the number of those entering the forbidden zone reached 10,000, yet by the end, less than 30% survived. Other sect disciples are merely our prey. Exchanging glances, they flickered away, hastening toward Lin Xuan's direction. As they closed in, merely 5 miles away, Lin Xuan sensed their presence, his brows furrowing in contemplation of strategy. These two energies were unfamiliar, clearly not of the Wooding sect. Thus, they were categorized as foes. Sister, I am sorry. Upon reaching a firm decision, Lin Xuan forcefully cast the young maiden to the ground, regardless of her stature as a late-stage Mahayana cultivator. Such a minor tremor posed no issue. After completing this act, the two individuals from behind had already arrived. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you. The enchanting woman remarked with a light chuckle. The uncertain immortal sect has fallen to such depths that even a late-stage transformation god disciple qualifies to participate in the 100 Sects conference. Do you know me? Lin Xuan inquired with curiosity. The various immortal sects were separated by tens of thousands of miles, rendering communication utterly impossible. Moreover, he had never ventured beyond the territory governed by the uncertain immortal sect, making it implausible for him to recognize disciples from other sections. Weren't you quite arrogant before? You even dared to raid our treasure ship. Today, we shall make an example of you." The frail man laughed heartily. Before Elder Lu, he resembled an ant. Yet with his initial stage Mahayana prowess, slaying a late-stage transformation god cultivator was a trivial matter. The mere thought of swiftly dispatching a disciple of the uncertain immortal sect thrilled him immensely, while Lin Xuan, as a late-stage transformation god, was of little consequence. The young maiden sprawled on the ground was indeed a significant catch. Under the hazy moonlight, as Lin Xuan had thrown her down, she lay face down and was unrecognizable. However, her cultivation at the late stage of Mahayana was undeniably evident. "Senior brother, you deal with the severely injured late-stage Mahayana cultivator. This late-stage transformation god lad shall be entrusted to me. I will entertain him," the enchanting woman said with a soft laugh. What reason did she have to remember Lin Xuan? Was it merely due to his late-stage transformation god prowess? No, it was undoubtedly because of Lin Xuan's strikingly handsome appearance. Before the Forbidden Land was opened, she had been captivated upon seeing him on the treasure ship, utterly astonished that such an exquisite man existed in the world. In comparison, the so-called handsome disciples of the true martial immortal sect seemed mere dross beside him. "Junior sister, you." The frail man's expression darkened. His eyes filled with anguish. He had pursued his junior sister for years, only to find himself overshadowed by this fleeting encounter. How could he endure such a slight? If he could tolerate this, could he still call himself a man? "Rest assured, senior brother, I shall merely flirt," the enchanting woman replied without looking back. Dashing towards Lin Xuan. "All right, junior sister, do take care." The frail man seethed with jealousy yet managed to restrain himself. Flirting, what harm could there be? If he couldn't even endure this, could he still consider himself a man? Lin Xuan felt an impending threat and immediately summoned the Great Cauldron. He could only rely on it to confront the two initial stage Mahayana cultivators. "Junior brother, do not resist. You cannot. If you serve me well, perhaps I shall let you go," the alluring woman cooed, her eyes shimmering with seduction and her tongue playfully flicking, displaying a fair measure of charm. "Get lost." Lin Xuan remained unmoved, rebuking her sharply as he raised his sword to strike. Under ordinary circumstances, had there not been a conflict of sects and enmity, should the other party insist on engaging him, he would have naturally, firmly declined. The enchanting woman's face bore an intriguing smirk as she coldly declared, "With your cultivation, you have no choice but to submit." In her eyes, Lin Xuan's cultivation was insignificant, having no bearing on the outcome of the competition. Whether he lived or died was of no concern to anyone. Although the enmity between the two great sects was profound, making it somewhat challenging to bring him back, there was still a year until the competition concluded. They could eliminate him afterward. Though there was a tinge of reluctance, after a year of play, even the most handsome face could become tiresome, could it not? Lin Xuan remained impassive, coldly laughing. "With your looks, I cannot bend down." The frail man instantly erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You're seeking death, brat." No matter the decision made by the goddess, he could endure. But he absolutely could not tolerate the insult to her. He immediately brandished his artifact, preparing to strike Lin Xuan down. The alluring woman raised her hand to halt the frail man, casting a sultry gaze at Lin Xuan, though her eyes bore a more profound desire. "Brother, do not rush. Eliminating that late-stage Mahayana cultivator is our immediate priority. I will ensure he submits," the enchanting woman purred, her tongue lightly brushing her crimson lips as she advanced towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan could no longer bear to watch, filled with skepticism about this world. Could good looks truly be a currency? Must one be so eager to give oneself away? With his azure sword aglow, Lin Xuan lunged forward, appearing behind the seductive woman. A fierce glint flashing momentarily. "Wait, I missed?" He felt no resistance from the blade, causing his expression to shift. A late-stage Mahayana cultivator was indeed formidable? At such a close range, to evade such a sudden assault? However, when he turned back, he witnessed a more bizarre scene. The enchanting woman's form froze, maintaining her previous posture, and moments later, her body separated from her head, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lin Xuan stared in astonishment at his sword. Still pristine and untouched by blood, his heart trembling. He had merely intended to deliver a swift, debilitating strike to one opponent and then flee with the young girl. Given the frail man's obsequious nature, he would undoubtedly prioritize the alluring woman, leaving Lin Xuan unpursued. Who would have thought that a late-stage Mahayana cultivator could be so weak? Unable to withstand a single strike? The frail man, witnessing the dismemberment of his beloved, seethed with rage, his eyes aflame, gritting his teeth. "Today, I will make you wish for death." Yet Lin Xuan remained unfazed. With a newfound understanding of his own strength, his earlier trepidation had dissipated. His refusal to yield was not merely out of loyalty to his master, nor a resolve to remain unbroken. No, it stemmed from the knowledge that, with the great cauldron and his formidable physique as trump cards, even if he could not slay 2 late-stage Mayana cultivators, escaping would pose no problem at all. As for the young girl lying incapacitated, if she were to perish, so be it. Who could blame her for her reckless choices? If she were gravely injured and unconscious, Lin Xuan would protect her with all his might. At the very least, he would not allow her to die before him. But she had willingly ventured into danger, intoxicated by her own folly. There was no saving her now. She would have to face her fate. Even if luck favored her and she survived, she would still be a burden in the future. However, for now, there was no necessity to abandon the young girl. He pointed his sword at the frail man, standing tall with an air of arrogance, and coldly remarked, "To think you can kill me is rather laughable." A gust of wind swept through, causing Lin Xuan's robe to billow dramatically, bestowing him with an undeniable charm. He began to question whether the long sword in his hand was truly a celestial-grade artifact. As for his master's claim of it being on par with heavenly treasures, he chose not to dwell on that for the time being. Despite his master's immense wealth and breathtaking beauty, her propensity for exaggeration remained unchanged. Thus, he could not take her words at face value. After all, within the vast expanse of the Yuanyang realm, with its millions of miles of territory and hundreds of thousands of years of history, no true heavenly artifact had ever been witnessed. Of course, it was also possible that his master was not boasting, given her origins from beyond the heavens. The frail man, consumed by rage and devoid of reason, harbored only one thought: to torment Lin Xuan, charging recklessly towards him. Lin Xuan remained composed, refraining from counterattacking, as he wished to test the defensive limits of the Great Cauldron. This could greatly aid him in future endeavors, particularly when exploring perilous ruins. The frail man swung his blade at Lin Xuan, the weapon emanating a brilliant red glow, infused with potent spiritual energy. Though lacking in technique, it represented the strongest attack the frail man could muster. Clang! The large blade collided with the great cauldron behind Lin Xuan, producing a sharp sound as the mid-tier spiritual blade shattered upon impact. The tremendous recoil sent the frail man staggering backward, blood spurting from his mouth. The cauldron seemed to sense the humiliation, vibrating intensely and releasing waves of energy that enveloped the frail man. The excruciating pain restored the frail man's senses. But as the waves of energy enveloped him, his clothing disintegrated, eliciting a tragic scream. His body instantaneously transformed into a mist of blood, dispersing into the ether. Is this cauldron truly that powerful? Lin Xuan gazed at the protective cauldron with uncontainable excitement. This was no mere defensive artifact. It was an unparalleled offensive treasure. Having wielded the cauldron only twice, he had not even initiated its full potential. Both times, it had acted of its own accord. The first instance obliterated a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator, and the second even annihilated a late-stage ascendant realm cultivator. Just how formidable is this cauldron? Lin Xuan pondered deeply, resolved to have old Lu test its might once the competition concluded. Lu Zai was the strongest person he knew, and such matters of appraisal naturally fell to him. Meanwhile, outside the forbidden zone, the composed Lu Zai suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. He rose abruptly, glancing warily towards the depths of the forbidden zone. Filled with astonishment and confusion, unable to fathom what transpired within. This unsettling feeling had not plagued him for many years. His master had casually bestowed such a precious artifact upon him. What, then, were the items she deemed useful for him? Lin Xuan gazed at the cauldron, lost in thought. After a brief moment, he dismissed the speculations, realizing that no amount of guessing would suffice. Only through direct experience would he uncover the truth. Lin Xuan turned to look at the little girl. Although she was a burden, her nature was not malicious, and it would be unwise to leave her to her own devices. However, upon seeing her, his expression of exasperation swiftly transformed into one of shock, and he hurriedly turned his head away. Bah, so it turns out to be a lewd cauldron. Lin Xuan muttered under his breath. The originally frail man perished, his garments torn to shreds, a matter he dismissed as inconsequential. After all, the man behind him had merely transformed into a mist of blood, which seemed quite ordinary. Yet, how to explain the girl sprawled behind him? Why had her attire vanished? Gazing at the girl, utterly bare, Lin Xuan resolutely refused to believe that the recent disturbance had been a random assault. Otherwise, she too would have surely become a wisp of blood. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xuan made a decision. He must first help the girl don some clothing. It would be improper for her to remain exposed. Moreover, one could never be sure if passers-by would arrive. Should anyone witness her plight, she would undoubtedly suffer. As for his own potential embarrassment, Lin Xuan felt there was nothing to regret. As the recent events had amply demonstrated his virtuous character, he had not taken advantage of the situation, despite others' advances. How could he possibly covet a legally intoxicated young girl? Thus, Lin Xuan swiftly retrieved a male Taoist robe from his storage, and after some contemplation, he draped it over the girl with great care, ensuring she was thoroughly covered. While it would be preferable for her to wear it, the thought of having to adjust the clothing of an unconscious girl left him apprehensive. He feared he might lose his resolve. Once the girl was securely wrapped, Lin Xuan employed his spiritual energy to bind the robe in place, preventing it from slipping off. He then promptly departed the scene. The commotion from earlier had been significant, likely attracting those who would seek to profit from the chaos. While Lin Xuan was not afraid of confrontation, he had only 2 Taoist robes with him, and one was now on the girl. Should a battle ensue, and should he inadvertently shatter his treasured vessel, he would be left with no choice but to cradle the girl in his arms, using his own garments to shield her from view. That thought seemed rather enticing. Lin Xuan flew swiftly toward his predetermined destination. Shortly thereafter, as anticipated, several individuals appeared at the site of the recent battle, including disciples from the true martial immortal sect. Upon witnessing the scene, they were overtaken by anger rather than sorrow, vowing to tear the culprit to pieces if they encountered them. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had already slipped away under the cover of night, traversing several miles. Along the way, he encountered 2 young women, and his countenance brightened with joy. The familiar aura confirmed his suspicions. These were disciples of the Wooding Immortal sect. At the very least, he had truly found his comrades. As for the girl, due to her unreliability, Lin Xuan excluded her from his immediate concerns. Junior brother, what transpired over there? Upon seeing Lin Xuan, the 2 women inquired with genuine concern. The short-haired girl, exuding confidence, was named Ji Ming, while the other, with flowing blue locks and a poised demeanor, was called Feng Shui. Though their appearances differed, both were strikingly beautiful. Senior sisters, the code, Lin Xuan replied, maintaining his composure amidst their allure. The 2 women exchanged glances, producing their sect tokens and tossing them into the air. The tokens spun twice before landing securely in their palms. Lin Xuan immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him as he approached them, his expression one of bittersweet resignation. Senior sisters, you finally arrived. The 2 individuals inquired, what's the matter? Just now, there was an intense surge of spiritual energy up ahead. We did not intend to intervene, but upon sensing your and the senior sister's presence, we came to seek you. What exactly transpired over there? Let us not dwell on that for now. Senior sister, do you have any spare clothes? Help her get dressed, Lin Xuan said, tossing the young girl onto the ground once more. This time, she appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Her small fists clenched in her sleep while she glared at her feet. What's wrong with the senior sister? The 2 asked in unison. She is intoxicated, Lin Xuan replied, barely restraining himself from cursing and even contemplating giving the young girl a kick. Oh, I see, Feng Shui chuckled lightly, raising her right arm to cover her face, finding nothing surprising in the situation. However, the short-haired girl, Ji Ming, discerned a flaw in the narrative. Furrowing her brow, she asked, why is the senior sister wearing your robe after getting drunk? Fear not, I have not committed any improper acts towards the senior sister. I merely encountered 2 disciples of the true martial sect at the ascendant stage, and, employing the life-preserving treasure bestowed by our master, I swiftly dispatched them both. However, in the process, I inadvertently shattered the senior sister's attire. Thus I provided her with a change of clothes, Lin Xuan explained, sitting upright with a clear conscience. Disciples at the ascendant stage? 2 of them? The 2 senior sisters gazed at Lin Xuan, astonished. When did it become so easy to slay ascendant disciples? It was somewhat of a stretch for me, Lin Xuan modestly replied, but with the magical artifact granted by our master, I indeed vanquished them in an instant. Feng Shui nodded slightly, choosing to believe him, yet remarked, Junior brother, please turn around. Let me assist the senior sister with her clothing. Lin Xuan agreed, turning his head away. He had no inclination to secretly observe with his spiritual sense. He had already seen enough, and regarding the young girl's body, he harbored no inappropriate thoughts. He even intended to nurture the little girl for a few more years. Feng Shui retrieved her own robe from the Shumi ring and gently removed Lin Xuan's robe from the young girl, delicately dressing her in the new attire. Although Feng Shui stood a head shorter than Lin Xuan, her height exceeded 1.7 meters, making her quite tall for a female. In contrast, the young girl was less than 5 meters tall, around 4 meters, making the robe appear notably loose on her. "Junior brother, you may turn around now," Feng Shui said, her face blooming with a rosy hue as she recalled that Lin Xuan had witnessed the scene she had just witnessed. Despite having practiced for several hundred years, she was still a girl at heart and could not help but feel a tinge of shyness. "Let us depart. The priority now is to gather and locate our fellow brothers," Lin Xuan proposed, turning to the three, Feng Shui and Ji Ming. One in the early ascendant stage and the other in the late integration stage, possessed rather unremarkable cultivation, their strength being mediocre at best. Knowing the might of the great cauldron and the treasured sword, Lin Xuan felt no fear for his life. However, he was concerned about the cauldron, which seemed to pose certain issues. If it were to shatter the robes of the three, he alone would struggle to withstand it. He certainly did not wish to venture out for a mere 100 sects gathering only to return as a gaunt shadow of his former self. Feng Shui gently nodded, taking the initiative to lift the young girl and gracefully gliding forward with remarkable speed. One must admit, the pace of a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage far surpassed that of Lin Xuan, who could barely keep up with Ji Ming, a late-stage integration cultivator. Feng Shui, leading the way, seemed to slow her speed to wait for the two companions. "Junior brother, have you considered that perhaps the senior sister intentionally drank to give you an opportunity?" Ji Ming, beside Lin Xuan, remarked with a smile. "You did manage to do what was necessary, right?" Lin Xuan frowned slightly, were it not for the certainty that Ji Ming was a woman. He might have mistaken her for a lecherous old rogue. Was it possible that senior sister Ji Ming had been possessed, and the soul controlling this body was that of an old scoundrel? "Senior sister, you worry too much. Although I cannot claim to be a paragon of virtue, I am certainly no lecher. How could I take advantage of someone in such a state?" Lin Xuan replied calmly. "Really? What a pity," Ji Ming said, shaking her head in disappointment. "If it weren't for the fact that we are both women, I would undoubtedly pursue the senior sister with reckless abandon." At that moment, Lin Xuan realized there existed such a fascination for young girls. He wished to say that being both women should not matter, considering the senior sister's orientation had always been questionable. "Put in some effort, and perhaps I shall have one less rival in love." For the next 2 days, the four continued their journey. Due to the burden of the young girl, they did not pause even when encountering treasures or passing through areas marked by golden dots. It was not until the evening of the second day that the young girl finally awakened. "Senior sister, you are finally awake," Feng Shui exclaimed with evident surprise. "A late-stage Great Ascension cultivator. This is the pinnacle within this restricted area." Lin Xuan, however, wore a dark expression. "White senior sister, I believe we need to discuss your drinking habits. Though your cultivation is formidable, if you continue down this path, you will only become a burden. Do you realize you nearly caused my demise?" Feng Shui looked taken aback and turned to Lin Xuan. "Junior brother, didn't you say you easily dealt with those two foes? Was there a danger after all?" Throughout the days spent together, Feng Shui's initial impression of Lin Xuan, which was merely that he was handsome, had significantly transformed. Lin Xuan was charming, radiant, humble, and composed. Who could resist such a man entering their heart? I had already suspected as much. While his talent is commendable, he has trained for far less time than us, and with only late-stage transformation cultivation, how could he possibly slay 2 Great Ascension cultivators in an instant? Ji Ming concurred. Lin Xuan was taken aback that these 2 young women would delve deeper into the matter, unaware that he had been using exaggerated rhetoric to dissuade the young girl from her bad habits. "What difference is there between your behavior and that of indulgent grandparents in the secular world?" The young girl scratched her head, looking embarrassed. "Once I start drinking, I lose control." As she lifted her hand, she realized that no matter how she stretched, her arm could not escape from her sleeves. Why have my clothes changed?" Feng Shui recounted everything that had transpired, and Lin Xuan did not intervene. "I am filled with righteous spirit. What is there to fear?" After listening to Feng Shui, the young girl remained silent for a long while before softly saying, "Junior brother, come here for a moment." As the words fell, she strode towards the verdant grove nearby. Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment before following suit. Regardless of the outcome, he had nothing to lose. He could simply accept whatever was thrust upon him, eliminate any threats, and flee in one swift motion. "Junior brother, be honest with your senior sister. How far have you progressed with elderly?" the young lady inquired, peering curiously. This question momentarily left Lin Xuan at a loss. Typically, in such situations, a girl might exhibit one of 3 responses: despair, resorting to violence, or, in resignation, offering herself. After all, in this era, traditional values still held sway. Yet here she was, probing into matters between him and his master. What was the meaning behind that expression? Did she wish to hold him accountable for something he had not done? With an air of defiance, she continued, "And who has to say you haven't taken advantage of our solitude to engage in something inappropriate?" In truth, he had witnessed nothing amiss. Lin Xuan felt a flush of embarrassment as he replied, "Indeed, I saw nothing. For there was nothing to see at all. Look at my figure. I am now yours." She declared nonchalantly, "Elderly will eventually be yours as well. At that time, she will be the elder sister, I the younger sister. And I shall have just cause to share a bed with her, despite your presence in the middle. However, what can I do? You've seen me in this state." "Senior sister, your line of thinking is rather perilous," Lin Xuan cautioned solemnly. "When you venture out, do you often find yourself in such a drunken stupor? How have you managed to survive?" "Not quite. It only occurs when my craving for alcohol surges. Even when inebriated, who would have the heart to harm a young girl?" Lin Xian's expression turned peculiar, sensing that the young lady was orchestrating a grand scheme and was already in the midst of it. Enjoying a drink was hardly objectionable. The Wooding sect had its share of elders who were devoted to their libations, never allowing themselves to succumb to unconsciousness. One such elder was even renowned as the drunken sword immortal, wielding a long sword, clad in white, with a jug of wine that drew admiration from far and wide. Yet, should that elder behave like the young lady, she would scarcely survive to achieve foundational cultivation. Lin Xuan was indifferent to the affections others held for his master. Exceptional individuals naturally attracted admirers. Countless male disciples within the Wooding sect idolized Li Yuqing as a goddess. However, he alone shared her company regularly. If you truly harbor feelings for our master, you ought to pursue her directly. What merit is there in resorting to such tactics? Especially at the cost of your own dignity? Lin Xuan admonished earnestly. You are not unattractive. Just close your eyes and pretend to be a pig being prodded. The young lady shrugged. She had merely ceased to develop physically at a young age, her body stalling at that of a 13 or 14-year-old girl, not her intellect. For she possessed a modicum of understanding regarding matters of the heart. Lin Xian's face darkened at the metaphor. Nonetheless, the young lady neither cried out for him to take responsibility nor demanded his life, which relieved him. Regardless, those concerns were for another day. Moreover, she had herself stated that their master would be the elder sister, and she the younger sister. Thus, wouldn't he first need to secure the elder before contemplating matters concerning the younger? By the way, you must never speak of this matter to anyone. If it comes to light, I shall be the first to eliminate you, the young girl threatened, her small fist clenched and raised defiantly. Who says I will be the first to die? We are not the only ones privy to this information, Lin Xuan replied, casting a dismissive glance at the girl. Eliminate me? You could scarcely reach my neck even if you jumped. She smirked mischievously, revealing her slightly protruding canine teeth. We could have our two junior sisters swear an oath. Otherwise, we might as well silence you first. After all, in this forbidden area, no one would know it was us. You are quite sinister, Lin Xuan remarked. Am I? Perhaps it's just from the recent sun exposure, she said, rolling up her sleeves to inspect her arms. I was referring to your heart, and besides, one doesn't need to be sun-kissed to turn dark. After their exchange, they returned to the side of Feng Shui and the others. The girl's earlier talk of eliminating witnesses was merely jest. She had no intention of such deeds. She cautioned, during the conference, I will try to refrain from drinking, but this incident must remain a secret. Do you understand? Rest assured, this matter concerns your reputation. And I shall not indulge in gossip, Feng Shui replied, nodding in agreement. Though the young girl appeared youthful, she had already experienced several lifetimes. A woman's reputation could not be disregarded simply because of her halted development. The four continued on their journey, with the girl sober. It must be said that she proved to be somewhat, rather dependable. Under her guidance, they encountered numerous disciples from other sects. Yet none dared to act against them. After all, the intimidation factor of someone at the late stage of ascension loomed large, and most disciples prioritized solidarity, unless exceptionally fortunate. Entering the forbidden area would not yield relics or treasures lying about for easy pickings. The following noon, after a night of relentless travel, Lin Xuan and his companions finally arrived at the designated meeting point. After a brief identification check, the earlier arrivals gathered around the young girl, feeling a sense of relief now that their strong ally was present. However, Lin Xuan's expression bore an unusual quality. Did they truly believe they could cling to the girl like a crutch? With only 57 disciples, including Lin Xuan's group, it meant 20 more had yet to arrive. remaining in a precarious state of uncertainty. After waiting 3 days in place, only one additional disciple arrived, prompting the young girl to make a difficult decision. We cannot wait any longer. Let us proceed to the area where the treasured relic is expected to emerge. Having spent nearly 10 days in the forbidden area, if there were no unusual occurrences, those who had not yet arrived were unlikely to make it at all. Though unspoken, everyone understood the grim reality of the situation. We journeyed steadily toward this destination, passing numerous relics along the way, which inevitably consumed a considerable amount of time. Should there be any surviving juniors, they would undoubtedly catch up with us. In the face of significant dilemmas, the young lady displayed remarkable composure. Upon entering the forbidden zone, the mortality rate was alarmingly high, and accidents were frequent, necessitating difficult choices. The disciples nodded in agreement. With a unified effort, a grand procession led by the young lady surged forth, exuding a formidable aura. No longer timid as before. Among the 50 or so individuals, over 60% were at the stage of Great Ascension, with more than 20 at the initial stage and a dozen at the mid-stage. Regrettably, only the young lady had reached the late stage of Great Ascension, which was a primary reason she could uncontroversially assume the role of the leader. Lin Xuan sensed that had there been even one individual of normal capability at the late stage of Great Ascension, the young lady would not have been able to claim such authority. It was indeed rather unreliable. Within the forbidden zone, the environment was exceedingly harsh, and the landscape monotonous, endless deserts or perilous marshlands. Even the forests were composed solely of withered trees, devoid of vitality. Whether faced with the sand-choked desert, the marsh, or the withered woodlands, numerous dangers lurked beneath the surface. Many peculiar beasts, invisible to the outside world and unbound by the laws of the forbidden zone, roamed freely, with many exhibiting strength surpassing that of the tribulation phase. This was one of the reasons for the persistently high mortality rate, aside from the conflicts among the immortal sections. Acting alone, even a cultivator at the late stage of Great Ascension could not guarantee absolute safety. However, collective action among a group altered the dynamics, for it was possible that the insatiable appetite of the beasts would not allow them to consume all, thus sparing some. As we progressed, we passed 3 relics, acquiring 11 spirit-tier magical artifacts of superior quality compared to those crafted by external artisans. Moreover, these 3 relics were merely categorized as minor relics. After a month of intermittent travel, including rest periods, Lin Xuan and his companions finally arrived at the area marked by radiant golden light on the map. By this time, numerous small teams had already gathered in this locale. In contrast to Lin Xuan and his group's leisurely pace, several disciples from various sects hastened recklessly toward this region. Following the conclusion of the last conference, several disciples had sensed fluctuations in this area and obtained astonishing intelligence unknown to other sections. Were it not for the restrictions imposed by the Forbidden Zone, many high-ranking figures from these sects, especially those at the late stage of human immortality, would have rushed here without hesitation. For within this place lay the opportunity to break through their limitations and take the crucial step forward. For 5 centuries, the major sects have infiltrated one another, seeking to clandestinely gather such intelligence. However, the sects in possession of this information guarded it jealously, revealing only scant details. Nevertheless, it was rumored that the relic's master was a supreme alchemist of the earthly immortality stage from 50,000 years ago. And within the relic lay the first-class alchemical furnace he once utilized, along with mysterious alchemical formulas. The truth of these claims could only be ascertained upon the opening of the relic. The site of the relic was a vast valley floor. Surrounded by towering mountains that stand as vigilant sentinels, the vast valley stretches over tens of thousands of square meters. Above this valley, the relics rest beneath the celestial canopy. As the saying goes, fortune favors the prepared mind. Although the relics had long since manifested, they remained sealed, protected by a formidable array that thwarted the disciples of various esteemed sects, who arrived ahead of others but could not gain entry. Only when the powerful barrier dissipated and the relics were revealed could all enter. Yet, this did not dampen the spirits of the crowd, rather, it invigorated them. The strength of the protective array was a testament to the might of the relic's previous master, suggesting that the treasures within were equally formidable. Like many other disciples present, Lin Xuan stood patiently, awaiting the eventual unveiling of the relics. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his face as a melodious voice, reminiscent of an ethereal orchid in a secluded valley, resonated within his mind. Now is the time to enter, Master. Lin Xuan pondered, his heart filled with confusion. Was it not said that even those in the late stages of human immortality could not penetrate the forbidden grounds with their divine senses? This is a secret. Within lies what you seek. Li Yuqing not only transcended thousands of miles to communicate with Lin Xuan, but could also hear his innermost thoughts. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Yet upon reflection, he realized that his master, hailing from a mysterious realm beyond the heavens, might not be bound by the laws governing the forbidden area. Perhaps she had left a trace of her divine sense within him, allowing for their direct communication, a notion he had simply overlooked until now. But how could he enter the relics if they had not yet been unlocked? Steadying his mind, he inquired, "How can I enter?" "Entering is the answer." Li Yuqing's voice echoed in his heart, laced with an air of mystery. The contents within are quite intriguing. Disciple obeys, Lin Xuan resolved, summoning his courage as he soared toward the relics above. If his master had faith in him, then who else could he trust? If she wished to harm him, she could easily ensnare him without expending such resources or luring him to this place. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Xuan held over 90% trust in his master. Though the relics hovered high above, they were merely 1,000 meters from the ground. In no time, he found himself before the relics, observing from the valley floor. Several disciples exchanged glances, smirking disdainfully. This fool seeks his own demise. The relics are not yet opened, and the array remains intact. Even a tribulation stage expert would be instantly torn apart by the barrier. However, silence soon enveloped the valley as thousands of disciples gaped skyward in astonishment. As Lin Xuan approached the relics, he cautiously extended his hand, sensing no immediate danger, and boldly stepped inside. Had the relics opened prematurely? Once the other disciples grasped the situation, they disregarded all caution and rushed toward the relics. At that moment, a spectral figure materialized outside the relics, elegantly waving its sleeves to push the crowd back. A gentle voice resonated across the expanse. "I am the Xiandan Daoist. The relics are not yet open, and I kindly urge all young friends to remain patient." Immediately, discontent arose among the crowd, with one disciple indignantly retorting, "Why can he enter while we cannot?" A middle-aged Taoist, clad in green, bore a smile upon his face, offering no response. He was but a fleeting remnant of the Xiandan Taoist, devoid of consciousness and thought, merely executing the tasks as instructed by his predecessor, much like a simple automaton bound to obey commands. Observing this, some among the onlookers remained unconvinced and continued their assault on the ruins. However, this time, the green-clad Taoist did not intervene, allowing them to pass by unhindered. A robust man surged forward, showcasing his advanced cultivation at the late stage of the Great Ascension. With a thunderous roar, his Taoist robe shattered, revealing his muscular, bronze physique. His ability to enter the ruins was surely due to his formidable physical prowess, forcefully breaking through the lethal formation. Approaching the perimeter of the magical array, he boisterously proclaimed, "If a mere cultivator at the late stage of the transformation can enter, then stepping inside should be child's play for me." After uttering these words, he turned to gaze down upon the crowd above and within the valley, his expression one of haughty pride. "It is wise to accumulate skills. I shall venture in first and ensure to leave some remnants for you all." He laughed heartily, his raucous laughter echoing throughout the valley. With one bold step, he sought to breach the ruins. Suddenly, the grand formation flickered violently, the ethereal energies of heaven and earth swirling tumultuously as celestial swords coalesced in the air. Should anyone have the ability to freeze that moment, they would have discerned a staggering total of 9,999 celestial swords descending in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the robust man was reduced to mere fragments. A mist of blood enveloped the upper expanse of the valley. At that moment, the Xiandan Taoist spoke slowly. "Before the ruins are activated, the sword array I have left will instantaneously slay any intruders. I urge all young friends to wait patiently. Do not be anxious." His words stirred a tempest of murmurs among the onlookers. All present bore expressions of incredulity. They had witnessed the might of the sword array and held no doubt about its power. But what of the young man who had just entered? Could it be that the formation possessed an intelligence akin to that of a magical artifact, perhaps even a feminine spirit? What granted him the privilege to enter? Another cultivator at the Great Ascension stage voiced his dissatisfaction. Was it merely his handsome visage? This remark garnered an immediate chorus of agreement, as many began to question fervently. The Xiandan Taoist remained impassive, offering no reply, and continued, "Within these ruins lies the culmination of my life's work. Though I have departed, if I can contribute something for the generations to come, it shall be a death without regrets." On this topic, the majority of those gathered showed little interest. What treasures lay within mattered not. They were more concerned with the duration of the sword array's existence. If they did not enter soon, that young man's storage space might soon reach its limit. In my earlier years, I devoted myself to the study of alchemy, my cultivation unremarkable, stagnating at the late stage of the human realm for many years. In pursuit of a breakthrough, I traveled extensively until I discovered a woman, born to be an exceptional furnace. I protected her, guiding her cultivation until she transcended and became an immortal, enabling my own advancement. Yet, through a twist of fate, I found myself breaking the shackles and stepping into the earth immortal realm, leaving her behind to assist future fated individuals. The ruins shall be unveiled in 3 days. At that time, the sword array will dissipate, and whether you young friends can seize the opportunity will depend solely on your capabilities. The tomb may reopen one day, but you shall never return. Ha ha ha. The Taoist of Xian Dan laughed heartily, his laughter echoing endlessly through the valley, until his form gradually faded away, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Just as he proclaimed, the tomb may reopen, yet one cannot reclaim their youth. After imparting his final thoughts on the relics, this fleeting remnant fulfilled its purpose and naturally dissipated. In the wake of the Taoist's disappearance, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Many erupted in curses. You wretched being. Why didn't you mention that the relics would open a year later? Then people could bring their families to celebrate together. 3 days, and in just 3 days, they have already completed their affairs. The cacophony of curses persisted relentlessly until an exceedingly irate elder, fueled by disbelief and bolstered by his rigorous physical training alongside several protective artifacts, brazenly charged through the sword formation, only to be reduced to mere dust. It was only after this incident that the tumultuous shouts gradually subsided. Their singular thought now was a fervent hope that Lin Xuan might exhibit some semblance of compassion and leave them a morsel to savor. Meanwhile, within the relic, Lin Xuan found himself impervious to the happenings outside, isolated from any auditory stimuli. At this moment, he was merely curious about what his master had deemed useful for him. Initially intrigued by the 100-Gate Conference, Lin Xuan's curiosity regarding the contents of this place had burgeoned significantly. Inside the relic, there lay an expansive hall, vast and empty. Unknown objects floated in the air, emitting a dim glow that illuminated the entirety of the hall. The space was devoid of any possessions, suspended in the ether, perhaps indicative of the relic's unactivation. Surrounding the hall was an abyss of darkness, rendering any sight beyond comprehension. Lin Xuan was oblivious to the precise moment the relic would commence its activation, nor did he know if subsequent entrants would gain access through similar means. Compelled by urgency, he traversed the hall in search of treasures, yet after a thorough exploration, he found naught. In this circular hall, exceeding 10,000 meters in diameter, there was an astonishing absence of artifacts. Lin Xuan even considered the possibility that someone, akin to himself, had stealthily infiltrated and absconded with all the contents, leaving no opportunity for anyone else. "Master, are you there?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Xuan called out to his master within his heart. There was no response. "Are you there?" "Master, there remains no response. It seems likely that the grand formation outside is obstructing any communication." A look of helplessness crossed Lin Xuan's face as he continued his search. After nearly half an hour of searching, Lin Xuan had almost turned the entire hall upside down. The ground had been stripped away by his sword, yet he still saw nothing. Not a single precious treasure, nor even a discarded spiritual stone devoid of energy. With all the effort his master exerted to allow him access to the ruins, surely it cannot be an elaborate deception. Lin Xuan stood in the center of the grand hall, his gaze sweeping around the surroundings. Aside from the uneven ground, he indeed found nothing else. Could it be the luminous object above? Lin Xuan raised his gaze towards the luminous source above, pondering that this relic must have endured for many years. After all this time, it still radiated light, suggesting it was no ordinary object. He ascended gracefully and soon reached the same height as the source of illumination. As he drew nearer, the brilliance became blindingly intense. Lin Xuan squinted slightly to alleviate the discomfort and gradually approached the light. Once accustomed to the intensity, he suddenly realized that the radiance was not as piercing as before, allowing him to discern the objects within the glow. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xuan was nearly overwhelmed. Before him, the light resembled a flickering candle flame, within which slumbered an exquisitely beautiful woman. Her features were delicately crafted, harmoniously balanced, with a statuesque figure and fair, youthful skin. Her raven hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, reaching her waist. The elegant collarbone led down to her smooth skin, which gently rose and fell with her tranquil breathing. Lin Xuan had always believed that beauty was often enhanced by splendid attire, that most women's allure was accentuated by their garments, creating an indescribable charm. However, at this moment, his perception began to shift slightly. He realized that truly beautiful women could be perfect and flawless even without opulent adornments. The sleeping woman was devoid of clothing, reminiscent of a young girl in her natural state, yet she emanated an unparalleled perfection that drew one in effortlessly. Is this what my master referred to as something useful? Lin Xuan snapped back to reality, a large question mark emerging on his face. He stood still, uncertain whether to advance further or retreat. Just then, the woman, who had been in slumber for millennia, delicately stirred her slender fingers, her eyelids fluttering open to reveal her gaze focused solely on Lin Xuan. After adjusting to her stiff body, she looked at him and softly uttered, "Master." Lin Xuan chuckled lightly, "I am not your master. I am merely a tomb raider." "The first thing I see upon waking is my master," the woman explained as she gracefully emerged from the light source. With her departure, the enduring brilliance that had persisted for eons began to dim, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Lin Xuan understood then that, like certain avian chicks, this woman would feel a bond with the first creature she laid eyes upon. However, while birds recognize their mothers, this woman recognized her master. She entwined her arms around Lin Xuan's waist, clasping her hands behind his back, holding him tightly. "Master, take me with you." As the soft jade figure nestled in his embrace, Lin Xuan remained acutely aware, devoid of any impulse. Outside, thousands were watching intently, eager to enter the relic. Succumbing to temptation now would undoubtedly lead to an unwanted spectacle for the onlookers. He had no intention of entertaining such thoughts. "I will find you something to wear first. We can discuss this matter later. I have ample time and will ensure everything is arranged clearly." Lin Xuan's thoughts were clear as he concealed his consciousness within the Sumeru ring, searching for clothing. After a while, he realized something was amiss. The only set of emergency robes he possessed had been donned by the young lady, and she had not returned them after changing. After some contemplation, Lin Xuan promptly removed his own robe and draped it over her. He, meanwhile, was attired in a pure white undergarment, thus not entirely exposed. The young lady, now clad in Lin Xuan's robe, found it somewhat loose, yet it covered her adequately. "Who are you, and why are you here?" Lin Xuan inquired after completing this act. "My previous memories have all vanished," the young lady replied with a somber expression. Though she was a furnace, she was still human. Having lost her memories after a slumber lasting tens of thousands of years, which understandably elicited a sense of melancholy. "Do you have a name?" Lin Xuan continued to ask, considering that if she lacked one, he could bestow upon her a resounding name. He dared not claim expertise in other matters, but he was confident that his naming skills far surpassed those of his master. What names had his master come up with? "By Ge, Yurong, Xianran." Were these truly names befitting of a person? "Yi Wei Yang," the young lady replied softly without hesitation, as this was one memory that remained clear to her. Yi Wei Yang, indeed, a fine name. Lin Xuan nodded approvingly. Since she had a name now, there was no need to create another. He mused about which fortunate young lady had the honor of receiving a name from him. "Stay close to me. We must find a way to slip out discreetly." Outside, thousands are watching the ruins with keen eyes, and if they discover that within the ruins there is nothing but a beautiful girl, they will surely descend upon us in mass. It would be difficult to explain, and even if Lin Xuan were to speak the truth, who would believe him? Yi Wei Yang nodded gently, Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The once pitch-black void surrounding the great hall began to illuminate with a faint glow. The sword array outside the ruins gradually dissipated as Yi Wei Yang emerged from the source of light. When the great hall was fully illuminated, the sword array vanished completely, revealing thousands of cultivators before Lin Xuan. In tandem, the sight of Lin Xuan holding Yi Wei Yang appeared before the gathered crowd, and both parties exchanged slight, incredulous glances. Then, a cacophony erupted in the heavens and earth. A rare treasure indeed. Such an exquisite furnace has been seized by a mere late-stage transformation cultivator. This is an affront to natural order. Miss, release him at once. He is a villain. Come be your brother. First, slay this boy and all those from his sect. And then we shall discuss the ownership of this exquisite furnace. In the midst of this commotion, the young lady seized the moment and approached Lin Xuan, accompanied by members of the Wooding Immortal sect. "Sister, what is this exquisite furnace they speak of?" Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. "Are you not aware of the events occurring outside?" The young lady rarely displayed a serious demeanor, gazing at the multitude of cultivators around her with a sense of impending danger, and without turning her head, she retorted. "Once we entered the ruins, the sounds from the outside world ceased." Lin Xuan responded truthfully. This woman is the sole key capable of breaking through the shackles to ascend to the earth immortal realm among the many late-stage celestial beings of the current Yuan-Yang world. What they refer to as a supreme furnace cauldron. Without looking back, the young lady earnestly elaborated. A furnace cauldron? Lin Xuan exclaimed, casting a puzzled glance at the night-waking figure in his arms, Night Weiyang. Indeed, Night Weiyang nodded slightly, after countless years. Her understanding of herself was reduced to two aspects, her name and her identity. Upon Night Weiyang's confirmation, Lin Xuan instinctively envisioned unsettling notions. When an ordinary person hears the term furnace cauldron, the first thought that arises is naturally the illicit practice of yin-yang supplementation. However, Lin Xuan felt more astonishment. And that astonishment did not stem from Night Weiyang, but from his master, who was far away thousands of miles. What on earth is master trying to achieve? First, he brought back a dark horse specifically for the Lin family to carry on the lineage. And now he is meticulously orchestrating for me to acquire a supreme furnace cauldron capable of transcending the limits of heavenly laws. Is he intending to cultivate her and then engage in yin-yang supplementation? If it were like the mundane coupling of earthly couples, Lin Xuan would not shy away. Yet the problem with yin-yang supplementation is that it can utterly drain a person. Nevertheless, if master were to truly engage in such practices, it seems that one might not come away empty-handed ahem. This is not the time for such thoughts. Returning to the present, Lin Xuan observed as the throng of cultivators slowly approached, most of them devoid of hostility, their faces instead betraying unmasked greed. Yet at times, the greed of others can prove more terrifying than the acts of murder or abduction. In those cases, one at least knows who their adversaries are and can take measures to eliminate future threats. Junior brother, you take her away and find Elder Lu. Then have Elder Lu send a message to the sect leader. I will hold them off, the young lady said, her expression complex yet resolute. Internally, she wavered. She was still a girl, had yet to experience intimacy with Elder Li, and was not even 5 feet tall. She was unwilling to succumb to death here without a glimmer of hope. Yet the circumstances were extraordinary. The only viable solution was for Lin Xuan to lead the furnace cauldron to escape the forbidden grounds. They surely had no chance of survival. However, at the very least, there was still a prospect underground. When someone from the Wooding Immortal sect breaks through the shackles and steps into the Earth Immortal realm, all present today, one and all, would be unable to escape. Lin Xuan clasped Night Weiyang with one hand, gazing earnestly at the young lady with a light smile. Senior sister, after knowing you for so long, this is the first time I've discovered you can be so dependable. Fear not, no one can slay us. Even if we must perish today, I shall thwart their plans. After all, if we are destined to die, what difference does it make if one more or one less perishes? Why not attempt to take her out and seek vengeance for us in the future? The young lady retorted in anger. Senior sister, Lin Xuan chuckled lightly, I'm merely at the late stage of the transformation realm. Do you truly believe I can break through the blockade of so many? He had no intention of fleeing, if it came to that. He would simply use the cauldron to obliterate everyone present. Moreover, within the Shumi ring, Lin Xuan had concealed an ultimate earth plate, the fruit of little Xianyan. If necessary, he could consume that fruit. Ah, indeed, the young girl exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with understanding. She leapt up and patted Lin Xuan's waist, exclaiming, Let us fight to the death. The disciples surrounding her wore expressions of solemn determination. Fortunately, the cultivators in the valley were merely closing in slowly. As no one had yet launched an attack, no one was foolish. It was evident that whoever first snatched Yu Weiyang from Lin Xuan would become the next target of everyone's ire. Senior brother, I have an idea. Though I'm uncertain of its feasibility, a black-haired maiden beside Lin Xuan proposed. Isn't it said that she can help one break through shackles and ascend to the Earth Immortal realm? Surely its efficacy would be remarkable. Why not let the junior brother give it a try? Even if it didn't lead to soaring heights, a consecutive breakthrough was assured. If they could gain an additional late-stage great ascension, it would be an immense boon for them. Lin Xuan regarded the girl who had made the suggestion, his expression darkening. What kind of nonsense was this? How does one even utilize a cauldron? Although Lin Xuan had never used one, any cultivator with a modicum of knowledge would understand that it required dual cultivation. Performing such a feat in front of so many people? He had no idea what others thought, but it was beyond him. Seeing Lin Xuan's troubled expression, a young man in the late stage of great ascension, who usually possessed little presence, stepped forward and said, Junior brother, in times like these, should we still be concerned about our dignity? Senior brother, I truly cannot. Lin Xuan replied. It seemed his reluctance stemmed from a sense of modesty. Perhaps the senior brother could take it upon himself. In order to assist our fellow disciples in escaping this predicament, I, Zhao, am willing to exert my utmost efforts. Besides, I possess a significant advantage over the junior brother. I have no shame. Before Lin Xuan could respond, Yu Weiyang abruptly raised her right arm, unleashing a torrent of celestial power from her palm that sent the self-proclaimed Zhao flying. The young man, at the initial stage of great ascension, was utterly powerless to resist. Yu Weiyang's face was as cold as ice, and her ruby lips parted as she calmly commanded, "Get lost." The single word echoed hauntingly throughout the valley. "You possess the power of an immortal?" Lin Xuan laughed heartily at the sight. "Did you see that, senior sister? This ragtag bunch thinks they can seize her. They are merely courting death." His words, accompanied by the display of power, caused the crowd's expressions to momentarily falter as they recalled what the Xiandan Daoist had previously stated, that the cauldron bore the cultivation of a human immortal. The distinction between transformation realm cultivators and nascent soul cultivators was a vast chasm, and the gulf between immortals and those in the tribulation stage was akin to an abyss. The difference could hardly be overstated. An immortal could effortlessly crush dozens, if not hundreds, of tribulation stage cultivators. Furthermore, among those gathered, not a single tribulation stage cultivator was present. Yet, the seemingly simple Yu Weiyang shook her head and replied, "Master, though I possess the cultivation of an immortal, I have yet to learn any divine arts. I have abundant celestial power, yet no means of attack." Lin Xuan's expression darkened, unable to contain himself. From the moment Yu Weiyang uttered her second sentence, he sensed something amiss. However, whether he could silence her or not made little difference. Even if he managed to prevent her from continuing, others would easily perceive it as an act of insecurity. It turned out that this rascal was merely trying to intimidate us. "Charge! Eliminate this brat first, then seize the cauldron," a voice cried out from the crowd, prompting many to finally lose their restraint and surge towards Lin Xuan. "Brothers and sisters, gather around me," Lin Xuan instructed, summoning an ancient cauldron to protect the group. At that moment, a man wielding a spear charged forward, a glint of cold light preceding him, and the spear shot forth with unparalleled swiftness. Yet, Lin Xuan remained unfazed, calmly commanding, "If a repeat of last time occurs, I shall melt you down and forge you into a night vessel." He was uncertain if the cauldron comprehended his words. But given the throng surrounding them, even if he decimated their adversaries, he could not slay the male disciples of the Wooding sect, could he? Should a repeat of that fateful night transpire, the female disciples present would undoubtedly rally against him. The ancient cauldron remained unmoved, standing resolutely before Lin Xuan and intercepting the spear-wielding man. "You worthless trash of unknown rank, begone," the man bellowed, attempting to shatter the cauldron with the tip of his spear. However, before the spirit-grade spear could make contact, the cauldron began to tremble, emanating waves of force. The man, at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension, disintegrated into a mist of blood in mere moments. The same fate befell several other practitioners at the Great Ascension stage. The waves continued to expand outward, engulfing each cultivator who dared to assault Lin Xuan. After traveling 100 meters, the tremors abruptly ceased, yet in that single tremor, nearly 100 practitioners at the Great Ascension stage met their demise. As for the specific realm of those fallen, Lin Xuan did not concern himself. Whether they were at the early, mid, or late stages of the Great Ascension mattered little. Before the cauldron, all beings were equal, transformed into sustenance for this forbidden ground. Lin Xuan turned back to glance, discovering that the robes of his senior sisters were entirely intact, and he gradually exhaled in relief. The young girl, witnessing the formidable power of the Grand Cauldron, broke into a smile and exclaimed, "Junior brother, where did you acquire such an extraordinary cauldron? It is remarkably powerful. Do lend it to me when you have the chance. I shall uproot the celestial sect that once bullied me." Observing the retreating expressions of the crowd, Lin Xuan feigned concern and spoke softly, "Senior sister, this is a one-time protective artifact bestowed upon me by our master. He instructed that it may only be used twice, and we have but one opportunity remaining. It would be prudent for us to depart swiftly." The young girl's expression shifted, and with a playful scold, she rebuked, "Are you foolish? Such a crucial matter should not be divulged." Meanwhile, within the boundless realm of the Wooding celestial sect, a certain empress, who kept a vigilant eye on the forbidden grounds, declared, "I never spoke of it." Lin Xuan's voice was neither loud nor deliberately hushed. It was simply the tone of normal conversation. Although the cultivators present were at a distance, they could still hear him. Consequently, those who had intended to flee halted in their tracks, the flames of desire rekindling in their eyes, undeterred by the demise of nearly 100 cultivators. With only one opportunity left, they reasoned, it meant that if they could withstand one more assault, they might launch an attack on the exquisite cauldron. Such an opportunity was rare indeed, for in the Yuanyang realm, Yueyang might be the sole cauldron capable of assisting others in reaching the Earth Immortal stage. Death mattered not. However, should this chance slip away, even a decade or a century later, the mere recollection would stir such ire that one might find it impossible to dine. Thus, many resorted to long-range attacks, raining down upon Lin Xuan like a tempest. Yet, whether it be blazing fireballs or blinding lightning, all were thwarted by the Grand Cauldron, failing to strike Lin Xuan. Dear friends, that Grand Cauldron has completely lost its luster. Resembling a mundane item, let us unite and eradicate this youth. The wind ceased, and the rain cleared. The crowd felt invigorated, entirely forgetting that the moment the cauldron appeared, it had exuded an aura of profound significance. At this juncture, they instinctively regarded it as having exhausted its uses and rendered ineffective. Let us prepare for a desperate struggle. The young girl inhaled deeply and pondered aloud. Junior brother, you might actually consider the suggestion from our junior sister. I possess an artifact that can obscure others' vision, rendering the interior scene invisible. We shall buy you some time. Senior sister, let it be. Even if I were to agree, by the time I accomplish my task, you would have long since perished. Lin Xuan sighed inwardly, his expression reflecting a sense of despair. This sentiment did not escape the notice of those present, whose smiles widened further. Junior brother, it is merely a matter of 3 to 5 breaths. My elder brother will surely create the necessary delay for you. A frail man beside Lin Xuan patted his chest in assurance. Elder brother, is your body not holding up well? Lin Xuan whispered, I typically endure for over an hour. This time, he genuinely lowered his voice. To prevent the sound from being drowned out by the surrounding cacophony, several female disciples nearby also heard it. Their faces instantly flushed with embarrassment. The thought alone was rather stimulating. The frail senior brother's expression darkened, and he helplessly declared, in that case, let us fight to the death. The atmosphere was thick with an acrid scent of gunpowder as both sides stood poised for battle. Yet, anyone with a modicum of sense could see that the situation was decidedly unfavorable for Lin Xuan. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan remained unfazed until a large group of individuals approached within 10 meters, the first among them wielding dual blades aimed at the great cauldron. It was then that he smacked his forehead, suddenly realizing, oh, I misremembered. Master said it can be used 3 times, and there is still 1 use left. At that moment, countless faces shifted in color. They had all witnessed the cauldron's formidable power and wished to avoid a fate where they could neither scream nor escape, perishing in the shockwaves emanating from it. However, the cauldron was not a trigger-based artifact, even as the first individual hesitated at the critical moment. The dual blades did not strike. Yet, the ancient, dark yellow cauldron began to tremble, and with each oscillation, shockwaves radiated outward. Numerous aggressive cultivators were swept away, consumed in the aftermath. After a single strike, nearly 500 cultivators of varying realms were reduced to crimson mist. Lin Xuan's demeanor remained indifferent, devoid of any sense of guilt. He bore no enmity towards these individuals, yet they had chosen to attack him over a mere cauldron. Had it not been for this artifact, it would have been his party facing extinction. If one wished to engage in treachery, they must be prepared for the possibility of sudden demise. At that moment, all those opposing Lin Xuan wore expressions of grave concern, gazing fearfully at him, or rather, at the dark yellow cauldron hovering above his head. No longer concealing his cards, Lin Xuan surveyed the crowd with a light smile, declaring, in truth, this is merely a defensive artifact. The notion of usage limits is entirely unfounded. Lin Xuan harbored a desire to eliminate each of these foes. Yet his lack of agility and the vast difference in their cultivation levels prevented him from matching their speed. Otherwise, he would have pursued them relentlessly, allowing the cauldron to oscillate above each of their heads repeatedly. His previous claims had merely served to lure the enemy closer, regrettably failing to ensnare them all at once. Once he revealed his hand, a defiant giant stepped forward, wielding a massive iron pillar, and proclaimed vehemently, I refuse to believe that such a formidable defensive artifact exists. It must be a one-time use. He was merely at the initial stage of the Great Ascension, having narrowly escaped 2 attacks by fleeing at the earliest opportunity. Now, driven by disbelief, he felt compelled to expose Lin Xuan's true nature to the world. Thus, he charged forward with the iron pillar clasped in both hands. Clang! The pillar crashed heavily against the cauldron, producing a sharp sound as the low-grade spiritual iron shattered instantly, and the giant was transformed into a blood mist. Alas! In this day and age, even the truth is met with skepticism. Lin Xuan shrugged and sighed in resignation. Silence enveloped the arena. Even the young girl behind Lin Xuan timidly reached out her right hand, standing on tiptoe to poke him in the waist, whispering, Is it really capable of infinite use? She had departed from the unfettered immortal sect for many years, spending her time honing her skills in the world and encountering numerous magical artifacts. Yet, none could rival the yellow-black cauldron held by Lin Xuan. Its destructive power was formidable. Were it a one-time use item, it would be acceptable. But if it could be wielded repeatedly, wouldn't that be excessively powerful? Surely, that could not be the case. Lin Xuan candidly replied, in this world, there are no magical artifacts that can be used indefinitely. This cauldron is indeed formidable, but if it were to be shattered, it would be rendered unusable. Can this group of people truly shatter it? The young lady inquired further. Just them? Lin Xuan scoffed openly. To break this cauldron, one would need at least the strength of Elder Lu in the late human immortal stage. Lu Zai interjected, in the future. Could you refrain from including me in your boasts? I truly cannot. To be frank, ladies and gentlemen, while I have acquired the finest treasure within the ruins, I, Lin Xuan, am not one to act selfishly without regard for others. All the items within the ruins, I have merely obtained her. Why not enter the ruins yourselves and seek your own fortunes? Lin Xuan could swear that this statement was not mere deception. He had indeed only acquired Yu Weiyang since she was the sole presence within the ruins. As for whether there were other items, Lin Xuan professed ignorance. After all, he had already turned the place upside down. If there were indeed other treasures, they would be their fortunes. Concerning this, Lin Xuan was indifferent. He had no interest in mundane items. Should there be something valuable, he would seize it without hesitation. In this world, there exists no principle that permits one to be robbed without the right to rob in return. Whether others succeeded in their endeavors mattered not to him. They could only blame their lack of diligence in cultivation and the absence of a capable master. With the ruins thoroughly plundered, there was no need to waste more time here. Although the presence of the cauldron placed Lin Xuan in an invulnerable position, the cauldron was a reckless spender, obliterating both enemies and artifacts with each strike. Lin Xuan felt a pang of sorrow at the sight, yet he was powerless to change the situation. There were too many people present, and without relying on the cauldron, he could not handle them all. Rather than linger, it would be wiser to withdraw for now, waiting for others to become isolated before seizing the opportunity to acquire more artifacts to strengthen the unfettered immortal sect. During this excursion, Lin Xuan felt that the most meaningful experience was witnessing the many sects in the Yuanyang realm that surpassed the unfettered immortal sect, which greatly aided his mindset. Junior brother, now that we are so strong, why should we distribute the treasures within to these people? The young lady asked in confusion. Shouldn't we adhere to the principle that treasures of the world belong to those capable of obtaining them? Sister, you are mistaken. With all our fellow Taoists gathered here, even waiting idly would tire them, wouldn't it? Besides, we have lost so many capable individuals. If we do not offer some form of compensation, I would feel truly remiss. Lin Xuan asserted with righteous conviction. Strangely, a flicker of guilt began to arise in the hearts of those present. What a good person! Although he had wielded the cauldron to slay nearly 1/10 of the cultivators present. However, upon reflection, one might ponder if this predicament is not of one's own making. While others have generously left treasures for all, one cannot help but feel a sense of greed, leading to an unwarranted attack. Is this truly humane? Yet, no one stepped forward. Who could say whether this was a deliberate trap set by Lin Xuan, intending to activate the great cauldron and reap a fresh harvest once everyone had drawn near? Who could withstand such a scheme? The young lady, swayed by Lin Xuan's reasoning, nodded thoughtfully. Although reluctant, there seemed to be some merit in his words. Of course, her primary concern was that the great cauldron might indeed be on the verge of collapse. Thus, seeking a graceful exit for herself and a dignified retreat for everyone seemed prudent. Brothers and sisters, let us depart. With Lin Xuan's beloved in his embrace, he soared towards the valley's edge. Observing this, the crowd instinctively stepped back, not daring to impede his passage. Their gazes were filled with envy as they beheld the enchanting Yu Weiyang in Lin Xuan's arms, yet none dared to act. Watching Lin Xuan depart with the great cauldron and Yu Weiyang, they felt a twinge of disappointment, but simultaneously, a sigh of relief escaped their lips. They then rushed towards the exit in a frenzy. Although their trust in Lin Xuan was tenuous at best, what other choice did they have at that moment? Moreover, they had to keep pace. Others were racing ahead with fervor. Junior brother, I never imagined you to be so magnanimous. After leaving the valley, the young lady remarked with a knowing tone. However, this cannot persist. Your generosity towards others will not be reciprocated. Yet, such was the way of the world. I can only surmise that the cauldron in your possession is nearing its end. Lin Xuan looked at her in astonishment. Did she possess a modicum of intellect? Though her insights seemed somewhat excessive, her thoughts were not without merit. Sister, would you believe me if I claimed that within this entire relic, there exists only Yu Weiyang and nothing else? Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. As for the cauldron, provided it remains unbroken, it should serve its purpose indefinitely. Aside from the cauldron itself, it is essentially empty. The young lady, taken aback, glanced back at the frenzied crowd in the valley, her expression shifting subtly. We must hurry. They will undoubtedly pursue us shortly. With her hands on her hips, she laughed heartily, her spirits lifted. Indeed, it was not long before the first group to enter the great hall discovered its desolation, devoid of any remnants. Without the protection of the magical array, the hall began to crumble rapidly. This, however, concealed the fact that Lin Xuan had thoroughly ransacked it. Yet, instinctively, everyone assumed that Lin Xuan had absconded with all the treasures, leaving nothing behind. Where is everything? The newcomers, puzzled by the emptiness of the hall, immediately inquired. That rogue, at the late stage of the transformation realm, plundered it all, a striking long-haired woman replied darkly. He had ample time to exploit the relic. Not only did he seize the treasures, but he likely completed his tasks as well. Beside her, a junior brother echoed her sentiment, equally grim-faced. Sister, our immediate priority is to vacate this forbidden area and inform the elders of our situation. If they manage to leave first and return to the sect with their people, no one will be able to stop them. The group quickly reached a consensus, recognizing this as the sole remedy available. Each individual, fearing to lag behind the other celestial sects, hastened towards the periphery of the forbidden zone. As for Lin Xuan, he harbored no intention of departing the forbidden land. He continued to meander through the depths of the area with the young girl and others, searching for relics, not to mention the numerous unclaimed magical artifacts that lay within. Lin Xuan's mind was again unexpectedly filled with his master's voice. Do not rush to leave. There are still things here that will be of use to you. While Lin Xuan mentally communicated with his master, his expression remained placid. A subtle smile graced his lips, revealing his delight. Indeed, his master was not entirely unreliable. It seemed there were potent treasures within the forbidden area. Nevertheless, he silently prayed that the valuable items his master referred to were not merely some sort of cauldron. By the way, junior brother, how did you manage to enter? The young girl inquired with curiosity. That sword formation was so formidable, yet you entered unscathed. Was it the protection of this cauldron? Lin Xuan's face displayed a hint of astonishment. Sword formation? What sword formation? Prior to entering the relic, he had indeed sensed the presence of a barrier. However, upon approaching, he felt nothing at all. Had the young girl not mentioned it, Lin Xuan would have completely forgotten. Your physical body is astonishingly resilient. After you entered, several mid to late stage cultivators faced annihilation at the hands of the sword formation, she remarked. Previously, when Lin Xuan had dislocated her wrist with a single punch, she had merely assumed he was exceptionally strong. But how did you manage that? She pressed on. Even with such physical prowess, I did not see the sword formation manifest at that time. Perhaps it was fate, Lin Xuan mused, glancing at the young girl in his arms, and casually remarked, maybe I am the reincarnation of that Taoist Xian Dan, and the sword formation was indeed set by me? Although he spoke lightly, Lin Xuan was acutely aware that this was most likely the handiwork of his master. He could not fathom how his master could control everything within the forbidden area from such a vast distance, but in any case, Lin Xuan could think of no other possibility besides his master's involvement. Had it not been for that series of hints, Lin Xuan might have genuinely believed he was the reincarnation of a celestial being. Senior brothers, why do you gaze at me so? Lin Xuan inquired upon sensing their unusual stares. Goodness, to achieve such accomplishments merely half a year after becoming an inner disciple, junior brother, you truly evoke my envy. One burly man remarked with admiration. Who would have thought that Elder Li, long regarded as the weakest elder of the Wooding sect, would possess such a treasure? Alas, had I known, I would have chosen to apprentice under Elder Li from the outset. From his expression and demeanor, it was evident he felt deep regret. Stop talking nonsense. Would Elder Li even want you? The young girl mercilessly doused their enthusiasm with cold water, stating, were it not for the sect's regulations, you would not see Elder Li even once in a millennium. The grand ceremony occurs only once every 100 years. This is the sole opportunity for disciples of the uncertain immortal sect to behold the true form of Li Yuqing. She continued, Elder Li would not accept just anyone. Sister, if my memory serves me well, you too were once denied entry into Elder Li's tutelage, were you not? The burly man, unperturbed, retorted immediately. The young girl shot a fierce glance at him, leaping up in anger to deliver a heavy pat on his shoulder. Lin Xuan observed this scene with a faint smile. surmising that she intended to knock his head. Enough of the bickering. Junior brother, remember to speak highly of me when you return. Just mention that you wish for a little junior sister, she said, then shifted the topic. Having wasted so much time, thankfully we have secured the main event. Now it is time to proceed with the normal exploration of the ruins. Let us do what we must and be careful not to separate. The uncertain immortal sect had undoubtedly become a target. The cultivators present in the valley had long regarded Lin Xuan as a thorn in their side. However, due to their inability to breach Lin Xuan's protective cauldron, they would resort to particularly cruel tactics against any solitary disciples of the uncertain immortal sect they encountered. Everyone nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the group produced the Forbidden Land map and began to search for the ruins. Once they confirmed their destination, they hastened eastward. After 2 hours of travel, they arrived at their objective. In fact, Lin Xuan had passed this way before, but at that time, everyone was preoccupied with thoughts of the Xiandan Daoist ruins and paid little attention to this location. At the foot of a modest hill, several formations intertwined to guard the small mountain. At the midpoint of the hill, a large hole with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters served as the entrance to the ruins. The restrictions here had yet to be dismantled, indicating that there were likely many treasures within. A few individuals were tasked with breaking the formations, as the art of formation breaking, much like alchemy and artifact forging, is a crucial branch of study within the various sections. Among the crowd, there were a few specialists in formation studies, acting as the designated tools for dismantling the formations. Lin Xuan, however, stood aside. Having never studied such matters, he saw no reason to exert unnecessary effort when capable hands were already at work. After a flurry of activity, 3 illusionary formations and 2 lethal formations, 5 in total, were dismantled. Let us proceed and take a look, the young girl exclaimed, waving her hand as she was the first to enter the ruins, or perhaps more accurately, the tomb. Judging by this, she proved to be quite reliable. Though the formations had been breached, the ruins might still harbor unknown dangers. Naturally, those leading the charge faced the greatest peril. Lin Xuan mingled among the crowd, entering alongside them. Upon entering the cave, visibility diminished drastically, yet no one paid this any mind, for it was a normal occurrence within ruins. Furthermore, due to being isolated from the world for millennia, the internal spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse. The moment the formations dissipated, the energy from the outside world would surge into the ruins. It would not be long before the interior brightened. However, in the annals of legend, there exist relics that, despite lying dormant for tens of thousands of years, are imbued with spiritual energy far surpassing that of the outside world. Such sites are typically associated with unparalleled superiors of an era, at the very least, beings of celestial stature. Upon entering the inner sanctum of the relic, Lin Xuan traversed a dimly lit, narrow passageway, which opened up to nearly 100 modest chambers, each merely a few dozen square meters in size. The young lady's gaze flitted about, and she swiftly devised a strategy. Each of them would explore 2 rooms independently, relying on fortune for what they might uncover. Lin Xuan casually selected 2 chambers and entered with Yu Weiyang. In truth, he was reluctant to have her by his side at all times. But after she recognized him as her master, she insisted on accompanying him, proving impossible to dislodge. After a lengthy discussion, she finally agreed not to nestle against him. To his surprise, Lin Xuan discovered that a delicate inner armor, as gossamer as a cicada's wing, awaited him upon entry. Regrettably, it was designed for women, rendering it useless for him, though it would make an excellent gift for his master. Without a second thought, he stowed it away in his shumi ring. After all, the more magical artifacts one possesses, the better, regardless of their immediate utility. Thus, he found himself somewhat satisfied. Nevertheless, his only lament was that apart from the inner armor, there was nothing else of note in either room. Some medicinal herbs had transformed into powder, but what use was that? Wow, there's such a treasure here. Just as Lin Xuan stepped out of the room, an exclamation echoed from nearby. This cry immediately captured the attention of most within the relic, drawing them closer. Even Lin Xuan, driven by curiosity, approached the source of the commotion. Despite possessing 2 formidable weapons, he typically found little interest in ordinary magical artifacts. However, he was keen to see what others had discovered. Human nature prevails, and everyone is alike in this regard. Wow, brother, your luck is astonishing. You must take me to explore the Celestial Academy once we exit. Suddenly, the spiritual grade low-tier artifact in his hand felt significantly less appealing. Before Lin Xuan even arrived, the sounds of flattery had already begun. After much effort, he squeezed into the crowd, and upon seeing the contents of the room, he couldn't help but display a look of disdain. Is this what you deem a treasure? How can this possibly be considered valuable? The room in question was considerably larger than the others, and the object of everyone's fascination was a small pool in the center, brimming with spiritual liquid. Although this liquid was rife with impurities and its spiritual essence hardly pure, it was unequivocally superior to spirit stones in terms of absorption efficacy. The disciple who discovered the spiritual liquid, named Chu, a rather slender individual of ordinary appearance, laughed heartily, proclaiming, "This amount of spiritual liquid is worth at least several million spirit stones." It was a true overnight fortune, evoking envy from many cultivators present in the Mahayana stage. Only Lin Xuan wore a grim expression, struggling to comprehend the fuss over merely a few hundred pounds of spiritual liquid. How could those in the mid-Mahayana stage act as though they had never encountered such things? Disappointed, he shook his head and turned away from the room. "Brother, with these spiritual liquids, I believe you will undoubtedly be able to break through the heavenly tribulation and attain immortality within the next decade." A disciple, who usually maintained a cordial relationship with him, eagerly flattered, fearing to fall behind. "This place is abundant in spiritual liquids. Surely, I cannot exhaust them alone. We are all fellow disciples, so I shall reserve enough to confront the heavenly tribulation, and we can share the rest." Chu surveyed his surroundings, smiling as he spoke. "How can that be? These were discovered by you, brother. They rightfully belong to you and have no connection to us," came the humble response. "That would be quite embarrassing." Another disciple interjected. After a round of polite refusals, many sighed in unison, declaring, "Your generosity is hard to decline, so I will reluctantly accept." Among the 50 or so attendees, each received 2 pounds of spiritual liquid, equivalent to 20,000 high-grade spirit stones, a significant amount indeed. Naturally, the disciple who discovered the liquid alone retained over 100 pounds. "Ah, Lin, you too shall have your share." Noticing Lin Xuan attempting to depart, Chu summoned his spiritual energy to lift approximately 2 pounds of the liquid to Lin Xuan's side. "Do not feel despondent, just as you obtained that exquisite furnace. Acquiring this spiritual liquid is also a stroke of fortune for me. Moreover, everyone deserves a portion. This is yours." He continued to persuade, his tone almost boastful, as if to imply, "You have your fortune, I have mine too." Brothers' kind intentions are appreciated, yet these spiritual liquids hold little value for me, Lin Xuan replied calmly, cupping his hands, though his expression betrayed a hint of peculiarity. "Fortune is fortune. Why invoke the name of Yi Weiyang? Are you perhaps hoping to leverage these 2 pounds of liquid to share with her?" he thought, bemused. Spiritual liquids are indeed treasures, and anyone with a semblance of common sense would recognize their worth. Lin Xuan acknowledged their merit, yet the issue lay in his disinterest in this antiquated liquid. Infused with impurities after millennia of stagnation, what purpose would it serve? He was unwilling to incur a debt of gratitude for something he did not require. As the saying goes, one who accepts a favor becomes indebted to the giver. Should he accept the liquid, he might find himself entangled in unwanted obligations. What if the giver were a troublemaker? "Brother, how can you say that? Is there anyone in this world who does not require spiritual liquids?" Chu's expression shifted, his tone stern. "If you refuse to take it, it implies you look down upon me as your elder brother." Lin Xuan's expression darkened, contemplating the absurdity of Chu employing the age-old tactics of persuasion often used at banquets in the 21st century. Clearly, something was amiss. "Very well then." Lin Xuan acquiesced with a reluctant nod, reasoning that as fellow disciples, there was no need to sour their relationship. Impurities were simply a part of the deal. He could always use them later to liven up the master-disciple dynamic, which could prove beneficial. "Do you truly believe I operate a charity? Take it if you wish. If not, then leave it." He suddenly retorted, reclaiming the spiritual liquid. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Lin Xuan with a teasing glint in his eye. As an ardent admirer of Li Yuqing, upon returning to the sect, he discovered that Xiu Haifeng had taken on disciples, which ignited a fervent desire to undermine Lin Xuan. However, upon hearing the master and several esteemed elders express their unwavering support for Lin Xuan, he reluctantly refrained from his ill intentions. During his time at the Forbidden Grounds, witnessing Lin Xuan's close rapport with the sect's foremost figure, Lu Zai, further fueled his jealousy. Ultimately, what truly incited his decision to oppose Lin Xuan was the question of how Lin Xuan deserved to possess an alchemical furnace capable of aiding in the transcendence to the earth immortal realm. Had it not been for his wariness of Lin Xuan's formidable furnace, he would have already acted against him in secret. Lin Xuan's expression stiffened, his outstretched right hand momentarily faltering as he realized the nefarious intentions behind the man's actions. He acknowledged that he had been overly benevolent, believing it was his duty to watch over his fellow disciples. Yet, where there are people, there are disputes. Even blood relatives often quarrel over trivial matters. Thus, while they shared the same master, it was perfectly normal for them to have conflicts. Resolutely, Lin Xuan unleashed a powerful punch into Chu He's chest. His voice cold as ice, "Fool." The force of his blow was tremendous, caving in Chu He's chest and sending him hurtling backward for several dozen meters until he crashed against the wall, finally coming to a halt. How dare he attempt to humiliate me over such meager spiritual liquid, he thought, as he refrained from using his full strength. Otherwise, his punch would have undoubtedly pierced through Chu He's chest, rendering him beyond salvation. Even an immortal would be powerless to intervene, especially with the restrictions imposed in the Forbidden Grounds. All right, you've got some bite, Chu He thought, now that the Fade had been shattered. Spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood, his face contorted with malice, yet his voice was laced with weakness. Lin Xuan paid him no heed. Instead, addressing the astonished onlookers, "I wonder if any of you have ventured into the mundane world. In that realm, there exists a breed of dog that, despite being well-fed and cared for by its master, displays no loyalty, forever seeking an opportunity to bite the hand that feeds it. But a dog is merely a dog. Even mortals have ways to discipline such treachery, by striking it until it learns to fear showing its teeth in the presence of its master. Who are you calling a dog?" Chu He, also hailing from the mundane world, recalled the saying that dogs are man's best friends, yet understood it could just as easily serve as an insult. It seemed this dog was sharper than he appeared, recognizing the insult. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly, unperturbed by such a worthless opponent. Why label Chu He as worthless? For someone at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension, he could not even withstand a single punch from a late-stage soul transformation cultivator. Was he truly seeking to implicate others in murder, only to be hunted down by the undetermined immortal sect? What a clever ruse, he mused. Just then, a young lady approached from a distance, wielding a mid-grade spiritual sword and a high-grade binding rope with confidence. She was accompanied by a dozen others, similarly busy searching for treasures in their respective chambers. However, without exception, what was obtained paled in comparison to the little girl. Chu He noticed others gathering around and, suppressing his inner turmoil, clasped his hands, saying, "I merely wished to spar with junior brother Lin," but unexpectedly, he struck first, and in a moment of carelessness, "I was sent flying." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. "Someone has acquired a bit of spiritual liquid and has become rather inflated. I merely took the opportunity to offer a lesson." "You." Chu He glared furiously, though his words were somewhat harsh, even suggesting that Lin Xuan had ambushed him. It at least provided a way for both sides to step back. Who would have thought that Lin Xuan would show him no courtesy whatsoever? "Master, while I am not adept at killing, I could easily handle him," Yi Weiyong said coldly, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. "Enough. It is not worth it to drag Master into this quarrel over such a worthless individual." Lin Xuan remained calm and collected. If it were a dark and stormy night, he would have acted without hesitation, but with so many fellow disciples present, he was not afraid. He trusted that Master would not be intimidated either. Yet, the other elders of the sect might seize this opportunity to undermine Master, which was something he did not wish to see. Of course, the main reason was that having received so much from Master, he felt it inappropriate to cause trouble and require her to clean up after him. Naturally, the term clean up here does not refer to the verb. All right, let us all calm down," the little girl interjected, holding a magical artifact and acting as a mediator. "We are all young. Who has he felt a bit of temper? What has happened is in the past. We can simply avoid each other in the future." Indeed, her choice of words during this persuasion carried substance. "Very well, since senior sister has said so. I shall naturally give you face, junior brother," Chu He replied coldly. "Otherwise, this matter will remain unresolved." Lin Xuan could not help but laugh. "Do you think you can withstand my great cauldron or endure another punch from me?" "Enough, do not bully junior brother Chu. He has only been cultivating for 500 years at the mid-stage of Great Ascension. How could he possibly be your match?" The little girl feigned anger and said, "As human beings, we should strive to be more forgiving." Chu He's face darkened further, but he dared not speak up. He turned and walked toward the small pond, silently absorbing the spiritual liquid. He no longer pretended, dismissing all thoughts, only focused on becoming stronger. If he conserved the spiritual liquid, it could last him 3 to 5 years. He believed that after this time, with the support of several 100 pounds of spiritual liquid, he would surely break through to the late stage of tribulation crossing. By then, it would be his moment to rise and crush Lin Xuan. Fortunately, Lin Xuan did not possess the ability to read minds. Otherwise, he would surely endure another round of mockery. Let us do this. Any new relics discovered in the future will have their treasures distributed equally, the little girl suggested after understanding the situation. She did not assign blame but rather adjusted their strategy moving forward. Previously, it was stated that whatever one found belonged to them. The disparity in fortune within a single relic was unexpected. Among these disciples, even those with the worst luck possessed at least one artifact of spiritual rank or above. Yet, as for appearances, sometimes they could not be clearly defined. 5 individuals left without acquiring anything at all. Once again, a person with extraordinary fortune like Chu He has emerged. If this continues, internal conflicts may ultimately destroy the team. The crowd nodded in agreement with this sentiment. After departing from the ruins, Lin Xuan suddenly realized that his Taoist robe was still wrapped around by Yu Weiyang, and he promptly inquired, "Could any sister spare me a set of clothing? My previous robe was torn to shreds during an encounter with a beast upon entering the forbidden area." Despite some earlier discomfort, Lin Xuan had always maintained good relations, particularly with the female disciples. Immediately, a sister who bore a resemblance to Yu Weiyang handed Lin Xuan a feminine Taoist robe. "I'll keep watch for you. Please change inside," Lin Xuan urged as he passed the garment to Yu Weiyang. "Master, I cannot," Yu Weiyang replied calmly, exhibiting neither shyness nor embarrassment. "If I cannot, then I cannot. Which sister can assist me?" Lin Xuan was not surprised. Someone who had slept for thousands of years and remembered only her name might indeed not know how to dress. When he first traversed this realm, he too found such long robes rather unfamiliar. "No, my body can only be seen by my master," Yu Weiyang stated with solemnity. "If anyone else lays eyes upon it, I shall take their life. Junior brother, I dare not. Please do not put me in such a position." One sister, who had initially intended to assist, retreated several steps. "Sister, please, give me time. I will enlighten her. I cannot help. I cannot wear it. Farewell," she concluded, helplessly. Lin Xuan had no choice but to return with Yu Weiyang into the cave. At the entrance, a group of young female disciples blocked the way, denying others any opportunity to enter. After a considerable time, the two finally emerged from the cave, with Yu Weiyang dutifully supporting Lin Xuan, who still bore traces of perspiration on his brow. Draped in the feminine Taoist robe, Yu Weiyang exuded an added grace, overshadowing the brilliance of the many women present. It was as if when Li Yuqing appeared, any so-called beauty within the undetermined immortal sect would fade into obscurity. In the month that followed, the group traversed the forbidden area, searching for relics and rare treasures, yielding satisfactory results, with each person acquiring an average of 3 spiritual tier artifacts. However, simultaneously, at the entrance of the forbidden area, several individuals hastily flew out, alarming many of the elders on the treasure ship who were in meditation. For the first time in many years, more than 100 individuals fled the forbidden area simultaneously. Could some formidable creature have emerged within? Upon closer observation, it was evident that, apart from the undetermined immortal sect, nearly every sect had disciples emerging. "Old Lu, what is happening?" the elder asked, his expression grave, gazing intently at the forbidding entrance. "I do not know," Lu Zai replied with a slight shake of his head. "In just over 2 months." His condition seemed to have changed significantly, his eyes now devoid of luster. Were it not for his sporadic breathing, one might suspect he was a mere corpse. "Elder, a precious treasure has emerged." On the treasure ship of the Golden Feather Immortal Sect, a disciple, barely steady on his feet, exclaimed. "That is the relic left by the Xiandan Daoist, containing an exquisite furnace that can aid one in breaking through their shackles and stepping into the realm of Earth Immortals." This scene unfolded simultaneously on nearly every treasure ship. Numerous elders trembled with excitement, their gazes towards the forbidden area burning with fervor. "Is it true?" Indeed, the remnants of the Xiandan Daoists spoke these words. And the disciple witnessed the furnace with his own eyes. "It is undeniably superb. Where is it? Has it already been claimed by us?" Hundreds of late-stage human immortal experts anxiously inquired, eager to rush into the forbidden area and ensure their disciple's safe departure. The furnace had been seized by a disciple from the undetermined immortal sect, who single-handedly slaughtered thousands from various sections. Zai, whose expression remained calm, yet who had been using his divine powers to eavesdrop on the conversation, furrowed his brow. He understood that, at this moment, the undetermined immortal sect had become the target of everyone's ire. "Elder L, what shall we do now?" The two supreme elders appeared as restless as crickets in a hot pan, clearly anxious as they too had been eavesdropping on the discussions among the disciples of various sections. In the Yuanong realm, numerous immortal sects coexisted in peace, each restraining and balancing the others. It had been a long time since a massacre had occurred. One reason was that every sect possessed hidden trump cards. The other was that no sect dared to mobilize their entire force against a rival sect, as it would essentially provide an opportunity for other opposing sects to besiege their stronghold. I have employed a secret method to relay this matter to the sect leader. I trust he will make a decision, Elzai declared, opening his eyes and rising to gaze at the hundreds of hovering treasure ships. His expression was grave, yet tinged with a hint of madness. The Yuanyang realm is vast. Even someone of Elzai's caliber, a late-stage human immortal, would take months to traverse from the southernmost to the northernmost point at full speed, and there would naturally be means of communication left behind while away. Soon. Elzai smiled lightly, evidently having received a response from Duan Qing. Since the sect leader has resolved to come, we shall await Lin Xuan's return here. Meanwhile, at the undetermined immortal sect on the Tongtian Peak, the young white-clad sect leader gathered all elders of human immortal rank and above, totaling 432 immortals. Within the Tongtian Peak, including Duan Qing, there were 7 late-stage human immortal powerhouses, over 100 mid-stage human immortals, and a greater number of early-stage human immortals. From this day forth, we shall activate the sect's grand formation, sealing all pathways in and out of the sect. We shall all proceed to the forbidden area. After all the immortals had assembled, Duan Qing stated plainly and directly, this time, I believe we must wager the fortune of the undetermined immortal sect's hundreds of thousands of disciples. He then conveyed the information he had gleaned from Elzai to those present. Instantly, the elders who had previously appeared confused and doubtful now displayed understanding. An opportunity to break through shackles and ascend to the realm of earth immortals was indeed sufficient to compel all the sects of the Yuanyang realm to stake their fortunes on the path of immortality. Duan Qing wore a look of satisfaction but, upon surveying the over 400 elders in the hall, felt that something was amiss. Ah, elderly has yet to arrive. He exclaimed, all elders, proceed to the forbidden area. I shall fetch someone. Understood, sect leader. A multitude of celestial elders nodded in agreement, soaring into the sky as radiant streaks of light, hastening toward the location of the forbidden ground. Subsequently, Duan Qing ventured alone to Qiu Haifeng, while Liu Qing had already learned of this news and awaited atop the peak. Elderly, given that Lin Xuan has encountered a tremendous fortune, why do you not accompany him to the forbidden ground as his mentor? Duan Qing remarked, glancing at the breathtaking woman at the summit, feeling a wave of astonishment. Although he had long acknowledged Liu Qing as the unparalleled beauty of the undetermined immortal sect, he remained captivated by her true visage each time they met. The sect leader had previously stated that all celestial elders would ascend to Tongtian Peak, yet he, having merely reached the late stage of the tribulation, deemed it unnecessary to join the fray. Liu Qing gracefully returned the greeting, simultaneously showcasing her own cultivation at the late stage of the tribulation. The title of the weakest elder in the undetermined immortal sect was indeed well-deserved, regardless of one's strength or status. Since she had chosen to live in seclusion and assume the role of a sect elder, she could no longer regard herself as an immortal emperor. Thus, Liu Qing awaited news, resolute that no harm would befall Lin Xuan, whose talents were extraordinary. Duan Qing turned away, not insisting, evident in his speed, which surpassed that of the other elders. After departing from the undetermined immortal sect, numerous prohibitions materialized throughout the sect, safeguarding its vast territory, while the sect steward, under orders, transported all the spirit stones to the formation's heart at Tongtian Peak. At this moment, it was a battle of desperation. Liu Qing's expression remained indifferent as she slowly retreated into her small world, only to encounter Wuong, who was diligently sweeping. I now understand why you choose to hide away here, he laughed heartily. These folks are truly amusing. For the sake of a furnace to break through to Earth Immortal, they create such a commotion. In my clan, those with slightly purer bloodlines are born at the Earth Immortal realm, while I was already at the celestial immortal level upon birth. Liu Qing's gaze was cold as she cast a glance at Wuong, softly retorting, and what of it? I was merely a frail mortal at my birth, yet now, with a single strike, your so-called Holy Crow clan shall be reduced to dust and become history. Wuong covered his mouth, struggling to suppress his tears. What pride can I possess? I am but a pitiful soul sweeping floors, even losing money in the process. Do you not worry about your little apprentice? Wuong abruptly changed the subject. Even at your peak, could you shatter my Xin Huang Ding? Liu Qing dismissed the notion, stating, moreover, with the blood and flesh of the celestial king true dragon, his physical strength has already reached the level of a celestial immortal. This time, Wuong could no longer contain himself and wept openly. How could a mere celestial king shatter a foundational treasure like the Xin Huang Ding? Lin Xuan is merely a child at the late stage of the transformation god. It's absurd that you would bestow upon him a protective artifact of such caliber, and even go so far as to slay a celestial king true dragon for the sake of tempering his physique. This is utterly ridiculous. Within the Forbidden Ground, Lin Xuan and the others remained oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. As time passes, the unexplored relics of the unclaimed have dwindled, leaving only those guarded by ethereal sentinels. The difficulty of acquiring magical artifacts has significantly increased compared to the past. However, the quality of these treasures has markedly improved. The effort expended and the rewards reaped remain proportionate. It has been over half a year since I entered this forbidden land, and in my possession are now 7 spirit-tier artifacts. One morning, the familiar voice of my master resonated once more in my mind. In the bamboo grove ahead lies what I previously mentioned. Master, what exactly is this thing you speak of? Could you provide a hint? I inquired inwardly, my expression impassive. There was no response. Master, are you there? Still, silence prevailed. Master, are you there? Just a little acknowledgement, please. After several unanswered pleas, I surmised that my master could not constantly attend to my inquiries and thus grew bolder. Go away. A voice, tinged with irritation, yet laced with a hint of shyness, echoed in my heart. The single word sent me staggering, almost losing my footing. What is the meaning of this, master? Why do you only heed the negative and ignore the good? I apologized profusely, yet received no further reply. Resigned. I decided not to dwell on my remorse. After all, I had spoken my mind. What more could be done? It wasn't as if I had strayed off course and could simply turn back. At worst, I would apologize again upon my return. I then turned my gaze towards the bamboo grove several kilometers ahead. Lin Xuan retrieved the map and observed a large red dot indicating the presence of extreme danger within the bamboo forest. However, he remained unperturbed, pondering whether anything of value could exist in a place devoid of peril. Just as he intended to convey his thoughts to the young lady beside him, she remarked while studying the map, "The bamboo forest ahead is exceedingly treacherous. We should endeavor to circumvent it." In unison, the disciples nodded in agreement. This map of forbidden lands had been meticulously compiled through the blood and lives of countless predecessors who participated in the 100 Doors Conference. Thus, its reliability was unquestionable. Although areas not marked with red dots on the map were not necessarily safe, those designated with red were undoubtedly perilous. Senior sister, I feel an inexplicable pull towards that bamboo forest. I wish to explore its depths, Lin Xuan declared as the group was preparing to detour. Whether or not to include the young lady and others was inconsequential, since their master had indicated that the treasures within were of utmost importance to him. He could hardly relinquish them to others. Yet, who could say there were no additional treasures hidden within the forest? Very well, let us venture in together. The young lady decided, slowly rolling up the map and tucking it into her sleeve, reasoning that a larger group might provide greater safety. Lin Xuan felt a flicker of appreciation. Despite her persistent flaw of indulging in alcohol, her intentions were commendable. It was no wonder that such a petite figure commanded the respect of many core disciples. The other disciples turned to Lin Xuan, most of them echoing the young lady's suggestion. The notion of unity within the sect was merely a fade. It was simply a matter of seeking protection, knowing the risks yet choosing to enter, and bringing others along who could ascertain if he harbored ulterior motives. I certainly shall not partake, remarked the sullen Chuhi, his discontent evident. Chu refrained from speaking so, the young lady retorted, her displeasure palpable. Since the previous incident, Lin Xuan had shown no signs of resentment. Yet Chui continued to oppose him with veiled sarcasm. With a tranquil demeanor, Lin Xuan smiled and assured, "Esteemed seniors, I am grateful for your trust. Once we enter the bamboo forest, rest assured that I will ensure your safety, regardless of what may transpire." Ultimately, all the disciples followed Lin Xuan into the bamboo forest, leaving Chui to fume alone outside. His expression darkened as he watched their departing figures, muttering, "Lin Xuan, you shall pay for this. Once I refine those spiritual liquids and transcend, you will see." Though he did not pursue them, departing from the main group was akin to courting death. Perhaps it was due to having exhausted his luck in acquiring a substantial amount of spiritual liquid, but within moments of Lin Xuan entering the bamboo forest, Chui found himself surrounded by dozens of late-stage cultivators from various celestial sections. The leading bald man seethed. "After following for so long, we finally have a solitary target. If we cannot eliminate Lin Xuan, we shall make an example of the disciple from the undetermined sect." With that, he brandished a nearly 2-meter-long blade, ready for confrontation. The assailant offered no respite to Chuhi, striking swiftly at his head. Chuhi, momentarily bewildered, managed to react just in time, rolling away clumsily to evade the blade. However, not everyone possesses the prowess of Lin Xuan. The disparity in their cultivation rendered Chuhi utterly defenseless. Furthermore, behind the burly man loomed more than 10 late-stage grade ascension cultivators, who, in almost no time, reduced Chuhi to a mist of blood, subsequently dividing his possessions. Stretching for miles, the verdant bamboo grove stood in stark contrast to other areas within the Forbidden Zone, resembling an isolated paradise. The bamboo thrived with life, and a crystal-clear stream flowed through the woods, brimming with spiritual energy. Yet, such beauty caused Lin Xuan's brow to furrow. In the heart of the Forbidden Land, the more idyllic the surroundings, the greater the peril, for they tend to attract formidable and savage beasts. After all, other regions were either swamps or deserts, fraught with inhospitable conditions, nowhere near comparable to this sanctuary. Though these beasts may not possess great intellect, they are instinctively aware of comfort and will gravitate towards more favorable habitats. As the group traversed the forest, the only sounds were the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind and the crunch of footsteps. After a thorough search, Lin Xuan stumbled upon a downward-sloping cave. At the entrance, numerous weapons, stripped of their spiritual essence and reduced to scrap, lay scattered. One female disciple exclaimed, "These damaged weapons were once spirit-grade treasures." Another disciple echoed her sentiment, and soon the group was filled with excitement. Yet, Lin Xuan remained composed, after all he had endured. His trust in his master extended beyond mere wealth. Moreover, spirit-grade treasures held little allure for him. "Let us venture inside," Lin Xuan declared, summoning a dark yellow cauldron to shield his head as he entered the cave first. The cave was modest in size and depth, with a narrow passageway extending downwards for no more than 10 meters before it abruptly ended. This passage led to an underground cavern, which appeared to span approximately 500 square meters. Lin Xuan channeled his spiritual power into his palm, transforming it into a sphere of flame, which he casually flung against the surrounding walls. The flames dispersed in midair, morphing into nearly 100 flickering lights, illuminating the dim cavern as bright as day. Piles of treasures materialized before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. The many were merely abandoned artifacts devoid of spiritual essence. A young girl beamed with joy, her crescent-shaped smile and wide eyes reflecting her excitement, mirrored by the expressions of the other disciples. Only Lin Xuan wore a look of complexity. What were these spirit-grade mid-tier artifacts worth enough for his esteemed master to reach out to him from afar? To the left of the cave entrance lay a long spear. This might prove useful, Lin Xuan thought to himself, grumbling internally. Just then, his master's gentle voice resonated once more. "Did you not claim to lack offensive treasures? This is a genuine upper-tier heavenly-grade artifact." Lin Xuan inhaled sharply and promptly made his way to the location indicated by his master, while the rest of the group hastened towards the innermost depths of the cave, where a collection of spirit-tier artifacts was stored. This underscores the significance of having an insightful mentor. The known tiers of artifacts in the Yuanyang realm are the mortal tier, spirit tier, immortal tier, and celestial tier. The immortal tier artifacts are the treasured relics of various immortal sects, typically numbering only 1 or 2 for each sect. In contrast, celestial tier artifacts are said to exist solely in the legends of ancient times, dating back approximately 100,000 years. There was once an extraordinary genius who wielded a low-grade celestial tier sword and, with the cultivation of an early Earth immortal, famously defeated a late Earth immortal demon in a single battle, achieving renown. He then ascended to realms beyond. No one remembers his appearance. Yet the fearsome reputation of that celestial tier artifact endures. This is indeed the only recorded celestial tier artifact in the Yuanyang realm, and it is merely of low grade. Lin Xuan diverged from the crowd and hastened towards the heap of discarded items. Before long, he discovered within the debris mere refuse. Had it not been for the solitary spear among the rubbish, Lin Xuan would have had to search diligently to identify the legendary celestial-grade artifact. He bent down to retrieve the spear, scrutinizing it closely. It bore little distinction from the surrounding detritus. The spear measured 2 meters in length, its surface as dark as ink, and at first glance, one might assume it was covered in rust. Even when held, it appeared no different from its resting place, utterly unremarkable and devoid of any allure. During Lin Xuan's examination of the spear, the others had already completed their frenzy of seizing a multitude of artifacts. Although the spoils were to be divided equally in the end, there remained a hierarchy among the artifacts, each varying in quality. Those who grasped the treasures first effectively secured a voice in the distribution, affording them a certain advantage. Esteemed sisters, given that the treasures are now in our possession, we should make haste to depart, Lin Xuan urged the group, glancing back at them. With such an abundance of treasures, it is certain that perilous beasts lurk nearby. His words jolted the group into action, and they swiftly retreated from the subterranean chamber. After all, within the confines of the Forbidden Zone, there were no restrictions on the beings that resided there. Any creature, provided it possessed sufficient talent, could attain formidable levels of cultivation. Should they encounter a ferocious demon or celestial being, they would find themselves woefully unprepared. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, as the group exited the bamboo forest, they encountered no sign of the chamber's previous occupant. They returned to their original location, where many bore expressions of anger upon witnessing the pitiful state of Chuhi, who had not joined them. His body lay grotesquely disfigured on the ground, blood and flesh largely absent, leaving only his head to identify him. Yet at that moment, the assailant had long since vanished. After a brief period of mourning, during which a few vowed to exact revenge, the group began to distribute the artifacts. The loss of their companion weighed heavily on their hearts, yet vengeance must be sought, and life must carry on. Moreover, the casualty rate at the 100 Doors Conference had always been alarmingly high. They had arrived fully aware of this reality, and thus, none were overly mournful. "Let us present the artifacts we have just acquired," the young lady, acting as the senior sister, declared confidently. Having spent considerable time in the Forbidden Realm and becoming well-versed in this process, the others were forthcoming, aware that the confined space had rendered their acquisitions visible to all. It would be unwise to conceal anything. Lin Xuan, too, did not hesitate to reveal the celestial-grade spear, no, the celestial-grade long spear, that he had just obtained. "Excellent. You two come forward. Since you did not receive anything last time, according to our customs, you may choose freely this time," the young lady affirmed, nodding in agreement. She gazed at the scattered artifacts, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. She summoned a male and a female disciple to select first. "Then I shall not be modest. I will take this superior spiritual-grade artifact," one of them announced. "Sister, I will take this one as well," the other chimed in. In no time, the two had chosen two powerful superior spiritual-grade artifacts from the pile, eliciting envy from the other onlookers. Nevertheless, since these rules had been established previously, no one uttered a word of dissent. The process of distributing the magical artifacts proceeded relatively smoothly. When it was Lin Xuan's turn, he naturally chose the long, dark spear resting on the ground. By the time he made his selection, dozens of individuals ahead of him had already chosen their desired treasures, none of whom had even glanced at the spear. As he picked it up, a few individuals could not help but chuckle. "Junior brother, did you just pick that up off the ground?" one young lady remarked, unable to discern the spear's true caliber. "With good intentions," she added. "You might as well keep that for yourself. Don't take up space meant for genuine artifacts." Hearing her words, Lin Xuan chuckled lightly and casually stored the spear away, saying, "I simply thought it looked appealing, so I took it. There is no need to concern yourself with me. Distribute as you see fit." He certainly would not disclose to the others that this item was, in fact, a legendary celestial-grade artifact of superior quality. The others had no objections. They were more concerned that, when their turn came to select artifacts, only the most undesirable items would remain. Once the treasures on the ground had found their respective owners, everyone received 2 artifacts, and Lin Xuan nonchalantly acquired a mid-tier spiritual artifact. However, one more artifact remained, and the young lady suggested. Since junior brother Lin Xuan has already taken the dark spear, which hardly qualifies as a treasure, why not give him these boots? Before Lin Xuan could decline, a man with a mole on his face muttered, "Didn't he just receive one? Perhaps that item is actually a celestial-grade artifact." Although they had spent some time together and benefited from Lin Xuan's protection, he was not surprised by this. Even amidst a gathering of men, jealousy could rear its head, let alone with the presence of several beautiful female disciples. While many senior sisters admired and appreciated Lin Xuan, it merely fueled resentment towards him. "I'm indifferent," Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly, though he regarded the speaking man with mild astonishment. This fellow had a sharp mind. Yet, regrettably, his imagination was constrained by his poverty. He merely speculated it might be a celestial-grade artifact. If he intended to provoke others, he should at least have claimed it was a mid-tier celestial artifact. Several female disciples wished to defend Lin Xuan, but since he himself did not voice any concerns, they felt it inappropriate to show bias in his favor. The man with the mole smirked, as if reveling in a triumph, and continued, "I believe these boots should be given to Sister Feng Shui." This man had harbored affections for Feng Shui for many years, yet she had consistently rebuffed him, making her disinterest abundantly clear from the outset. Nonetheless, he persisted in his pursuit, leaving Feng Shui with little recourse. Very well, but Sister Feng Shui, you must allow others to choose before you next time. The young lady nodded in agreement. Yes, thank you, senior sister, Feng Shui acknowledged with a nod of gratitude. Upon seeing Feng Shui accept the boots, the man with the mole grinned and said, Sister Feng Shui, now that you've accepted my gift, do you intend to? Before he could finish his thought, his expression morphed as if he had bitten into something foul, his face contorting in distress. Feng Shui did not pay him any mind, her face radiating a hint of spring and shyness as she gazed at Lin Xuan. Junior brother, the long spear you casually picked up should not be considered a true treasure. Moreover, given your relatively low cultivation level, wearing this would greatly enhance your speed. If I were to take it, I would feel guilty. Consider it a small token of my appreciation for you. Lin Xuan remained silent. He was no naive child unaware of the complexities of romantic feelings. Besides, Feng Shui's words were undeniably direct. It was her sincere sentiment. A bitter expression crossed his handsome face. The only downside to being attractive was the tendency to unintentionally captivate young women. Perhaps a mere inadvertent smile had led a lovely girl to yearn for him. To alleviate her feelings of guilt, Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before conceding. Sister, you need not feel this way. This treasure would indeed be of great assistance to you. He smiled, adding, there is no need for guilt. The elder brother was correct. This spear is indeed a remarkable artifact. Feng Shui gazed at the spear in Lin Xuan's hand, which appeared as dark as ink and devoid of any spiritual energy, resembling a mere firewood stick. She paused momentarily. Junior brother, this is also a token of my goodwill, so please do not force yourself. The young girl darted over to Lin Xuan's side, gesturing for him to crouch down, and whispered in his ear, Feng Shui has yet to find a partner after all these years, and she is quite attractive. Why not give her a chance? Lin Xuan regarded the well-meaning young girl with a sense of unease, suspecting that her intentions were not entirely innocent. It seemed she was eager to introduce every female disciple of the Wooding Immortal sect to him, perhaps in hopes of securing elderly for herself. The ugly man observed this scene, his features contorting further in jealousy. He suppressed his inner rage and remarked sarcastically, Junior brother, while it appears you've found a good place, let me impart a bit of wisdom, having lived for several centuries longer than you. A young person should not shun a treasure for the sake of pride. He added, I was merely jesting before. Do not take it to heart. This is clearly an abandoned artifact. You cannot seriously claim it is made of some superior metal, can you? Not at all, Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. For this is indeed an artifact of celestial rank. As he spoke, Lin Xuan channeled his internal spiritual energy, which surged into the spear. Suddenly, the dark spear erupted with a brilliance akin to a dazzling galaxy. A chilling light shimmered at its sharp tip, and the spear transformed, appearing ancient, profound, and formidable. Everyone present stood agape, their hearts racing at the sight of the radiant light. Such phenomena only occurred with celestial artifacts. Could it be that this black firewood stick was truly a celestial treasure? In truth, I initially found this spear visually appealing and in harmony with my essence. Lin Xuan revealed a profound smile. Thanks to this elder brother's reminder, I decided to test it with my spiritual energy. I never anticipated it to be so extraordinary. I am grateful to you. Lin Xuan gazed at the mole-faced man and chuckled. Since you have already disowned this, why did you not choose it? I recall that you selected your treasure before me. Could it be that you deliberately left this for your junior? I am profoundly grateful. Trying to outwit me? Do you not know I was a master of yin and yang in my past life? The young lady looked at the spear in Lin Xuan's hands, tears involuntarily streaming from her eyes. The others were similarly affected. However, the mole-faced man fared worse. The surge of blood rushed to his head, and he could not contain himself, crimson blood spewing from his mouth. He was not regretting his decision, merely incensed by Lin Xuan's words, though filled with envy. None dared to question Lin Xuan, setting aside the issue of whether he could defeat him. It remained uncertain whether Lin Xuan had prior knowledge of the spear's rank or had discerned it due to the mole-faced man's hint. According to the established rules, any treasures acquired within a relic must be presented for collective distribution. Lin Xuan had found the spear and revealed it. He had merely chosen it in the order it was his turn to do so. In this regard, regardless of whether it was a celestial-grade treasure or even a legendary heavenly-grade artifact, it rightfully belonged to him, and none could contest that. I must return and take a look. The young lady snapped back to reality, discarding the two mid-tier spiritual artifacts she held and flying towards the bamboo grove. The others quickly followed suit. Lin Xuan stood still, watching their retreating figures with a slight smile. Within less than a jaw stick's time, the young lady was the first to return, her face a mask of disappointment. Moments ago, a group had retraced their steps first using spiritual energy to test all the discarded items, only to discover they were all worthless. They even dug 3 feet deep into the pit, finding nothing but more junk. This scene nearly caused the sinister demon immortal lurking in the shadows to lose control and devour everyone. But the memory of a voice that sent shivers down its spine held it back. Alas, there is nothing here. The young lady looked at Lin Xuan, perplexed. What is happening? Why do all the good fortune seem to fall into your lap? Is being handsome synonymous with being favored by fate? What is wrong with the heavens? Is it also enamored with you? Elderly disregarded a millennium's worth of restrictions to acquire an exquisite furnace for your sake. And yet you can casually pick up a piece of scrap metal that turns out to be a celestial-grade treasure? How can anyone live under such circumstances? The young lady unleashed a torrent of complaints, which Lin Xuan merely brushed off with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. In life, who does not have their share of good fortune? However, I believe that the moment my master accepted me as a disciple during the grand ceremony, I likely exhausted my lifetime of luck. Indeed, this is a heartfelt truth. Whether it is the Knight Eternal or the top-tier heavenly-grade treasures, they're all due to my master's merit. I could not even dream of them without his guidance. You still hold resentment towards me? The young girl, hands on her hips, exclaimed in anger. You must tell Elderly that you want a little junior sister when you return, or I will. She abruptly halted mid-sentence, suddenly realizing the presence of others nearby. All right, I will do my best, Lin Xuan said, attempting to soothe her with a sense of helplessness. He could not fathom what was going on with her. Despite her diminutive stature and lack of certain feminine attributes, why was she so infatuated with girls? Junior brother, I gave you that magical artifact earlier because I noticed you only possessed one, Feng Shui explained, blushing as she approached Lin Xuan. You mustn't overthink it. Understood. Lin Xuan replied with a nod. Feng Shui was of average appearance, yet, compared to the young girl, she possessed 2 remarkably prominent virtues. However, she was not to his taste, and he would not indulge himself in her offerings. Feng Shui, with her innocent thoughts, believed that no one would discern her feelings and sighed in relief, saying, Since you've obtained a celestial-level artifact, I shall not gift you that item. Very well. Lin Xuan nodded calmly and indifferently. Hey, what's wrong with you? The young girl inquired, standing beside Lin Xuan as she observed Feng Shui departing. You can't possibly be oblivious to Sister Feng's interest in you, can you? Huh, does she have feelings for me? Lin Xuan feigned ignorance, visibly surprised. The young girl placed her hand on her forehead, speaking earnestly. In this day and age, how can there still be someone as dense as you? You can't even see that? Upon seeing Lin Xuan nod, she sighed. As your elder sister, and given your age, it seems I must discuss matters of the heart with you. Matters of the heart? Lin Xuan's expression abruptly turned peculiar. Yes, the young girl nodded seriously. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. It's just a girl who is interested in you, she began, but then, slightly taken aback, she pondered aloud. Wait, am I supposed to be the one imparting wisdom and experience as your elder sister? Of course, Lin Xuan inclined his head slightly. As a time traveler who had received a high-end 9-year compulsory education in his past life, he felt confident enough that even a girl who had dwelled in the Heavenly Academy for a century would regard him as an experienced individual. You have no idea how much I know, the young girl retorted, hands on her hips, her demeanor fierce, feeling insulted. Then let me ask you, elder sister. Do you know how children are conceived? Lin Xuan inquired calmly. Isn't that simple? A senior sister with children once told me. The young girl replied, brimming with confidence. Taking it lightly. Then, I wish to know this. It's merely about a man and woman entering the bridal chamber, sitting cross-legged and gazing into each other's eyes. Their fingers intertwined as they circulate their spiritual energy, merging their powers. Before she could finish, Lin Xuan's light laughter interrupted her. He could hardly contain himself. This world was utterly fascinating. Despite having cultivated for hundreds of years, the young girl was surprisingly naive. In a previous life, such a rationale would scarcely deceive even a 10-year-old child. What do you mean by that? The young girl, filled with indignation, glared at Lin Xuan, ready to erupt. Yet, upon observing the many disciples around her, who struggled to stifle their laughter but ultimately failed, she turned her head away in an attempt to conceal her amusement, leaving her momentarily stunned. A palpable sense of malice enveloped her, casting doubt upon the world around her. Lin Xuan, donning a knowing smile, leaned down and whispered, Let me enlighten you. The girl initially listened in silence, her face adorned with pride, determined to see what reasoning he could possibly offer. Gradually, however, astonishment crept onto her features. Could it truly be so? How could it be? Eventually, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lin Xuan, sensing her reaction, chose to halt his explanation. With a sigh, he reflected on the necessity of addressing educational matters concerning children in this world. All he had mentioned was the act of locking the door before disrobing. Yet it had left her in such a state. He had not even broached the critical steps. Why stop? Continue, the girl urged. Her face still tinged with crimson as she gazed up at Lin Xuan. She then murmured, "Is it necessary to remove clothing when sitting cross-legged and gazing at each other?" Lin Xuan shook his head, refraining from pursuing the topic further. Although the girl was centuries old, she remained blissfully ignorant, stirring within him a sense of guilt. He could not bring himself to divulge such matters to her. Moreover, with so many senior sisters present, a few of whom had already taken partners, it was unlikely they engaged in such practices nightly, sitting cross-legged and gazing into each other's eyes while clasping hands. One perceptive female disciple approached and gently led the girl away, whispering something to her. From a distance, Lin Xuan could faintly catch her exclaiming, "It's so small there." How could that be possible? Lin Xuan couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. This senior sister certainly had a way with words. Perhaps allowing the girl to discover these things on her own would prove beneficial. Nevertheless, it wasn't entirely inappropriate. Given the girl's age, if she were an ordinary human, she would have crossed the Niha Bridge several times, thus not entirely corrupting a child. After a considerable time, the girl finally regained her composure and returned to Lin Xuan's line of sight, seemingly unaffected apart from acquiring some peculiar knowledge. "Sister, given the progress of the grand competition thus far, I suggest we cease our search for relics." As the young girl contemplated which relic to pursue next, Lin Xuan immediately proposed, setting aside the condition of the known relics. The time spent traversing back and forth is excessive. We would be better off seizing what is readily available. With a total of 10,000 cultivators entering the Forbidden Grounds, if we manage to capture just 20 or 30%, our gains would far surpass those from exploring the relics ourselves. The sect master once remarked that, in every grand competition, the most casualties did not arise from exploring relics, but rather from the ensuing skirmishes among disciples from different sections. However, this time, we have become targets ourselves. Others flee at the mere sight of you, and pursuing them would be exceedingly challenging. The girl frowned slightly. That is of no concern. Since I've proposed this idea, I have my means to ensure they cannot escape. Lin Xuan's face radiated confidence as he smiled and said, after acquiring this treasure, "I have comprehended a divine technique capable of annihilating souls from 1,000 miles away." The young girl wore a perplexed expression, wondering how it was possible in this world. Wasn't it said that no person is perfect? How could someone like Lin Xuan, blessed with such extraordinary luck and unparalleled talent, exist? It was rumored that possessing a celestial-grade artifact granted one unique divine abilities, mysterious and formidable, but such powers typically require decades, even close to a century, to fully grasp. Who could possibly comprehend such abilities in less than half an hour? Logically, with such incredible fortune, one would expect him to be a fool. Well, the journey had indeed been exhausting. Without hesitation, the young girl agreed. "Good." Lin Xuan nodded slightly, then spoke in a chilling tone, "Let us deal with those scoundrels." The Xian Huang Ding was a close-range area attack artifact, while this spear was a weapon for long-range, singular assault. Of course, the Xian Huang Ding was fundamentally a defensive artifact, but Lin Xuan's current adversaries were simply too weak. His situation resembled that of a high-level expert donning a counterattack armor in a novice village. When struck, the inherent rebound damage could easily slay the attacker. In such circumstances, Lin Xuan felt quite helpless. After all, they lacked any enhancements. With a piercing gaze, Lin Xuan looked toward a spot 10 miles behind him, his eyes gleaming with cold light as he infused spiritual energy into the spear. The ebony spear burst forth with a kaleidoscope of colors, instantly splitting into 3, then transforming into 6, 12, and finally 24 before ceasing its division. These illusory forms were indistinguishable from the original. With a mere thought, hundreds of spears morphed into streaks of light, racing toward the location Lin Xuan had fixed in his sights. The radiant colors flickered and vanished, and several late-stage Great Ascension cultivators sensed an impending crisis just as the streaks of light closed within 10 meters of them. The black spear targeted the center of their brows and struck with astonishing speed. No blood spattered. All movements froze in the previous instant, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Unbeknownst to Lin Xuan, this spear was named the Soul-Piercing Spear, specializing in targeting the soul and spirit, rendering all physical defenses irrelevant. This scene left onlookers in a state of shock. 17 late-stage Great Ascension cultivators had been instantaneously vanquished by Lin Xuan's one divine move? Junior brother, you are immensely powerful. The young girl's face was a mask of astonishment. This was utterly absurd. Lin Xuan surveyed the gathered crowd, humbly smiling as he remarked, "In truth, this has little to do with my strength. It is primarily the artifact's own might. Don't you agree, senior brother? If everyone follows my example and commits acts of kindness, I believe they too will soon encounter such opportunities." With that, Lin Xuan paid no heed to the astonished man who had fainted from the shock and took flight toward a location several kilometers away. There, in a thicket, lay 17 individuals, rigidly sprawled on the ground, their bodies devoid of any wounds, yet their souls shattered, leaving them with no hope of resurrection, perhaps even no chance of reincarnation. Lin Xuan exhibited not a trace of compassion. Enemies must be eradicated without exception, regardless of age or gender, if they are foes. Lin Xuan would show no mercy whenever an opportunity arose. If no opportunity existed, he would create one to eliminate future threats. Were it not for the protection of the Xinhuang Ding, Lin Xuan sensed that these people would have acted long ago. Naturally, without the Xinhuang Ding, he might not even have managed to escape the valley. He possessed a total of 17 Shumi rings, containing fewer than 80 spiritual tier artifacts, averaging around 4 per individual. It was somewhat meager, yet still somewhat presentable. However, Lin Xuan felt deep regret for having slaughtered nearly 1,000 cultivators in the past. Had he waited to acquire superior heavenly tier artifacts, he would certainly have amassed a few thousand artifacts by now. Reflecting on this disparity filled him with remorse. Fortunately, as the competition progressed, most cultivators remained alive, and due to the exploration of relics, his collection of artifacts had increased. There was still time to seize more. Upon returning with numerous treasures, Lin Xuan's spiritual sense probed the Shumi rings, revealing many artifacts he could not utilize, such as defensive treasures. However, this was of little consequence, as they could be gifted to more pleasing fellow disciples. Your skills are commendable. With just a single maneuver, you have slain everyone. Even tribulation stage cultivators would find it challenging to execute such a feat, yet, with so many artifacts acquired, you may find it difficult to put them all to use. Lin Xuan remarked, his expression shifting as he perceived an unusual glimmer in his eyes. Initially, he intended to respond humbly, praising his senior. But he realized the latter had a sense of entitlement. The division of relics was predicated on everyone's contributions. If a disciple were to enter the relics alone, any treasures found would belong solely to them. The principle of seizing from others was no different. Expecting rewards without effort was inconsiderate. Had Lin Xuan been allowed to enter the forbidden area alone, the subsequent division of artifacts would have been even more advantageous. Lin Xuan considered himself neither stingy nor overly attached to wealth, perhaps due to the abundance of Qiu Haifeng's spiritual liquid. Regardless, the essence of human interaction lay in being true to oneself. In simpler terms, if he wished to give, he would. He would firmly oppose those who merely sought to take. Senior brother, you are aware, Lin Xuan smiled, that Qiu Haifeng, being the weakest branch of the Wooding Immortal sect, is currently seeking to expand. It is a challenge for our master, and as a disciple, I must share in the burdens. What do you mean by that, junior brother? Lin Xuan's smile faded, and he replied coldly, this is mine. I intend to keep it. Junior brother, we share the same origin, being brothers of the same sect. If you are unwilling to share, must you resort to such measures? Moral coercion? Lin Xuan gazed in astonishment at the fair-skinned man opposing him. Recognizing the deftness of his moral manipulation, he must have employed such tactics frequently before. But who was he? Such petty tricks would not intimidate him. The method of response was simple. As long as he held no moral obligation, he would not fear moral coercion. Lin Xuan maintained a calm demeanor as he lamented, to procure these mere 80 artifacts has nearly depleted my entire spiritual energy. It would have sufficed if you had merely accompanied me for protection, and I would not have hesitated to share 10 or even 8 artifacts with you. Yet, you have contributed nothing and still covet the treasures. Such fortune is scarcely found in this world. I must inquire, brother, had it not been for the great cauldron shielding me, would you have turned against me for these artifacts? Upon hearing this, the young lady responded instantly, indeed. What are mere artifacts worth? Are we not alive without them? If one desires treasures, cannot they simply seize them themselves? Her tone revealed a hint of jealousy. After all, who wouldn't feel envious of 80 artifacts? Here, sister. This artifact has been specially selected for you by your brother. It perfectly suits your temperament. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction as he produced a fist-sized object from one of his storage rings. This small, red and white rattle, though merely of low spiritual grade, was indeed in harmony with the young lady's essence. She promptly snatched the rattle, yet feigned modesty, saying, how can I accept this? The fair-skinned young man, observing this exchange, twisted his expression in irritation. Despite harboring resentment, he could only force a smile and say, "Brother, you worry too much. We are one entity. Our bond is akin to that of siblings. How could I harbor ill intentions towards you?" Lin Xuan dismissed his words entirely, paying him no heed as he presented several more artifacts to disciples whom he found tolerable over the past 6 months. The number of agreeable female companions had certainly increased. For men, after all, were often more forgiving on that front. Provided they were not sharp-tongued or mean-spirited, Lin Xuan rarely concerned himself with appearances. He never judged friendships by looks, regardless of gender. Few could rival his own. He also had a few male peers he regarded favorably, such as Zhao Enian, who had once declared his intent to marry upon returning home. There were also those who, though they rarely revealed their prowess, were astute enough to recognize Lin Xuan's potential after the Valley incident. The adage "you do not strike a smiling face" encapsulated their relationship. Although they could not forge deep ties, their interactions remained amicable. In total, he distributed 11 artifacts, bringing his collection to a neat total of 80. The risk of seizing ready-made treasures appeared significantly diminished, and Lin Xuan hoped for a bountiful harvest for all within the remaining half-year. The young lady, enchanted by her rattle, played with it joyfully, producing a rhythmic sound. Time flew by as he took on the role of a hunter. Each day spent either robbing other cultivators or traversing paths in search of them. Lin Xuan consistently amassed 10 or more artifacts daily, truly remarkable. With merely half a month remaining until the grand competition, formidable figures from powerful celestial sects had arrived beyond the forbidden grounds. Thousands of celestial beings sat cross-legged in the air, eyes closed in meditation, yet their spiritual senses remained ever vigilant, attentively monitoring the location of the undetermined celestial sect's treasure ship. The treasure ship of the unfettered Immortal Gate finds itself surrounded, leaving no room for escape. Lu's eye's condition deteriorates with each passing moment. Despite the thousands of celestial beings vigilantly encircling him, he remains steadfast, only opening his eyes once a month, or even longer. To the untrained eye, he appears indifferent to the tumult outside, yet he conserves his last vestiges of strength for a desperate fight. The headmaster, Duan Qing, furrows his brow, which has not relaxed since his arrival. The situation here is far graver than he had anticipated. When he first came, numerous nearby immortal sects had also mobilized. Were it not for Lu's dignified presence, which commands respect, his purpose might have shifted from offering assistance to merely collecting the dead. As the Grand Assembly nears its conclusion, not a single disciple from their sect has made an appearance. Are they perhaps facing misfortune? An elderly elder, his hair a shade of white and his body stooped, gazes sorrowfully at the forbidden zone, where disciples have been emerging for the past month, and lets out a silent sigh. Due to the limitations of his innate talent, even in his twilight years, he has never felt the constraints of the laws, as he is only at the mid-stage of human immortality. He has witnessed great storms and tempests, but he has never encountered a scene like this. Duan Qing solemnly remarks, "I can only hope that Lin Xuan foresees the dangers here and leaves that cauldron within the forbidden zone. If we can bring him back, it will be considered a success. Of course, it would be best to find an opportunity to utilize that cauldron to break through to a higher level." Another half-month passes. Within the forbidden zone, Lin Xuan gathers the 13 magical artifacts he has just acquired and gazes into the boundless horizon, calculating the time. The year is nearly at its end. With an expression of calmness, he calls to the young girl beside him, "When we go out, our first priority is to find old Lu. Of course, if you trust me, you may stay by my side as well." "What's wrong?" The young girl grins, placing 2 magical artifacts into her storage ring, perplexed. "There are many waiting for us outside." Lin Xuan gently pats her head and chuckles. Sometimes he finds himself envying her. Ignorance has its advantages, at least it spares one from sorrow. The girl remains confused, but before she can articulate her thoughts, everyone senses the surroundings gradually fading away. The forbidden zone will not vanish. It opens once every 500 years, and this phenomenon signifies that they can no longer remain within. The Grand Assembly is coming to a close. The forbidden zone disappears into thin air, and the barrier between the two realms is dissolved. Lin Xuan and his companions find themselves in the same location as a year ago, at the edge of the void. My goodness! The young girl stares at the thousands of powerful celestial beings in awe, momentarily frozen and at a loss. Even her innocence cannot lead her to believe this is a welcoming ceremony. Alongside them, approximately 3,000 to 4,000 disciples are also teleported out. Yet Lin Xuan and his companion Yi Weiyang have evidently become the focal point of the countless celestial beings' gazes. The instant he appears, innumerable immortals open their eyes, directing their essence towards Lin Xuan, sealing off all possibilities of his escape. Numerous celestial beings, at the pinnacle of their power, gazed upon Yi Weiyang with fervent desire, their eyes ablaze with a near-maniacal intensity. The members of the undetermined immortal sect boarded the treasure ship, and the elder declared, "I shall see who dares to lay a hand upon us." After nearly half a year of remaining stationary, Elder Lu soared into the sky, shedding all traces of his former lethargy, replaced by an imposing aura that made all present tremble in awe. Wielding the Qianyuan sword, he surveyed the surroundings with a gaze that commanded respect, his formidable presence suppressing tens of thousands of celestial beings who dared not challenge him. Having entered the advanced stage of human immortality 7 millennia ago, he would undoubtedly be among the strongest if not for the constraints of the laws governing this realm. Alas, despite his formidable prowess, he too could not transcend the shackles of heaven and earth. Others may depart, but the two of you must remain. An elder with white hair rose, meeting Elder Lu's gaze without flinching. "Old man, others may fear you, but we do not." Several other celestial beings of the same advanced stage rose in solidarity, locking eyes with Elder Lu from a distance. "Do you think you alone can suppress the hundreds of immortal sects and their myriad disciples? Considering your potential to break through to the Earth Immortal stage in our era, if you surrender the furnace and the perpetrator, we may spare your life today. Do not waste words with this old fool. The undetermined immortal sect shall perish here. Ha ha. All of you are worthless." Elder Lu laughed heartily. A group that cannot cultivate outstanding disciples, yet unashamedly strikes when others acquire treasures, truly a paragon of shamelessness. "Lin Xuan, come forth. Tell them, can such individuals truly be our adversaries?" Elder Lu called out, but received no response. His gaze shifted to Lin Xuan, who was seated in midair. A majestic golden cauldron rotating above him, he had entered a state of deep meditation. After a year of arduous effort, Lin Xuan had reached the pinnacle of spiritual energy within him. In truth, he had been on the verge of a breakthrough 3 months into entering the forbidden ground. However, adhering to the principle of gradual accumulation, he refrained from haste. Yet, upon exiting the forbidden ground, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into him like a tidal wave, prompting him to break through on the spot. Elder Lu, smiling, stood protectively before Lin Xuan, never allowing his gaze to linger on Yi Weiyang for more than a fleeting moment. Aware of his imminent demise, he harbored no desire to prolong his existence. The Earth Immortal stage, a realm so coveted. Yet, over these 7 millennia, as he drew closer to that level, he felt the laws of power grow ever more formidable. He understood clearly that upon entering the Earth Immortal realm, the first force to tear him apart would be the very laws binding the beings of heaven and earth. Thus, whether the furnace could be returned to the undetermined immortal sect held little significance for him. His priority was to protect Lin Xuan. "I will hold this old man back. You all seize the furnace," commanded a master of the advanced human immortal stage, his figure darting like lightning to appear before Elder Lu in an instant, wielding a celestial-grade treasure. While celestial-grade treasures were exceedingly rare, each sect possessed at least one in their coffers. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Taking advantage of the moment, Duan Qing seized the opportunity to transport all 50 disciples surrounding Lin Xuan onto the treasure ship. However, when he attempted to abduct Lin Xuan, an inexplicable force repelled him thousands of meters away. At that moment, nearly 100 immortals bypassed Old Lu and approached Lin Xuan, their eyes gleaming with avarice. As immortals, they could easily discern Lin Xuan's cultivation level, which was merely at the late stage of the transformation realm. Even if he were attempting a breakthrough in the heat of battle, what difference would it make? This was not a contest between 2 late-stage transformation realm cultivators, where one might achieve a miraculous reversal in a desperate moment. They were not blind. They could see the ancient yellow cauldron hovering above Lin Xuan's head. Yet, this cauldron appeared devoid of any aura, at best a spiritual-grade treasure. How could one rely on such a trinket for protection? Was this not a source of embarrassment? A particularly adept immortal, agile as a nimble monkey, had already advanced to stand before Lin Xuan. In his hand, a superior-grade spiritual artifact shimmered under the enhancement of his celestial power, and he struck with lethal intent, fierce, venomous, and precise. Clang! The ancient yellow cauldron above Lin Xuan resonated ominously, emitting a deep, archaic sound. Simultaneously, ripples surged throughout the heavens and earth, creating a cacophony. The immortal at the forefront maintained a calm demeanor as he hurled a sharp dagger toward the ancient yellow cauldron, completely disregarding the undulating ripples before him. Yet, As his body was engulfed by the waves, he lost consciousness, his ethereal form crumbling to the ground like a shattered clay statue. At the early stage of the human immortal realm, he was no match. The wave-like ripples continued to expand, engulfing all the immortals caught within their grasp. As the ripples surged past Old Lu, he inexplicably felt his own strength solidifying. A brilliant light ignited in Old Lu's eyes as he summoned all his celestial energy, unleashing his most potent divine ability. The Qian Yuan sword in his hand expanded tremendously, descending from the heavens as a colossal blade hundreds of meters long, severing the arm of a fellow late-stage human immortal before him. He did not linger to deliver a finishing blow, but instead aimed to charge toward Lin Xuan's position. Yet, what awaited him was not an invitation or praise, but a throng of late-stage human immortal cultivators rushing to confront him. Simultaneously, over 400 elders from the Wooding Immortal sect were restrained by equally formidable opponents and could not provide assistance. At this moment, all powerful beings in the realm became adversaries of the Wooding Immortal sect, with tens of thousands of immortals present. Even a single powerful warrior facing two foes was a considerable feat, yet the opposition boasted 5, even 10 opponents. Fortunately, Lin Xuan managed to draw most of the firepower towards himself. Otherwise, the treasure ship, swaying amidst the spiritual energy fluctuations, would have been torn to shreds long ago. The young disciples on the treasure ship trembled in fear, too terrified to utter a sound. With lifespans of several thousand years, they could hardly comprehend why a mere cauldron would attract so many powerful immortals. Before the ancient cauldron could tremble a second time, Lin Xuan opened his eyes, instinctively sensing his cultivation level, and discovered that he had ascended 2 tiers, now possessing the strength of a mid-stage integration realm cultivator. Master, the presence of these individuals is utterly revolting. As the night lingered, Lin Xuan rose, his brow lightly furrowed, his delicate visage suffused with disdain. Rest assured, even in death, I shall not allow you to be taken by another. Lin Xuan's expression remained serene, devoid of any sorrow, even exhibiting a hint of delight. During his moment of closed-eye breakthrough, he could perceive all that transpired in the world outside. He gazed at the enormous cauldron above, nodding in satisfaction, astonished that it could even vanquish immortals. How formidable it truly was! What manner of treasure had his master bestowed upon him? In the realm of Yuanyang, there existed tens of thousands of immortals, yet, from this perspective, they seemed rather insignificant. However, one must consider that even a small dynasty like the Nanyang dynasty, which could thrive solely on the strength of a few divine transformations, boasted a population exceeding 100 million. The jurisdiction of the Wooding Immortal sect encompassed numerous such diminutive dynasties, akin to the countless stars adorning the heavens. While not every dynasty housed billions of subjects, it would be entirely plausible to assert that the Wooding Immortal sect's domain could easily accommodate trillions of souls. Contemplate the rarity, how many among the masses would yield a single immortal? Yet, even these immortals, who had endured tribulations and emerged overwhelmingly powerful, could not breach the cauldron's defenses. They could not even withstand the ripple stirred by its tremors. Lin Xuan harbored a suspicion. Could this be the life-protecting treasure of his master's formidable father, which he had bequeathed unto him? Unwei, are you willing to carve a bloody path alongside me? Lin Xuan inquired, embracing the lovely figure at his side with a gentle smile. Before she could respond, a pitch-black spear materialized in his grasp. The spiritual energy of the mid-integration stage erupted forth, though it paled in comparison to the celestial power permeating the atmosphere. Nevertheless, it rendered the spear, dark as ink, to radiate an even more resplendent brilliance than before. Concurrently, 96 ethereal spears materialized around Lin Xuan, darting through the cosmos, striking their targets with relentless precision. Yet, immortals are immortals, not feeble beings of the late-stage Mahayana. Their divine perception far surpassed mere spiritual awareness, and their primordial spirits evolved into divine souls post-tribulation. The strength of a divine soul equated to that of an ordinary Mahayana cultivator's physical form, rendering them exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Some fallen immortals could persist for millennia after their divine souls separated from their bodies, capable of executing the extraordinary feat of soul possession. Thus, even after being pierced by the soul-piercing spear, the immortal did not perish instantly but suffered severe damage to his divine soul, leaving him in a state of stupor. This one is peculiar, with unfathomable combat prowess, and wields 2 supreme treasures, preliminarily identified as legendary celestial artifacts. A middle-aged immortal sensed the urgency of the situation and, invoking his strongest life-preserving technique, managed to fend off the soul-piercing spear. He hastily shouted, "Everyone, combine your divine powers and slay him." In an instant, A myriad of formidable divine techniques, capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas, enveloped Lin Xuan. Purple divine thunder, black flames. A plethora of divine arts and immortal techniques were unleashed upon the cauldron. Yet, not a single mark was left upon its surface. Such is the nature of immortals. Lin Xuan laughed with unrestrained arrogance, and the cauldron responded in kind, trembling once more, unleashing a series of invisible shockwaves. Wherever the shockwave passes, there lies the immortal, meeting their demise. With a cultivation level at the mid-stage of fusion, Lin Xuan bravely confronts tens of thousands of immortals, effortlessly overwhelming them. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive today, Lin Xuan would still possess the audacity of arrogance. After 2 rounds of impact, over 1,000 immortals have perished. Fear permeates the crowd. Wary gazes abound as they hastily retreat, unwilling to face his brilliance. In an instant, the fierce battle that seemed capable of shattering the very heavens and earth has bizarrely come to a halt. Only on Elder Lu's side does the struggle continue unabated. Following 2 rounds of enhancement, although his cultivation has not ascended, Elder Lu feels as if he has returned to a time thousands of years past. The imposing aura that had perpetually bound him has vanished entirely. Unfettered, Elder Lu engages dozens of peak-stage human immortals in combat, though he does not exhibit overwhelming advantages. He stands resolute and undefeated. The duo of the Elder and the youth instills profound pressure upon the thousands of immortals present. Elder Lu grows increasingly valiant, for he understands that after this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, there will no longer be an immortal like Lu Zia in the Yuanyang realm. He is acutely aware of his own physical condition. Truth be told, he should have perished 6 months prior, had he not relinquished all actions to forcefully extend his life. Coupled with the waning pressure of the laws, he would not have survived to this day. Lin Xuan, wielding a spear and crowned by a grand cauldron, pushes through the fray to stand beside Elder Lu. A late-stage human immortal, armed with a low-grade defensive treasure, the purple gold gourd, beams with delight upon Lin Xuan's approach and immediately lunges toward him. Elder Lu, witnessing this, is filled with rage and bellows fiercely. His profound immortal energy surges forth, warping the surrounding space and shaking the very heavens. The pinnacle of this world's combat prowess is again laid bare. However, the immortal he faces is no novice. Upon seeing this, he unleashes an even more ferocious assault. Elder Lu furrows his brow, while he could easily defend against the onslaught. The safety of Lin Xuan takes precedence over his own frail frame. Thus, he forsakes defense altogether, thrusting his sword at the immortal wielding the purple gold gourd. Fool! The immortal, pierced through the right arm by the Qin Yuan sword, recoils in pain, cursing angrily as he retreats. Elder Lu's condition, however, is drastically worse than his opponent's. To assist Lin Xuan, he has completely abandoned defense, resulting in his robe disintegrating into dust and his body riddled with cracks. It seems I cannot escort you back. Lu Zia's aged visage reveals a bittersweet smile, his gaze toward Lin Xuan filled with hope. Elder Lu, you actually find it not difficult to leave this place. Lin Xuan's expression is complex, a myriad of unspoken emotions swirling within. While he feels a profound sense of gratitude and helplessness, he is not overly moved. For with the protection of the Xianhuang cauldron, he believes that even against all the late-stage human immortals present, he would remain unharmed. Thus, Lin Xuan's heart is largely filled with appreciation and resignation. Once a formidable force that loomed over the world, the prodigy now finds himself in such a predicament. Yet, it matters not. Had it not been for my unwavering obsession, I should have perished 6 months ago. Elder Lu chuckled helplessly, although I was prepared for this moment. I did not anticipate its arrival would be so swift. It was not that he had resigned himself to death, but rather that he understood his fate was sealed after today, wishing only to accomplish something of significance before his demise. Elder Lu, if you were to ascend to the realm of the Earth Immortal, would you be able to fend off those individuals? Lin Xuan inquired. If heaven has a spirit, why would I find myself trapped in the late human immortal stage? Elder Lu replied with a sense of resignation. The furnace can only be employed once. It is better you keep it for yourself. I am of advanced age, and even if I could break through, it would be of no use. Elder Lu's rationale stemmed from his desire to bestow this invaluable opportunity upon Lin Xuan, as he perceived a reflection of his younger self in him, with even greater talent. Should Lin Xuan succeed in ascending and leaving this realm, he would have ample opportunities in the future. He did not wish for Lin Xuan to suffer the same fate as him, languishing in the late human immortal stage for a mere 10,000 years. Moreover, to have the will but lack the strength, I naturally possess other means. Would you like to give it a try, Elder Lu? Lin Xuan smiled slightly. Using the furnace would be a transgression against heaven. Even if one were to break through to the earth immortal stage, they would still be of no value. I would never allow you to tarnish your legacy in such a way. Allow me to bear this sin. Upon hearing these words, the many immortals present displayed expressions of disdain. You speak so eloquently. Can preserving your legacy compare to living for several tens of thousands of years? If you truly possess another method to break through to the earth immortal stage, speak it. We may consider letting you go, sneered an elder resembling Elder Lu, his features marked by age. But if you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall take your life right here. Such pointless chatter, Lin Xuan retorted dismissively. If you could kill me, why bother negotiating? If you have the ability, come forth and shatter this furnace. The elder's expression darkened, momentarily leaving him at a loss for words. Please, wait a moment, Lin Xuan urged as he guided Elder Lu within the protective confines of the Xian Huangding, fervently calling out to his master. Hello, master? Are you there? Would the fruit born of Shaoxianyin be of use to Elder Lu? Silence ensued. Master, give me a sign. Still no response. Are you there? Come out and give me a kiss. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuan prepared to unleash a powerful move. If Xiao Xuanyin's assertions held true, breaking through should pose no issue. However, he feared that if Elder Lu consumed the golden fruit, he might detonate on the spot, leading to an embarrassing outcome. Anticipating a coy response from his master, Lin Xuan was taken aback by the continued silence. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take a bold gamble. Master, are you there? Please give me a child. At this utterance, the world suddenly dimmed. The once resplendent sun now appeared shrouded in shadows, and a looming pressure descended from the distant heavens. The force of the laws trembled, sending chills down the spines of all present, leaving them bewildered. Could it be that Master is angry? Only Lin Xuan remained unaffected by this overwhelming pressure. Yet he felt his legs weaken. What terrifying power is this? No, that cannot be right. How could my master possess such strength? It must be that the heavens are playing tricks. It has to be. Simultaneously, he received a response from his master. If you dare to speak recklessly again, I shall cleanse my doors. As an experienced individual, Lin Xuan sensed that his master did not express anger in her tone. Rather, it was imbued with a certain youthful shyness. It was akin to childhood friends frolicking together, where, in a moment of deep sentiment, the girl suddenly declares, if you dare to come closer, I shall slay you. In truth, even a small step forward could provoke her. Lin Xuan pondered the meaning behind his master's words. And then enlightenment struck him. Just now, did my master not answer my question? He called out several times in his heart, yet received no reply. He decided to cease his musings and directly retrieve the golden fruit from his bracelet. He thought to himself that his master would not simply allow Elder Lu to perish, especially since the uncertain immortal sect was still her refuge. Should Elder Lu fall, combined with the loss of hundreds of immortals in this battle, the uncertain immortal sect would undoubtedly become the weakest among the myriad sects of the Yuanyang realm. This, surely, would not bode well for his master. The moment the golden fruit appeared, all the immortals present shifted their attention towards it, captivated by the power it contained, ancient, profound, and formidable. Elder Lu, why not give this a try? Lin Xuan offered the golden fruit to Elder Lu, showing no sign of reluctance. Setting aside everything else, the colossal fruit tree within the small world bore countless fruits. If one were lost, many more could be harvested in the future. Elder Lu hesitated for a moment, then grasped the fruit and brought it to his mouth. As soon as the golden fruit entered, it transformed into a radiant golden light, penetrating deep within him. Concurrently, Elder Lu's aura surged, and his realm swiftly elevated from the late human immortal stage to the early earth immortal stage. At that moment, the previously trembling heavens and earth began to quake once more, unleashing a chilling force of laws, intent on obliterating Elder Lu. However, his cultivation continued to ascend without pause. Mid-earth immortal. The essence of the laws thickened, and aside from Lin Xuan, the expressions of countless immortals turned ashen, nearly suffocated by the overwhelming force of the heavens and earth. Elder Lu let out a wild laugh as his realm surged again, breaking through to the late earth immortal stage. The force of the laws momentarily stagnated, then dissipated in an instant. Pardon the interruption, I take my leave. Lin Xuan gazed in astonishment at old Lu, then turned to glance at Yi Weiyang beside him. The small fruit of Xiaoxuanren seemed to have rendered Yi Weiyang ineffective. What purpose could it serve? After Lu Ziyao's breakthrough, his appearance remained unchanged, yet his demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. His gaze was deep and piercing. The cracks in his celestial body had healed completely, and with every movement, He appeared to merge seamlessly with the heavens and the earth, exuding an air of natural grace. Old Lu quietly remarked, "It seems that even the heavenly Tao is a bully, preying on the weak. Useless." Following his breakthrough and a remarkable ascent of 3 levels, Lu Xiao had seemingly rediscovered the exuberance and confidence of his youth. After cursing the heavenly Tao, Lu Xiao turned to Lin Xuan and clasped his hands, stating, "I express my gratitude without words. From now on, should anyone dare to harm you in the slightest, I shall annihilate their entire lineage." Amidst his imposing presence, gratitude shone through. Though he found the situation perplexing, he acknowledged that having ascended to the Earth Immortal realm and achieved 3 consecutive breakthroughs, he could still hold optimism for the future, even at the venerable age of 10,000 years. However, Lin Xuan interjected with a light laugh. "You risked your life for me. As a junior, it is my duty to assist you. Yet, without that celestial fruit, I would have surely perished today. Why should I fear death?" "Old Lu, such words are unwarranted," Lin Xuan continued. He was aware of this reality, yet it mattered little. As long as Lu Xiao held such intentions, it sufficed. He simply stated, "With your resolve, I shall undoubtedly lend my utmost support." Had those previous youths possessed her spirit, I would not have languished in a bottleneck for 7 millennia. Lu Xiao reflected deeply. Do not lay blame on old Lu. After all, those predecessors lacked such celestial fruits. Lin Xuan scanned the crowd with a smile. If they had them, they would surely have shared. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Realizing the underlying implication of Lin Xuan's words, such celestial fruits were solely in his possession. The sense of boasting was palpable. Yet, he found no grounds for rebuttal. For within the entirety of the Yuanong realm, Lin Xuan alone possessed such extraordinary fruits. Lin Xuan naturally refrained from disclosing that he had tens of thousands at home, all of which belonged to his master. Yet, what difference did it make to claim them as his own? "Let us discuss matters later," old Lu suggested. Lin Xuan surveyed the myriad celestial beings present, smiling as he declared, "First, let us address these individuals. Having reached the late stage of Earth Immortal, should anyone dare to strike again, I shall eradicate their entire sect." Lu Xiao, brimming with authority, mused, "It is precisely the moment I wish to test my strength after breaking free from the shackles of Earth Immortal that have bound me for 7,000 years. Countless celestial beings trembled in silence due to the recent upheavals in the heavens and earth. Now, witnessing old Lu repel the forces of the loss, their expressions were filled with complex emotions, but they could not conceal the greed in their gazes directed at Lin Xuan. Merely a single fruit had enabled a being to transition from the late stage of human immortal to the late stage of Earth Immortal in an instant. By the heavens, even the leap from late Qi refinement to late foundation establishment was not so easily accomplished. Lin Xuan followed Lu Xiao, stepping lightly into the void as they approached the treasure ship. All eyes in the realm converged upon the two, yet not a single soul uttered a sound. "I was reckless earlier. I humbly ask for the esteemed members of the Wuding Xianmen to bear with me." After a prolonged silence, a young immortal stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect, and inquired, "May I dare to ask, dear friend, is there any of that golden celestial fruit remaining?" "Dare?" Lin Xuan replied with a cold smile. "Are you suggesting that if I were to say there is, you would proceed to seize it?" "You misunderstand me." The middle-aged immortal, head of the sect, looked at Lin Xuan with deep respect. He forced a bitter smile. Although he had made up his mind, articulating it remained a daunting task, especially in the presence of nearly every immortal in the Yuanong realm. "If you have any left, it need not be the whole fruit. Just enough to allow me to step into the Earth Immortal realm. From this point forward, the Xianyang Xianmen shall be a subsidiary of the Wuding Xianmen." Upon hearing this, the assembled sect leaders were taken aback, while Duan Qing appeared utterly bewildered. The Xianyang Xianmen ranked 3rd in the Yuanyang realm, boasting over 1,000 immortals, far surpassing the former Wuding Xianmen in strength and heritage. Why former? Because now, relying solely on Lu Lao, all the accumulated foundation spanning hundreds of thousands of years was rendered moot. A blue-clad sect leader of similar age stepped forward, sneering derisively. "So, the illustrious Xianyangzi of the Yuanyang realm resorts to such tactics? Truly a source of amusement. Xianyangzi is not comparable to you, my friend. For your Duankong Xianmen is the premier sect of the Yuanyang realm," he replied, his expression unchanging, yet he was aware of the repercussions of his words. "Humph." The blue-clad leader scoffed disdainfully. "So you acknowledge that my Duankong Xianmen is the foremost sect in the Yuanyang realm, while your Xianyang Xianmen is merely 3rd. How could such fortune fall upon you?" "Lu Lao, my Duankong Xianmen is also willing to align with the Wuding Xianmen." "Indeed." Another leader, clad in white with an upright demeanor, echoed immediately. How could such fortune be yours? I too agree. Thus, the top 3 sects in the entirety of the Yuanyang realm expressed their willingness to pledge allegiance to the Wuding Xianmen, provided Lin Xuan still possessed the golden spiritual fruit, even if it meant reviving their ancestral sects that had persevered for countless generations. Subsequently, most of the sect leaders present scrambled to declare their intent to support the Wuding Xianmen, striving for greatness and renewed glory. Lin Xuan, what do you mean? Duan Qing, despite being a late-stage immortal, felt his heart race uncontrollably. If this were to come to fruition, it would not merely bolster the Wuding Xianmen. It could lead to its unification of the entire Yuanyang realm. How could I possibly still possess such a treasure? Lin Xuan replied calmly. This is what I intend to use to break through to the early stage of the Great Ascension. A profound silence ensued. The crowd, which had been abuzz with chatter, abruptly fell quiet. Gazing at Lin Xuan, they felt a sudden pang of despair in their hearts. A prodigal, undeniably a prodigal. Such a precious treasure is merely intended to break through to the late stages of the Great Ascension? Pray, is this truly a rational discourse? Had I known this beforehand, we would not have engaged in any theft. If you were to hand that item over to me, I would gladly utilize spirit stones to ensure you reach the late stage of tribulation. Alas, what a pity. Duan Qing gently shook his head, feeling as though he had missed an entire world. Master, why resort to such extremes? Lin Xuan advised with a smile. Given Elder Lu's current prowess, sweeping through the Yuanyang realm is a trivial matter. To compel them into becoming vassals of the undetermined immortal sect, what need is there for any treasures? Wouldn't you agree, Elder Lu? As a member of the undetermined immortal sect, the old man naturally bore the obligation to contribute to its expansion. As his words fell, a surge of celestial energy erupted within him, overwhelming the space with a formidable pressure akin to the laws of the universe. Countless immortals felt beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. This was an insurmountable chasm, akin to the vast distance between heaven and earth. Regardless of how many times the stars might shift or how many years might pass, heaven remains heaven and earth remains earth. The two cannot converge. Of course, should a supreme being shatter the heavens and earth, then let this statement be disregarded. Xian Yangzi and several other sect leaders retreated, apprehensive, stating, "We are willing to become vassals of the undetermined immortal sect. Why must Elder Lu resort to such ruthless measures?" Lu Zai smiled faintly, unabashedly declaring, "Because we desire your territory, yet wish to expend no resources, not even a mere promise. Surely you grasp my meaning?" Elder Lu, temper your demeanor, Lin Xuan remarked. Perspiring slightly, Lu Zai's reputation is indeed well-deserved. His methods are undeniably audacious. Do not bully us excessively, Xian Yangzi. Realizing the negotiations had failed and that they would gain no benefits while risking their sect, vehemently disagreed. Bullying excessively? Lu Zai's expression darkened as he retorted. Didn't you boast of your formidable might just moments ago, proclaiming that the undetermined immortal sect would be a thing of the past? Now, why does everyone appear so aggrieved? With enhanced strength came greater confidence, and with it, a louder voice. With his current cultivation, dealing with late-stage human immortals was merely a matter of moments. This exemplifies the disparity between Earth immortals and human immortals. Furthermore, he was not merely in the early stage of Earth immortality but had progressed to the latter stage. At that moment, a timid young girl, who had been shivering in the corner throughout the ordeal, stood up, shaking her small fist and shouting, "Elder Lu, quickly, eliminate them, to protect the treasure ship." Over half of the 400 immortals from the undetermined immortal sect had perished in a brief span, including 2 elders of the highest rank. The sect leader was also gravely injured, though the young girl was too frightened to lift her head and could not participate. The thought of the usually kind elders meeting their demise filled her with rage. You have seen it. Today's enmity must not go unavenged. With that, Lu Zai charged into the crowd, his sword radiating light as it swept away the once mighty human immortals with relentless ferocity. Lin Xuan stood upon the deck of the treasure ship, softly lamenting, "Earth immortals are truly terrifying. In the presence of formidable beings like Xuanyangzi, who have reached the pinnacle of the celestial immortal stage, they find themselves akin to mere livestock, driven away in all directions." However, after Lu Zai slays nearly 1,000 immortals, the power of the laws of heaven and earth reemerges, constraining his movements once more. The formidable force of these celestial laws is precisely what restrains countless immortals in the Yuanyang realm, preventing them from breaking free from their shackles. Lu Zai promptly ceases his actions, gazing skyward, lost in contemplation. He cannot fathom why the Tao of Heaven, which ostensibly only binds those at the celestial immortal late stage, causing many prodigies who should have long since ascended to gradually wither away, would now intervene to obstruct his path of carnage. Why did the Tao of Heaven not manifest when the elders of the Wooding Immortal sect were besieged? Spitting in disdain, Lu Zai raised his sword towards the heavens, only to ultimately lower it again, expressing his revulsion with another derisive spit. With a cold snort, he declared, "Today, I shall spare you for now." "What is this?" Lin Xuan exclaimed, a look of confusion crossing his face. Does the Tao of Heaven actually have factions? This is troubling. Or is it that the Tao of Heaven cannot bear to witness the demise of so many immortals? Old Lu. Duan Qing coughed lightly, swallowing the blood that rose in his throat before continuing. "Congratulations to Old Lu for your consecutive breakthroughs into the late stage of the Earth Immortal realm." Sighing, Lu Zai replied, "This time, I acted out of necessity. While my intention was to protect everyone, it was primarily driven by my own desire to survive. To prolong the life of an old relic like me, I have unwittingly seized Lin Xuan's opportunity. I feel so ashamed. There is no need for you to blame yourself, Old Lu," Lin Xuan said with a gentle smile. "My ascension to the Earth Immortal realm is assured." Upon saying this, to avoid arousing suspicion, Lin Xuan cast his gaze towards Yi Weiyang, who had been standing beside him. He hesitated to mention that he still possessed numerous miraculous golden fruits at home. "I can already sense that this realm is beginning to reject me," Lu Zai remarked, feeling the pressure mounting from all directions. Were it not for the miraculous effects of the immortal fruit that allowed him to break through 3 stages consecutively and enter the late Earth Immortal stage, he would have been crushed by the heavens the moment he stepped into the initial Earth Immortal stage. Yet, even at the late stage, he could still feel the heavens' rejection. It was clear that, in the bygone era when breaking into the Earth Immortal stage posed no shackles, the mass ascension of Earth Immortals from this realm was not without reason. "Congratulations, Old Lu, on your imminent ascension." Lin Xuan clasped his hands in congratulations. "Ah, not so fast. Ascension will have to wait a while, lest you find yourself in peril," Lu Zai replied with a slight smile, fully resolved to protect Lin Xuan as a gesture of gratitude for his immense favor. "You jest, Old Lu," Lin Xuan responded with calm composure. "Have any of these so-called immortals ever wounded me? Then why do you? I simply do not wish to witness you perish before my eyes. That is all," Lin Xuan asserted with unwavering confidence, knowing well that not only can immortals not breach the defenses of the Great Cauldron, but with his current strength wielding the heavenly grade spear, slaying immortals was hardly a daunting task. "Ha ha." Lu Zia laughed heartily several times, then fell silent. "Some matters are best kept within one's heart, without the need for utterance." He then waved his hand grandly. "Retrieve all the bodies of the fallen elders and inter them in our ancestral grounds, where they shall be honored by the disciples of the Immortal sect for generations." The numerous elders nodded in unison. The battle had been fierce, and they had found themselves in an overwhelming disadvantage. Even as they witnessed their comrades perish, they had no time to collect the remains. Just moments before, within the confines of the Wooding Immortal sect, apart from Lin Xuan, none had harbored any belief in their survival. Most were consumed by the thought of killing a few more enemies, striving to prevent the annihilation of their sect. Fear of death is a universal sentiment. Yet, when faced with insurmountable odds, the notion of allegiance to the sect and the vow to share its fate seemed farcical. The enemy would not spare them. Their only recourse was to fight to the bitter end. Soon, hundreds of corpses were hoisted onto the treasure ship, and not a soul dared to impede the process. Many immortals, witnessing the heavenly Tao intervene to halt Lu Zia, rejoiced at their narrow escape from calamity. Most had long since vanished without a trace. Lin Xuan gazed at the bodies upon the ship's deck and sighed, falling into a contemplative silence. Had it not been for Old Lu's breakthrough to the late Earth Immortal stage, the outcome of this battle would have been utterly unbearable for the Wooding Immortal sect. Fortunately, Old Lu had become the sole Earth Immortal powerhouse in the Yuanong realm, in terms of sheer combat strength, disregarding heritage and influence. The Wooding Immortal sect now firmly established itself as the preeminent sect in the Yuanong realm. The bloody leader, clad in a green robe, surveyed the surroundings and ordered a return journey. If possible, he wished never to set foot in this realm again. Along the way, Lu Zia could no longer contain his curiosity and approached Lin Xuan. "What is the origin of that cauldron?" During the fierce battle, he had been too preoccupied to notice much, but he had sensed the demise of many immortals and gathered information from the elders afterward. He was, of course, aware of the cauldron's formidable prowess. "It was a gift from my master," Lin Xuan replied candidly. having previously mentioned it to several senior brothers and sisters while in the Forbidden Zone. He had no intention of silencing anyone. Moreover, he found no inclination to concoct excuses. He trusted that his master, having concealed such matters for years, would not deviate from this pattern now. And the golden fruit? Lin Xuan's expression turned pained. Could you refrain from mentioning that? It is a treasure I intend to use for breaking through to the Great Ascension stage. Lu Xia retorted. Does my breakthrough to the late Earth Immortal stage not compare to your trivial breakthrough to the Great Ascension stage? Subsequently, at Lu Xia's insistence, Lin Xuan produced the Xianhuang cauldron, allowing Lu Xia to inspect it thoroughly. Lu Xia shook his head. I truly cannot fathom it. Old Lu, for the time being. I too remain uncertain about the cauldron's grade or its defensive limits. We can test it when time permits, Lin Xuan said earnestly. His understanding of the cauldron's defensive capabilities had been honed through relentless combat. Initially, he believed it could effortlessly withstand the attacks of transformation stage practitioners, which filled him with excitement. Later, when it withstood assaults from late Great Ascension stage practitioners, he felt it was quite remarkable. In the end, facing the formidable immortal, it resembled the slaughter of livestock, leaving a sense of tedium in its wake. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xia nodded slightly, an ominous premonition suddenly surfacing in his heart. It seems that in this realm, if anyone could breach the defenses of this grand cauldron, it must surely be you, my esteemed elder, Lin Xuan remarked with a smile. That would be myself, Lu Xia mused, internally agreeing with this sentiment, allowing the foreboding feeling to gradually dissipate. Perhaps it is time to test it now. Agreed. Lin Xuan nodded. The two rose from the treasure ship, which gradually came to a halt. I shall commence, Lu Xia announced first, extending his right hand forward. A fissure opened in his palm, and the Qianyuan sword manifested in his grasp. Lu Xia, be careful. The blade of the Qianyuan sword shimmered with a dazzling radiance, simultaneously unleashing a fierce sword aura aimed at the great cauldron above Lin Xuan's head. The overwhelming celestial energy of the late Earth Immortal erupted forth, and with a single strike, it instilled a sense of pressure among the numerous immortal elders observing from the treasure ship. The late Earth Immortal, Lu Xia, indeed epitomized the might of the Yuan-Yang realm. With such combat prowess, it would likely require only one stroke to annihilate us. One wonders if Lin Xuan's cauldron can withstand this terrifying blow. Even if it could endure, it would undoubtedly be a strenuous endeavor. For even the heavenly Tao holds a wariness towards Elder Lu's strength. It is to be hoped that Elder Lu will withdraw in time. It would be a grave misfortune for such a precious artifact to be destroyed by our own hands. Indeed, this youth possesses immense fortune, with the cauldron as his shield. He is destined for greatness. Should the cauldron be compromised now, it would surely impede future developments. A multitude of elders held the subjective belief that while Lin Xuan's cauldron was formidable, Elder Lu was, after all, the first in tens of thousands of years to break through to the pinnacle of the late Earth Immortal stage. Leaving aside the circumstances of his breakthrough, he is, without a doubt, the sole individual in this world whom the heavenly Tao fears. If he cannot shatter the cauldron, would that not be excessive? As the discourse unfolded, Lu Xia had already arrived before Lin Xuan, the Qianyuan sword descending with the momentum of cleaving heaven and earth. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the two treasures stirred the surrounding cosmos, provoking ripples. Lu Xia's confident demeanor instantly crumbled, replaced by sheer astonishment. Simultaneously, the Xianhuang cauldron trembled, and Lu Xia was propelled backward, transforming into a streak of light across the horizon. Lin Xuan was taken aback, although he was not entirely surprised by the outcome. He had just felt that the Xianhuang cauldron seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. This notion had lingered in his mind for quite some time, considering he had only summoned the Xianhuang cauldron during battles without ever truly activating it. Yet, it could autonomously discern friend from foe. However, no matter how he called upon it, the cauldron had never responded. It appeared that to truly comprehend the situation, he must return and consult his master. Upon returning to the treasure ship, Lin Xuan was met with the astonished gazes of numerous elders, their expressions exceedingly complex, silent yet filled with envy. For the following month, Lu Xia never again appeared before Lin Xuan. Were it not for the knowledge that the Xianyuan Ding had yet to unleash its lethal power, he would genuinely suspect that old Lu had, like many other celestial beings, succumbed to the disintegration of his Tao body, resulting in his demise. On the return journey, with the robust celestial energy of Lu Xia as support, the treasure ship's speed significantly increased, allowing them to arrive outside the gates of the undetermined immortal sect within merely a month. The treasure ship, a relic from ancient times, could not be crafted by one of human celestial status alone, It required the prowess of an earthly immortal to fully unleash its potential speed. This was not surprising. Above the grand hall of the mountain gate, Duan Qing commanded the stewards within the formation to deactivate the protective array, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Elders, we have returned home. Silence enveloped the crew aboard the treasure ship, for they all understood that this statement was not directed at the living. Following this journey, the number of elders from the 360 peaks had nearly been halved. Thus, Duan Qing had no intention of concealing the news, for it was unlikely to remain hidden. Some of the older, reclusive elders had not shown themselves for years, and their disciples might be unaware of their fates. However, the elders from the 360 peaks were, without a doubt, the masters of the inner disciples. As the protective array gradually opened, countless disciples within the gates were bewildered. Even the outer disciples had heard some whispers regarding the 100 Gates conference. Yet, the departure of all the sect's celestial beings and the activation of the protective array, regardless of the cost, was beyond the comprehension of the outer disciples. Come, I shall accompany you to Chouhai Peak. The long-absent Lu Zia appeared beside Lin Xuan, calmly stating, I wish to meet Elderly. The sect master once mentioned that Elderly possesses only late-stage tribulation crossing cultivation. How, then, does he wield such formidable artifacts? On their way back, Duan Qing recounted the events that had transpired before their expedition to Chouhai Peak in full detail. Late-stage tribulation crossing? Lin Xuan was equally astonished. This was the first time he had heard of his master's cultivation level from another's lips. Naturally, he would not trust it if it were not from his master's own words. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Lin Xuan smiled. Let us go together. His heart, too, was eager to reunite with his master. Lu Zia moved with remarkable speed, and together, they transformed into a streak of light, swiftly advancing through the inner sect. Before long, they arrived above Chouhai Peak. Gazing down, they beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman sweeping the ground with a broom atop the peak. Is there someone else besides you on Chouhai Peak? Lu Zia inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Lin Xuan nodded. She is someone my master brought back during his travels, lacking any cultivation. It seems she is a woman who has suffered in the mortal realm. My master, being compassionate, took her in at Chouhai Peak. He has always been kind-hearted. Indeed, I perceive something extraordinary about this woman, yet she possesses no cultivation. Perhaps she is rendered useless, Lu Zia concurred with a nod. Yu Wang, overhearing the conversation between the two above the clouds, wished fervently to hurl her broom at them in frustration. Lin Xuan noticed her peculiar expression but dismissed it. Chuckling lightly as he clasped his hands in respect, Master, your disciple has returned. Silence ensued. Could it be? Could it be? My master would not forsake me, would he? Was it not agreed that the next time I spoke foolishly, I would be dismissed? Lin Xuan's previous demeanor was marked by utmost respect, yet he received no response, indicating that something had gone awry. Elderly, might I request a moment of your time for a conversation? Lu Zai expressed his sincerity. Despite having attained the late stage of Earth Immortal, he felt that Li Yuqing was not to be underestimated. If she were indeed simple, how could she possess such a formidable artifact as the Xian Huang Ding? Humph, you are finished, Wang declared, standing on the ground and gazing up at Lin Xuan with a sense of triumph. Although I am unaware of the specifics, judging by your master's expression last time. She was quite furious. She referred to a month ago when Li Yuqing, seated by the pond and combing the hair of the young woman Yao Rong, suddenly flushed with clear anger. Having never experienced romantic feelings, Wang failed to understand that it was not merely anger, but rather shyness. Yet, this was not entirely her fault. As a princess of the sacred Wu lineage, her pure bloodline and formidable power left her with no worthy suitors in the myriad realms. Moreover, she inherently denied this possibility. How could a stunning empress, unparalleled in the world and capable of effortlessly slaying powerful immortals, possibly feel shy? With the rain ceased and the sky clear, Wu Wang felt a renewed sense of confidence. I firmly believe my master would never behave in such a manner, Lin Xuan declared with righteous conviction. Do not presume that all individuals are as petty and narrow-minded as you. Elder Lu was asked to wait for a brief moment as Lin Xuan assured him that his disciple would return shortly. Though he spoke with assurance, Lin Xuan was uncertain deep down. His foremost priority was to find a way to appease his master's anger. He descended and made his way toward the small courtyard. Night Weiyang followed him like a shadow. Unlike the other elders residing on their respective peaks, Chiao Haifeng had been home only to Li Yuqing for many years. With no grand hall, just a modest courtyard. As Lin Xuan approached the ground, the wooden door of Li Yuqing's room, which served as a transit station to a small world, was pushed open from the inside. Clad in a flowing red garment, Li Yuqing gracefully stepped out, her countenance remaining as icy and emotionless as ever in the presence of outsiders. All her warmth and whimsical charm were reserved solely for Lin Xuan. Yet, despite this, Lin Xuan found himself utterly entranced. Nearly 2 years had elapsed since leaving the Wooding Immortal sect, and in that time, his master remained breathtakingly beautiful, captivating beyond imagination. She gently parted her crimson lips and inquired, what matter does Elder Lu wish to discuss? Though she was not obliged to inquire further, her curiosity was piqued. Lu Zai replied candidly, I am curious about the cauldron Elder Li bestowed upon Lin Xuan. Its grade seems exceedingly high. That cauldron was a chance acquisition of mine. Seemingly useless at the time, so I gave it away without a second thought. Might I ask if Elder Lu has any further questions? Li Yuqing responded calmly, her face unflushed and breath steady, as if speaking the absolute truth. How could a dignified empress feel insecure when faced with a mere earth immortal? Furthermore, even if she were to feel insecure, Lu Zai would be none the wiser. Lin Xuan was slightly taken aback. He had anticipated witnessing how his master would explain the artifact's origins, of which he was also exceedingly curious. To his surprise, the explanation provided by his master was remarkably ordinary and devoid of any flaws. However, the term free still sounded somewhat jarring, even after such a long time. Lu Zai furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning, how can such a precious treasure be so easily bestowed upon others? Li Yuqing, narrowing her eyes, replied with a smile, being free is a privilege I grant my only disciple. What harm is there in offering him everything that resides upon Qiuhai Peak? Furthermore, if even Elder Lu cannot discern the origins of this tripod, how could a mere mortal like me in the tribulation stage possibly do so? I must inquire, why do you claim that the tripod is a treasure of great worth? Lin Xuan felt a surge of astonishment. If his master were truly unaware of the events occurring beyond the forbidden area, he would be the first to disbelieve it. Yet, from her expression and demeanor at that moment, there was no sign of her being flustered. The old actress indeed excels at deception. It seems I have overthought it. Lu Zai murmured, accepting this reality with a sigh. My apologies for the disturbance. I shall take my leave. He bid farewell to Li Yuqing and then turned to Lin Xuan, saying, do visit Tian Peak often. I sense that it will not be long before I depart from this realm. Certainly, Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. Lu Zai then turned to depart, with Lin Xuan following closely behind him. Master, you truly are unparalleled. Lin Xuan praised without reservation. You managed to send Elder Lu away with just a few words. If it weren't for that massive tripod at this gathering, I wouldn't know how many times I would have faced death. Did I truly deceive him? Li Yuqing's face bore a mischievous smile as she fixed her gaze on Lin Xuan. No, Lin Xuan hurriedly denied. He had already grasped the truth. Pleasing his master was the most crucial step toward reaching the pinnacle of life. Setting aside the question of desire, had it not been for his initial entry into Qiuhai Peak, his life might have remained stagnant, perhaps only breaking through to the transformation stage in old age. Returning to the Nanyang dynasty to live like those old men he had once encountered, establishing a sect and enjoying all worldly pleasures. Although such a life could be quite pleasant, each has its own flavor. Yet, a cultivator in the transformation stage is merely an ant in the eyes of the powerful. He did not wish to lead such a life. The myriad experiences of his past life had made him reluctant to dwell on them. Nevertheless, those experiences had imparted to Lin Xuan the undeniable truth that strength is paramount. Following his master, Lin Xuan entered the small world. After 2 years, during which he traversed nearly the entire Yuanyang realm, having even visited the formidable Duankongxianmen, he found that the concentration of spiritual energy within the small world far surpassed that of any location in the Yuanyang realm. By the spirit liquid pool, Xiaoyu was still playing in the water. To Lin Xuan's observation, she had not grown in height over the past 2 years. Yet certain attributes seemed to have become more pronounced. Could it be that the spiritual liquid here possesses such effects? If so, could he not sell this liquid to girls of a more modest stature? Lin Xuan felt he had stumbled upon a path to wealth. How do you find the precious treasure I have arranged for you? Li Yuqing inquired softly, her gaze passing over Lin Xuan to the figure of Yi Weiyang behind him. Well, how should I put it? Lin Xuan responded honestly without hesitation. When I learned that she could help me break through the shackles of heaven and earth and enter the realm of earthly immortals, I was naturally elated. However, upon witnessing the extraordinary effects of the fruit produced by Xiaoxuanian, I found it rather uninteresting. If one could use such wicked arts, why not simply consume a piece of fruit? My sincere heart towards my master is witnessed by heaven and earth. The fruit born from Xuanyin's true form offers benefits beyond mere sustenance, but it is imperative that you refrain from consuming it too early. Li Yuqing seemed not to have heard Lin Xuan's last remark and merely explained, both Xuanyin and her sister Yuyong will be of great use to you in the future. Of great use? Lin Xuan's face displayed confusion. He could not fathom how these two young ladies could be advantageous. Such heavenly treasures are only beneficial upon their initial use. Even consuming a second piece yields nearly negligible results. Li Yuqing continued to elucidate. I understand. Lin Xuan nodded, somewhat helpless. This was common knowledge. Even chi-refining cultivators were aware of it. How could he not know? Though he yearned to ascend to immortality at that very moment. It seemed he would have to postpone that ambition for a while. Of course, if you merely wish to taste it, I can assist you in neutralizing the medicinal effects. Li Yuqing remarked, noticing Lin Xuan's disappointment. That is unnecessary. Lin Xuan quickly declined, his expression darkening as he finally comprehended why the great cauldron had shattered all of his enemy's treasures. It turned out that its previous owner was also a spendthrift. To think that such a fruit capable of granting instant ascension could merely be sampled, this was beyond mere extravagance. Master, I am truly curious about your identity. Lin Xuan tentatively inquired. Come now, tell me what you think, Li Yuqing said with a gentle smile, gracefully settling onto the ground. Her delicate feet becoming a cushion beneath her, her posture poised. This might not be appropriate to say, Lin Xuan hesitated, suspecting that the topic of being an illegitimate child must be a sore spot for his master. Yet, he felt encouraged to speak. Li Yuqing gestured for him to continue. With her prowess, she could not only delve into Lin Xuan's heart, but, should she choose, comprehend the thoughts of countless beings across the Yuanyang realm. However, apart from the necessary exchanges after Lin Xuan's venture into the Forbidden Lands, she had never intrusively probed his mind. I have always thought that perhaps, maybe, you are the illegitimate daughter of some powerful being from beyond the heavens. Lin Xuan bit his lip, recalling how recklessly he had acted last time without facing dire consequences. What did it matter now? Haha, Li Yuqing's lips curled into a smile, her laughter carefree and unrestrained, which Lin Xuan found astonishing. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and everything else faded from his mind. The so-called beauty of a smile paled in comparison to this. Lin Xuan had always believed that women could be categorized into two types, those whose beauty was breathtaking and those who were pleasing to the eye. The former evoked the image of a glance that could captivate for 3 lifetimes, while the latter suggested a long gaze that revealed the grace of clouds and the moon. Yet, at this moment, the lady clad in crimson, her hair cascading like a waterfall, and her smile radiant, transformed Lin Xuan's perception entirely. The breathtakingly beautiful woman was simply captivating. The more one gazed, the more enchanting she appeared. Come, share the reasoning behind your conjectures, Li Yuqing inquired with a smile. Lin Xuan did not rush to respond. Instead, he surveyed everything within the small world before finally articulating. The answer is quite apparent, is it not? Even if one were to gather all the resources from the Yuanyang realm, they would hardly compare to what is found here. If she were not the illegitimate daughter of a powerful being, how could she possibly possess such an abundance of resources? She behaves like a foolish daughter of a wealthy landowner. Are the items here truly that precious? Li Yuqing asked, her eyes twinkling with youthful mischief. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by Wu Ong, who paused momentarily before hastily retreating from this small world, her chest heaving with anxiety, her mind a blank canvas. It was over. She feared for her life, despite the humiliation that felt worse than death. She clung to the notion that it was better to endure a miserable existence than to face oblivion. Beside the spirit liquid pool, the master and disciple exchanged gazes. And Lin Xuan soon found himself at a disadvantage, lowering his head to pluck an unassuming plant from the ground. This, Wu claimed, was called the water cloud bud, which could restore the dead to life if consumed directly, and could enhance a celestial body if refined into a pill. But you merely believe it to be precious. Have you ever seen Wu Ong exhibit any greed for these items? Li Yuqing replied dismissively. Her? Lin Xuan's expression darkened. I have witnessed her gaze linger on the essence of Rong and Xin and more than once, often with a look of longing as if she wished to devour them. This tree, however, does not count. Master, you have yet to reveal your identity to me, Lin Xuan continued, not delving deeper since it seemed of little consequence. Her identity was the crux of the matter. Actually, Li Yuqing hesitated, contemplating her words. My identity is not shrouded in mystery. Once you step beyond this realm, you shall come to know it. Moreover, understanding too soon would not serve you well. In essence, it was tantamount to saying nothing at all. Indeed, she replied with a light laugh, exuding a carefree demeanor reminiscent of her initial impression on Lin Xuan, a whimsical young woman. Initially, he had entertained the notion that his master might indeed be the powerful being he had envisioned. However, after their exchange and considering her behavior, that thought was swiftly quelled. Firstly, she had not directly addressed his inquiry, possibly due to the sensitivity surrounding her status as an illegitimate daughter. Secondly, if she were truly a powerful being, why would she spend her time in a minor realm like Yuan Yang, appearing as a quirky girl? Very well. One day the entire world shall unveil its mysteries before you, as shall I, Li Yuqing said, her tone reminiscent of a caregiver soothing a child. As she rose and walked toward a nearby courtyard, as Lin Xuan observed the delicate figure of his master, an unexpected surge of protectiveness welled within him. He clenched his fists, vowing silently that one day he would take her to his family to reclaim their heritage. Of course, if his master were unwilling, he would resort to confrontations, suppressing all who dared to belittle her. As Li Yuqing strolled, a subtle smile graced her lips as she gleaned the thoughts of Lin Xuan. Absorbing all his plans into her heart, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction with this insight. After her master departed, Lin Xuan, without a moment's hesitation, entered the world within his bracelet, bringing a substantial amount of spiritual essence to commence his cultivation. Having made up his mind, he understood that diligent practice was essential to realizing his aspirations. At the very least, to earn the recognition of his formidable master, he needed to possess extraordinary strength. Although he had experienced a rapid surge in power upon leaving the Forbidden Grounds, achieving 2 consecutive breakthroughs, he focused on solidifying his realm during the return journey. Even if he were to utilize rare treasures to assist in a breakthrough now, it would not compromise his foundation. In the small world, only the lonely, weak, and pitiable little spirit remained. Several hours later, Wu Ong, once a peak powerhouse, cautiously ventured inside. Upon discovering the emptiness of the small world, save for the presence of the little spirit, her complexion turned ashen, and she hastily retreated. She resolved to spend the night cleaning atop Chiu Haifeng. While playful banter was one thing, the thought of being caught in a compromising situation frightened her. Could she possibly survive such an encounter? After all, she was merely a pitiful, weak, and helpless little celestial king. Poor Wu Ong, terrified, did not dare return to the small world for 3 days. Instead, wielding a broom and tidying up the areas of Chiu Haifeng. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a sense of tranquility within. Who knew if the two would succumb to their emotions, engaging in a battle amidst the grass, by the pond, or beneath the willow trees? If such a scene were to be discovered, would she still have a chance at survival? One wandered atop the peak, lost in thought. Yet, the prospect of catching a glimpse of the breathtaking empress even in death seemed a worthy trade-off. Over the next fortnight, the Wudingshan sect was enveloped in silence. Its disciples steeped in sorrow. The notion of merit and demerit being incongruous resonated deeply, joy and grief intertwined in equal measure. Most disciples remained unaware that Lu Zai had broken through to the later stages of Earth Immortal. Since his return to the sect, he had refrained from showcasing his prowess or making any grand declarations. However, the news of the inner sect's elder losses spread like wildfire, leaving Lu Zai and the surviving elders in deep mourning, not to mention the inner disciples. A month later, Chiu Haifeng appeared to regain its usual tranquility. Wu Wang's daily routine consisted solely of sleep and cleaning. She learned from Yu Rong that Lin Xuan had not returned to the courtyard, but had instead gone to the world within the bracelet for cultivation. This revelation brought her complete peace of mind. One morning, at dawn, a former inner sect disciple, dispatched by the sect leader to Chiu Haifeng, unexpectedly encountered Wu Ong while she was sweeping outside the peak. After conveying the message succinctly, he departed in haste. Upon returning to the small world, Wu Ong relayed the news to Yu Rong, transforming from a once mighty celestial king into a mere messenger. It was truly a poignant transformation. When Lin Xuan emerged from the world within the bracelet, his expression was grave. He instinctively knew why the outside world was calling for him. In the span of a month, which equated to 2 months in the time of the bracelet, his cultivation had not yet broken through. Yet he stood on the precipice of achieving the later stages of his contract. The internal spiritual energy within him resembled a vessel on the verge of overflowing, and it would take merely a few more days to effortlessly achieve a breakthrough. Yet, it was evident that the present circumstances held greater significance. With a sigh, Lin Xuan rose, intending to depart the small world. Although he would not meet his demise without the protection of the elders, he felt a profound sense of responsibility as a member of the Immortal sect. It was, after all, his presence that had compelled numerous elders to traverse countless miles to engage in a life-and-death struggle in the Forbidden Land. Such thoughts weighed heavily upon his heart. Master, may I accompany you? Night Wu Ying, who had not seen Lin Xuan for a month, gazed at him with longing eyes, her expression tinged with grievance. Stay here. Lin Xuan replied coolly. Though Night Wu Ying possessed a stunning beauty and an alluring figure, her clinginess left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. During their time in the Forbidden Land, she had insisted on following him wherever he went, making it impossible for him to shake her off. Now that he had finally found an opportunity for a brief respite, it was time to gradually help her adapt to a life of independence. Master, do you wish to cast me aside? Night Wu Ying's mind drifted back to her solitary existence over the past tens of thousands of years, her lips pouting as tears threatened to spill. I implore you not to abandon me. I only favor obedient girls, such as Xiao Yurong, Lin Xuan said, gesturing for Xiao Yurong to approach. The young girl, barefoot, hurried towards him. He affectionately ruffled her hair before waving her off, and without uttering a word, she departed. Night Wu Ying, in deep contemplation, asked, If I were as obedient as her, would you permit me to stay by your side, master? Of course, Lin Xuan nodded slightly. Then, as long as you allow me to remain by your side, I shall certainly be obedient, Night Wu Ying affirmed, nodding in agreement. Despite her tall and mature appearance, her spirit, having slumbered for eons, was akin to that of Xiao Yurong. Very well, Lin Xuan replied with satisfaction, be good and stay at home. We shall not go. Night Wu Ying felt an inexplicable sense of being deceived. Yet, unable to articulate this feeling, she pondered for a moment before ultimately acquiescing with a nod. Lin Xuan wore a contented smile. In the realm of Yuanong, charming a girl was as effortless as child's play. As he prepared to leave, the wooden door of the small courtyard was gently pushed open behind him. Together, his master said calmly, clad in the robe of the Wooding Immortal sect. Yes, Lin Xuan replied with a smile, finally granted the opportunity to venture out with his master. The sensation was akin to a long-distance relationship blossoming into reality, allowing him to bask in the envious gazes of passers-by, a delightful thought indeed. The two of them strolled out of the small world. Li Yuqing gracefully summoned a white cloud, which slowly descended to the ground, forming a cushion beneath her feet as she ascended. Observing this, Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and leapt onto the cloud, positioning himself half a step behind his master. She paid him no mind, merely guiding the cloud towards the ancestral grounds of the Wooding Immortal sect. The white clouds drift swiftly across the sky, while a gentle breeze caresses, causing the dark tresses of the master to dance lightly beside Lin Xuan's cheek. Lin Xuan is filled with contentment. His master's beauty resembles a pristine white lotus, untouched and distant, evoking little wickedness in the heart. Time flows peacefully, and all is well. Occasionally, disciples soar through the sky on their swords, and upon glimpsing the woman in white Taoist robes, they are momentarily entranced, forgetting to maintain their spiritual energy for flight, only realizing their descent when they plummet rapidly. Before long, the master and disciple arrive at the ancestral grounds of the Wooding Immortal sect. This sacred site spans hundreds of miles, adorned with lush mountains, each peak modestly towering no more than 100 meters. Beneath each summit lies the resting place of an elder who significantly contributed to the rise of the Wooding Immortal sect. It is not merely the title of elder that grants one the privilege of burial here. At this moment, tens of thousands of disciples sit outside the ancestral grounds, with inner disciples positioned slightly closer and the core disciples standing behind the elders at the forefront. The appearance of Lin Xuan and his master instantly captivates the crowd's attention. In terms of appearance, they are indeed a match made in heaven, embodying the ideal of male and female beauty. Most gazes directed at them are filled with envy, as many disciples recognize that with their own looks, they could never intrude upon the bond shared by the two. A select few, however, burn with jealousy, predominantly men among them. Today's proceedings are overseen by the sect leader, who is usually adorned with a benevolent smile but now wears a solemn expression, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. There are no eulogies, nor impassioned oaths of vengeance for the elders. Everything is conducted with simplicity and understated dignity. Yet, the genuine grief and indignation felt by countless disciples are palpable, impossible to feign. As noon approaches and the formalities conclude, the sect leader does not dismiss the disciples. Duan Qing and Lu Zai exchange glances, and Duan Qing steps forth from the crowd, his demeanor grave as he announces, from this day forth, Qiu Haifeng Lin Xuan, Taoist name by Gu, shall serve as the provisional sect leader of the Wooding Immortal sect, with the specific time of assuming full leadership tentatively set for my demise or when he chooses to ascend. His voice, though not loud, carries an air of subtle authority, resonating in the ears of all present through the diffusion of spiritual energy. Upon hearing this proclamation, the disciples are momentarily taken aback, followed by an uproar. Who is Lin Xuan? Even those who have recently joined the sect know him well. And those who have been here for over 3 years are all too familiar with this name. Not only is he handsome, but he is also a legendary figure in the history of the Wooding Immortal sect, a fact corroborated by many disciples. Just 2 years prior, Lin Xuan single-handedly overwhelmed over 10,000 newly minted inner disciples, clinching first place in the grand competition and facilitating Qiu Haifeng's astonishing turnaround from the weakest elder peak to the foremost immortal peak of the sect. This remarkable feat is etched in their memories. This vivid recollection is precisely why the disciples are so astounded. It has yet to be 3 years since the last sect ceremony. In other words, a disciple who has been an inner disciple for no more than 3 years has suddenly ascended to become the next leader of the Wooding Immortal sect? The provisional leader is, after all, the next in line for leadership. After Duan Qing's remarks, his initial statement seemed reasonable, but the subsequent assertion regarding the next leader's ascension raised eyebrows. Was it truly a matter of simply stepping into the role? How did this differ from the current leader's position? Such audacity seemed excessive. Amidst feelings of envy, the assembled disciples were predominantly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the reasoning behind the leader's decision. However, the remaining 200 elders and the core disciples who attended the 100 Sects conference were not surprised. If Lin Xuan did not assume the title of leader, who else would? Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. Had he unwittingly become the candidate for leadership? Was the current leader truly losing all sense of propriety? Unable to secure his position as a disciple, had they resorted to underhanded tactics? This was entirely unacceptable. If he were to actually become the leader, how could he continue to conduct himself with the decorum expected in Qiu Haifeng? How could he remain close to his master without inciting rumors of exploiting his status to manipulate the female elders within the sect? He resolutely opposed this notion. Lin Xuan gazed at his master and noted her unchanged demeanor. Her expression remained cold, devoid of any sign of joy. Taking a step forward, he addressed the assembly. Master, please hold for a moment. I have something to say. Before he could voice his sentiment that he could never be the leader, indeed, it would be impossible for him in this lifetime, a jarring voice erupted from the inner disciple group. Having been an inner disciple for merely 3 years, what qualifications do you possess to become the leader? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's expression brightened. He had been pondering what excuse to employ to decline the role. And here the rationale presented itself. He turned to identify the source of the voice, and lo, it was none other than that rascal Zhao Mu. As his strength had grown, Lin Xuan had gradually forgotten these petty characters, yet he was astonished to discover the depth of Zhao Mu's animosity toward him. Daring to speak out at such a moment, Zhao Mu, having been taken under the wing of Elder Yu Yun with his late-stage nascent soul cultivation, had successfully broken through to the initial stage of transformation after 3 years. His confidence was palpable as he addressed the assembly. How can a mere 3 years as an inner disciple suffice for one to become the candidate for leadership? Not only the elders, but also the esteemed core brothers and sisters, who would ever regard him as worthy? He turned to his master. Surely, you would agree? Elder Yu Yun, appearing as a venerable elder clad in dark blue robes, wielded a cane. His countenance darkened as he directed a fierce gaze toward Zhao Mu. Wretched disciple, kneel. Zhao Mu, bewildered and defiant, protested, Master, what wrong have I spoken? Would you truly stand by and allow a mere child to ascend as the next leader? He argued his case. Yet Elder Yu Yun's expression darkened further. In a flash, he stood before Zhao Mu, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap, exclaiming, Defy the heavens, and you shall kneel as commanded. Zhao Mu was struck down, sprawling on the ground, a deep purple bruise blooming on his face, his head ringing. Even at this moment, he remained perplexed about why his master had chosen to strike him. His master, who was renowned as the most protective elder of the Wooding Immortal sect, typically intervened in conflicts between disciples of the Yuyun Peak and those from other peaks, reprimanding the opposing disciples without fail, never once casting blame upon his own. The sect leader's plea for forgiveness was, after all, a matter of guidance. The elder in the azure robe turned his gaze to the sect leader before swiftly shifting it to Lin Xuan, suggesting that the candidate for sect leader should also seek forgiveness, urging him to be magnanimous and not to hold grudges. However, Lin Xuan remained unfazed. Calmly addressing the sect leader, I believe your recent command is indeed inappropriate. You have witnessed that, given my current strength and experience, should I ascend to the position of the next sect leader, many of my senior brothers and sisters, along with the elders, would naturally be dissatisfied. I humbly request that you retract your order. Lin Xuan's reluctance to assume the role of sect leader stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, akin to his previous disinterest in becoming a direct disciple, he did not wish to part ways with his master. Secondly, the position of sect leader held little appeal for him. With his strikingly handsome appearance, he had no need for such a title to attract the attention of female disciples. If that were the case, what purpose did the role serve? Old Lu Zi casually remarked, "Let us see who dares to oppose." Exactly, another voice chimed in. With your talent and contributions to the sect, who would dare to dissent? If you are not the next sect leader, I shan't even pay my respects. Among the many disciples of the sect, who could possibly be more qualified than you for the role of the next sect leader? All of us old-timers are entirely convinced. The elders voiced their support, none daring to express dissent. They had witnessed Lin Xuan's capabilities in the Forbidden Grounds and were well aware of old Lu's current cultivation at the late Earth Immortal stage. Without mentioning anything else, simply based on old Lu's endorsement of Lin Xuan, who would dare question it? The elders' words resonated like thunder in the ears of the gathered disciples, who found it hard to believe what they were hearing. What sort of enchantment had Lin Xuan cast upon the elders? Have you finished speaking? Li Yuqing, who had remained silent for some time, finally spoke, her melodious voice echoing like the sound of a hidden orchid in a valley. The crowd instantly fell silent. Such a captivating voice left them at a loss for words. Once we've concluded, we shall return, unimpeded, to Qiuhai Peak. Very well, we shall adhere to your command. The crowd watched as the striking pair of master and disciple departed. The sect leader wore a grim expression, casting a fierce glare at Zhao Mu. Under ordinary circumstances, the attention of the sect leader would have been a matter of pride for a mere inner disciple, a point of lineage to be recorded in the family annals. Yet now, the gaze of Duan Qing sent chills down Zhao Mu's spine. The unintentional aura of authority emanating from Duan Qing made him feel as if he were submerged in the depths of the ocean, struggling to breathe. Duan Qing was acutely aware that Lin Xuan had no desire to assume the role of the sect leader. Nevertheless, as a perceptive individual, he believed that in such a solemn setting, particularly before all the disciples of the sect, Lin Xuan would be unlikely to outright refuse such a serious proposition. However, who could have foreseen the emergence of such a troublesome situation? His conjecture contained both truth and error. While Lin Xuan indeed wished to avoid the position, he would inevitably decline, though without Zhao Mu's intervention, he would have had to expend considerable effort seeking a plausible excuse. Such a task seemed rather cumbersome. Had he always been this audacious? Lu's eye cast a glance at Zhao Mu on the ground, his emotions a tumultuous blend. It was difficult to articulate whether he was impressed or dismayed, yet the fact that someone dared to openly challenge a decree from the sect leader was no trivial matter. This was not merely an act of bravery. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of disciples present. Could he truly be the only one? He had always exhibited remarkable courage. Elder Yu Yufeng sighed, offering a reluctant explanation. This time, however, it was indeed somewhat rash. He could impose any form of punishment on Zhao Mu, but given their established master-disciple relationship, the sect had clear records of their bond. Thus, he could only plead for leniency on behalf of his disciple. Perhaps this was simply fate, Duan Qing mused, letting out a soft sigh as he turned to leave the ancestral grounds. Time moves inexorably, and for those still living, life must continue. As the sect leader, losing over 200 esteemed immortal elders was undoubtedly a profound sorrow, yet he could not remain ensnared in the past. At that moment, he had found himself embroiled in a desperate battle, with two formidable adversaries from the immortal realm restraining him, leaving him powerless to assist the other elders, a situation truly beyond his control. The disciples gradually dispersed. Lu Zai, however, soared in the direction Lin Xuan had departed. Zhao Mu, having risen from the ground, immediately knelt, wishing to offer an apology, only to hear the elder in the azure robe gently say, "You may leave on your own. The waters of Yu Yun Foam are too shallow to accommodate a being of your stature." "Master, no. Master." Zhao Mu cried out in anguish. What had become of this world? Was it such a grave offense to question a fellow disciple? Being expelled from the inner sect felt no different than being cast out from his master. Returning to the outer sect was no longer an option. He could no longer claim the status of an inner disciple unless he could find another elder willing to take him in. Thus, upon witnessing his master's resoluteness, he could only turn his gaze to the other elders, hoping one might show a modicum of compassion. However, upon meeting his pleading eyes, the elders hastily rose and departed, fearing that Zhao Mu would cling to them stubbornly. In the ethereal heights, Li Yuqing inquired nonchalantly, "Why refuse? Isn't being the sect leader a fine position? Does master wish for me to become the sect leader?" Lin Xuan replied, his face reflecting surprise. I shall return to my duties at once. Your temperament is rather endearing. Li Yuqing remarked with a light laugh. Lin Xuan, with his straightforward demeanor, offered a faint smile and earnestly replied, no matter how esteemed a sect leader may be, they cannot compare to master. In a previous life, in the pursuit of survival, Lin Xuan diligently studied several sacred texts, 108 strategies to please wealthy women, how to interact with affluent ladies, and 100 ways to transition from a gigolo to a partner. Even after many years in this world, Lin Xuan could not claim to recite these volumes verbatim, yet he could reproduce their contents from memory with no more than a 10% margin of error. Consequently, handling the situation was rather straightforward. If I were to leave Qiu Haifeng, you would be the only one remaining atop the peak, Lin Xuan remarked, his expression reflecting his reluctance. Li Yuqing nodded slightly, then fell silent. The two traveled forward on their clouds in silence until Lu Zai caught up from behind. The pace of the white cloud beneath Lin Xuan's feet was not swift. Initially, it was controlled by his master, but eventually, she grew weary of maintaining control and entrusted it to Lin Xuan. He, in turn, pushed the speed to its limits, wishing to justify his presence beside his master for a little longer. The fragrance wafting from the enchanting woman beside him was a source of delight. For reasons unknown, he felt an indescribable aura emanating from his master, a quality he had never encountered before. It was as if she transcended the mundane, akin to a celestial being untouched by worldly affairs. Would you care to take a walk with me? Lu Zai inquired with a smile. If you have come regarding the matters of the sect, I must decline, for I sincerely lack interest, Lin Xuan replied, cupping his hands, though his tone was resolute. Ah. The old man would never impose, Lu Zai responded calmly. I merely wish to entrust you with certain matters. Lin Xuan's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. You aren't planning to liberate yourself from worldly ties after achieving the Earth Immortal stage, are you, Lu Zai? Your approach is even wilder than mine. Thereafter, Lin Xuan refrained from further jesting and followed Lu Zai's lead. The constraints of the laws of heaven and earth are growing increasingly stringent. I believe it is time to depart this realm, Lu Zai stated, standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distant sky with a hint of resignation. What, I wonder, is the essence of the heavenly Tao? Lin Xuan remained silent. In his previous life, as an avid reader of web literature, particularly ancient mythologies and later the genre of the Great Desolation, he had conducted extensive research. In the tales of the Great Desolation, the heavenly Tao served as an insurmountable ceiling, one that no being could surpass. Yet, the heavenly Tao of the Yuanyang realm could not be so formidable otherwise. The power of the laws would not have dissipated after Lu Zai's breakthrough to the late Earth Immortal stage. Noticing Lin Xuan's silence, Lu Zai continued, this old man, having encountered such an opportunity, desires to alter the laws of heaven and earth. Alas, the heavenly Tao is elusive and leaves no trace. It appears I cannot amend the rule that the peak of human immortality is the endpoint. It was evident that Lu Zai's countenance was dim. As the saying goes, one must experience despair firsthand to truly comprehend its depth. Having been constrained by the laws of heaven and earth for 7 millennia, Lu Zai understood this despair more intimately than anyone in the present era. Thus, he hoped to dismantle these laws before his departure, allowing the myriad immortals of the Yuanyang realm to be liberated from their restrictions. Alas, there is no way. The celestial path is elusive, and he cannot find the slightest opportunity to unleash his prowess. Thus, Lin Xuan followed Elder Lu, inquiring with a hint of confusion. Are you suggesting that I eradicate the celestial path and restore tranquility to the realm of cultivators? Perhaps due to a lack of experience. You cannot fully comprehend the sentiments of an old fellow like me, Elder Lu mused, gazing wistfully towards the horizon. Were it not for this damned celestial path, I would not require the heavenly fruit to achieve a breakthrough. It was evident that he held immense confidence in his youthful talents. We shall see if there will be an opportunity in the future. With a serene demeanor, Lin Xuan humbly responded, even with your late-stage Earth Immortal cultivation, you cannot discern the celestial path. What can I achieve if I merely step into the Earth Immortal realm? I might barely break through the initial stage only to be suppressed by the celestial path's laws. Having lived for 10 millennia, I have yet to witness a cultivator in the combined body stage slay an immortal as one would slaughter livestock, nor have I even heard of such tales. Elder Lu spoke with profound significance. Excessive humility can indeed border on arrogance. We are well acquainted, so there is no need for pretense with an old man like me. Lin Xuan remained silent, reflecting, I am not as formidable as you claim. I merely possess the standard capabilities of an ordinary combined body cultivator. Perhaps I have simply been fortunate enough to acquire a treasured weapon that others have discarded, along with a defensive treasure from my master that seems infinitely superior to the heavenly grade. How did it morph into arrogance in your words? The matters of cultivators should not be perceived as prideful. Lin Xuan deftly shifted the conversation, asking with a smile. When do you intend to ascend and depart from this realm? It likely won't be long now, Elder Lu replied, his brow furrowed with resignation. How long is not long? Lin Xuan queried with a puzzled expression, then timidly suggested, before you leave, wouldn't it be wise to eliminate a few hundred late-stage celestial beings for good fortune? I am not a fiend, Elder Lu remarked with exasperation. Lin Xuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Isn't it because I fear that after your ascension, others may come seeking to usurp my treasures? You are aware, my strength is modest, yet I possess numerous invaluable treasures. Sometimes, I find myself at a loss. An excess of fortune is not always a blessing. You rascal, Elder Lu retorted, with your current combat strength, a mere group of late-stage celestial beings should not instill fear. You say that lightly, Lin Xuan chuckled. Isn't it rather exhausting? Moreover, I am merely at the mid-stage of combined body. The saying goes, fear not the thief, but the one who covets. If I were to face trouble too frequently, it would impede my cultivation, would it not? Then, with righteous indignation, Lin Xuan asserted, surely. You wouldn't neglect to assist your disciple with such a simple matter? I had even contemplated offering paper money to you after your passing, so you could enjoy a better existence in the netherworld. That seems somewhat reasonable, Elder Lu pondered, revealing a thoughtful expression. Although he sensed something amiss, he could find no grounds for rebuttal. In that case, I shall leave the sect tomorrow to clear your path to immortality before departing this realm. Lu Ziao chuckled heartily, expressing his anticipation for life beyond the heavens. I wish you a prosperous ascension, becoming a formidable presence in your own right. Lin Xuan congratulated him with a cupped fist. Indeed, the old man up there also looks forward to your swift arrival, Lu Ziao replied with a faint smile. Despite their nearly 10,000-year age difference, the two stood together on the cloud, gazing up at the vast sky as if they were old friends. Take this with you, Lu Ziao said before departing, tossing Lin Xuan a silk pouch. When you find yourself lost or face insurmountable dangers, open this pouch. It will reveal a solution. With that, he vanished without a trace. In ancient times, before ascending, Earth immortals would often clear obstacles for their juniors as a final act of kindness. After all, countless records suggested that no ascended beings from the Yuanyang realm had ever returned. Thus, the realm remained devoid of any accounts of the outside world. Lin Xuan watched the direction in which Lu Ziao had departed until he could no longer sense any presence. He then examined the silk pouch in his hand, curious enough to open it without hesitation. With the protection of the Xianhuang Ding, what danger could he possibly encounter? He was more intrigued by the contents of the pouch than by Lu Ziao's words. Carefully, he untied the slender string of the pouch and pulled out its contents, his expression darkening immediately. To his dismay, the pouch contained nothing but a plain piece of white paper, inscribed with two bold characters that exhibited a unique and vigorous brushstroke. Keep it up. While it might have been acceptable to open this when feeling lost, resorting to it in times of danger seemed almost reckless. Fortunately, his wit had spared him from needing to open it in a perilous moment. Lin Xuan sighed, returning the note to the pouch and tossing it into his storage ring. Though the contents were somewhat disheartening, keeping it as a memento felt fitting. Should Lu Ziao ascend and then meet an untimely end, this would be his sole legacy. Lin Xuan turned and soared towards Qiu Haifeng. In less than a joss stick's worth of time, he returned to the small world, only to find no sign of his master. After inquiring with Xiao Yurong, he learned that upon returning, his master had not lingered but had instead entered the small courtyard. Lin Xuan did not dare impose on his master's privacy, opting instead to delve into the world within his bracelet to commence his cultivation. The most pressing matter was, indeed, to break through his current realm. Lu Ziao's words had ignited a spark of curiosity about the world beyond. Not to mention, his master had hinted that venturing outside would unveil her true identity. Meanwhile, outside the Wooding Immortal sect, those who had harbored grudges against it or had recently sought to suppress it faced Lu Ziao's furious retribution. Particularly for sects like the Zhenwu Immortal sect, had it not been for the Tao's intervention, their inner disciples would likely have been annihilated. In the grand hall of the true martial sect, after the departure of Elder Lu, a young elder at the early stage of human immortality stood in bewilderment. Oh no, he should be referred to as the newly appointed leader of the true martial sect. Was it not merely a matter of retreating for a tribulation to ascend to immortality? How did I become the strongest among the sect? having just emerged from seclusion. He had leapt from the ranks of a lowly elder to the most formidable figure within the true martial sect, even taking on the mantle of sect leader. This should have filled him with exhilaration, yet as he surveyed the dilapidated state of the sect, he was overcome with sorrow. Elder Lu had traversed between various sects, typically resolving matters within half a day. The majority of his time was consumed in travel. Of course, he did not annihilate every sect. Firstly, the heavenly laws forbade such actions, and secondly, as he himself claimed, Lu Xia was not inherently a villain. Half a year later, Lu Xia's figure, which had been racing across the horizon, gradually came to a halt. Looking up at the sky, he sighed, "Must I depart?" On this day, the celestial gate swung wide open. In any region of the Yuanyang realm, one could gaze skyward and behold a golden beam of light cascading from the depths of the firmament, suffused with ethereal brilliance. At the terminus of the golden pillar, an ancient and imposing door began to open, revealing nothingness beyond. Even if it were not truly void, cultivators of lesser prowess could not perceive what lay beyond the threshold. As the celestial gate opened, 4 elegantly attired celestial maidens emerged, each bearing a luminescent treasure lamp, and arranged in 2 columns, they glided forth. The sight of these 4 attendants, each possessing the strength of an earth immortal, struck onto the hearts of all human immortals within the Yuanyang realm. Positioned on either side of the celestial gate, an elderly man with flowing white hair and a long beard slowly appeared, cradling a golden scroll in both hands. In a low voice, he began to recite, "Lu Xia, late-stage earth immortal, with a lifespan of 10,000 years, has finally attained ascension. Congratulations are in order." Though his voice was soft, it resonated within the minds of all living beings in the Yuanyang realm, including even the youngest of children. At that moment, Lu Xia, who had just decimated a sect, began to ascend the golden pillar and swiftly reached the height of the celestial gate. "Is he here?" The elderly man's face broke into a gentle smile as he perused the scroll in his hands. "Let me ascertain which region of this world you belong to." "Yuanyang realm? It seems that no one has ascended from here in many years." "Wait, Yuanyang realm? Quickly, close the celestial gate. Return." The smile on the elder's face faded, and he rushed back into the gate without a second thought, while the 4 maidens' expressions shifted dramatically, prompting them to hastily retreat as well. The last of the maidens, newly appointed and lacking experience in escape, lost one of her embroidered shoes in her frantic flight. Lu Xia felt a sudden jolt as he realized the celestial gate was already closing. Trapped, neither permitted to stay nor to leave. Was this some form of jest? Anger surged within him, and he boldly stepped forward, seizing the moment before the gate could fully close, forcing his way inside. The celestial gate gradually shut, and tranquility once again enveloped the world. At the peak of the undetermined immortal gate, Qiu Haifeng, Lin Xuan, who had just successfully advanced to the late stage of the Great Ascendance, gazed upward at the sky, a hint of envy gracing his countenance. "Old Lu's reputation is indeed formidable," he murmured quietly. Even the celestial beings hastily whisked him away. Above the heavenly gate, the old immortal's words were inaudible to the myriad beings of the Yuanyang realm, save for Lu Xiyue. Lin Xuan was no exception. However, his cultivation at the Great Ascendant stage allowed him to vaguely perceive the events transpiring beyond the heavenly gate. "I wonder if my Ascension Day will grant me a reputation greater than Old Lu's." Beside him, Wuong, diligently sweeping the ground, could not help but scoff softly. 4 mid-stage Earth Immortals and 1 early-stage Celestial Immortal, and they dare to boast of their stature? How naive. Lin Xuan shot her a cold glare, dragging out his words as he reprimanded her. Wuong instantly transformed into an obedient maiden, smiling sweetly. "I shall not dare to provoke again." "That is more like it." Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. "You must always be mindful of your station. Back when I was in the mortal realm, there was a maid from a prominent family who disregarded her place, pretending to be a naive sweetheart, daydreaming about the possibility of a domineering love affair with the young master of her household, often breaking valuable antiques in the process and engaging in petty quarrels with him. In the end, she met a tragic fate. Not only was her death excruciating, but her cremation took a full 3 hours, punctuated by her agonized cries. Such a fate was inconceivable for Wuong, yet an inexplicable chill coursed through her heart. If it were anyone else, even mere mortals who barely reached the realm of human immortals, or even the mighty celestial lords, they would know better than to threaten her with a mere command. The numerous celestial kings and elders of the sacred Wu clan would ensure that the offender understood the power of numbers. Yet, Lin Xuan was different. Who stood behind him? That was none other than the unparalleled Empress, wielding the supreme imperial weapon and unrivaled across the heavens, capable of defeating 3 opponents of equal rank simultaneously. Especially given their relationship, Lin Xuan was a legitimate disciple of the Empress. If one were to disregard strength and consider status alone, he was an imperial scion, akin to her. Of course, the status of an imperial scion, merely inheriting the lineage, did pale slightly in comparison to the daughter of the celestial emperor. However, was their relationship merely that of master and disciple? She would find it hard to believe that their connection was so simplistic. Even now, with Lin Xuan having regained his celestial king cultivation, she could not bring herself to act against him. The reason was simple. Li Yuqing was simply too formidable. Naturally, her morbid thoughts of wishing Lin Xuan a fate worse than death would not dissipate easily, but at the very least, she needed to wait until Li Yuqing had perished and confirm the news repeatedly before daring to set her plan in motion. From now on, I shall ensure you are well rewarded for your diligent sweeping, Lin Xuan said, adopting the demeanor of a benevolent employer, attempting to console his employee. When the opportunity arises to return to the mortal realm, I shall bring you some silver as compensation. With that, Lin Xuan strode into the small world, leaving Wang staring blankly in the cold wind. Silver? What is that? She pondered, but having something is certainly better than nothing. Humph. What Wang was unaware of was that upon hearing there would be compensation for her labor, her sweeping became noticeably more vigorous. This was indeed a manifestation of acceptance of her fate. However, her unfamiliarity with currency could not be blamed on her, even within the uncertain immortal sect. Silver was not considered a universal medium of exchange. For cultivators, the essentials of daily life, no matter how trivial, must possess a hint of spiritual energy. Such mundane items as silver were absent from the uncertain immortal sect. Otherwise, Lin Xuan would not have had to venture into the mortal realm to exchange for it. After entering the small world and witnessing the grand ascension of Elder Lu, Lin Xuan felt invigorated in his pursuit of cultivation. For a cultivator, the act of cultivation is paramount. With sufficient strength, status, power, and wealth will inevitably gravitate towards one, even if one does not seek them. Before Elder Lu departed, he had vanquished over 400 late-stage human immortals, along with countless mid- and early-stage immortals. Numerous sects were left severely weakened. In an instant, the entire Yuanyang realm became remarkably tranquil. Shortly after Elder Lu's ascension, the newly appointed elder of Liantian Peak began to sort through Elder Lu's remnants, his belongings, and discovered a Shumi ring accompanied by a note. Within it lay all of his alchemical and artifact forging insights accumulated over the past 10 millennia, alongside some amassed treasures, with explicit instructions to deliver them to Lin Xuan. Naturally, the new elder dared not misappropriate them and promptly brought the ring to Qiuhai Peak. Upon receiving the ancient Shumi ring, Lin Xuan was utterly indifferent, having previously encountered the example of the pouch and doubting that Elder Lu had bequeathed anything of value. Besides, was artifact forging not intended to create superior magical treasures? Was Lin Xuan, the illustrious young Master Lin, in need of such artifacts? Thus, Elder Lu's lifelong knowledge was relegated to the depths of obscurity alongside that pouch, a true relic of insignificance. The rationale behind this was simple. Lin Xuan believed that this item was likely as unreliable as the pouch. Subsequently, Lin Xuan, accompanied by an abundance of spiritual liquid, did not keep track of the exact quantity, but estimated that even Elder Lu had likely never encountered such resources in his lifetime. Yet, in that seemingly small pond within the small world, the spiritual liquid remained plentiful, with no signs of depletion on the water's surface. Indulging in an endless supply of resources and benefiting from a double-time enhancement was indeed a delightful experience. However, Lin Xuan did not remain within the bracelet world for prolonged periods. Rather, he emerged approximately once a month to check on his master's presence and to spur Wuong into recognizing her own identity. Of course, the primary focus was still to ascertain his master's presence. Although Lin Xuan had countless more opportunities to meet Li Yuqing compared to other disciples, this was merely theoretical. Their interactions were somewhat closer, yet more often than not, Li Yuqing remained in her secluded courtyard within the small world, utterly indifferent to the happenings of the outside world. If she were not in seclusion, she could be seen 10 or 8 times a year. But during her periods of focused cultivation, it was certain that not a single encounter would occur. Even though Lin Xuan ventured out only once a month, he had not seen his master for the better part of half a year. Next time, when master steps out of the small courtyard, be sure to inform me first. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Xian instructed Xiao Yurong to stand at attention before him, speaking earnestly. You have spent more time by Master S side than I have. So you should understand how lonely he is. To fill his world with a sea of flowers and the songs of birds, I would willingly forego all my cultivation time. I understand. Xiao Yurong promptly vowed with conviction. The moment the wooden door opens, I will call for you, all right? Agreed. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction, marveling at Xiao Yurong's embodiment of concepts such as obedience and future promise. However, one thing puzzled Lin Xian. Despite having spent several years at Xiao Haifeng, he had rarely encountered Xiao Shenran, who mostly slept. Yet, Xiao Yurong had been right under his nose. How was it possible that she hadn't grown taller? Beauty in the making was indeed the highest praise for a girl, but she could not remain just a bud forever. Master, the door is stirring. Xiao Yurong suddenly exclaimed, as if she had discovered a treasure. All right, go play, Lin Xian replied, though his back was turned to the small courtyard. He too sensed the changes within himself. After breaking through to the mid-stage of the Great Ascension, he felt that both his strength and spiritual awareness had significantly intensified. Disciple greets master, Lin Xian said respectfully, turning to face his master with cupped hands. Without waiting for a response, he rose, their relationship one of both teacher and friend. After all, apart from an abundance of resources and treasures, Li Yuqing had never taught Lin Xian any techniques or spells. Feeling somewhat stifled in the small courtyard, Li Yuqing suggested, shall we take a walk together? How could a disciple dare to refuse? Lin Xian replied earnestly, his heart brimming with joy. He finally understood why. Back in the outer sect, some of the remarkably beautiful senior sisters had been inexplicably excited just to exchange a few words with him. Perhaps that was what love felt like. Master, don't you have any acknowledgement for your only disciple? Lin Xian followed closely behind his master, struggling to find a way to converse, and finally brazenly said, look, I have now reached the mid-stage of the Great Ascension. Yet I am still practicing the techniques of an ordinary inner sect disciple. If word got out, it would be quite embarrassing. Oh, what do you wish to learn? Li Yuqing asked with a gentle smile. Before Lin Xian, she had never adopted any airs and was always willing to oblige. Anything will do. Even celestial or heavenly techniques. Naturally, as your disciple, I would prefer the techniques you deem best, Lin Xian casually remarked, merely seeking a reason to engage in conversation with his master. Do you truly wish to learn techniques? She teased. I wouldn't want to embarrass you. It seems you are rather enamored with your master. I possess a formidable technique. Would you be interested in learning it? The disciple, eager to acquire knowledge, would certainly not refuse. Very well, today I shall formally impart to you the chaotic primordial freedom technique. Once you have mastered this, you shall never kneel before another master. Are you willing? Li Yuqing spoke nonchalantly. Yet, not far away, Wuong wore a look of shock, her fiery red lips parted in disbelief. Unable to close them for an extended moment. An imperial-level technique. A genuine imperial-level technique. The very art practiced by the most powerful empress across the myriad realms. She couldn't help but cast a gaze filled with envy toward Lin Xian, for such treatment was something she had never experienced. As the daughter of an immortal emperor, Wuong possessed resources comparable to those of Lin Xian. It could be summarized as having an inexhaustible supply for a lifetime. When Li Yuqing had previously gifted Lin Xian the treasured Xian Wang Ding for protection, Wuong had already found it outrageous. Yet, she never anticipated something even more extraordinary to follow. She couldn't fathom the reasoning behind it. Although still deeply astonished, Lin Xian's subsequent words made her question her own existence. Lin Xian replied calmly, what my master imparts is merely the most rudimentary worldly technique. How could a disciple refuse to learn? However, it seems somewhat distrustful of you to question my character. Everything I possess is a result of your invitation. Would you be willing to join my ranks? Even without this inexhaustible spiritual liquid, would I ever consider abandoning my master? If that were the case, no matter how powerful this technique, I would refuse to learn it. Excuse me? This is an imperial-level technique we're discussing. Once you master it, you will truly become the heir of the Immortal Emperor. Should you break through to become an Immortal Emperor, you'll be capable of defeating 3 opponents at once. Such an opportunity ought to be seized out of gratitude, with assurances made, perhaps even a vow upon the great path. If you fail to appreciate it and act pretentiously, it is beyond comprehension. Furthermore, whether you can comprehend it is another matter entirely. I implore you, behave like a decent person. Wuong found herself utterly bewildered by Lin Xian's current thoughts. Her inner turmoil approached a breaking point. She almost wished to seize Lin Xian's life and occupy his body instead. Yet, the subsequent scene rendered Wuong, who believed the absurdity could not escalate further, completely despondent. Li Yuqing expressed her sincere apologies, saying, "I have overly concerned myself. I should not have doubted your character. I apologize." A playful smile then graced her face. Isn't this merely a procedure? Must it be taken so seriously? To live off others is indeed a model for our kind. Wu Wang's mind spiraled. What kind of path was this? A stunning empress, capable of annihilating countless immortal kings and battling 3 immortal emperors with ease, displayed such gentleness in her everyday life? When she had once pressed my head down and sealed my cultivation, she had not acted in this manner. If one could comprehend this technique. Suddenly, Li Yuqing became serious again, stating gravely, for someone like her, dispatching foes is no challenge at all. Lin Xuan followed his master's gaze to the seemingly harmless Wu Wang, who trembled in fear, his expression somewhat peculiar. Just this? After years of acquaintance, Lin Xuan had gradually forgotten that Wu Wang was also a formidable figure. It is truly difficult to associate a mere vase, which exists solely to sweep and sleep, with a formidable figure. Li Yuqing smiled gracefully, offering no explanations. The cultivation of the immortal king, the most powerful being below the immortal emperor, is such that with a mere thought, one could obliterate the vast realm of Yuan'an. Lin Xuan, having encountered such matters too early, found it to be a rather unfortunate circumstance. However, Wu Wang displayed no trace of anger, merely curling his lips and remarking, "If you refuse to learn, I shall." Lin Xuan, sensing a hint of caution, promptly stated, "Master, there are outsiders present. Should we not expel her before imparting the disciples' techniques?" Wu Wang retorted, "Though I am not human, you truly are a dog." Unfazed, Li Yuqing urged Wu Wang to focus intently, her eyes gleaming with determination. Should she attain the legacy of the immortal emperor, she would willingly endure years of confinement, even extending to millennia. Yet, what transpired next filled her with a bittersweet ache. Li Yuqing delicately tapped Lin Xuan's forehead with her jade-like fingers, and all knowledge pertaining to the imperial techniques flooded into Lin Xuan's mind. No matter how close she stood, she could not unravel the secrets contained within. Of course, had her strength surpassed that of Li Yuqing, such a feat would have been trivial. However, this hypothetical scenario was utterly implausible. Lin Xuan felt the emergence of supreme and profound secrets within his consciousness, prompting him to enter a meditative state. His awareness plunged into a chaotic void, where a distant star-like glimmer flickered. The brilliance seemed tantalizingly close yet remained elusive. Is this what my master referred to as the innate chaos of freedom? Lin Xuan mused, his thoughts clouded in uncertainty. Indeed, it is quite chaotic. Could that glimmer signify the technique? With a mind swirling with thoughts, Lin Xuan made a decisive judgment and began to move towards the light. In the chaos, concepts of distance and reference points vanished. Yet Lin Xuan felt as if he were a gentle breeze, swift as lightning, racing through the void. Time passed without measure. Initially, the light appeared to be merely 100 meters away, yet regardless of how fast he moved, it remained perpetually out of reach. So close, yet so far. How exhausting it is. How I wish I had a steed to ride. Gradually, fatigue washed over Lin Xuan, prompting him to murmur absent-mindedly. In an instant, beneath his feet arose a magnificent dragon, resplendent in golden radiance, with Lin Xuan standing atop its majestic horns. Could it be that in this realm my thoughts manifest into reality? Lin Xuan, possessing remarkable intelligence, swiftly grasped the underlying truth. How lonely it feels. If only my master could accompany me. No sooner had he uttered these words than the figure of his master materialized beside him, a captivating beauty of exquisite allure. Oh my! Lin Xuan hastily covered his nose, having exerted more force than intended. His master had indeed appeared, yet the implications were rather overwhelming. What should not be seen? What should not be heard? Just as he contemplated this, a rather peculiar thought inexplicably arose in Lin Xuan's mind upon the arrival of Li Yuqing, who appeared with an enchanting demeanor. Shaking his head, Lin Xuan promptly waved away the enchanting figures surrounding him. What merit is there in indulging in fantasies? Should he wish to witness such a scene again? He could simply take matters into his own hands when he possesses the capability in the future. The heavens did not create Lin by merely for show. The cosmos has existed as an interminable night, awaiting the arrival of light. Upon grasping the mysteries of chaos, Lin Xuan's voice gradually took on a tone of authority. Such a power, where words manifest into reality, can easily lead one to hubris. Regrettably, this realm is but an ethereal void, not the tangible world. Indeed. As he uttered those words, the distant radiance, once 100 meters away, instantaneously appeared before him. The light gradually merged into Lin Xuan's brow. No sensation? What is happening? As the light entered his mind, Lin Xuan felt no discernible change. Yet, beneath him, The golden dragon became the sole source of illumination amidst the chaos. Outside of consciousness, in the realm of reality, Lin Xuan remained motionless in a meditative posture, having sat for over 2 hours. Wuong, with a defiant pout, remarked, "I have yet to witness any celestial emperor bestowing their lineage upon such a mere mortal. What of imperial-grade techniques? Can he truly comprehend them? He would be better off passing them to me." Her frustration was palpable, endowed with extraordinary talent in the pure bloodline of the sacred crow's celestial emperor. She had rapidly ascended to the realm of the celestial king within a mere few millennia. She was even heralded as the most likely candidate to become the second celestial emperor of her clan. Yet, she had never garnered a single glance of approval from Lin Xuan. Even during her moment of rebellion, the only gaze she received was one of disdain. Seated less than a meter from Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan remained tranquil and composed, paying no heed to Wuong. To utter such arrogance, Wuang's father would not even capture her interest, let alone a mere celestial king. "Go tend to your chores," she dismissed with a huff. Wuong pouted and let out a soft snort, venting her displeasure. She was undeniably beautiful, and in recent years, many inner disciples passing by Qiu Haifeng had been captivated by her as she swept the peak. Among them were prodigious talents of remarkable potential. Yet, in Wuang's eyes, even someone as gifted as Lin Xuan was merely a first-tier mortal, easily extinguishable at her whim. However, at that moment, she received no response. Leaving her to stew in silent irritation, whispering sarcastically, "What audacity to impart imperial techniques to someone who is not even a celestial being. Does he not fear being ensnared within his own psyche for eternity, languishing in solitude for a lifetime?" Before she could finish her thought, Lin Xuan's robe began to flutter without wind, swelling rapidly. His body absorbed the abundant spiritual energy present in the microcosm as if it were a vast ocean. In mere moments, he consumed a quantity of spiritual energy that far exceeded the total available in the entirety of the Yuanyang realm. Although the spiritual energy in this microcosm generated at an impressive rate, it could not keep pace with Lin Xuan's voracious absorption. Spiraling vortices of spiritual energy appeared above his shoulders and head, drawing in all the spiritual essence from the world around him. Ultimately, the liquid essence within the pool was also absorbed by Lin Xuan, who refined it in an instant, transforming it into the purest spiritual energy that surged into his being. His momentum and realm surged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, climbing steadily higher. The previously scornful Wuong now wore a dazed expression. In less than 2 hours, he comprehended an imperial-level technique? What kind of prodigy is this? In the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan effortlessly advanced from the mid-stage to the late stage of the Great Ascension, continuing to voraciously absorb the spiritual liquid from the pool, showing no signs of halting his progress. Not only Wuong, but even Lin Xuan appeared rather astonished. Such comprehension. It is no wonder he can grasp the profound path in this era. The complex emotion swirled in Lin Xuan's beautiful gaze. Could he possibly become another immortal emperor from ancient times to the present? Wuong, upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, failed to grasp the deeper implications. For the first time, he cast a highly favorable evaluation upon Lin Xuan. This extraordinary phenomenon even roused the slumbering Xiaoxianin, including Yueyang. The 5 beauties within the small world all focused their attention on Lin Xuan. Of course, aside from Lin Xuan and Wuong, the other 3 were merely bystanders. Utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, akin to little sisters trailing behind a great figure, clapping and exclaiming in delight. The celestial phenomenon persisted as Lin Xuan's cultivation rose steadily, showing no signs of abating, hinting at a potential ascension. However, when Lin Xuan broke through to the late stage of the tribulation, Lin Xuan raised her finger, and the extraordinary occurrences gradually subsided. To attain immortality, one must endure the heavenly tribulation, yet within the small world, the celestial secrets were obscured. And the Tao of the Yuanyang realm could not penetrate this domain, thus no tribulation could descend. Although Lin Xuan's casual gesture was far more terrifying than any heavenly tribulation, it lacked the authenticity of the natural order. While it could exist, it was not necessary. As a mature immortal, would it not be a profound regret to have never faced a tribulation? At that moment, Lin Xuan also opened his eyes. "What are you all staring at?" he inquired, perplexed, at the 5 individuals encircling him. A disquieting thought suddenly emerged in Lin Xuan's mind. Surely these individuals did not take advantage of his meditative state to do something inappropriate to his body? That would be utterly outrageous. Why could they not be a bit more beastly while he was awake? He was in a state of oblivion, yet they had their enjoyment. What about him? Could he not also relish the experience? "Let me feel my own cultivation," Lin Xuan calmly spoke, her crimson lips parting. "Isn't this merely the great ascension? Oh dear, How is it already the late stage of the tribulation? Lin Xuan, initially unconvinced, displayed a flicker of astonishment, which swiftly transformed into joy. Although he believed he had spent several years in the void and chaos, if he could advance to the late stage of the tribulation merely by sleeping, then a few decades more of slumber would pose no issue. After surpassing the tribulation stage, breaking through to the next level would extend his lifespan by several hundred years. For an ordinary practitioner at the late stage of the tribulation, even if facing a lifetime without hope of ascension, surviving for 2,000 or 3,000 years would generally not be a problem. Congratulations, you have successfully become my official disciple, Li Yuqing said with a beaming smile. Lin Xuan was taken aback. This was unexpectedly a test? He timidly inquired, if I fail to comprehend this technique, would my master truly cast me out? That would not be the case. However, if it were so, then I could only regard it as mine. A playful expression, one that Lin Xuan had never witnessed before, danced across Li Yuqing's face, yet she hesitated, words lingering on the tip of her tongue. Lin Xuan's expression turned knowing as he indulged in his imagination. If he could not become her disciple, he might still be her partner, husband, or companion, thus multiplying his opportunities. Master, I beheld. In the chaos, Lin Xuan earnestly conveyed all he had witnessed and felt within the realm of chaos to his master, omitting the part where he had manifested her form. All thoughts and musings are indeed reality, Li Yuqing stated calmly before stretching languorously and turning towards the small courtyard. As she ambled away, she lazily remarked, I am so tired. Your disciple respectfully bids farewell. Master, Lin Xuan said with a smile and a bow. Lick, just lick. How else can one win the heart of a beauty? How else can one live off grace? After ascending the mountain, Lin Xuan experienced inner turmoil, confusion, and struggle, questioning himself countless times as a man of stature. Am I truly destined to rely on others for my entire life? However, the Master has bestowed upon me an abundance, presenting an enchanting beauty of unparalleled allure. Such a captivating figure, even without the backing of a wealthy patroness, possesses an irresistible charm. Moreover, the presence of a prosperous benefactor only enhances her appeal significantly. What are wealthy beauties, daughters of affluent families, or aristocrats compared to a master? They pale in comparison. Do they not? In the present circumstances, one can only proceed step by step. However, Lin Xuan did not feel the slightest shame in relying on others. In fact, he felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Given his master's conditions, if such news were to be made public, every man in the world would yearn for a taste of this indulgent fortune. Furthermore, Lin Xuan had just traversed into the Yuan-Yang realm, emerging as an infant. After weaning, he frequently suffered from stomach pains and diarrhea. It was only after seeking the renowned local physician that he found relief. The specifics of the treatment elude Lin Xuan's memory, yet he often heard tales of his ordeal from his father and the elders of his family. Whenever he expressed dissatisfaction with the food served by the servants, his father would emerge from the corner, tenderly stroking Lin Xuan's head with a face full of concern, yet gravely remarking, the physician states that your stomach is unsettled. Hence, one must consume only liquid nourishment throughout life. As Lin Xuan felt his cultivation rapidly ascending, his spirits soared. He rose, letting out a hearty laugh, and made his way towards the world beyond. The advancement in his cultivation ignited thoughts of the endless possibilities that lay ahead with his master, naturally elevating his mood. I shall accompany you for a stroll. Wuong called out to Lin Xuan, her red lips slightly bitten as she spoke with a hint of shyness. Although she had been thoroughly transformed by Lin Xuan, this was her first time addressing someone in such a manner. Focus on your sweeping, Lin Xuan gently admonished. While Wuong possessed a striking beauty in Lin Xuan's eyes, she paled in comparison to his master, appearing rather ordinary. He found her less appealing than several of the youthful and spirited junior sisters from the Wooding Immortal sect. Truly, she was not fit to be taken out. As the foremost handsome figure of the Wooding Xianmen, it was beneath him to be accompanied by a girl less attractive than his fellow junior sisters. The thought of others witnessing such a sight made him bristle with indignation, fearing they might perceive him, Lin Xuan, as desperate. Wuong, in her frustration, could only stomp her feet, wishing she could implore Lin Xuan once more. After the previous events, she was utterly deterred from harboring any notions about him. Although she had never tasted the sweetness of love, she could decipher everything from Li Yuqing's expressions when she gazed at Lin Xuan. This alone made her refrain from entertaining any feelings towards him. Additionally, Lin Xuan possessed an extraordinary talent, mastering an imperial-level technique in merely 2 hours. Was this a feat achievable by mere mortals? With Li Yuqing's diligent protection, It was inevitable that Lin Xuan would ascend to emperor status in due course. Unless the celestial emperors of the realms banded together to eliminate Li Yuqing completely, she would never dare to entertain any thoughts about him. Moreover, even if those celestial emperors truly conspired against Li Yuqing, Wuong believed it most likely that she would slay several of them and retreat unscathed. No one could ever hope to detain her. Lin Xuan strolled gracefully along the pristine stone path, compelled to remark on Wu Wang's ever-increasing capabilities, which filled him with satisfaction and comfort. Although Wu Wang did not comprehend the rationale behind Lin Xuan's actions, the latter bore no resentment, for he was a benevolent soul. The primary reason he had Wu Wang sweep the floors daily was to ensure that, should he ascend and depart from the Yuanyang realm, this mere ornament would possess a skill to sustain himself and avoid starvation. Alas, such considerate employers are few and far between. As Lin Xuan ambled along, humming a cheerful tune, he soon discovered a vast expanse of open land behind the small courtyard at the mountain summit. The peak of Haifeng, akin to other elder peaks, was not particularly large, yet it was spacious enough. However, over the years, he had spent all his time within the small world, and upon returning to Haifeng, his first action was to enter that realm, neglecting the surroundings. This negligence was inconsequential until Lin Xuan suddenly recalled the 3 requirements his master had imparted when he first ascended the mountain: sweep the floors, tend to the weeds in the backyard, and feed the spirit beasts. Since Wu Wang's arrival, he had not paid attention to the sweeping. The weeds his master referred to were likely the precious herbs flourishing throughout the small world. As for the spirit beasts that required feeding, it couldn't possibly be the 2 sisters, right? Surely, they had not perished from hunger. A wave of uncertainty washed over Lin Xuan as he pondered whether to investigate, given that several years had elapsed. Moreover, ordinary spirit beasts consumed far more than humans. The crux of the matter was that once human cultivators reached the foundation establishment stage, they generally no longer required sustenance from grains. Unlike humans, spirit beasts thrived on nourishment. Their strength was derived from food, necessitating 3 meals a day. Of course, whether they had starved remained unknown to Lin Xuan, as the spirit beasts he had previously raised had never lived long enough to starve, having been devoured by him instead. It must be noted, spirit beast flesh was far more delectable than the mundane meat of cattle and sheep in the secular realm. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. After all, it had been so long, and his master had never inquired, suggesting the beasts might have perished long ago. Nodding to himself, Lin Xuan reasoned, his master was always so kind to him. Surely, he would not cast him aside over a few spirit beasts. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed. Given his master's stature, it was unlikely he would keep ordinary spirit beasts. The so-called weeds were likely celestial herbs. And the spirit beasts could not possibly be commonplace creatures. They might possess exceptional meat quality. After years of hunger, their flesh would undoubtedly be even more exquisite. Naturally, he had to go and take a look. Thus, Lin Xuan followed the stone path toward the open ground behind the mountain. Indeed, there was a fenced area for beasts. Yet it was entirely empty, devoid of any presence. A look of regret crossed Lin Xuan's face. Alas, what a pity. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in spirit beast meat. Master, you have finally arrived. As Lin Xuan was about to leave, a tender voice suddenly echoed from behind, resembling that of a young girl of 4 or 5 years. The tone was such that it evoked deep sympathy, leaving listeners in tears. So you haven't starved to death? Lin Xuan paused, curious to discover the nature of the spiritual beast nurtured by his master. Upon turning around, he beheld a round, black and white creature in the beast enclosure, momentarily taken aback. A national treasure? His master's spiritual beast was, astonishingly, a panda. In his previous life, Lin Xuan had often visited the zoo to admire these creatures, and he lamented not having pursued a career as an animal caretaker, thereby missing the chance to pet them. He had never anticipated that such a creature would exist in the Yuanyang realm. He was eager to indulge in some affectionate interaction. Master, the panda, though somewhat feeble, spoke with a tone of grievance, as if to say, you still remember me. Guagua, having been neglected for the first month, had vowed to make the new caretaker regret their tardiness. After a year of being overlooked, the promise subtly shifted to wishing for an abundance of food upon the caretaker's arrival, and not necessarily requiring their presence. Now, nearly 4 years later, Guagua thought that as long as someone remembered it and came by, it would accept them as its master. Why didn't you come looking for me? Lin Xuan, observing the panda's sorrowful gaze, retorted, being so close and not coming out, you deserve to be hungry for so long. Yet, it was a predicament. But master said I shouldn't cross these wooden barriers, Guogua lamented. Enough of that. What do you wish to eat? I shall fetch it for you. Lin Xuan replied dismissively, his tone suggesting he had no desire to hear further excuses. With just a few words, Guogua felt as though it was at fault. A not-so-bright spiritual beast was indeed easier to deceive than a young girl. Bamboo shoots would be best. If not, just some fruits will suffice. Where am I to find bamboo shoots? Just eat whatever you can, Lin Xuan said, as he retrieved a number of spiritual pills from his shumi ring and entered the enclosure. While feeding typically required merely tossing food, this was an opportunity to rectify the regrets of his past life, and he intended to savor it fully. Spiritual pills were the finest sustenance for spiritual beasts, provided they were not poisonous or overwhelmingly fragrant concoctions. Essentially, they were akin to the best cat and dog food from his former life, though most spiritual beasts never encountered such delicacies. Moreover, after nearly 4 years of hunger, Guogua had devoured every sprout of grass in the enclosure, ultimately resorting to eating roots, leaving the space barren. It had no concept of the importance of sustainable resource utilization. It deserved its hunger. Thus began a grand scene of affectionate interaction. Regardless of whether a panda was classified as a bear or a cat, as long as it was adorable. It was indeed a cat. Lin Xuan occasionally tugged at the 2 round ears of Gun Gun and sometimes cradled its plump head with both hands, a delightful sight to behold. Gun Gun, however, remained preoccupied with its meal, oblivious to such antics. After a stick of incense had burned, Gun Gun finally felt satiated, its belly swelling for the first time in 4 years, an exquisite sensation of comfort. Master, you are truly wonderful, Gun Gun remarked to Lin Xuan, who stood beside it, gently massaging its head. Suddenly, Lin Xuan paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, his hands stilled, and a shiver ran through him, leaving him with a sense of ennui. In the future, if possible, let us avoid human speech, Lin Xuan said with profound significance. Gun Gun was undeniably adorable. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but Lin Xuan felt that this panda was more endearing than any fluffy creature in the world. The saying that what one cannot attain is always in turmoil seemed to ring true here. However, the sound of Gun Gun's voice, sweet and soft like that of a 4 or 5-year-old girl, evoked a profound sense of guilt within him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Having accomplished what was left undone in his previous life, Lin Xuan felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Before departing, he instructed Gun Gun, should you feel hungry next time, come find me. The allure of petting a cat was simply irresistible. Yet after Gun Gun had eaten its fill, it began to exhibit awareness, seeming uncomfortable with the continued attention, and emitted soft whines. This filled Lin Xuan with a heavy sense of guilt, making him feel as though he were imposing upon a young girl. As Gun Gun watched Lin Xuan's retreating figure, it gazed at the mere meter-high fence before it, feeling as though it were gazing into the vast heavens, and it slowly withdrew back to its previous resting place. With its immense power, it could easily obliterate the Yuan Yang realm, but without the orders of Liu Qing, it would never leave the beast enclosure. Lin Xuan exited the enclosure, intending to explore the sect or perhaps venture outside. With his cultivation at the late stage of tribulation crossing, even without the precious Xin Huang Ding, he was nearly invincible within the Yuan Yang realm, as long as the hidden immortal masters of the various sects remained in seclusion. Ever since his master returned, Lin Xuan had seldom wandered the inner sect. After such a long time, the Wooding sect had welcomed a new batch of disciples, youths from the secular world, hailing from various great dynasties, who, filled with a yearning for the path of immortality, began their arduous lives in the outer sect. Naturally, these newcomers had never encountered Lin Xuan. When one of them glanced up at the sky and spotted Lin Xuan, sheer astonishment washed over their face. They could scarcely believe that such a handsome man existed in the world. Junior brother, Lin Xuan was soaring through the air when a young girl from a nearby elder's peak excitedly called out to him. Without needing to look, he recognized the voice immediately. The girl, adorned in a light pink long skirt, was both lively and charming as she chased after him, yet for someone slightly taller. Her long dress resembled little more than a short skirt. I have seen the senior sister, Lin Xuan nodded, clasping his hands and smiling. Though he was now stronger than her in terms of cultivation, he was not one to take pride in his abilities. With your talents, you should be approaching the early stage of great ascension, am I correct? The young lady placed her hands on her hips and, squinting her eyes with a smile, inquired. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Lin Xuan faintly sensed something amiss. This was not characteristic of the young lady's usual demeanor. The facade of the young lady proclaimed, if there is anything you do not understand, feel free to inquire. Yet, the genuine young lady implored, "Dear brother, I beseech you, speak with elderly on my behalf. I too wish to join Qiu Haifeng." Without waiting for Lin Xuan to pose a question, the young lady immediately divulged. Ever since participating in the 100 Doors conference and spending some time within the Immortal sect, the pressure accumulated during the conference, combined with the spirit stones bestowed by my master, has elevated me to the mid-stage of the tribulation crossing. Am I now eligible to join Qiu Haifeng? Lin Xuan slightly nodded. Indeed, this is the true essence of the young girl. With my cultivation at the mid-stage of tribulation transcendence, it should be no trouble at all to lend some prestige to Qiu Haifeng, right? I spoke to my master about you, but she expressed little interest. Lin Xuan squinted and smiled. It's a pity that such a fine visage belongs to a girl. Otherwise, how about you take me as your disciple? Upon hearing this, the young lady instantly grew anxious and quickly exclaimed, "As long as I can approach Qiu Haifeng, I will agree to anything." Lin Xuan fell silent, realizing he had indeed underestimated her determination to draw closer to her master. Setting that aside, he suggested, "Senior sister, since you have already reached the mid-stage of transcending tribulations, why not focus on seclusion and strive to confront the heavenly tribulation? After overcoming it, you may find hope." He shifted the topic and painted a grand vision for her. "I intend to explore the secular world," he added. The young lady replied earnestly, "The heavenly tribulation is the greatest calamity in a cultivator's journey. A moment's carelessness could lead to death and annihilation. One must possess a complete and unwavering heart when facing the tribulation, otherwise, the chances of failure are significantly heightened." Oh, is that so? It was the first time Lin Xuan had heard of the tribulation. His cultivation had progressed so rapidly that during his prior breakthroughs into the God transformation and integration stages, no one had spoken to him of such matters. As for his master, in Li Youqing's view, the tribulation was akin to a child's play. If one could not even overcome that, what was the point of pursuing the Tao or the path of immortality? However, she noted that he was still far from facing the tribulation, so it was of little concern. The young lady spoke earnestly, a peculiar glint flashing in her eyes. "A century ago, a senior sister who had been very kind to me attempted to confront the tribulation. Unfortunately, due to some unresolved, trivial matters, she fell prey to her inner demons and was ultimately consumed by demonic flames." Lin Xuan pondered, contemplating whether this young lady might have been led astray by that unknown senior sister. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired. "I wish to immerse myself in the life of a mortal, and upon my return, I shall enter seclusion to transcend to the late stage of tribulation." Subsequently striving to confront the heavenly calamity, the young girl spoke earnestly. The life of a mortal? Lin Xuan, hailing from the mundane world, understood that the life of ordinary mortals primarily revolved around daily labor to secure their sustenance and attend to various trifles. Above all, the paramount concern was the continuation of one's lineage. Suddenly, a phrase uttered by his master when he brought Wu Ong back to Qiuhai Peak surfaced in his mind. The higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it became to leave behind descendants. This thought was further reinforced by the observation that many elders of the Wooding Immortal sect, after achieving immortality, had not sired a single child. Could it be that the young lady wishes to venture into the mundane world to bear a child? Who could possibly undertake such a feat? Never mind, this is not a decision for me to make. Lin Xuan, with a serious demeanor, declared. Then I shall extend my early congratulations to you, senior sister, on your impending success in transcending the tribulation. We share such a bond that such formalities seem unnecessary. The young lady waved her hand dismissively, her expression nonchalant. Suddenly, she turned serious and inquired, "By the way, what is your current cultivation level?" "Late stage of tribulation crossing." Lin Xuan replied calmly. As the young lady had stated, they were familiar enough not to hide anything from one another, although they had yet to reach a profound understanding. At least they were being candid with each other. Only the late stage of tribulation crossing? Were you not already at the mid-stage when you emerged from the forbidden zone? How could you be? Wait, could you repeat that? The moment she heard late stage, she failed to notice the words tribulation crossing, initially assuming he meant late stage of integration. Realizing her mistake, her mouth gaped in disbelief, unwilling to accept this reality. Indeed, I am at the late stage of tribulation crossing. Lin Xuan revealed his cultivation level unabashedly, channeling his spiritual energy to display his prowess without reservation. The young lady lifted her gaze towards Lin Xuan, her body frozen in shock for quite some time, reluctant to accept the truth. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She exclaimed in anger, "How could you face elderly after this?" Lin Xuan wore a puzzled expression, wondering how he had wronged his master. Your rapid advancement and cultivation. Isn't it a result of your nightly dual cultivation with that exceptional furnace? She stammered, her face flushed, unsure whether it was from indignation or embarrassment. During the 100 Schools conference, an experienced senior sister had opened the door to a new world for her. She was no longer the naive girl who believed that merely aligning palms could result in childbirth. Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile, marveling at the young lady's vivid imagination and her ability to conjure such scenarios. This is all the fruit of my relentless dedication to cultivation. How could it have morphed into nightly dual cultivation in your narrative? It has barely been over a year since I exited the Forbidden Zone. How could one possibly leap from mid-stage integration to late-stage tribulation crossing in such a short span? The young lady pouted, her expression rife with skepticism. It has only been a little over a year. Who can achieve such a breakthrough from mid-stage integration to late-stage tribulation crossing? Moreover, your mid-stage integration was itself a series of consecutive breakthroughs. If such breakthroughs were so simple, the uncertain immortal sect and the entire Yuanyang realm would not have countless cultivators stagnating at the integration or great ascension stages. The furnace can only be used once. As you should know, Lin Xuan explained helplessly. That was my crucial asset for breaking through to the Earth Immortal stage. I am not foolish enough to use it now. That makes some sense, the young lady pondered, her large eyes narrowing as she asked. Then what about your cultivation level? It is a matter of talent. My aptitude is evident, and it is challenging not to break through, he replied. The young lady remained skeptical, clearly unconvinced. She knew Lin Xuan possessed extraordinary talent and that consecutive advancements within a year or two were entirely plausible. Yet, to leap over so many levels in just a little over a year seemed implausible. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, stroking his chin with his right hand, and retorted, Are you familiar with the quantum mechanics proposed by a powerful figure from ancient times? When faced with uncertainty, one must turn to quantum mechanics. The young girl, bewildered, shook her head in ignorance. All right, that settles it. That esteemed elder, even amidst the throngs of formidable beings in ancient times, was exceptionally gifted, relying on such knowledge. Lin Xuan feigned profundity. Even fabricating tales requires a certain finesse. First, one must ensure that the deceived does not perceive the deception. Second, one must be earnest enough to believe in one's own narrative. Did such a powerful figure truly exist in ancient times? The young girl clasped her hands around her head, scratching her scalp in vain, unable to recall any information about this elder. You squandered your time studying while tending to pigs. Now look at you, utterly ignorant yet daring to question an authority. How lamentable. Lin Xuan's righteous discourse only exacerbated the young girl's confusion. She pondered, is that so? Indeed, Lin Xuan affirmed with unwavering certainty. Could you perhaps teach me about this quantum mechanics? The young girl eagerly rubbed her small hands together. Once I transcend and become an immortal, I shall definitely not neglect you, my sole senior brother. This knowledge is only accessible to men. It is beyond your grasp. Alas, what a pity. Digging a pit is easy, but nurturing a tree is arduous. If one wished to abandon femininity, there are many methods, provided the blade is swift. It could be accomplished with ease. However, to transform into a man is no simple task. The young girl's expression grew somewhat dejected. Yet she did not question Lin Xuan's words too deeply. This was not merely a reflection of her faith in him, but largely due to the imposing demeanor he displayed while weaving his fabrications without a hint of shame. After some idle chatter, the young girl resolved to pursue her initial plan of experiencing the mundane world. Lin Xuan did not hinder her in this endeavor. As he watched her completely vanish from sight, Lin Xuan contemplated, murmuring to himself, Is the heart's demon truly so formidable? Should I not take care of all matters in the secular world? Ordinarily, a mortal transitioning from the initial stages of Qi training to the later stages of tribulation would require no less than 4 to 5 centuries. For his relatives in the mundane realm, 500 years could yield 25 generations, assuming a generation spans 20 years. Yet, how long had he been cultivating? He was barely in his 30s, having been away from home for less than 20 years. Not to mention his father, who had attained the golden core stage. Even the family steward was still in his 60s, naturally provoking many concerns. Therefore, caution and prudence were paramount. It would be too unjust to find oneself in a position of vulnerability, having embraced a life of comfort and joy, only to perish under heavenly tribulation. The higher one stands, the more one fears death. When he was merely in the Qi training stage, Lin Xuan would engage in battles over 2 first-tier pills. However, now, should any hint of danger arise, even in the presence of celestial artifacts or ninth-tier pills, he would remain utterly unmoved. This is certainly not due to Lin Xuan now relying on a substantial source of support, blessed with infinite resources and a top-tier celestial artifact, rendering him indifferent to fairy-tier treasures. Rather, it is simply a reflection of the fact that the stronger one becomes, the longer one tends to live, leading to a greater appreciation for life. I should return and inform my master, and it is also prudent to revisit the mortal realm before confronting the heavenly tribulation. Lin Xuan murmured to himself. Originally, he had little ambition regarding power. Yet in his quest to unravel his master's true identity and aid her in escaping her current predicament, he was willing to sacrifice everything for a swift enhancement of his cultivation. Of course, the predicament he envisioned for his master was entirely a product of his imagination. With a resolute decision in mind, Lin Xuan turned back, but he was unable to meet his master. Liu Qing, resembling a reclusive maiden, often remained indoors for months. Had it not been for his knowledge that her cultivation, though not formidable, was sufficient to prevent starvation, he would have rushed into the small courtyard to check on her. On the other hand, Wang scoffed dismissively, saying, "In a world like this, what kind of heavenly tribulation could possibly descend?" Lin Xuan reprimanded, "You idler. All you do is boast. Now go sweep the floor." Under Lin Xuan's stern pressure, Wang reluctantly took up the broom. While Lin Xuan departed the small world once more, the matter of transcending tribulations cannot be rushed. It is essential to be thoroughly prepared to achieve the best results and highest success rate. After breaking through to the late stage of tribulation, Lin Xuan's speed had increased several-fold, and soon he arrived at the main hall of the mountain gate. Given his current standing within the Wooding Immortal sect, whether or not to report was inconsequential. The main hall was the only gateway to the sect. One simply could not force their way out of the protective grand formation. "Boss, is that you?" Upon entering the main hall, a white-clad cultivator approached him enthusiastically, calling out loudly. It was none other than Fong Bai. "Fong Bai, how have you become a core disciple?" Lin Xuan inquired, puzzled. He could immediately discern that Fong Bai's cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Generally, such a level would not suffice for core disciple status. Yet he was clad in the distinctive robe of a core disciple. Although both core and inner disciples wore white robes, the styles differed greatly. After becoming a core disciple, Fong Bai's status had eclipsed Lin Xuan's, despite the latter being the senior. "Isn't this all thanks to you, boss?" Fong Bai unabashedly grinned, after returning from the Nanyang dynasty. "My master called me aside and inquired about my relationship with you. I spoke candidly, and my master was quite pleased. By then, I had already become a core disciple. At that time, he was still merely at the late stage of the nascent soul, having achieved the status of a core disciple in the Wooding Immortal sect, thereby setting a precedent. And this, indeed, illustrates the advantages of having powerful allies. You've done well, my lad. Strive to keep up the momentum. Not only have you improved your cultivation, but you've also become a core disciple. I trust you have already found a partner who fulfills your heart's desires." Lin Xuan remarked with a smile, for he had no envy towards his junior's newfound rank, having no desire to assume the role of sect leader himself. He. Fong Bai smiled innocently, saying, "Although she may not be as beautiful as your beloved disciples, her kindness towards me is beyond compare." Lin Xuan beamed with paternal pride. His expression akin to that of a father witnessing his son finally settle down. He continued the conversation, "By the way, you just returned from outside. What were you up to?" Most core disciples indeed ventured into the secular world for experience, yet for Fong Bai, a novice in the mid-stage of transformation, such endeavors seemed like a mere offering to the more seasoned. "Isn't it the master's instruction, following the sect leader's wishes, for me to look after the business you established in the market while also exchanging some spirit stones?" Fong Bai replied calmly. Outside the Wooding sect, there existed a bustling marketplace, a gathering place for many wandering cultivators and mortals. What began as a market had long since evolved into a thriving city, teeming with various industries. The necessities for the sect were primarily sourced from this locale. Ordinarily, these affairs would be managed by dedicated elders, leaving no room for core disciples like Fong Bai. However, this was not the crux of the matter. "When did I open a business in the marketplace?" Lin Xuan questioned, his face a mask of confusion. He had never even entertained such thoughts. The sole purpose of establishing a business was to generate spirit stones. With the backing of the Wooding sect, the profits could be substantial. Yet, he lacked for nothing in terms of resources, so why would he pursue such an endeavor? "All right, I understand." Lin Xuan nodded slightly, choosing not to voice his thoughts. He intended to investigate the matter himself. Establishing a business under his name might be acceptable if managed properly, but if it turned into a scheme to deceive others and exploit resources or treasures, that would pose a significant problem. Well then, I'll take my leave, Feng Bai said, and Lin Xuan nodded in response before departing from the main hall, heading towards the marketplace below. The marketplace lay not far from the foot of the mountain, built upon the reputation of the Wooding sect. Naturally, it could not be too distant, yet it also had to maintain a respectful distance from the secluded sect, approximately 50 miles away. During his time as an outer disciple, Lin Xuan frequently visited the marketplace, trading goods exchanged from the Wooding sect for profit. The earnings were modest. Selling items worth around 100 spirit stones would yield a profit of 3 to 5 spirit stones after deducting the marketplace's fees. Nevertheless, for Lin Xuan at that time, 3 to 5 spirit stones were quite significant. In truth, each visit to the marketplace presented opportunities for substantial gains. However, Lin Xuan, valuing his integrity, was unwilling to compromise his principles for meager cultivation resources. The folly of youth, unaware of the true value of what is coveted, led to the melancholy of an old man lamenting his lost dreams. Lin Xuan had never desired to experience such sorrow. Now, Lin Xuan moved swiftly, traversing the 50-mile distance in less than the time it takes to burn a jaw stick. The marketplace sprawled across a vast plain, resembling the style of a capital city from the secular realm, with towering walls that seemed to touch the sky. The interior buzzed with activity, and from a distance, one could observe a constant flow of people entering and exiting the marketplace. As usual, Lin Xuan entered the marketplace with an air of composure. Ah, young Master Lin has arrived again. At this moment, the guard stationed at the city gate, a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, was an old acquaintance of Lin Xuan. Upon seeing him, the guard immediately greeted him. Although they were unaware of each other's names, Lin Xuan had several times found himself in frantic flight from wealthy women, with this brother guarding the gate each time. Moreover, Lin Xuan had known this gentleman for several centuries, and he was undoubtedly the most handsome man the guard had ever encountered, leaving a lasting impression. Lin Xuan's expression darkened as he sighed. Let us not dwell on the past. The guard grinned widely. Ah, you, my friend, are blissfully unaware of your fortune. If I had such opportunities, I would have succumbed long ago. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before responding. You have been blinded by the allure of wealth. You see only the riches of these women, yet fail to consider the extravagant games they play. Even as a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, your body may not withstand such indulgences. He had no desire to linger at the city gate, so after speaking, he left the guard to his own reflections and strode directly into the city. Inside, the scene remained as it always was, a broad bluestone avenue connecting the east and west city gates, flanked by buildings of varying heights, each offering a plethora of goods. This marketplace resembled a black market, where, with sufficient coin, one could procure virtually anything one desired. As for treasures such as magical artifacts, as long as there was a price, it was guaranteed that someone would be willing to sell. Upon entering the marketplace, Lin Xuan felt the friendly gazes surrounding him, which was somewhat exasperating. These looks were genuinely amiable, devoid of any intent to rob. With every few steps, a heavily made-up middle-aged woman would approach him, speaking with a slight accent and a flirtatious smile. Come, dear, let me have a word with you. Some would even attempt to pull him towards establishments like Tiansan Academy, Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Heartfelt Garden, Blissful Hall, or Fingiula, accompanied by the teasing remarks of the madams. For a handsome lad like you, payment is not a necessity. Such encounters were still relatively mild. Others boldly inquired if he wished to earn a monthly income of 100,000 spirit stones. Lin Xuan firmly declined all advances. Considering the marketplace's expenses, earning such a sum would likely require excessive labor, which would undoubtedly lead to exhaustion. In his impoverished days, he had never contemplated such endeavors. Now that he was no longer in need of spirit stones, he certainly would not resort to such measures. As Lin Xuan walked along, he inquired with an elderly man about the location of the free gift chamber of commerce. His expression darkened at the name, yet he found it amusing. It was a stroke of genius to name it that. If it could actually generate profit, it would indeed be a miracle. However, upon arriving at the chamber's entrance, Lin Xuan realized he had misjudged. In this world, free gift had no other meaning. He observed that within 100 meters of the free gift chamber, there were 3 other chambers. Aside from the bustling free gift chamber, the other 2 appeared on the brink of collapse. Halt! Before Lin Xuan could step through the doors of the chamber, several guards of the nascent soul stage drew their swords and called out, "Do you possess the jade token of the free gift chamber?" Lin Xuan's complexion darkened further. How could they not even recognize him by his own name? Was this not a bit excessive? Lin Xian's expression was indifferent as he coldly inquired, "May I ask how one might obtain the jade token?" The leading guard, with a tone that was calm yet tinged with a hint of chill, responded, "Only those who are alchemists or craftsmen of the third rank or above, or cultivators at the stage of divine transformation may qualify." "Is that all?" Lin Xian scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Isn't that a rather low threshold?" As he spoke, he condensed a formidable surge of spiritual energy, simultaneously exuding the aura characteristic of someone in the late tribulation stage. The four guards, merely at the late stage of nascent soul, turned pale upon sensing this overwhelming pressure, their legs trembling uncontrollably as they collapsed to the ground. Lin Xian was somewhat taken aback. After all, they were at the nascent soul stage. How could they be so weak? Although this place was not far from the Wooding Immortal sect, it was still within the secular realm, where the strength of cultivators, not to mention their experiences, was vastly inferior compared to disciples of the sect. Within the Wooding Immortal sect, even the outer disciples frequently received guidance and cultivation from elders at the integration stage. And while immortal-level elders were rare, they were still visible. Moreover, it was crucial to note that although these nascent soul cultivators appeared to be young or middle-aged, their actual ages exceeded a century or two. With such extensive training, possessing only nascent soul-level prowess indicated decidedly poor aptitude. As it turned out, a distinguished guest had arrived, and the reception was somewhat lacking. From the back of the courtyard, a hunchbacked old man hurriedly emerged, wearing a welcoming smile. "Senior, your strength is formidable. Do not take these servants to heart. The steward has arrived." Lin Xian, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, calmly replied, "It is precisely because of this that they are still able to survive. I am a disciple of the Wooding Immortal sect, returning from my travels, and I have heard that a new commercial association has opened here, established by my junior brother. I came to take a look." Upon realizing he was addressing one of their own, the hunchbacked steward's smile widened, his wrinkles folding over one another in sheer delight. "No need for such formalities. I have come to purchase a few items, thus supporting my junior brother's business." Lin Xian strode into the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. The old man, oblivious to Lin Xian's subtle shake of the head, thought it curious that a commercial association was established under his name, yet none of its members appeared to recognize him. He was eager to see if anyone at this rapidly rising White Give Association would know him. The steward kept up a brisk pace, steadily following Lin Xian's side as he introduced, "Thanks to our president's connections, the White Give Association has received substantial support from the Wooding Immortal sect, allowing it to grow swiftly, far surpassing other associations in this area. Whatever you seek, senior, we likely have it here." "Oh," Lin Xian nodded slightly, feigning ignorance, and squinted his eyes with a smile. "I have been out in the world for many years, yet I have heard of your president's illustrious achievements. Might he be inside? I would like to meet him. To be frank, our president is extremely busy, usually spending most of his time cultivating within the sect. The operations of the association are managed by our vice president," the steward replied without a hint of hesitation, a smile gracing his lips. The old man's face remained unperturbed, as if everything he said were the unvarnished truth. Lin Xian cast him a sidelong glance. "Had it not been for the fact that I never authorized such a thing, I might have found your tall tales somewhat convincing." Noticing Lin Xian's apparent skepticism, the steward continued, without any exaggeration, "Our vice president and President Lin share a bond akin to that of brothers. Had it not been for the grand ceremony of our sect, where he valiantly battled a monstrous beast for 3 days and nights to save President Lin, sustaining grave injuries that forced him to depart from the celestial door, he would undoubtedly have been a close disciple under the same elder as President Lin, fostering an even deeper camaraderie." The steward lamented, shaking his head. "Yet, President Lin is a person of profound loyalty. Even after his ascent to greatness, he has not forgotten to extend his care to the vice president, who sacrificed his path of cultivation for him. What a fabrication! I shall not even take a day off nor partake in any games. Merely observing your bluster is sufficient for today." Lin Xian distinctly recalled the treatment he received during his time in the outer sect. Apart from a few exceptionally handsome, yet equally remarkable junior brothers, he faced nearly universal ostracism from his male peers. If this vice president were a woman, there might be some semblance of possibility. However, Lin Xian surmised that if she were indeed female, the old man's words would likely transform into, "Our vice president and President Lin have long been secretly betrothed and have even borne a child. I can no longer pretend, for I am, in fact, President Lin's progeny. Enough of this nonsense. Take me to meet your vice president, Lin Xuan declared earnestly. Growing weary of the old man's increasingly absurd claims, fearing he might deceive countless others with such tactics. This behavior must be nipped in the bud. Since it concerns one's own kin, there is no reason for the vice president to refuse an audience with a senior. Senior, please follow me, the old man said. Completely unfazed. He had entertained numerous disciples from the uncertain celestial sect, and while these disciples wielded formidable power compared to those who had navigated the secular world for years, they remained rather naive. In simpler terms, they were somewhat unwilling to engage in serious matters and were easily misled. Naturally, he had his methods. Different individuals required different narratives. For those emerging from the uncertain celestial sect, he would typically state that they had a good relationship without fabricating elaborate tales. Only in the case of someone like Lin Xuan, who had publicly revealed his prolonged absence from the celestial realm, would he indulge in such fanciful embellishments. The realm of Yuanyang is vast. A brief period of training might last anywhere from several years to several decades, making it improbable that one would recognize Lin Xuan. After all, while boasting is one thing, they still needed to do their homework. Basic information, such as which elder Lin Xuan had apprenticed under and how long it took him to become an inner disciple, was something the steward, as a mid-level member of the White Gift Trading Company, could recite almost by heart. Under the steward's guidance, Lin Xuan swiftly entered an elegant room on the 3rd floor, where he encountered a young man clad in luxurious attire, resembling a wealthy scion from the secular world. As for this individual's identity, Lin Xuan had no recollection whatsoever. Given the multitude of outer sect disciples, he had undoubtedly ruffled many feathers. Aside from a few particularly boisterous individuals, it was impossible for him to know them all. Vice President, this esteemed elder is your senior, a core disciple of the uncertain celestial sect, the steward remarked. Without a hint of exaggeration, President Lin is currently flourishing within the uncertain celestial sect, yet his greatest concern remains with our vice president. The young man turned to Lin Xuan, opened his mouth but hesitated as his expression subtly shifted, though he quickly regained his composure. Having anticipated the possibility of being exposed, he was prepared for it. At that moment, the manager continued, Senior, perhaps you could have a good discussion with our vice president. After years of wandering and honing your skills, he might even assist in introducing you to President Lin. The young man's countenance immediately fell, and he moved his lips, murmuring with a bitter tone, Brother Lin Xuan. The old man's expression drastically altered, his previously confident smile freezing, leaving him equally stunned. Had he perhaps overstated his claims? However, Lin Xuan paid no heed to the old man beside him and fixed his gaze on the young man, narrowing his eyes slightly as he inquired, Are we truly that familiar? The young man, feeling awkward, explained, As a junior in the outer sect, I greatly admired Brother Lin Xuan. Upon realizing my cultivation could not progress, I left the immortal sect and returned to the mundane world to establish this trading company. Unfortunately, I have struggled to make a name for myself and had no choice but to borrow your esteemed name. I hope for your forgiveness. Lin Xuan maintained a dispassionate demeanor and retorted, I have heard that your trading company has achieved such scale in less than a year since its inception. Quite impressive indeed. Brother, you flatter me, the young man awkwardly replied. It is mainly due to my family's financial support, which allowed us to secure this piece of land in the market and provide for all our daily needs. Who would have thought? A rich second-generation heir. Lin Xuan teased. Are you the legendary figure who, after 3 years of setting up street stalls, saved 300 spirit stones and combined that with 1,000,000 spirit stones from your family to establish a trading company? To be honest, Lin Xuan was not angry. His purpose for being here was merely to prevent this trading company from misusing his name for deceitful gain. He was curious about the identity of the mastermind behind it. Since they were once considered fellow disciples, it was not a matter of great concern. What do you mean by rich second-generation heir? The young man asked, puzzled. Although there were many wealthy individuals in the Yuanyang realm, the term itself was unfamiliar to him. Those from affluent backgrounds who can attain extraordinary status without strenuous effort and cultivation, merely needing to ensure their longevity to inherit vast fortunes, that is what is referred to as a rich second-generation heir. Oh, then I hardly qualify as one. The young man said sincerely. However, my father might. My grandfather built this fortune from scratch. Shoei, are you trying to flaunt your wealth? Do you not know I am acquainted with the most glamorous heiress in the Yuanyang realm? Lin Xuan was not surprised. The adage that wealth seldom lasts beyond 3 generations did not apply in the realm of cultivators. After all, 3 generations amounted to only a few decades. Even a novice and foundation establishment could survive for over 200 years. The influence of the unfettered immortal sect today was the culmination of the relentless efforts of countless predecessors over generations. Clearing his throat, Lin Xuan stated solemnly, "Considering our shared background as fellow disciples, I will refrain from pursuing any repercussions for your misappropriation of my name. However, such occurrences must not arise in the future. I was too eager for success. I hope for your forgiveness, brother." A young man bowed respectfully and said, "Esteemed senior brother, I am willing to offer 50% of the previous pure profits of the Baigu Chamber of Commerce as a token of appreciation for the dividends you have received during this time." Lin Xuan nodded slightly, not refusing the gesture. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, and no one is without flaws. Everyone makes mistakes. Furthermore, every person inevitably bears 3 indelible stains upon their life, stains that can be quite profound. However, as long as one is willing to acknowledge their errors with sincerity, forgiveness is not out of reach. Lin Xuan had no particular need for resources. His master's spiritual liquid was simply too abundant to exhaust. He would not impose demands nor waste his thoughts over resources. Yet, when something is offered freely without any cost, why not accept it? It could later serve as a gift for the Lin family upon returning to Nanyang, which would be splendid. Moreover, accepting this gesture would ease the young man's heart. To refuse would likely leave a lingering regret for him throughout his life, which would not do. "Quickly, fetch 100,000 spirit stones," Lin Xuan instructed. Seeing that Lin Xuan did not decline, the young man finally smiled. No matter the circumstances, the acceptance of money was a positive outcome. He feared Lin Xuan would refuse the offer, for that would indeed pose a real dilemma. The hunchbacked manager snapped back to reality and hastily exited the room. The young man continued, "Senior brother, I have another request. May I continue to use the name Baigu for the Chamber of Commerce?" This chamber had been established for some time, having invested a considerable amount of money, yet it remained lukewarm until the name change sparked its growth. Although much of its success could be attributed to Lin Xuan's influence and the support of the undetermined immortal sect, the young man believed the allure of the name Baigu played a significant role, evoking a sense of warmth and familiarity. Lin Xuan was indifferent, unbeknownst to him. This seemingly trivial decision would later resonate across the realms, significantly expanding the Baigu Chamber of Commerce's scale. Fetching 100,000 spirit stones will take some time. Why not explore the chamber in the meantime? Feel free to take whatever catches your eye, the young man cautiously suggested. "Very well," Lin Xuan replied with a slight nod. The young man appeared agreeable enough, leaving no reason for him to create conflict. After a brief tour, Lin Xuan finally understood why the Baigu Chamber attracted so many cultivators. It was a veritable paradise for consumption. The array of services was comprehensive, and the quality far surpassed those small roadside establishments. The women within were all stunningly beautiful and gracefully poised. Although the prices were generally high, who would hesitate to spend a little money to savor the taste of love? Given the long journey from the immortal sect, you must be weary, esteemed senior brother. Perhaps you could rest here for the night, the young man suggested, noticing Lin Xuan gazing at the array of enchanting women with a faint smile. "Enough of that," Lin Xuan replied dismissively, successfully suppressing his curiosity. "I am merely perplexed as to why this marketplace is filled with so many courtesans. The number of brothels here is simply staggering. The secular world is unlike the realm of celestial gates, where dynastic disputes are incessant and countless dynasties are dismantled daily. Such women become the daughters of fallen nations, often of noble birth, typically princesses or the daughters of lords, in a desperate bid to escape the pursuit of enemies. They find refuge here," the young man explained indifferently. "For the vast majority of cultivators, even the obliteration of a dynasty in the secular realm does not perturb their spirits. Perhaps only the annihilation of their own celestial sect could evoke such sentiments. Nonetheless, celestial sects endure. Despite the passage of tens of thousands of years and the relentless cycle of dynastic changes, they remain steadfast." Lin Xuan shook his head, deciding that the opportunity to assist fallen women should be left to others. Yet, inexplicably, he was filled with profound reflections. Softly murmuring, "The merchant girl knows not the sorrow of a fallen nation, yet across the river, she still sells her courtyard flowers? Alas, it is both tragic and lamentable." Soon, the hunchbacked steward returned with a storage ring, carefully presenting it to the young man, who then handed it to Lin Xuan. "This contains 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. I hope my senior brother can be understanding. Although the White Give Merchant Association is large in scale, it has only risen in the past 6 months to a decade, and its pure profits have not yet reached 2,000,000 spirit stones. Within this 1,000,000 spirit stones, a significant portion came from his personal reserves. It must be said that being a third-generation wealthy heir grants one considerable confidence. Lin Xuan took the spirit stones and departed from the market without offering anything in return, effortlessly acquiring a fortune of 1 million spirit stones, such as the advantage of great renown. As he exited the city gates, he cast a meaningful glance back at the inner gate. Within the marketplace, there existed no fewer than 5 obscure yet powerful auras. Such fluctuations could only be possessed by immortals who had transcended the tribulation. It became evident that immortals also existed in the secular realm. However, given the proximity to the uncertain immortal sect, much of its daily expenses derived from transactions and taxes within the marketplace. Even if these 5 immortals hailed from the uncertain immortal sect, Lin Xuan found it unremarkable. Next, Lin Xuan intended to explore the secular world thoroughly and support the Lin family of the Nanyang dynasty before confronting the heavenly tribulation. Compared to his last return, his cultivation had ascended by 3 substantial ranks, and his strength had increased exponentially. Setting aside other considerations with his current speed, he could reach the territory of the Nanyang dynasty in 3 to 5 days. After all, during his previous journey when he was merely at the god transformation stage, he required half a month to accommodate the late nascent soul cultivator Fang Bai. Reflecting on it now, the distance between the Nanyang dynasty and the uncertain immortal sect was not overly vast. His figure swiftly traversed the horizon, passing numerous dynasties. Sites that had recently seemed distant were now rapidly receding behind him. In just 1 day of flight, he had already covered half the journey, his speed exceeding his initial expectations. The myriad wonders of the mundane world were but fleeting illusions in his eyes. The most immediate realization was that the further one ventured from the uncertain immortal sect, the weaker the dynasties appeared. With no pressing urgency to return, Lin Xuan gradually decreased his speed. At that moment, 2 middle-aged cultivators at the late foundation establishment stage approached him on flying swords, eventually halting before Lin Xuan. Achieving the foundation establishment stage allows one to utilize external means for short flights, while someone like Lin Xuan, who could traverse the skies with ease, required the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Thus, upon seeing Lin Xuan, the 2 middle-aged cultivators naturally held him in great respect. In this world, strength reigns supreme. For cultivators, the only law that matters is the might of one's fist. One is compelled to restrain oneself only when faced with overwhelming power. Otherwise, seizing treasures or taking lives becomes a commonplace affair, and acting upon a fleeting emotion is not unusual. We, as brothers, are in haste. Should we have caused any offense? We beg your forgiveness, said the cultivator with a scarred face, as he clasped his hands in greeting, with his companion nodding in agreement. Lin Xuan remained indifferent, not particularly concerned. To him, late foundation establishment cultivators were akin to ants he could effortlessly crush. Yet, he was not a narrow-minded individual. It was unreasonable to expect that those with superior strength would demand obeisance from the local populace wherever they went. Who do you think you're touching? Lin Xuan sensed a vague offense. Senior? The scarred cultivator, noticing Lin Xuan's silence, timidly inquired. If there is nothing amiss, may we take our leave? Leave if you wish. Lin Xuan replied calmly. However, this unexpected response sent a jolt of fear through the 2 men, causing their legs to weaken and their hearts to race. The scarred-faced cultivator bore an exceptionally long scar that extended from his forehead down to his chin. In ordinary circumstances, one might believe he was a man who devoured others without hesitation. Yet, at this moment, he found himself kneeling before Lin Xuan. Senior, we bear no ill intent. We merely pass through to fulfill our Lord's task. We humbly request your mercy. Useless, Lin Xuan uttered with a slight exhale, causing the 2 kneeling figures to shudder. Is it not said that beneath a man's knee lies gold? Has no one ever imparted this wisdom to you? Lin Xuan retorted. When did I declare I would slay you? Not going to kill us? You nearly frightened me to death. Upon hearing this assurance, the 2 immediately rose to their feet. The scarred man awkwardly smiled. Senior, one should not forsake their life for the sake of dignity, should they? Lin Xuan chose not to comment on such twisted reasoning. While he had heard that a man should not forsake wealth for dignity, he had never encountered the notion that one should disregard life for the same reason. Is life more significant than wealth? Or rather, is life not imbued with dignity? Senior, my lord delights in forging connections with the world's heroes. Might you consider gracing us with your presence? The scarred-faced cultivator, discerning Lin Xuan's lack of murderous intent, grew bolder. Noticing Lin Xuan's silence, he continued. Old Master Wang is renowned as a great benefactor in the surrounding area. Recently, with 2 great dynasties embroiled in endless warfare and facing months of torrential rain, a multitude of refugees arose. Old Master Wang promptly declared, I cannot govern elsewhere, but within a radius of 50 miles of my residence, not a single refugee shall be seen. Oh, that is indeed commendable, Lin Xuan replied with a subtle nod of approval. The adage, do not dismiss small acts of kindness, certainly holds weight, especially considering the numerous refugees likely present within a 50-mile radius. Such an accomplishment is indeed praiseworthy. And where do you intend to go from here? We are merely relocating these refugees underground to a place 50 miles away from Wang's village, the scarred man calmly responded. Lin Xuan's expression darkened. A renowned benefactor? The notion that no refugees should be seen within 50 miles merely implies driving them beyond that distance? What sort of twisted logic is this? It was only after the scarred man's reminder that Lin Xuan noticed the ground beneath the three of them, teeming with refugees moving behind him. Counting them, there were at least 10,000 souls. He had no intention of meddling further. Earlier, amidst the conflict between the two dynasties, one side had suffered a crushing defeat, and the victorious general had ordered the execution of anyone above the height of a cartwheel, regardless of gender. That scene had truly been a hell on earth. Yet he had chosen not to linger. The conflicts between dynasties are often murky, with victories and defeats intertwined in a complex web of history. Perhaps the current victors had once been equally slaughtered by the vanquished. This unfolds the tale of a ruler who endured hardships, ultimately achieving a reversal of fortunes. In general, cultivators refrain from intervening in such disputes unless, like in the case of Nanyang, it holds personal significance. Rarely does a cultivator engage in dynastic conflicts out of compassion. Yet, it was the notion of the so-called great benefactor that truly astounded him. If this is how one defines benevolence, then it redefined his understanding entirely. In order to spare that group of immortals from enduring a life shackled by despair, he resolved to preemptively conclude their existence. Would he not, then, move the foremost cultivators of the Yuanyang realm? Upon observing Lin Xuan's somber expression, the scar-faced man hastily continued his explanation. In truth, Lord Wang has provided them with a substantial sum of silver, ample enough for them to sustain themselves in distant lands until the chaos of war and flood subsides, allowing for their eventual return. That is your affair, Lin Xuan replied coldly. However, I advise you to act with integrity. Indeed, the scar-faced man exclaimed, his countenance shifting dramatically. We shall escort them to areas untouched by the flood. The two of us will vigilantly safeguard them until the calamity passes. From the scar-faced man's demeanor, Lin Xuan discerned that the so-called benevolent Lord Wang had merely tasked them with expelling the refugees, without any genuine consideration for their resettlement. By sheer chance, he had slightly ameliorated the subsequent living conditions of the displaced, yet he would not deem this trifling act as true benevolence. Nor would he feel remorse for not intervening further. As Lin Xuan journeyed onward, he traveled at full speed, entering the territory of the Nanyang dynasty by the following evening. Following recent events, the Nanyang dynasty had annexed 3 surrounding dynasties, significantly enhancing its national strength and emerging as the most formidable power in the region. However, since Zhao Shua ascended to the throne, there had been no immediate plans for external expansion. This was partly due to the need to assimilate the newly acquired territories, and partly because, after years of warfare, the Nanyang dynasty was left in a state of near ruin, necessitating a period of recuperation. After several years of recovery, the lives of the Nanyang populace had improved considerably. For Lin Xuan, 2 or 3 years may have been merely a brief retreat, but for the common folk, whose lifespan seldom exceeded a century, it represented multiple harvests. In a bountiful year, a single harvest could suffice to replenish years of deficits. With the cessation of warfare and the relief from the obligation to support nearly 1 million frontline soldiers, Zhao Shua generously decreed a 2-year tax exemption for the people within the Nanyang dynasty. Upon entering the Nanyang dynasty, Lin Xuan made his way directly to Pingchong town. Although the Lin family had established itself as a prominent royal clan within the Nanyang dynasty, custom dictated that nobility possessed their own fiefs and could not relocate to the capital in less than the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks. Lin Xuan beheld the entirety of Pingchong town. Today, Pingchong town had transformed dramatically. Following Lin Fu's appointment as the Prince of Xiang, Zhao Shua had shown great generosity, allocating funds from the palace to establish a personal guard of 100,000, overseen by the prince's residence. Remarkably, the palace covered all operational expenses for this military force. This meant that the Lin family had not spent a single coin to acquire such an elite contingent, a privilege reserved for princes alone. Consequently, Pingchong town had expanded exponentially, its once modest defenses replaced by towering walls. A sect housing a formidable elder in the transformation realm had also relocated to within 100 miles of Pingchong City. In the current landscape, the Lin family basked in the zenith of their influence within the Nanyang dynasty, a status that could only be described as possessing immense authority. In this regard, the royal family of Nanyang held no objections. The presence of Lin Xuan rendered any attempts to ostracize their neighbors utterly futile, instead placing the royal family in a precarious position. Lin Xuan descended to the ground, blending in with the common folk as he approached the imposing gates of Pingchong City. At the entrance, numerous soldiers with stern expressions stood guard, wielding spears with unwavering vigilance, although their abilities paled in comparison to those of cultivators. The formidable aura they exuded was unmatched by lower-tier practitioners. The stark contrast was particularly evident when a group stood together as warriors. Even the ordinary among them possessed a blood-and-steel demeanor, honed through countless battles. Lin Xuan merged into the crowd, entering the city without drawing any attention, the soldiers hardly sparing him a glance. Such discipline was beyond what low-level cultivators could aspire to. Despite the significant changes in Pingchong town, an ingrained sense of familiarity provided a comforting solace. As he strolled along the broad streets, Lin Xuan was filled with profound reflections. In a world where strength commanded respect, the subtleties might often be overlooked, yet attaining the pinnacle of power illuminated the truth. Fame, status, and wealth were merely a matter of uttering a few words. Even those around him could ascend to lofty positions and amass great fortunes. Make way, make way. As Lin Xuan pondered, several horse-drawn carriages sped towards him, led by a burly middle-aged man who bellowed, "This is a congratulatory gift from His Majesty to the Prime Minister's residence. Anyone who values their life should step aside, otherwise they will be treated as bandits and executed on the spot." Although the streets were wide, numerous merchants and vendors occupied the area, alongside many pedestrians. Yet, the burly man showed no signs of halting, continuing his tirade. The crowd, unfazed, promptly moved to the sides of the street. However, Lin Xuan remained rooted in place, his expression darkening. Wasn't it agreed that after indulging in a life of leisure, he would return to live as a dandy and savor life? Why was it that his father had already embraced such a lifestyle? Shouldn't he, through diligent effort, have achieved a position of authority within the Nanyang dynasty, allowing him to tease the daughters of court officials and bully the royal offspring? And then, his father would step in to resolve any ensuing disputes? Lin Xuan sensed an unsettling dissonance. Surely, his father had become so inflated with pride as to revel daily in a life of opulence and excess? "Are you seeking death?" The middle-aged man snarled, noticing Lin Xuan steadfastly standing in the middle of the street, showing no inclination to yield. Yet, he displayed no intent to rein in his horse. Should one court death, they had no one to blame but themselves. The middle-aged man's expression turned menacing. He had always been this way, yet had never encountered a foolhardy youth bold enough to obstruct his path. As for Lin Xuan's fate, he was indifferent, having sensed the extraordinary demeanor Lin Xuan possessed from a distance. But what did it matter if he was handsome? In Pingchong City, who could rival the strength of the Prime Minister? The fierce horse charged relentlessly towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan raised his right arm, applying pressure to the horse's head with a slight force, effortlessly pushing it to the ground. The immense